Chapter 1. You should rot in the mud forever. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the dense forest. A blood-soaked girl was violently slammed against a tree trunk, her body curling on the ground, trembling, with strands of blood-matted hair in disarray. The girl slowly lifted her head, revealing a gruesomely mangled left eye amidst her disheveled locks, blood gushing from the socket in a horrifying cascade. The mountain river pearl she had finally obtained it. Not far away, a brightly dressed girl fixated on a blood-stained platinum orb in her hand, her eyes brimming with greed and excitement. Wanwan exerted every ounce of strength to crawl to Jiang Yi's feet, desperately clutching at the hem of her skirt, her breath barely a whisper. "Save me. Please save me." She did not wish to die. "Get away!" Jiang Yi spat with disdain, her foot crashing down onto Jiang Wanwan's head, sending her flying. Poof! Darkness enveloped Jiang Wanwan's vision, blood continuously spilling from her mouth as she feebly repeated 3 words. Why? Why was this happening? She could not comprehend. Huh? Jiang Yi, clad in a vibrant oranger dress, her eyes sparkling with mischief, exclaimed, "Fool! Do you still not understand? Only when you are dead can I be the sole legitimate daughter of the Jiang family." Jiang Yi's laughter was chilling, her gaze looking down upon Jiang Wanwan, filled with revulsion and contempt. Jiang Wanwan widened her eyes with disbelief, unable to fathom Jiang Yi's intentions. Jiang Yi crouched down, seizing Jiang Wanwan's hair, forcing her to meet her gaze, and upon noticing the hatred in Jiang Wanwan's eyes, she chuckled with delight. "Jiang Wanwan, do you hate me? You should, for I loathe you as well. Do you remember that night when the cold invaded your body, while I just happened to fall into a trance from my cultivation? Yes, that was intentional. Alas, your luck was too great, you survived the cold." Jiang Yi gazed at Jiang Wanwan, her beautiful eyes glistening with a cold pity. Jiang Wanwan could only stare in disbelief at Jiang Yi. The sunstar flower, which thrives in the cold, blooms beneath the first rays of dawn, but wilts within the span of a single incense stick. It was on that day, when Jiang Yi expressed her desire to see the flower, that Jiang Wanwan recklessly ascended the treacherous peak of Extreme Summit Mountain overnight. The summit, perpetually blanketed in snow, left her with a cold that nearly claimed her life upon her return. That night, Jiang Yi inhaled the cold aura emitted by the sunstar flower, losing control of her cultivation, while her brothers took turns channeling energy to dispel the cold, completely disregarding Jiang Wanwan's plight. Afterward, she miraculously survived, but was blamed by her brothers solely for gifting Jiang Yi the flower that almost caused her demise. And the snake saliva fruit needed to treat eldest brother's leg ailment? That was also my fabrication. I never expected you, such a simpleton, would dare to venture into the snake den alone. Too bad. You still fell short. The invitation from the minister's daughter? That was also a ploy of mine, urging you to deliver it to second brother. The invitation was laced with spring dust, and you, foolish girl, had no idea that while second brother may appear charming, he utterly detests women who employ underhanded tactics. I also knew about fifth brother's allergy to water citron. As for sixth brother, he had already begun to despise you long before you entered the general's residence. Care to guess what I told him? As she spoke, Jiang Yi's smile grew increasingly smug, her expression becoming more sinister. "Jiang Wanwan, wouldn't it be better for you to just die in Taoyuan village? Why did you have to enter the general's residence? You are merely a rustic farm girl. What right do you have to possess treasures like the mountain river pearl? What grants you such extraordinary talent? Why? I alone shall be the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. You should rot in the mud. Forever rot in the mud." Jiang Yi looked at the bloody Jiang Wanwan, her eyes filled with disdain and hatred. From the moment she became aware of Jiang Wanwan's existence, she had longed to devour her flesh and drink her blood. "Fire Lenny." Jiang Yi ground her teeth, her voice chillingly commanding. "Roar!" A low growl erupted as a fiery creature lunged at Jiang Wanwan, engulfed in flames. Ah! An intense pain surged through Jiang Wanwan, uncontrollably letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Her leg. "It hurts so much." "Jiang Wanwan, aren't you capable of conceding everything? In that case, why not offer me your life as well?" Jiang Yi's tone was lighthearted, her face adorned with a playful smile, a stark contrast to her current actions. Ah! Jiang Wanwan distinctly felt her hands, legs, and even her body being torn apart bit by bit. The agony clouded her consciousness, yet she could still see Jiang Yi's triumphant smile. Why? How did it come to this? Reflecting on her time in Taoyuan village, although she toiled daily with the heaviest burdens, often going hungry and shivering in the cold, her life had been secure. A year ago, she was abruptly taken to the general's residence, told that she was the legitimate daughter, all because the general's wife had given birth on the same day as a peasant woman. The peasant woman, harboring ulterior motives, secretly swapped the two children. Upon discovering the truth, the general's family retrieved her. With a heart full of trepidation, she entered the general's residence, the first person she encountered being Jiang Yi. While everyone else looked down on her as a country girl, Jiang Yi treated her with kindness, often smiling and advising her on how to navigate life in the general's residence, even speaking up for her when she was at a loss. For that, she sincerely reciprocated Jiang Yi's kindness, even confiding her greatest secret, never imagining that this very secret would become her death warrant. Kindness and warmth? Huh. Jiang Wanwan felt so foolish and naive for believing in such a wolf disguised in sheep's clothing. Jiang, you will face retribution. Amidst the excruciating pain, Jiang Wanwan trembled uncontrollably, gritting her teeth, her gaze filled with hatred as she fixed her eyes on Jiang Yi, speaking each word with great difficulty. With every word she uttered, more blood spilled from her mouth. She was unwilling. She could not accept this. If only there were another chance. Jiang Wanwan watched as fire lindied gradually toward her hands, legs, and body. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade. Jiang Wanwan could no longer muster the strength to struggle, slowly closing her eyes. In the very instant Jiang Wanwan shut her eyes, a flash of golden light burst forth from her left eye, swiftly darting into the night before vanishing. The appearance and disappearance of that golden light was so rapid that Jiang Yi, lost in her own self-satisfaction, completely failed to notice. Chapter 2. I don't mind, but you disgust me. In a small courtyard of the general's residence, a girl clad in patched hemp garments and disheveled hair suddenly opened her eyes wide, startled, standing up from the wooden table. Jiang Wanwan's face was pale, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, when she suddenly realized that the surroundings were amiss. Was this the general's residence? Jiang Wanwan paused slightly, instinctively raising her hand. Her hand was still there, her eyes still intact. What was happening? Was it a dream? Jiang Wanwan forced herself to calm down, surveying the exquisite yet opulent room, both familiar and foreign. After a considerable time, she finally confirmed one thing. She had been reborn. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the clothes she wore, recalling that she had fallen asleep leaning against a chair the previous night, nearly certain that this was her first day being brought into the general's residence. Knock, knock. A gentle sound of knocking echoed from outside the door, prompting Jiang Wanwan to instinctively look up. Wanwan, have you woken up? A soft and melodious voice drifted in from outside. Jiang Yi. Jiang Wanwan squinted her eyes. In her past life, Jiang Yi had plucked out her eyeball, seized the mountain river pearl, and ultimately had her fire Linny tear her apart. Just the thought of that scene sent waves of pain coursing through Jiang Wanwan's body. The agony of her body being ripped apart, the harrowing sight of her own form being devoured. She absolutely did not want to experience that a second time. Creak. Before Jiang Wanwan could respond, the door swung open. Jiang Yi entered, adorned in a vibrant yellow-pink flowing dress, accompanied by a boy who appeared somewhat unwell. Upon seeing Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Yi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Wanwan, did you sleep like this all night? Jiang Wanwan cast a glance down at herself, still clad in the coarse hemp garments from Taoyuan village, with numerous patches, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding opulence. It's all my fault for forgetting to instruct the servants to prepare a bath and change of clothes for Wanwan. Jiang Yi feigned a look of guilt and self-reproach. Even if she washed, that country bumpkin's appearance would never change. The boy standing at the door crossed his arms, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Please, sixth brother, don't say such things. Jiang Yi shot him a reproachful glance, though a hint of smugness lingered in her expression. What did I say? You were uncomfortable last night, too. Why bother looking after her? Can't she manage on her own? The boy's words dripped with impatience and disdain for Jiang Wanwan. Sixth brother, please don't say that. Wanwan is new here and must be unfamiliar with many things. Jiang Yi's voice was gentle and charming as she affectionately led the boy forward. Wanwan, let me introduce you. This is my sixth brother, Jiang Zihong. He may seem fierce, but he is actually quite nice, so don't mind him. As she spoke, Jiang Yi made a playful face at Jiang Zihong, exuding charm and innocence. That is because you, Yi, are so innocent. Jiang Zihong gently ruffled Jiang Yi's hair, his tone softening. However, when his gaze shifted to Jiang Wanwan, his expression morphed into one of disdain. You must be cautious. Do not allow others to deceive you. Jiang Wanwan regarded the affectionate interaction between Jiang Yi and Jiang Zihong with a detached gaze, internally scoffing. Jiang Zihong, the sixth in line of the Jiang family, had inexplicably looked down upon her when she first entered the general's residence, merely due to her tattered appearance. In her past life, she genuinely believed that Jiang Zihong's disdain stemmed from her humble upbringing in the countryside, which rendered her less charming than the pampered and lively Jiang Yi. It was only at the moment of her demise, orchestrated by Jiang Yi, that she realized the latter had already brainwashed Jiang Zihong before her arrival at the estate. Yet, Jiang Yi presented herself as the epitome of innocence and naivety in front of her, which was utterly revolting. I do not mind, Jiang Wanwan replied with a slight smile, her eyes icy, her tone deceptively gentle. But I find you repugnant. At this, both Jiang Yi and Jiang Zihong were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yi furrowed her delicate brows, casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, you slap. Before Jiang Yi could finish her sentence, Jiang Wanwan raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Jiang Yi's fair cheek. Ah! The sudden blow left everyone stunned, as Jiang Yi covered her face in disbelief, staring incredulously at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, what are you doing? Jiang Zihong, taken aback by Jiang Wanwan's audacity, glared at her in anger, momentarily at a loss for words. Sixth brother. Jiang Yi's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Jiang Zihong with a sense of grievance. What am I doing? Were you not watching? Jiang Wanwan shot a cold glance at Jiang Zihong. Jiang Wanwan, this is the general's residence, not a wild place for you to run rampant. Jiang Zihong's fists clenched in fury. You have reminded me that this is indeed the general's residence, where I, as the legitimate seventh miss of the Jiang family, hold my rightful place. Standing her ground with composure, Jiang Wanwan fixed her gaze firmly on Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, that slap was for your utter ignorance, attempting to usurp the position of the legitimate daughter while masquerading as an adopted one. I did not. Jiang Yi's heart jolted as she hastily sought to explain. Slap. Before she could utter another word, Jiang Wanwan delivered another swift slap to Jiang Yi's face, her speed leaving no room for reaction. This slap serves to chastise you for your lack of affection, and for harboring no longing for your biological parents upon realizing your true lineage. Slap. This slap is for your parents' deceitful scheming, attempting to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. One after another, Jiang Wanwan's slaps rained down on Jiang Yi's face mercilessly, leaving her once fair complexion swollen and bruised, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Enough! Jiang Zihong's eyes burned with rage as he restrained Jiang Wanwan's wrist. Jiang Wanwan, you! Jiang Wanwan shot a glance at Jiang Zihong, and in the next moment, raised her other hand to deliver a slap across his face. Slap. This slap is for your inability to discern right from wrong, siding with an outsider while bullying your own sister. Jiang Zihong was taken aback, unable to comprehend that Jiang Wanwan would dare to strike him as well. Jiang Yi, shocked, stared at the imprint of the slap on Jiang Zihong's face, quickly realizing the situation. She rushed to Jiang Zihong, tears streaming down her face like a weeping willow. I'm sorry, sixth brother, it's all my fault for making Wanwan angry. Wanwan, I know you are the true blood of the Jiang family. I have wrongfully occupied your identity for so many years. It is all my fault. I will leave. Please do not argue because of me. What nonsense are you talking about? If anyone should leave, it is this bumpkin. Jiang Zihong looked at Jiang Yi with compassion, his disdain for Jiang Wanwan growing ever stronger. Jiang Yi lowered her head, noting Jiang Zihong's unabashed dislike for Jiang Wanwan, her heart swelling with joy. Jiang Wanwan, go ahead and cause a stir. The Jiang family can only ever have one legitimate daughter, and that is me.
Chapter 3. Xiao'er's mother opened the door for Xiao'er. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's shameless remarks, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but let out a scoff. What are you laughing at, you country bumpkin? Jiang Ziheng shot an angry glare at Jiang Wanwan upon hearing her laughter. I find Jiang Yi's self-importance rather amusing, Jiang Wanwan replied, her eyebrows slightly raised, her lustrous eyes fixed on Jiang Yi. Laced with subtle mockery, feeling the weight of Jiang Wanwan's gaze, Jiang Yi inexplicably felt a pang of guilt, her eyes flickering involuntarily as she instinctively retreated behind Jiang Ziheng, noticing Jiang Yi's actions. Jiang Ziheng could no longer contain his fury. Jiang Wanwan, get out. Jiang Wanwan looked at Jiang Ziheng with a smile that only intensified her cold demeanor. Repeat that. I said, get out, Jiang Ziheng. Overwhelmed by rage, shouted at Jiang Wanwan without a second thought. Jiang Wanwan's laughter grew even more boisterous. Fine, since this general's residence cannot accommodate me, I shall take my leave. As if I were desperate for your general's household. I have endured hunger and cold for so many years outside, yet not once did you show me any concern. Instead, you deem me unworthy. This general's residence was never my home, it was merely a fleeting illusion. With that, Jiang Wanwan turned on her heel and strode out of the room. Hearing her words, Jiang Ziheng felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet, almost instinctively wanting to call her back. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan halted, her back to them, her tone frigid. Jiang Ziheng, remember this day, it was you who let me go. Should you desire my return in the future, it will not be so easy. Humph, I must have been out of my mind to want you back. With Jiang Wanwan's statement, Jiang Ziheng's momentary discomfort vanished, and his words turned harsh once more. Jiang Yi watched Jiang Wanwan leave, her heart filled with delight, yet her expression turned anxious as she glanced at Jiang Ziheng. Sixth brother, Wanwan just returned yesterday, will she leave today? What if father finds out? Do not worry, that country bumpkin chose to leave of her own accord. We did not force her out, leave father to me, Jiang Ziheng reassured Jiang Yi, showing no concern for Jiang Wanwan's departure. Jiang Wanwan left the general's residence with an air of confidence, but as soon as she stepped outside the gates, her complexion suddenly paled, her breath quickening. Looking at her right wrist, where Jiang Ziheng had grasped her, she noticed it had turned a dark shade of purple. Jiang Ziheng truly is a good older brother to Jiang Yi. Shaking off her right hand, Jiang Wanwan brushed it aside and hastened towards the outskirts of the city, her expression betraying a hint of urgency and eagerness from the moment she became aware of her rebirth. She had also sensed the existence of the Shanha pearl. Jiang Wanwan pressed her lips together, a flicker of golden light flashing through her dark pupils. Having been reborn, she deeply understood, at any time, strength is the foundation upon which one stands. Upon exiting the city, she casually sought out a dilapidated temple, and after confirming that no one was around, she willed herself to vanish into thin air. At the moment Jiang Wanwan disappeared, a translucent platinum-colored pearl fell to the ground, rolling and hiding itself within the crevices of a stone corner. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the main hall of the general's residence, slap, the formidable general glared furiously at Jiang Ziheng, unfilial son. Jiang Ziheng bore a bright red handprint on the left side of his face, his lips tightly pressed together in silence. Yet his eyes shimmered with defiance. Jiang Yi hurried forward, pulling Jiang Ziheng behind her. Father, please do not blame sixth brother. It is my fault, I do not know how to make Wanwan happy. And sixth brother merely spoke a few words for me, and then Wanwan's silence. Jiang Lan's face turned crimson with anger. Jiang Yi froze for a moment, lowering her head in a display of grievance. Clutching her garment's hem, looking as if she had been frightened, Jiang Ziheng, seeing Jiang Yi's distress, furrowed his brow. Father, direct your ire at me, this matter has nothing to do with thee. Oh, you wish to protect your sister? Do you? Then both of you go find her. If you cannot locate her, do not return. Jiang Lan glared at Jiang Ziheng with disappointment. You old fool, I was the one who drove her away. Each person must bear their own consequences, why involve thee? Jiang Ziheng retorted defiantly. Old Song, throw them both out, Jiang Lan commanded coldly. Standing beside Jiang Lan, the similarly aged steward Song sighed inwardly and extended a hand to Jiang Ziheng and Jiang Yi. Sixth young master. Seventh miss, the general is in a foul mood. It would be best not to provoke him further. Father, please do not be angry. It is his fault. I will go find Wanwan right away, Jiang Yi said. Concern etched on her face as she quickly agreed, bowing to Jiang Lan before departing. I in the Shanha Pearl spaced, I in the vast and boundless center of a lush green prairie, an ancient towering tree stood. Its existence spanning millions of years, the trunk was so robust that it could be embraced by hundreds of people, its dense canopy nearly obscuring half the sky. Beneath this massive tree, Jiang Wanwan sat cross-legged in mid-air, radiating a soft glow, clearly in the midst of cultivation. Suddenly, a sound broke the prolonged silence of the space. Despite the absence of wind, the enormous tree crown began to sway of its own accord. The rich spiritual energy concealed among the leaves surged toward Jiang Wanwan's body, enveloping her in a brilliant sphere of spiritual power. 1-star Shenling Master, Jiang Wanwan slowly opened her eyes, the energy surrounding her gradually dissipating, revealing her figure. Feeling her newfound strength, a smile graced her lips, a glimmer of light passing through her gaze. After a month within the Shanha Pearl space, she had finally broken through to become a 1-star Shenling Master. In her previous life, she had unexpectedly acquired this Shanha Pearl, which contained a space of merely 200 square meters, desolate and barren. She had thought it to be an ordinary spatial artifact. But upon being reborn, she discovered that the space within the Shanha Pearl had undergone a tremendous transformation. Not only had the area expanded infinitely, but a second space had also been established. Although this space was only 200 square meters, cultivating within it for 10 days equated to merely 1 day in the outside world. Upon realizing this, she had immediately chosen to enter seclusion for cultivation. After a month, with the abundant spiritual energy in the space, she had successfully advanced from a 2-star human spirit master to a 1-star channeling master. It was time to return with a slight smile. Jiang Wanwan willed herself to exit the Shanha Pearl space. Where on earth could that insufferable bumpkin be hiding? Jiang Wanwan mused as she materialized in the dilapidated temple, just in time to hear a familiar voice from outside, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. Isn't that Xiao Er's mother opening the door for Xiao Er? Has Xiao arrived home? Chapter 4. Try kneeling and begging me, sixth brother. Do not worry, Wanwan is new to Ziki City and is unfamiliar with the surroundings. She cannot have gone far, let us search carefully. Zhang Yi spoke gently, a flicker of malice flashing through her eyes when Zhang Ziheng was out of sight. No matter what, she had to find Jiang Wanwan. Your overly kind nature is why you are bullied by that bumpkin, Zhang Ziheng retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi bit her lip, lowering her head with a hint of grievance. Sixth brother, I am not a member of the Zhang family. Wanwan is the one who shares blood ties with you. What right do I have? What nonsense are you thinking? Does mere blood relation erase the 15 years we've spent living together? Zhang Ziheng interrupted Zhang Yi. Just then, a series of crisp applause echoed through the air. Leaning against the doorframe of the dilapidated temple, Jiang Wanwan smiled at Zhang Ziheng and Zhang Yi. What a splendid performance. Do continue, you bumpkin. Zhang Ziheng was taken aback to encounter Jiang Wanwan there, his voice rising in astonishment. Wanwan, thank goodness, we finally found you. Zhang Yi froze for a moment, then a look of surprise spread across her face as she hurried to Jiang Wanwan. Reaching out to grasp her hand, Jiang Wanwan deftly evaded Zhang Yi's touch, a slight smirk playing on her lips. What, is one slap not enough for you? Zhang Yi's expression stiffened, a flash of malevolence crossing her eyes. Bumpkin, what are you talking about? Zhang Ziheng glared at Jiang Wanwan, his eyes filled with fury. To his astonishment, Zhang Ziheng seemed to have a hearing problem as well. Jiang Wanwan shot Zhang Ziheng a dispassionate glance. You, Zhang Ziheng's anger flared, and he strode toward Jiang Wanwan, raising his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Yi lowered her gaze, the corners of her mouth subtly curling upward. As Zhang Ziheng approached, a cold glint flickered in Jiang Wanwan's eyes. With a swift motion, she extended 2 fingers, easily pinching Zhang Ziheng's wrist, applying just enough pressure to elicit a sharp cracked bang. Zhang Ziheng's face paled from the pain as he stumbled back 2 steps. His injured right hand hanging limply by his side, his wrist bone was broken. Sixth brother, Zhang Yi rushed forward, panic etched on her face, upon seeing Zhang Ziheng's right hand unable to bear any weight. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Wanwan, I know you do not like me, you can do whatever you wish, but please do not hurt sixth brother. Very well, then will you leave the general's residence? Jiang Wanwan crossed her arms, watching Zhang Yi with keen interest. Upon hearing this, the sorrow on Zhang Yi's face froze. What was happening? Wasn't Jiang Wanwan supposed to be meek and soft-spoken? Jiang Wanwan, do not go too far. Zhang Ziheng raised his gaze towards Jiang Wanwan, glaring furiously. Was this not an outrageous act of tyranny? Jiang Wanwan let out a light chuckle and stepped closer to Zhang Ziheng, inquiring, Zhang Ziheng, what do you intend to do? Upon meeting Jiang Wanwan's ambiguous gaze, Zhang Ziheng instantly became vigilant. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly rushed forward, placing herself between the two, her beautiful eyes beseeching and innocent as she looked at Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, I was at fault before and made you angry. Please do not quarrel with sixth brother. Come back to the residence with us. Alright, this matter has nothing to do with you. There is no need to plead with this bumpkin. Zhang Ziheng pulled Zhang Yi behind him, glaring at Jiang Wanwan with fury as he warned, Bumpkin, you had better obediently return to the general's residence with me, otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Hearing Zhang Ziheng's words, Jiang Wanwan suddenly burst into laughter, her large round apricot eyes dark and clear, curved into crescent moons with her smile, revealing shallow dimples on either side of her cheeks, innocent and harmless. She appeared utterly adorable. In an instant 8 words flashed through Jiang Ziheng's mind, yet, it was precisely this seemingly soft and harmless girl whose words transformed the countenance of the tall youth. I possess a singular virtue. I am inherently rebellious and despise threats. Care to guess what becomes of those who dare to threaten me? Jiang Wanwan crossed her arms, her smile radiant as she regarded Jiang Ziheng, though she spoke with mirth. There was not a trace of warmth in her eyes. As Jiang Ziheng met Jiang Wanwan's gaze, an inexplicable chill penetrated his very core. Jiang Wanwan, do not think that this will suffice, sixth brother. Zhang Yi interrupted Jiang Ziheng, shaking her head slightly. Seeing this, Jiang Ziheng huffed coldly, silencing himself. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, looking pitifully at Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, what would it take for you to return with us to the general's residence? The smile on Jiang Wanwan's face remained unchanged. Simple, why not try kneeling and begging me? Dream on. Before Jiang Wanwan could finish her sentence, Zhang Ziheng, who had just regained his composure, once again shouted angrily at her. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow lazily and placed her hand to her lips, stifling a yawn. Very well, then we have nothing more to discuss. With that, she turned on her heel and strode towards the dilapidated temple. Wait, seeing Jiang Wanwan about to leave, Jiang Yi panicked and instinctively called out. Jiang Wanwan halted, turning back to look at Jiang Yi, her expression still adorned with an innocent smile. Jiang Yi gritted her teeth in silence. A fleeting flash of hatred in her eyes, before raising her gaze to Jiang Wanwan, tears unwittingly slipping from the corners of her eyes. I will kneel. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Ziheng exclaimed in shock. Watching as Jiang Yi prepared to kneel, he immediately stepped forward to halt her. With tear-streaked cheeks, Jiang Yi shook her head at Jiang Ziheng. Sixth brother, it's alright. As long as Wanwan is willing to return home, I don't mind suffering a little. In a way, whether Jiang Wanwan returns to the general's residence or not, I will not allow you to endure any humiliation, Jiang Ziheng declared, intending to take Jiang Yi away. Jiang Yi's expression shifted to panic as she swiftly shrugged off Jiang Ziheng's hand. No, if Jiang Wanwan does not return, then I will have to marry that scoundrel, Pang Yuxuan. Jiang Ziheng looked at Jiang Yi. His eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Yi struggled to find an explanation, gritting her teeth, resolutely closing her eyes, and suddenly knelt before Jiang Wanwan. I was wrong before. Wanwan, please return home. The last 4 words were nearly squeezed out from between her clenched teeth. Jiang Wanwan looked down at Jiang Yi kneeling before her, her expression suddenly turning innocent. Oh dear, why did you kneel? What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Jiang Yi glared at Jiang Wanwan. A flash of fierce determination crossing her eyes. Jiang Wanwan, do not push your luck. Jiang Ziheng, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward to confront Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan glanced up, casting a cold, piercing look at Jiang Ziheng. An overwhelming pressure enveloping him. In an instant, Jiang Ziheng felt as if his feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move even a finger. How is this possible? Jiang Ziheng stared at Jiang Wanwan in disbelief. How could this bumpkin possess such formidable power? Chapter 5. Truly you, little Chacha, I was disrespectful before. I apologize, please forgive me. Wanwan. Jiang Yi knelt before Jiang Wanwan, eyes closed, gritting her teeth as she endured the humiliation. Shouting Jiang Wanwan, I will repay this humiliation in the future. Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a slight smile as she approached Jiang Yi, crouching down to gently wipe the tears from her face. Leaning in close to Jiang Yi's ear, she whispered in a tone meant only for their ears, is this too much for you, Jiang Yi? If you want me to take your place, show me some sincerity. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yi stiffened, her face turning as pale as a sheet. How could she possibly know? Jiang Wanwan regarded Jiang Yi's panicked expression with satisfaction, quickly rising and retreating, her demeanor still innocent and harmless. Oh, what are you doing kneeling here? Are you mocking me? Jiang Yi, realizing the situation, was filled with rage, her face contorted with hatred, her voice rising sharply. Jiang Wanwan maintained her smile, arms crossed, her gaze icy as she looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, just endure it. The pain of being consumed by the fire spirit and torn apart is seared into my memory. I want you to experience a torment 1,000 times worse than mine before this is over. Faced with Jiang Wanwan's gaze, Jiang Yi involuntarily shivered, a wave of extreme cold surging from her heart, spreading throughout her entire being. No, this is wrong. You are not Jiang Wanwan. Who exactly are you? Jiang Yi's voice sharpened. And she suddenly lunged towards Jiang Wanwan's neck. Jiang Wanwan had long been prepared, deftly sidestepping as Jiang Yi lunged forward, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. What insane ramblings are you spouting? Am I not Jiang Wanwan? Are you? Jiang Wanwan feigned innocence, her expression laced with a hint of terror as she looked at Jiang Yi. So, were you really trying to strangle me just now? You. Jiang Ziheng looked at Jiang Yi with a complicated gaze. In his heart, Jiang Yi had always been gentle and kind, yet the Jiang Yi just now appeared monstrous and terrifying, as if she had transformed into a different person. Only then did Jiang Yi realize something was amiss. Instinctively turning to Jiang Ziheng, noticing the look in Jiang Ziheng's eyes, she felt a surge of panic and hurriedly attempted to explain, I didn't mean to. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Yi sensed a gleam of malicious delight directed at her, and she quickly lowered her head, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. Sixth brother, I don't even know what just happened. Wanwan. Jiang Yi's fearful gaze darted towards Jiang Wanwan, but she hesitated, suddenly speaking sorrowfully, it doesn't matter how you treat me, as long as you are willing to return home. Father is old and longs for a true heir. Seeing Jiang Yi's fearful and bewildered demeanor, Jiang Ziheng furrowed his brows, glaring fiercely at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, what have you done to me? Standing aside. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but give Jiang Yi a thumbs up for her performance. Truly, you deserve an Oscar for your acting skills. Wait, an Oscar? Jiang Wanwan furrowed her brow, puzzled by this sudden thought, before she could ponder further. Jiang Ziheng's gentle voice of reassurance reached her. Do not fear, I am here. Jiang Ziheng positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Yi, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Wanwan. You misspoke, even if father wishes for a true heir, he would surely prefer a daughter as understanding as you rather than some bumpkin who doesn't even grasp the rules. Jiang Yi lowered her head, pretending to cover her face, a smile subtly gracing her lips. Jiang Wanwan scoffed softly, casting a glance at Jiang Ziheng, her tone growing a touch indifferent. Quite right, since that is the case, let us proceed according to the general's residence's customs for welcoming a legitimate daughter home. What did you say? Jiang Ziheng shouted angrily at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan frowned impatiently. I guess your hearing problem worsening, you. Jiang Ziheng, red-faced with rage, found himself momentarily speechless. Sixth brother Jiang Yi's expression darkened, anxiously tugging at Jiang Ziheng's sleeve. Allowing Jiang Wanwan to be welcomed into the residence as a legitimate daughter would essentially announce to the entire Ziki city that Jiang Wanwan was the recognized daughter of the general's residence. What would become of her position then? No, she would not allow such a thing to happen. Jiang Wanwan, do not push your luck. Jiang Ziheng gritted his teeth. Jiang Wanwan chuckled coldly, losing patience with this foolishness. Either welcome me into the residence with the status of a legitimate daughter, or we can part ways here. With that, Jiang Wanwan turned and strode towards the dilapidated temple. Who cares about the title of a legitimate daughter of the general's residence? Upon entering the temple, in order to prevent Jiang Yi and Jiang Ziheng from pursuing her relentlessly, Jiang Wanwan immediately activated her spiritual power, lightly tapping her toes and quickly vanishing from sight. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, with a gentle breeze caressing her, Jiang Wanwan hastened into the city. She sought out a seemingly reputable apothecary and stepped inside. Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with? A young attendant approached her with a warm demeanor as soon as she entered. I wish to sell something, Jiang Wanwan replied with a slight smile. The attendant, undeterred by her modest attire, was taken aback but remained dutiful in his inquiry. Might I ask what the guest wishes to sell? Jiang Wanwan discreetly reached into her sleeve and retrieved a small vial from her spatial pouch. This is a coagulation elixir, she said. The attendant took the delicate jade bottle from her hand, opened it, and was immediately enveloped by a rich fragrance of medicine, with a hint of green mist wafting from the mouth of the vial. A colored medicinal aroma. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he scrutinized the vial. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't imagining things, after several careful observations, he confirmed that he wasn't mistaken. The coagulation elixir was only a 1-star medicinal liquid, not even classified as a pill. How could it emit a fragrance characteristic of 6-star or higher elixirs? Despite the attendant's astonishment, Jiang Wanwan remained remarkably composed. In her previous life, before being taken in by the general's household, she often ventured into the mountains to gather spiritual herbs and sold them to the village's old apothecary. The old apothecary had discovered her innate talent for alchemy and took her as an apprentice, teaching her the art of concocting various medicinal liquids and pills. The fact that she was an alchemist was known only to the old apothecary. Both in her past life and the present. Esteemed guest, the coagulation elixir you present is rather extraordinary. I cannot determine a price on my own, so please wait a moment. The attendant, recovering from his shock, spoke with a newfound respect. Very well, Jiang Wanwan responded with a smile. The attendant then swiftly carried the vial towards the back of the apothecary. In the back courtyard, beneath an ancient banyan tree, a young man clad in a blue long robe lounged on a rattan chair, a small wooden table beside him holding a cup of fragrant tea. His face was partially obscured by a gilded folding fan, leaving one to wonder whether he was asleep or merely resting. The attendant hurried into the courtyard, hesitating momentarily as he considered whether to approach. Clap. The young man suddenly lowered the fan from his face, slowly opening his eyes to reveal an extraordinarily handsome visage. What is it? He inquired, fixing his gaze on the attendant. Seeing this, the attendant hastened forward, presenting the jade vial to him. Esteemed master, someone just came in with this, claiming they wished to sell it, and I could not make a decision. Oh, the young man, intrigued, took the vial, opened it, and was met with a refreshing and pleasant fragrance, a delicate green mist wafting from the small opening. A colored medicinal aroma. A flicker of surprise crossed his beautiful eyes. Could this mere coagulation elixir truly emit a fragrance only found in 6-star or higher pills? The young man examined the vial for a considerable time, and upon confirming it was indeed a coagulation elixir, he couldn't help but smile. Chiyu, please invite the guest to the elegant chamber. I wish to speak with her personally. Asu command. Chiyu replied and quickly departed. He soon found Jiang Wanwan and respectfully addressed her. Esteemed guest, our master invites you to the elegant chamber in the back courtyard for discussion. Jiang Wanwan maintained her composure, nodding slightly at Chiyu as she followed him to the apothecary's rear. In the elegant chamber, the young man casually reclined on a soft couch, idly playing with a folding fan. A silver mask obscured his true features, his hair tied back with a blue hairpin, cascading down his broad shoulders like a waterfall. Though his face was hidden, his aura of nobility and carefree grace was unmistakable, a refined scion of the elite. Upon seeing the young man, Jiang Wanwan silently assessed him. The young man, sensing her presence, glanced up, and for a fleeting moment a glimmer of surprise flashed in his masked eyes. Why is it her? Jiang Wanwan did not overlook the brief astonishment in his gaze, interpreting it as surprise at her humble appearance despite her possession of the coagulation elixir. Please, take a seat, young lady. The young man smiled, extending a hand toward her to indicate a place at the table. Jiang Wanwan, unperturbed, gracefully sat opposite him. Once settled, the young man waved his fan, and a freshly brewed cup of tea was smoothly placed before her. Please enjoy, he gestured. Jiang Wanwan refrained from touching the cup, Smiling as she spoke, I merely wish to sell a vial of coagulation elixir. Noticing her caution, the young man chuckled softly. Might I inquire who crafted this coagulation elixir? Of course, should you provide this information, I would be inclined to offer you a reward. Is there a problem with the coagulation elixir? Wanwan feigned innocence, gazing at the young man. He shook his head with a smile. There is no issue with the coagulation elixir. On the contrary, the purity of yours reaches 100%, truly impeccable. Hearing his praise of the elixir, Wanwan's lips curled slightly. Do you seek more of such quality coagulation elixirs? Indeed, however, I would prefer to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the person who crafted this elixir. The young man's demeanor shifted from casual to earnest as he regarded Wanwan intently. If you know this person, I hope you will inform me. I shall certainly express my gratitude. Looking at him, Wanwan's eyes twinkled as she slowly replied, the coagulation elixir was crafted by me. After concluding her cultivation, she had unexpectedly discovered some items from her past life within her spatial pouch. Among them the coagulation grass. Consequently, she concocted the coagulation elixir, intending to sell it for a new outfit and a hearty meal. She had not anticipated that the proprietor of the Lioli Pavilion would hold her elixir in such high regard, which genuinely surprised her. What did you say? The young man blinked in astonishment. Wanwan raised an eyebrow. I said the coagulation elixir was crafted by me. Upon hearing her assertion once more, he confirmed he hadn't misheard, bursting into laughter as he generously praised her. I never would have guessed that a young lady such as yourself possesses such remarkable skill. After confirming that Wanwan had indeed created the coagulation elixir, the young man wasted no time and directly inquired, might I ask how many more coagulation elixirs of the same quality you have on hand? Wanwan shook her head, not a single one. While the crafting process for the coagulation elixir was not particularly complex, she had only made that one vial to exchange for clothing, thus she had no surplus. The young man pondered briefly before swiftly proposing, how about this? I will buy this vial of coagulation elixir for 100 gold coins. For future collaborations in crafting the elixir, the materials will be provided by my Lioli Pavilion, and after deducting costs, the pavilion will grant you 70% of the profits. What do you think? Wanwan was inwardly astonished. The single vial of coagulation elixir was merely a combination of one coagulation grass and a few ordinary spiritual materials. How could the buyback price be as high as 100 gold coins? More importantly, this individual was willing to grant her 70% of the profits. No wonder alchemists were said to be the wealthiest profession in the 5 continents. After a moment of feigned modesty, Wanwan smiled at the young man. That sounds agreeable. When Wanwan exited the Lioli Pavilion, an hour had passed. This outfit is a gift for my partner. I hope we enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Dressed in a pristine and lovely pale yellow gown, Wanwan looked up at the sky. Her spirits lifted. As dusk approached, the sun sank below the horizon, casting a golden glow upon her, wrapping her in warmth. After watching Wanwan depart, Chiyu returned to the young man, respectfully stating, Master, Miss Jiang has left. The young man remained reclined in his chair, leisurely toying with the coagulation elixir he had just purchased for 100 gold coins, a playful glint in his eyes. Chiyu, deliver this vial of coagulation elixir to Mei Yang. She will know what to do. The young man set the jade vial on the wooden table beside him. Chiyu stepped forward to carefully secure the vial, knowing that Mei Yang was the manager of the Lioli auction house, also a part of the Lioli Pavilion's enterprises. The young man seemed to be intent on generating buzz for the coagulation elixir through the auction house. Observing the young man's relaxed demeanor, Chiyu hesitated before speaking. Master, did you not say that the Lioli Pavilion does not engage in unprofitable transactions? Today, after encountering Miss Jiang, you not only conceded an additional 20% of the profits but also gifted her the illusory firefly treasure skirt. Although it may not be a rare treasure, it is still valued at 3,000 gold coins. Furthermore, when you provided her with the coagulation grass, you even included the storage bag, yet we only possess a single vial of coagulation elixir worth a meager 200 gold coins. The young man placed the jade vial aside, lifted his teacup, and leisurely sipped, responding coolly, is it a loss to acquire an alchemist capable of refining the medicinal properties of coagulation grass to 100%? Chiyu scoffed in disagreement. Even so, she remains merely an ordinary apothecary, not even an alchemist. The young man shot Chiyu a sidelong glance, smiling without retort. Chiyu, oblivious, muttered to himself, moreover, she looks so young. You have indeed hit the nail on the head, the young man chuckled, shaking his folding fan. Wanwan, at the tender age of 15, has already mastered the art of purifying medicinal herbs to an exquisite degree, a feat that even many formidable alchemists might find daunting. To think that his sister, whom he has yet to meet, could surprise him so profoundly is quite amusing. Master, do you imply that Miss Jiang will become a remarkable alchemist in the future? Chiyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed upon the young man. No, the youth swiftly denied, though his gaze lingered ahead with a hint of intrigue. Lost in contemplation, Chiyu's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Akin to that of constipation, the following day, Jiang Wanwan sat in a teahouse, savoring delightful snacks while listening to melodious tunes, thoroughly enjoying herself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Before she could ascertain the cause, a large group of individuals appeared before her in a swift flurry. Subordinate Zicheng humbly requests the seventh miss to return to the manor. A young man clad in deep blue armor stepped forward, his demeanor serious. With a flourish of his robe, he knelt on one knee. Hands clasped in salute, his voice resonant and commanding. We humbly request the seventh miss to return to the manor. As Zicheng's words echoed, approximately 30 similarly attired individuals behind him echoed in unison. Kneeling before Jiang Wanwan in homage, clutching half a pastry, Jiang Wanwan was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to set it down or take a bite. Could someone enlighten her on the nature of this situation? Isn't that the Jiang family army? What is happening? Are they preparing for battle? Are you deaf? Did you not hear the Jiang family army proclaiming the welcome of the seventh miss to the manor? But I've seen the seventh miss, she doesn't look like that. The sudden appearance of the Jiang family army in the teahouse drew considerable attention and speculation from onlookers. Jiang Wanwan caught snippets of conversation. Placing the pastry down, and promptly made her way to Zicheng, curtsying slightly to assist him in rising. Captain Zicheng, as soldiers of the Eastern Realm, your duty is to protect the homeland and engage in battle. Kneeling to me is not appropriate. Jiang Wanwan's voice was gentle, her face adorned with a sweet innocent smile. Zicheng looked at Jiang Wanwan in astonishment. He had been informed by the sixth young master that this unacquainted seventh miss was a wild and arrogant country girl, and he had braced himself for any potential difficulties. However, to his surprise, the seventh miss was remarkably well-mannered and spoke with grace, completely contrary to the wild persona he had anticipated. Quickly recovering, Zicheng spoke once more. Seventh miss, the palanquin is prepared. We kindly ask for your return to the manor. Very well, Jiang Wanwan replied with a charming smile, readily acquiescing. Zicheng slightly stepped aside, allowing her to walk ahead. Jiang Wanwan strode confidently out of the teahouse. A gesture that did not go unnoticed by Zicheng and the Jiang family army, who exchanged approving glances, who claimed that the seventh miss was raised in the countryside, beset by crude habits. Behold her poised demeanor, clad in a soft yellow dress with a white waistband that elegantly accentuated her slender figure. Every movement exuded the grace of a refined young lady. Upon reaching the entrance of the teahouse, she beheld a magnificent palanquin adorned with gold and jewels, the crowning glory being a large lustrous pearl atop it, shimmering under the sun's rays. She also noticed a dark blue flag beside the palanquin, emblazoned with the character Jiang in flamboyant script. This was the banner of the Jiang family army. A tremor of realization coursed through Jiang Wanwan as she composed herself and entered the palanquin with a calm expression. The interior was spacious, seemingly cushioned for her comfort with a thick layer of luxurious brocade, far more comfortable than her own bed. Let us depart. Zicheng's robust voice rang out from outside the palanquin. Jiang Wanwan felt a slight jolt as the palanquin began its steady journey. She had gathered that 15 years prior, the general's wife had given birth in a secluded village where another woman had also delivered a daughter, resulting in a mix-up by the midwife. Heavens, so this is the true seventh miss of the general's manor. Goodness, isn't this a tale from a storybook? Do you not find it odd that the general remained oblivious for 15 years? Raising another's daughter, only now to discover the truth. As the palanquin continued its smooth course, various discussions ensued outside. Jiang Wanwan pressed her lips together, falling into a contemplative silence. She had initially believed that merely arriving in a palanquin with dignity and grace would affirm her status as the legitimate daughter of the general's manor rather than allowing Jiang Yi to assume that role. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of how Jiang Yi and Jiang Zihong had influenced Jiang Lan's decision to send the Jiang family army to welcome her home. Nevertheless, she resolved to embrace her situation. Regardless, her objective had been achieved, even exceeding her expectations. On the main thoroughfare of Ziki City, a lavish palanquin bearing the general's manor's flag, accompanied by a procession of the Jiang family army, made its way towards the manor. Observing this spectacle, the townsfolk stepped aside in awe, and as Jiang Wanwan sat within the palanquin, the murmurs of the crowd persisted. Within a short span, nearly the entire city was aware that the general's manor had mistakenly raised the wrong daughter, and today marked the return of the true heiress. Seventh miss, we have arrived at the general's manor. Zicheng's deep, resonant voice reached her ears from outside the palanquin. All right, Jiang Wanwan softly replied, allowing Zicheng to lift the curtain of the palanquin before stepping out. Thank you, she smiled at Zicheng, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks adorned with charming dimples. Endearing to behold. It is my duty, Zicheng replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Jiang Wanwan paid no mind, lifting her gaze to the grand entrance of the general's manor. Taking deliberate steps inside, upon entering the manor, guided by Zicheng, Jiang Wanwan found herself in the grand hall, where Jiang Yi and Jiang Zihong were seated on either side. Their expressions were far from pleasant. Jiang Yi appeared slightly more composed, feigning a smile despite her internal reluctance, while Jiang Zihong's countenance was unmistakably unwelcoming. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man clad in fitted armor. The master of the general's manor and the renowned General Jiang Lan. He sat upright, exuding an imposing presence, his fierce brows conveying authority without the need for words. As Jiang Wanwan stood in the center of the hall. Her gaze met Jiang Lan's, eliciting a complex swirl of emotions within her. As the esteemed General Jiang Lan seldom graced the manor with his presence. In her previous life, he had only returned briefly on the 7th day after her arrival. Before departing once more, Jiang Wanwan recalled their first encounter, where his impassive demeanor radiated an aura of intimidation. "Has someone wronged you?" was Jiang Lan's initial inquiry. At that time, her timid nature made her quail under his formidable presence. Rendering her pale and shaking her head in fear following her denial, Jiang Lan fell into a prolonged silence, scrutinizing her with piercing eyes, after what felt like an eternity, just as she thought he would not speak again. He responded with a mere, indifferent acknowledgement, before turning away without a backward glance. After that moment, until her demise at Jiang Yi's hands, she never saw Jiang Lan again. Upon laying eyes on Jiang Wanwan, a fleeting emotion flickered in Jiang Lan's gaze, his fists instinctively tightening. "How strikingly similar. This face bears an uncanny resemblance to Lear. Why did you leave the general's manor?" Jiang Lan's expression remained stoic as he regarded Jiang Wanwan, his presence as imposing as ever. Once more, the same tone of questioning emerged, though the words differed. Jiang Lan remained the same fearsome figure revered by the citizens of the Eastern Realm, the steadfast general. Jiang Wanwan inhaled deeply, meeting Jiang Lan's gaze with resolve, her smile faint yet defiant. "I am not pleased this time." She vowed not to live in the shadows of her past, cowering in fear. "Preposterous." Jiang Lan furrowed his brow, glaring fiercely at Jiang Wanwan. "Do you believe this is a place where you can come and go as you please, simply because you are displeased?" Jiang Yi, observing Jiang Lan's rising anger, felt a flicker of delight, though her expression remained composed as she approached him with feigned concern. "Father, do not be angry. Wanwan has just arrived and is unaware that the general's manor differs from Taoyuan village. I am certain that with time, Wanwan will acclimate." Jiang Lan shot a cold glance at Jiang Yi, who paled slightly under his gaze, instinctively retreating a step. Although he said nothing, his look was laden with pressure. Refrained from speaking, Jiang Zihong murmured, pulling Jiang Yi close. Despite his constant reassurances to her, facing Jiang Lan was a different matter entirely. The aura of the general was not something mere mortals could withstand. Not even his own son. Jiang Yi's expression dimmed as she lowered her head, tightening her grip on her sleeves. Her father had never regarded her with such a frosty gaze before. "I am inquiring of you." Jiang Lan's gaze returned to Jiang Wanwan, his eyes fierce and accusatory. "Before I answer your question, might I ask if the general's manor is my home?" Jiang Wanwan gazed steadily at Jiang Lan, her tone composed and neither servile nor arrogant. Even in the face of Jiang Lan's fierce glare, she exhibited no signs of retreat or evasion. "You certainly have the audacity to pose questions to me first. If this were the barracks, you would have been dragged out and given 20 strokes of the military cane." Jiang Lan coldly snorted and spoke. Listening to Jiang Lan's words, a subtle smile curved the corners of Jiang Wanwan's lips, a flicker of amusement crossing her eyes. Although Jiang Lan's demeanor was frigid, his words implicitly conveyed that their blood relation allowed her, as his daughter, to stand here and converse with him. Jiang Wanwan maintained a gentle smile, her voice soft. "I believe that from the moment the general sent someone to escort me back to the residence, the general's mansion would become my home. Not if I am unhappy in my own home. Why should I not be free to leave or return as I please?" Indeed, she had envisioned the general's mansion as a new home, with a revered father and 6 brothers who were the very embodiment of excellence, surrounded by numerous relatives. Yet that was merely the version of herself from the past. Jiang Lan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a response from Jiang Wanwan. Following that, he regarded her with slightly raised brows, the fierceness of his expression dissipating, and a hint of amusement began to glimmer in his eyes. "Well said." Jiang Lan laughed heartily, rising from his seat and taking a couple of steps toward Jiang Wanwan. She lifted her chin slightly, staring at him in a daze. "You are indeed correct. This is your home, and you are free to come and go as you please." However, Jiang Lan's smile vanished in an instant, his expression turning fierce. "Next time you feel displeased, remember to deal with the person who upsets you before you go out to clear your mind. Do you understand?" At the utterance of Jiang Lan's words, Jiang Wanwan noticed the sudden pallor of Jiang Yi's face beside her. In that moment, although Jiang Lan's expression was fierce, it bore an underlying fragility, akin to that of a paper tiger. A smile gradually spread across Jiang Wanwan's face, her eyes curving in delight as she nodded obediently. "I understand." With a smile, Jiang Wanwan perceived the faint glimmer of approval in Jiang Lan's eyes and, in a moment of clarity, realized something profound. As the Grand General of the nation, revered on the battlefield, Jiang Lan was seen by all as an invincible deity of war. Such a figure would naturally not wish for his offspring to be weak and ineffectual. Yet she had clearly suffered indignities and had insisted on denying them, presenting herself as timid and cowardly. Thus, Jiang Lan's gaze upon her must have been one of profound disappointment. If only she had had the courage to stand tall, meet Jiang Lan's eyes, and assert, "Yes, I have been wronged," would the outcome have been entirely different. Having come to this realization, Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of warmth, instinctively blinking to hold back tears. It turned out she was not without love. Noticing the slight redness around Jiang Wanwan's eyes, Jiang Lan could no longer maintain his composure. Warmth spread in his gaze, yet he quickly assumed a facade of sternness. Raising a fist to his mouth in a mock cough, "Ahem, Uncle Song has prepared your room, you should rest now." "Very well." Jiang Wanwan nodded obediently. "Seventh miss, please follow me." Uncle Song, who had been standing beside Jiang Lan, approached Jiang Wanwan with an amiable tone. "Thank you, Uncle Song." Jiang Wanwan replied with a gentle smile, nodding at him. "Not at all." Uncle Song's expression grew increasingly affectionate and kind. "Look at how well behaved the seventh miss is. How could she be the unruly wild girl described by young Master Lu?" As Jiang Wanwan followed Uncle Song out of the grand hall, she greeted passing servants with a smile and a pleasant nod, her demeanor exuding warmth. In this brief journey, Jiang Wanwan had completely won over the servants of the general's mansion. Chapter 9, The Many Virtues of the Jiang Family. The new young lady is absolutely delightful. I adore her. Indeed, after I bowed to her, she smiled and nodded at me. Even though the seventh miss usually treats us well, she still carries herself with a certain air. What seventh miss? From now on, she is Jiang Wanwan. You must address Jiang Yi as Miss E. Oh, right. Uncle Song led Jiang Wanwan to a completely new courtyard, which boasted an expansive flower garden, a pond, a rockery, and even swings and wicker chairs, all creating a cozy atmosphere. Upon seeing this courtyard, Jiang Wanwan's brows lifted slightly, her eyes widening in surprise. "Isn't this the courtyard belonging to my late mother?" In her past life, she had heard tales that there was a courtyard in the general's mansion that only the general could enter. It was said to have been the residence of the general's wife during her lifetime. "Seventh miss, this is the courtyard the general has arranged for you. Please let me know if anything is lacking or if there are any aspects you find uncomfortable, and I will have the servants procure what you need," Uncle Song said, standing beside Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan snapped back to attention, offering Uncle Song a slight smile as she gently shook her head. "This is perfect." It truly was splendid, even exceeding her expectations. She had merely anticipated receiving the treatment befitting a legitimate daughter of the general's mansion. She never imagined that she would be granted access to the very courtyard that had been off limits to all in her previous life. "The seventh miss truly resembles the late madam." Observing the smile on Jiang Wanwan's face, Uncle Song chuckled in response. At his words, Jiang Wanwan felt a stirring in her heart but chose to remain silent, simply smiling. Whether in her past or present life, she had only known that her birth mother had perished during childbirth, yet she had never seen a portrait of her mother in the general's mansion. Thus she had no idea what this mother, whom she had never met, truly looked like. Noticing the faint neutrality on Jiang Wanwan's face and recalling that the general's wife had tragically passed away shortly after giving birth to the seventh miss, Uncle Song sighed internally. Even the false daughter who had been raised in the general's mansion for 15 years had no concept of her mother, let alone this genuine daughter who had grown up in the wild. Having been switched at birth, Uncle Song was about to speak when he noticed Jiang Wanwan's gaze drifting toward a particular direction. He followed her line of sight but only caught a glimpse of a fleeting hem of clothing. "The color. It belongs to Miss E." Uncle Song's eyes flickered, and he quickly comprehended. Raising his gaze to Jiang Wanwan, his voice gentle, "Seventh miss, should you ever find yourself wronged, hold your head high, even if the sky falls. There will be someone tall to support you. The Jiang family has many virtues, one of which is to protect their own." This Jiang Wanwan's smile deepened, and she nodded to Uncle Song. "I understand." "Thank you, Uncle Song." "Seventh miss, you must be weary from your journey. Please rest well. I shan't intrude any longer," Uncle Song said. "Take care, Uncle Song." Jiang Wanwan politely escorted Uncle Song to the courtyard entrance, watching until his figure disappeared from view, before turning to the tightly shut door and gently pushing it open. The interior was spacious, and as Jiang Wanwan quickly scanned the surroundings, she realized that everything here was of the highest quality. Yet an unfamiliar feeling washed over her. In her past life, she had never dared to dream of receiving treatment akin to that of Jiang Yi. This time, however, due to her changed mindset and attitude, her circumstances had dramatically transformed. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Yi sat on a bench, her hands restlessly fidgeting with her dress, her mind racing with thoughts of Jiang Lan and Uncle Song's attitudes toward Jiang Wanwan. This clearly signified the acknowledgement of Jiang Wanwan's status as the seventh miss. What then was her place? No, this was the home she had inhabited for 15 years. She would not relinquish it to a coarse wild girl. "Jiang Wanwan, you are forcing my hand." Jiang Yi's eyes darkened, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. "Missy." Suddenly Uncle Song's voice broke through, startling Jiang Yi, her expression shifting to one of momentary panic as she quickly stood and forced a smile that lacked sincerity. "Uncle Song, what brings you here?" Realizing her countenance was far from favorable, she instinctively lowered her head to conceal it. She had been too engrossed in her thoughts to notice anyone approaching and had no idea how long Uncle Song had been present. If he were to see her, "The weather is turning cool. Missy should not linger here too long lest you catch a chill." Uncle Song spoke in a low, gentle tone, expressing concern. Jiang Yi, unable to discern the underlying tension in Uncle Song's voice, smiled in response. "Yes, thank you for your concern, Uncle Song. I will head back inside." With that, Jiang Yi briefly bowed to Uncle Song and hurriedly made her exit. "Missy, do not force matters. Sometimes taking a step back may be more appropriate." As Jiang Yi rose to leave, Uncle Song imparted this piece of advice with solemnity. Jiang Yi's movements stiffened slightly, and she looked up at Uncle Song, her expression innocent and bewildered. Uncle Song. What do you mean? I misspoke. Please disregard my words, Missy, Uncle Song replied, shaking his head as he departed. Jiang Yi watched Uncle Song's retreating figure, her face contorted with a hint of malice, her teeth clenched tightly. Her eyes filled with resentment. Why should Jiang Wanwan's arrival force her to take a step back? This was her home, where she had lived for 15 years, if anyone should concede. It should be Jiang Wanwan, at the Flower Dew Tea House. What? That wild girl dared to treat you like that? In a private room, a young lady looked at Jiang Yi with astonishment, her expression filled with fury. Jiang Yi sat across from the young lady, her demeanor somewhat conflicted. Long Jia, please do not speak so harshly. After all, Wanwan is father's biological daughter, and having been lost for so many years, it must have been difficult for her, so I cannot blame her. What do you mean, cannot blame her? Long Fian frowned and snapped, slamming her teacup onto the table in anger. You are far too accommodating. That is why you are being toyed with by a wild girl. Jiang Yi lowered her head, her eyes downcast, displaying an expression of helpless grievance. Forget it, no, it cannot simply be allowed to pass like this. If you do not resist, that wild girl will only become more arrogant. Long Fian, filled with indignation, spoke without a moment's thought. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yi looked at Long Fian with a confused and innocent gaze. Sister Long, do you have a plan? Long Fian pondered for a moment, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of calculation. Are you familiar with the sunstar flower? The sunstar flower? What is that? Jiang Yi asked. Her expression one of bewilderment, and her confusion was genuine. Long Fian's lips curled into a slight smile as she explained with satisfaction. The sunstar flower thrives in cold climates. It is a rare medicinal herb unique to the peak of extreme mountains. Its petals resembling the hues of a setting sun, a beautiful gradient of yellow and white. However, the sunstar flower only blooms after the first rays of dawn and withers away within the span of a single incense stick. This Jiang Yi still could not grasp the concept. Sister Long, what exactly is your plan? Just tell me directly. Why the haste? The sunstar flower possesses a chilling potency. Should a spirit master come into contact with it, the cold will seep into their body, potentially freezing their meridians. Did you not mention that the wild girl is quite powerful? If you can devise a way to trick her into fetching the sunstar flower, it would be no small feat given the treacherous terrain of the peak of extreme mountains. Even if she successfully retrieves the flower. Chapter 10. Is this not a bank card? Cold invades the body, meridians freeze. Jiang Yi's eyes brightened as she caught Long Fian's words. Long Fian covered her mouth and chuckled softly, nodding. Precisely, Sister Long, you are truly well informed. However, convincing Wanwan to venture to the peak of extreme mountains may not be an easy task. Jiang Yi furrowed her brow, her expression somewhat troubled. Wanwan was far from the weakling she had investigated and was unlikely to heed her words. You really lack flexibility, though the peak is perpetually snow-covered. The mountains are rich in spiritual materials. Just say you wish to go for training, and bring that wild girl along. You can even send people to set an ambush in advance. Long Fian leaned closer to Jiang Yi, rapidly outlining her plan, her eyes occasionally flashing with a calculating and sinister glint. After hearing Long Fian's entire scheme, Jiang Yi's expression brightened considerably. I understand now. Sister Long, you are truly clever. Long Fian smiled coyly, a spark of mischief in her eyes as she suddenly asked, I heard your second brother is returning today, is that true? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi immediately understood, her lips curving into a smile. Yes. Sister Long, rest assured, when I see my second brother later today, I will tell him I wish to train at the peak of extreme mountains. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Long Fian's cheeks flushed, and she playfully glanced at Jiang Yi. Since you call me sister, I must certainly assist you. Once I marry into the Jiang family, I will be your second sister-in-law. How could I not protect you? Observing Long Fian's bashful demeanor, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile, echoing her. Indeed, second sister-in-law. Long Fian beamed at Jiang Yi's words. Jiang Yi smiled subtly, concealing the shadows in her eyes. Long Fian, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, had inexplicably developed feelings for her second brother Jiang Songrong, and often invited Jiang Yi out to gather information about him. Yesterday, upon learning that her father had given Shuiwei Courtyard to Jiang Wanwan, she panicked, which is why she urgently sought out Long Fian today, hoping to discover any potential solutions. As expected, her gamble paid off. Although Long Fian was clever, she was also rather naive. Jiang Yi merely needed to involve her second brother and that woman in an outing for training, and the subsequent matters would require no further intervention from her. Even if things were to unravel later, it would not concern her in the least. With this thought, Jiang Yi's previously gloomy mood brightened instantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan, who had been schemed against by both Jiang Yi and Long Fian, had also set out early that morning. After returning to the General's mansion yesterday, she entered the second space of the mountain river Pearl, spending the night effortlessly refining all the medicinal materials given to her by the East family of Liuli Pavilion into blood coagulation essence. Jiang Songrong did not expect to see his stepsister again so soon after just one night. Today, he still wore a silver mask that revealed only his eyes and mouth, dressed in a sky-blue long robe that exuded an elegant charm. Miss Jiang, have you come to purchase something today? Jiang Songrong inquired, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he gazed at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan shook her head, responding coolly, I am here to deliver. Upon hearing this, Jiang Songrong appeared slightly surprised. Blood coagulation essence, did Liuli Pavilion provide me with any other medicinal materials? Jiang Wanwan raised her brow, replying in the affirmative. With that, Jiang Wanwan handed him the storage bag containing the materials Jiang Songrong had given her yesterday. Naturally, the bag now contained only the fully refined blood coagulation essence. Jiang Songrong accepted the storage bag, swiftly scanning its contents with his spiritual energy, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Miss Jiang, is this quantity excessive? 166 portions. I accidentally produced a bit more than intended. Jiang Wanwan feigned a bashful smile, somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Songrong had initially provided her with 100 portions of materials, but she had become so engrossed in her work that she only realized afterwards that she had inadvertently produced double the expected quantity. She had considered keeping the surplus 66 portions. But she was genuinely in need of money. 66 portions of blood coagulation essence could amount to a significant sum. Jiang Songrong regarded the bashful girl before him, his lips twitching. 100 portions of materials yielding 66 excess portions of finished product, and all of it perfectly refined within a single night. Was this not miraculous? It was hard to fathom how extraordinary his sister would become once she became an alchemist. Jiang Songrong managed to compose himself, offering Jiang Wanwan a gentle smile, and with a flick of his slender fingers a shimmering golden card appeared between them. Here, Miss Jiang, take this card. In the future, all profits from the blood coagulation essence will be directly deposited onto it. Jiang Wanwan accepted the golden card, which bore the emblem of Liuli Pavilion, a piece of multicolored glass. Although it bore the insignia of Liuli Pavilion, this card was universally accepted across the 5 continents. Used for storing and utilizing gold coins, besides the basic information of the cardholder and the stored amount of gold coins, it also featured a space array and a teleportation array, allowing the cardholder to withdraw the stored coins at any time, and even facilitating transfers between cards, making it exceptionally convenient. Is this not akin to a bank card? A term flashed through Jiang Wanwan's mind, yet she was acutely aware that no such concept existed in the 5 continents. Concealing her unusual thoughts, Jiang Wanwan could not help but be astonished when she glimpsed the quantity of gold coins on the golden card. Looking up at Jiang Songrong, the amount of gold coins within this card, a small token of my appreciation, meant to signify my commitment to retaining a powerful partner for Liuli Pavilion. Jiang Songrong explained with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Does Pavilion Master not worry about misplacing his treasures? I have always had confidence in my judgment, Jiang Songrong replied, his smile unwavering, confidence gleaming in his eyes. As Jiang Wanwan gazed into those self-assured eyes, a fleeting sense of familiarity washed over her, yet she could not place where she had seen them before. Miss Jiang seems puzzled. Jiang Songrong observed her curiously. Jiang Wanwan snapped back to reality, smiling softly. No, I merely find that Pavilion Master bears a striking resemblance to someone I know. Jiang Songrong paused in his gestures, regarding Jiang Wanwan with interest. He did not believe that she had truly recognized him. After all, he had only returned to Ziki City a few days prior, and even his father was unaware of his return, let alone this stepsister of his. Jiang Wanwan did not respond to Jiang Songrong, for she herself could not ascertain whom he resembled. Chapter 11, Journey to the Peak of Extreme Mountains to observe the Sunstar Flower. As she emerged from Liuli Pavilion, the realization that she had exchanged merely 166 portions of blood coagulation essence for a hefty golden card lifted Jiang Wanwan's spirits. Glancing back at the pavilion, she could not suppress the smile tugging at her lips. The feeling of having wealth at her disposal was truly delightful. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Wanwan promptly made her way towards the general's mansion. Second brother, you have finally returned home. This time, you must stay longer. Upon stepping into the general's mansion, Jiang Wanwan immediately heard Jiang Yi's playful voice from afar. Instinctively, she glanced towards the hall, where she saw Jiang Yi seated beside a handsome young man clad in a sky-blue robe, her hands playfully tugging at his arm as she coquettishly whined. The handsome youth, seeing this, gently tapped her head with a gilded fan, affectionately chiding her. You're all grown up, yet still acting like a child with your second brother. It hurts, second brother, Jiang Yi exclaimed softly, raising her hand to cover her head, playfully glaring at him. Jiang Wanwan stood at the entrance of the hall, casting a brief glance without any ripple of emotion, before turning to leave. Such a scene of harmonious sibling affection was not for her. However, just as Jiang Wanwan attempted to withdraw, some individuals could not bear to see her at peace. Wanwan, Jiang Yi's keen eyes spotted Jiang Wanwan outside the hall, and she feigned surprise as she spoke. Then, glancing at the sky, which was rapidly darkening, she revealed a look of concern. Wanwan, is it just now that you have returned? Although this is Ziki City, it is still advisable for young ladies not to be out so late. It could be dangerous. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Zhang Wanwan halted, a look of innocent mirth gracing her face as she approached Zhang Yi. Oh, so the nights in Ziki City are perilous, in Taoyuan village. We have always kept our doors open at night, feeling quite safe. I had thought that Ziki City, as the capital of Donglai Nation, would be equally secure. My apologies, I shall be more cautious in the future. Listening to her, Zhang Lan, seated at the head of the table, frowned and cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Yi. Choose your words carefully, the Donglai Nation is flourishing and peaceful, Ziki City even boasts a night market. Even after dusk, the streets remain bustling and brightly lit, a testament to the city's prosperity and safety. Your remarks imply that the ruler of Donglai Nation fails in governance. Indeed, I misspoke, Zhang Yi replied. Her complexion paling slightly as she bit her lip in silence, bowing her head in contrition. Zhang Wanwan was intentionally making a mountain out of a molehill. Zhang Lan chose to ignore Zhang Yi. Smiling gently at Zhang Wanwan as he beckoned her closer, Wanwan, come here. Let me introduce you, this is your second brother, Zhang Songrong. As Zhang Wanwan stepped forward, she regarded Zhang Songrong with a subtle smile. Greeting him sweetly, hello, second brother Zhang Songrong, playing with a gilded folding fan, observed Zhang Wanwan with amused, twinkling eyes. The evening is approaching snow, and Wanwan is a delightful name. Zhang Wanwan maintained her smile, replying, second brother, your literary talent is commendable. How sweet, I have prepared a gift for our first meeting. Zhang Songrong laughed heartily, producing a beautifully crafted lily of the valley hairpin from his sleeve. What do you think? Do you like it? Zhang Wanwan glanced at the hairpin, which featured two delicate white flowers closely nestled together, adorned with several glimmering golden beads at the base. Elegant and refined. With a smile, Zhang Wanwan accepted the hairpin, a familiar and faint herbal fragrance wafting towards her. Lioli Pavilion, she observed the hairpin in her hand, maintaining her composure as she thanked him. Thank you, second brother. This second brother of hers was free-spirited and charming, a trait that led him to shy away from the strict rules of the general's residence. Often seeking adventure elsewhere, after reaching adulthood, he had left Ziki City altogether, claiming he wished to explore the mountains and waters. As a result, the general's residence rarely saw his presence. She recalled that on the day Zhang Songrong returned, Zhang Yi had sent her to buy pear blossom paste, and after a long wait in line, she had finally acquired it. On her return, she encountered a rabid dog that chased her in a panic. By the time she arrived back at the general's residence, it was already dark, her clothes soiled and her hair disheveled. Back then, Zhang Yi had also remarked that she had no understanding of decorum. And her first meeting with her second brother had been in such a disheveled state. Zhang Wanwan felt a moment of disorientation as she calculated the time. She remembered that in her previous life, her second brother was not due to return for another half-month. Time seemed to have shifted, and moreover Zhang Yi had not summoned her to purchase the pear blossom paste. Could it be that her rebirth and newfound assertiveness had altered Zhang Lan's perception of her, thereby triggering a cascade of subsequent changes? Early the next morning, while Zhang Wanwan was enjoying breakfast, Zhang Yi approached with Zhang Songrong in tow. Wanwan, second brother says he wants to take us to Jifeng Mountain to find the day starflower. You should come along, Zhang Yi said with a bright smile as she stood before Zhang Wanwan. Day starflower. Zhang Wanwan paused, her grip on the bun loosening as she lifted her gaze to Zhang Yi. Indeed, it is said that the day starflower only grows in frigid regions and blooms only after being kissed by the first rays of dawn. It is quite beautiful. Zhang Yi's face radiated with innocent delight. And had Zhang Wanwan not been aware of Zhang Yi's ulterior motives for inviting her to gather the day starflower, she might have mistaken her for a pampered, innocent young lady. The frigid region was certainly not a safe place. Zhang Wanwan took a bite of her bun and spoke nonchalantly. I'm not afraid. You have second brother and sixth brother with you, right, second brother? Zhang Yi beamed at Zhang Songrong. Zhang Songrong, influenced by Zhang Yi's exuberance, nodded at Zhang Wanwan, his tone gentled. It's merely a 3-day round trip to the Jifeng Mountain just outside the city. If you are worried about safety, we can always bring along a few guards. Listening to Zhang Songrong's words, Zhang Wanwan smiled, quickly finishing her bun and casually dusting off her hands. If you are all unafraid, what have I to fear? Then let us set off at once, Zhang Yi exclaimed eagerly, taking Zhang Songrong's arm and leading him outside. Wait, the day starflower only blooms at dawn, Zhang Songrong protested. Being dragged along, I'm just excited to see the day starflower, Zhang Yi retorted, turning around to make a face at Zhang Songrong. Zhang Wanwan paid no mind to the amicable scene unfolding in the courtyard. Grabbing the last piece of bun from the table before rising to follow, in her previous life, Zhang Yi had secretly coaxed her to Jifeng Mountain to pick the day starflower alone. Yet in this life, she was surprised to find herself accompanied by so many others. Despite the unexpected turn of events, her curiosity about Zhang Yi's true intentions remained. Zhang Wanwan munched on her bun. She trailed behind Zhang Yi and Zhang Songrong, moving leisurely. Sixth brother, Zhang Yi exclaimed joyfully, resembling a bird eager to escape its cage as she dashed towards Zhang Zihong, who was already waiting at the entrance of the general's residence. Zhang Zihong stood beside the carriage, and as he saw Zhang Yi approaching, he opened his arms wide to catch her. Why are you running so fast? Be careful not to fall, he admonished gruffly. I am not a child anymore. Jiang Yi pouted defiantly. Is everything ready? Zhang Songrong inquired as he approached Jiang Zihang. Rest assured, Jiang Zihang replied, patting his chest before assisting Jiang Yi into the carriage. He lightly leaped onto the carriage himself, joining her inside. Second brother, hurry up, Jiang Yi urged, lifting the curtain of the carriage window to beckon Zhang Songrong. No rush, I'll wait for Wanwan, Zhang Songrong replied, standing by the carriage. His tall figure resembling a pine tree, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, holding a gilded folding fan with a faint smile adorning his handsome face. Truly, he was the most dashing of the 6 sons of the Zhang family. While Jiang Yi admired Zhang Songrong's striking looks, she suddenly heard the name Wanwan, causing her smile to fade slightly as she regained her composure inside the carriage. Jiang Zihang also caught wind of Zhang Songrong's words and turned his gaze toward the general's residence. He spotted Zhang Wanwan leisurely strolling with a bun in hand. Seeing Zhang Wanwan in such a relaxed state, Jiang Zihang's expression darkened instantly. What an uncouth wild girl, just as Zhang Wanwan reached the carriage. She overheard Jiang Zihang's remark and, with a slight curve of her lips, replied coolly, it appears someone does not welcome me. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Yi, alarmed at this, quickly jumped down from the carriage. Wanwan. At that moment, Zhang Songrong stepped forward, swiftly blocking Zhang Wanwan's path with a gentle smile. Now that you are here, 6th brother speaks without thinking. If you are upset, let me apologize on his behalf. Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan raised her eyebrows slightly, remaining unmoved. I have committed murder. What? Zhang Songrong looked at her in bewilderment. I have committed murder. May I offer you one more apology? Zhang Wanwan maintained her smile as she regarded Zhang Songrong. Zhang Songrong was momentarily at a loss for words. I ask that how you illustrate your point. Jiang Yi, having jumped down from the carriage, also caught wind of Zhang Wanwan's words, her expression turning grim. Wanwan, what are you saying? It's not as serious as you make it out to be. Zhang Wanwan shot a glance at Jiang Yi. Her eyes indifferent, and I see why. Is it not serious enough? Wanwan, why do you look at me like that? Confronted with Zhang Wanwan's frigid gaze, Jiang Yi felt a pang of unease, forcing a pale smile. Could it be that Zhang Wanwan had discovered the plan? No, that couldn't be. After Jiang Yi jumped down, Jiang Zihang followed suit, hastening towards Zhang Wanwan with an angry expression. What is going on? If she does not wish to come, then let her be. Do you really think yourself a young lady who needs to be coddled? I am not. Jiang Yi is. Zhang Wanwan nodded, her tone flat. The smile faded from Zhang Songrong's face as he turned his gaze towards Zhang Zihang, his voice icy. Zihang, apologize. I apologize. Before Zhang Zihang could protest, Zhang Songrong raised his voice sharply, making it clear that refusal was not an option. Only then did Zhang Zihang realize the gravity of the situation, staring blankly at Zhang Songrong, his hands clenched into fists. You want me to apologize to her? Over my dead body? With that, Zhang Zihang stormed off in a huff towards the carriage. Second brother Jiang Yi stood there, somewhat at a loss, before finally casting a desperate glance towards Zhang Songrong. Zhang Songrong let out a soft sigh and helplessly said to Zhang Wanwan, I apologize. Zihang can be rather single-minded. Indeed, Zhang Zihang's earlier remarks had been rather excessive. As Zhang Wanwan observed Zhang Zihang's movements as he prepared to leap into the carriage, her fingertips, concealed within her sleeves, twitched slightly, and an invisible force surged forth in an instant. Bang! Just as Zhang Zihang was about to board the carriage, he suddenly found his footing faltering, stumbling awkwardly and nearly biting his tongue as his chin collided with the carriage. Of 6th brother, Jiang Yi exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Quickly rushing over to support Zhang Zihang, are you alright, 6th brother? I'm fine. Zhang Zihang raised a hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, shaking his head in confusion. It felt as though something had tripped him just now. Zhang Wanwan glanced at Zhang Songrong, a faint smile gracing her lips. A gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. A scoundrel seeks revenge immediately. Zhang Songrong, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Wanwan's assertiveness, shook his head with a light chuckle. So are we still going to Extreme Peak Mountain to see the Starflower? Why not? Zhang Wanwan raised her brows defiantly. She relished the thought of others being unable to tolerate her yet being powerless to change that. Jiang Yi assisted Zhang Zihang into the carriage, tenderly using a handkerchief to dab at the blood on his lips. While Zhang Songrong and Zhang Wanwan climbed into the carriage at that moment, the carriage was sufficiently spacious, with Zhang Wanwan seated opposite Zhang Zihang and Zhang Songrong beside her. Upon seeing Zhang Wanwan, Zhang Zihang emitted a soft grunt, turning his head away as if he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her presence. Zhang Wanwan, uninterested in engaging with this dim-witted fool, simply closed her eyes and began to rest. Due to the previous unpleasantness, despite the 4 of them being in the carriage, none initiated conversation, and a palpable silence enveloped them. After about an hour, the carriage came to a gentle halt. Zicheng lightly tapped on the side of the carriage and respectfully announced, Second young master, 6th young master, Miss 7, and Missy, the terrain within the forest is complex. The carriage can only proceed this far. Hearing Zicheng's voice, Zhang Songrong was the first to jump out of the carriage, followed closely by Zhang Zihang, Jiang Yi, and finally Jiang Wanwan. As Jiang Yi disembarked, Jiang Ziheng exhibited noticeable attentiveness, stepping forward to offer her assistance. However, when Jiang Wanwan was about to leap down from the carriage, Jiang Ziheng had already moved aside, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Jiang Songrong, with half-closed eyes, regarded Jiang Wanwan with a hint of amused mockery, clearly showing no intention of offering help. Instead, Zicheng dutifully approached Jiang Wanwan and extended his arm, saying, "Miss Seven, allow me to assist you." "Thank you." Jiang Wanwan smiled gently at Zicheng, lightly placing her hand on his arm, and gracefully jumped down from the carriage. "You flatter me, Miss Seven. It is my duty. Before we left, the general specifically instructed me to ensure your safety." Facing Zicheng's earnest demeanor, Jiang Wanwan's smile widened. "The general is the general, but I still must express my gratitude." "Certainly." Zicheng looked up at Jiang Wanwan's soft smile, seemingly influenced by it. As his expression softened and a faint smile appeared in his eyes, Jiang Songrong observed the usually stern Zicheng displaying such gentleness in front of Jiang Wanwan, as if discovering a new continent. And he couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Who would have thought that the iron-willed Zicheng would show such tenderness? Chapter 13, Wanwan has disappeared. Seeing Zicheng's unexpected kindness towards Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Yi felt a pang of anxiety, her expression darkening. The Jiang family army was the foundation of the Jiang family. One could say that Jiang Lan's status as the war god of Donglai was partly due to himself and partly due to the Jiang family army. Zicheng was one of the most exceptional members of the Jiang family army. Gaining Zicheng's approval was tantamount to receiving the entire Jiang family army's endorsement. Even Jiang Yi, who had grown up in the general's residence, had never achieved this. Realizing this, a strong sense of crisis surged within Jiang Yi. "Jiang Wanwan must die." "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Ziheng noticed Jiang Yi's pallid complexion and asked with concern. Only then did Jiang Yi come to her senses, offering a faint smile to Jiang Ziheng. "I'm fine, sixth brother, perhaps it's just the heat. I've caught a bit of a chill. If it's too much, perhaps you shouldn't go. But if you wish to see the starflower, I can pick some for you later." Jiang Ziheng frowned and stated directly, "No, the beauty of the starflower lies in its moment of bloom. It must be witnessed in person to hold meaning." Jiang Yi shook her head at Jiang Ziheng, and as he was about to protest further, she tugged at him, urging him into the forest. "Sixth brother, let us hurry. We need to find a place to rest before nightfall." "Second brother, come on." While pulling Jiang Ziheng along, Jiang Yi didn't forget to wave to Jiang Songrong. Jiang Songrong glanced at Jiang Wanwan, smiled, and quickly followed. "Miss Seven." Zicheng observed Jiang Wanwan, his brows furrowed. For some reason, he felt that Miss Yi and Miss Seven were at odds, as if they were deliberately trying to isolate her from the others. "Let us go." Jiang Wanwan spoke softly, leisurely heading deeper into the forest. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's gentle and meek disposition, Zicheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Miss Seven was so naive, oblivious to the bullying she faced. If only Jiang Wanwan knew what Zicheng was thinking, she would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Nav the foolish, Extreme Peak Mountain was located within the Extreme Peak Mountain range, 300 kilometers from Ziki City, with the highest peak being Extreme Peak Mountain itself. In the continent of Wuzhou, strength was revered, and among the strong, those capable of harnessing the essence of heaven and earth were held in even higher regard. The Jiang family was one of the few families capable of cultivating spiritual energy. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, spiritual practitioners were categorized into 10 major realms based on their spiritual strength: Human Spirit Master, Profound Spirit Master, Earth Spirit Master, Acquired Spirit Master, Innate Spirit Master, Spirit King Master, Spirit Emperor Master, Spirit Sect Master, Spirit Sovereign Master, and Spirit Emperor. Each major realm was further subdivided into 9 minor realms. For example, Jiang Wanwan currently possessed the strength of a 1-star Profound Spirit Master. In addition to humans, there were many beasts in the forest that could also absorb the essence of heaven and earth. These beasts were known as magical beasts. Just as human spirit masters can vary in strength, so can magical beasts. With 10 major realms of their own, ranging from minor spirit beasts to divine beasts, the Extreme Peak Mountain range was home to countless powerful magical beasts, and without a modicum of strength, one could easily find themselves in peril within the forest. The night forest, with its obstructed vision, was even more treacherous. "Stay close to me. The forest is dangerous." Jiang Ziheng instructed Jiang Yi. "I understand." Jiang Yi replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you, sixth brother. If you feel tired, do let me know." "I know, sixth brother. You worry too much." Jiang Yi pouted playfully, scrunching her nose in frustration. "Second brother, look at sixth brother." Sixth brother is just concerned for you." Jiang Songrong smiled as he watched, speaking only when Jiang Yi mentioned him. The 3 siblings walked together, completely disregarding Jiang Wanwan, as if they existed in their own world. Jiang Wanwan trailed behind, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Seemingly at ease, as if she were on an outing, the group continued walking through the forest, unknowingly passing another hour. During this time, Jiang Yi made every effort to keep Jiang Songrong and Jiang Ziheng engaged, clearly attempting to isolate Jiang Wanwan. However, Jiang Wanwan was utterly unconcerned by Jiang Yi's childish and foolish actions, instead relishing the solitude. In fact, while trailing behind, she discovered numerous useful spiritual materials, quietly collecting them and placing them into her mountain river pearl. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and the others remained oblivious, with only Ziqing closely following Jiang Wanwan, occasionally helping her dig in the soil. As dusk began to settle, the group finally arrived at the foot of Extreme Peak Mountain. Zhang Songrong looked up at the dimming sky and spoke softly, "Let us find a place to rest for the night. We can prepare to climb tomorrow. It's getting dark. The dangers in the forest will increase." Zhang Ziheng nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi also chimed in, "I think this spot is quite nice. There is a large tree over here. Then let us settle here." Zhang Songrong agreed with a nod. "I'll go hunting." As he spoke, Zhang Ziheng was already heading off to the side. At that moment, Zhang Songrong furrowed his brow slightly. "Where's Wanwan?" Zhang Yi paused momentarily, seeming not to have heard Zhang Songrong's words. As she busily retrieved tent assembling tools from her storage bag, Zhang Songrong frowned, having not seen Zhang Wanwan for quite some time. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over to Zhang Yi and said, "You stay here, I'll go look for Wanwan nearby." At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly cried out in alarm, her face ashen. "A snake! There's a snake!" Zhang Songrong turned around and, as expected, spotted a small snake. Its body a vivid yellow, slithering out from the grass, its crimson eyes fixed on Zhang Yi, poised to strike swiftly. Zhang Songrong raised his hand and flicked it, sending a sharp flying knife from his fingers, which landed with pinpoint accuracy at the snake's vital spot, piercing it and burying it 3 inches deep into the earth. Zhang Songrong quickly approached, retrieving the knife and seizing the lifeless body of the snake. "It's a danlin snake, harmless. We can have snake soup for dinner tonight," he said to Zhang Yi hastily. Zhang Yi's expression relaxed, and she patted her chest, smiling at Zhang Songrong. "Thank goodness you're here, second brother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Songrong's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of hesitation. "Second brother, what's wrong?" Zhang Yi asked, feigning ignorance as she noticed his troubled expression. "Wanwan's missing." Zhang Songrong sighed softly, his voice calm. Zhang Yi gasped, clutching Zhang Songrong's sleeve in alarm. "Wanwan's not in danger, is she?" While Zhang Songrong remained silent, his brow furrowing deeper, clearly troubled. Chapter 14 Everything's fine. Rong Dongjia. Observing Zhang Songrong's demeanor, Zhang Yi released her grip on his sleeve and spoke gently. "Second brother, you should go look for Wanwan. I can take care of myself." With that, Zhang Yi lowered her head, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the deceased danlin snake, a subtle shiver coursing through her. Zhang Songrong noticed her feigned bravery despite her evident fear, furrowing his brow as he abandoned the thought of searching for Zhang Wanwan. "Never mind, Ziqing has been with Wanwan. She should be safe." Yet a nagging doubt lingered. But is it really okay? Zhang Yi bit her lip, pretending to hesitate. Just then, the nearby bushes rustled, and Zhang Songrong's vigilance heightened. Hiss! At that moment, another bright yellow danlin snake rapidly emerged, but before Zhang Songrong could react, a figure appeared, effortlessly capturing the snake in an instant. "Wanwan's?" Zhang Songrong gazed at the sudden apparition, astonished. Zhang Wanwan held the snake by its vital point, allowing its body to coil around her wrist, smiling as she spoke. "Snakes are cold-blooded creatures, yet the danlin snake is unique among them. It has but one mate throughout its life and always travels in pairs. Unfortunately, danlin snakes possess little aptitude for cultivation, their abilities generally akin to those of minor spiritual beasts. If I recall correctly." "Zhang Yi, you are a spirit master." Zhang Wanwan tilted her head, innocently gazing at Zhang Yi. "As a spirit master, how could one fear a mere ordinary spiritual beast? If this were to become public knowledge, it would surely provoke laughter across the entire continent of spirit masters." At Zhang Wanwan's remark, the expressions on Zhang Yi and Zhang Songrong's faces shifted subtly. Zhang Songrong studied Zhang Yi, though his visage revealed no emotion. The calmness in his eyes only heightened Zhang Yi's anxiety. Her complexion paled slightly as she looked at Zhang Songrong pitifully. "Second brother, I'm just so frightened of snakes." Observing Zhang Yi's pale and sorrowful expression, Zhang Songrong's heart softened. He raised his hand and gently ruffled Zhang Yi's hair, reassuring her. "It's all right, second brother is here." Zhang Wanwan made a disinterested sound, rolling her eyes at the two, then proceeded towards a nearby tree. Clutching the danlin snake, leaning against the trunk, she waited a moment until Ziqing emerged carrying a bundle of dry twigs, nodding at Zhang Wanwan before starting a fire. As the fire crackled to life, Zhang Ziheng returned empty-handed, a thin line of blood tracing down his face, his expression far from pleasant. "Sixth brother, you're hurt." Zhang Yi rushed forward in a flurry of concern upon noticing the injury on Zhang Ziheng's face. "It's nothing serious," Zhang Ziheng replied, shaking his head as he retrieved a few fruits from his storage pouch. "I haven't seen any magical beasts around here. Let's eat some fruit to tide us over tonight. When we return, I'll treat you to something better." Zhang Yi accepted the green fruit he offered, smiling as she said, "It's all right, sixth brother. We have the danlin snake. Seventh miss, the fire is ready. Do you need the snake meat to be roasted?" Ziqing inquired earnestly. After stoking the flames, Zhang Wanwan glanced at the not-so-plump danlin snake, pulling out a ceramic pot from the space of the mountain river pearl. "Let's make snake soup." The night's chill in the forest made the idea of snake soup quite appealing. "Very well," Ziqing replied, then began preparing the danlin snake. Zhang Wanwan casually fetched a small stool, sitting beneath the tree, her hands cradling her cheeks as she awaited the soup. Zhang Songrong observed Zhang Ziheng and Zhang Yi, who were also preparing the snake, and quietly made his way over to Jiang Wanwan. I apologize, he began, standing before her. Without sixth brother here, being a young girl, could be in danger in this forest at any moment. It's alright, Jiang Wanwan replied with a gentle smile, her lips curling up, surprised by her cheerful demeanor. Jiang Songrong raised an eyebrow. Jiang Wanwan maintained her cheerful expression but shifted her focus to Zicheng, who was stirring the soup. He is relatively weak. It's imperative you prioritize her safety, without any reservations, right, Rongdongjia? Jiang Wanwan's voice rang out slowly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Songrong's smile faltered slightly, and he looked down at Jiang Wanwan. When did you find out? Jiang Wanwan rested her chin on her hands, seemingly ignoring the question, her gaze fixated on the steaming soup. The two stood in silence, neither willing to break the stillness. After a while, the fragrant aroma of the soup wafted through the air. Jiang Wanwan, disregarding the others, rose and moved towards the fire, bringing her stool along. Zicheng immediately filled a bowl with snake soup and presented it to Jiang Wanwan. Seventh miss, please be careful, it's hot. Jiang Wanwan smiled in gratitude, cradling the bowl and sipping it slowly. With each taste, the rich flavor warmed her insides, causing her to squint in delight. Observing her contented expression, Zicheng discreetly pressed his lips together, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. With such a soft and charming demeanor, it was no wonder the general held her in such high regard. Zicheng fetched another empty bowl and filled it for himself. Just as he was about to savor the soup, a thought struck him, and he glanced at Jiang Songrong. The meat from a single danlin snake was limited. Even in soup it barely sufficed for 3 people. Only enough to leave them somewhat satiated. He hadn't spent much time with the seventh miss and was uncertain of her appetite. Don't worry about me, I'll just go over to Jiang Songrong interjected before Zicheng could suggest sharing a bowl with him. Acknowledging Jiang Songrong's words with a nod, Zicheng filled his bowl and began to drink. Oh dear, sixth brother, flip it over quickly, it's burning. Oh right. Suddenly, a massive flame leaped up, instantly incinerating the danlin snake to ashes, leaving nothing but a pile of charred remains. Jiang Songrong, who was preparing to enjoy the roasted snake meat, was left speechless. It seems I spoke too soon. Coughing, Jiang Yi instinctively stepped back, her face and clothes inevitably dusted with ash. Looking rather disheveled, did we roast it all away? Jiang Yi snapped back to reality, staring at Jiang Ziheng, who held nothing but a charred stick, her expression turning sour. Embarrassed, Jiang Ziheng tossed the stick aside, wiped his hands, and retrieved 2 fruits from his storage pouch. How about we just eat some fruit instead? As he spoke, he reached out to hand the 2 fruits to Jiang Yi with a laugh. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but find amusement in the sight of the two, disheveled and smoke-stained. Hearing her laughter, Jiang Yi turned her gaze towards Jiang Wanwan, who was holding a steaming bowl of snake soup, her face beaming with joy, her delicate features glowing in the steam's warmth. No, those fruits are sour and bitter. I won't eat them. Jiang Yi, incensed by Jiang Wanwan's demeanor, swatted the fruits from Jiang Ziheng's hands. Jiang Ziheng, taken aback by her reaction, stood frozen for a moment, astonished as he looked at Jiang Yi. Chapter 15. In the midst of their awkward silence, Jiang Wanwan rested her chin on her hands, keenly observing Jiang Yi with evident interest, playing the role of an engaged spectator. After venting her frustration, Jiang Yi momentarily regained her composure, her expression troubled as she instinctively lowered her head, nervously biting her lip. Feeling out of sorts, this tumultuous journey had been taxing. Having been pampered in the general's residence since childhood, she had never experienced such fatigue before. Just as the group fell into an uncomfortable silence, Jiang Songrong fanned himself with his paper fan and spoke softly. Upon hearing him, Jiang Yi looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, cascading down her cheeks. Second brother, alright, if you don't want to eat the fruits, you need not. Jiang Songrong replied gently. I have some provisions prepared, let us eat those for now. Jiang Songrong produced a bag of hard, unyielding rations and presented it before Jiang Yi, admonishing, you mustn't express any disdain. The day has grown late, and venturing out now would be perilous. Let Xiao Lu hunt for you tomorrow. Jiang Yi, aware of her recent shortcomings, felt grateful for Jiang Songrong's understanding. With a demure demeanor, she accepted the provisions and turned to approach Jiang Ziheng, delicately tugging at his sleeve while offering him the rations. Sixth brother, I was wrong earlier, please don't be angry. At Jiang Ziheng, taken aback by Jiang Yi's timid appearance, rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I'm not angry, it's my fault for not finding food. Just wait, and tomorrow I shall bring you a plump elk so you can eat your fill. Yes, I believe in you. Sixth brother, Jiang Yi beamed, her face radiant as she gazed up at Jiang Ziheng. Nearby, Jiang Wanwan observed the sibling camaraderie with growing disinterest. With a sigh, she downed the now lukewarm snake soup in her hand and glanced at a nearby large tree. With a light touch of her toes, Jiang Wanwan leapt gracefully to a branch, reclining against it with her hand as a pillow, her right leg bent slightly, her long hair and robe cascading down naturally. She slowly closed her eyes. As Jiang Wanwan settled into a serene slumber, Jiang Songrong and the others hastily extinguished the campfire and sought out spots to rest. The surrounding atmosphere grew tranquil, with darkness enveloping the land, and the faint hum of insects filling the air. Just as Jiang Wanwan was on the verge of drifting off, a faint rustling sound broke through the darkness. Her eyelids fluttered, the rustling persisted. Jiang Wanwan remained still, while hidden in the underbrush. Longfian furrowed her brow, her anxiety mounting. What's going on? Is Jiang Wanwan truly that deeply asleep? My lady, perhaps we should make a bit more noise? Suggested a nearby black-clad guard in a hushed tone. No, Longfian retorted sharply without hesitation. Zhang Songrong was formidable. Any increase in noise would undoubtedly raise his awareness. Concealed in the shadows, Longfian's gaze fixated on the figure perched on the branch. Gritting her teeth, she picked up a small stone from the ground and, after a moment's hesitation, hurled it at the figure above. Bang! Just as the stone seemed poised to strike Jiang Wanwan's face. She absent-mindedly waved her hand, deflecting it. The stone rebounded, striking Longfian squarely on the head, causing it to swell instantly. The surrounding black-clad guards, witnessing Longfian's misfortune, promptly lowered their heads, feigning ignorance. That wild girl did it on purpose. Longfian glared at the figure above, her teeth clenched as she muttered, "Damn it, you all will regret this." Suddenly, before she could finish her thought, a multitude of black-clad figures surged from the brush, each radiating an overwhelming aura of menace as they charged towards Jiang Wanwan's location. The palpable threat snapped Zhang Songrong and Zhang Zihong to attention. In an instant, they dashed to Zhang Yi's side, forming a protective barrier around her. Whoosh! An arrow sped towards Jiang Wanwan. She opened her eyes, an alarm rolled, and deftly leapt down from the branch just as the arrow pierced through, causing the branch to crash to the ground. At that moment, Zicheng appeared, his sword gleaming ominously in the darkness, expertly intercepting the falling branch to protect Jiang Wanwan. Seventh miss. Zicheng swiftly reached Jiang Wanwan's side, his grip firm on a silver sword. Meanwhile, Longfian, still lurking in the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. She turned to the black-clad guard beside her, and upon receiving her intent gaze, he shook his head. My lady, they are not our people. They wouldn't act without your command. Longfian's focus sharpened as she observed the chaos unfolding before her, particularly the attention directed towards Jiang Wanwan upon seeing Jiang Wanwan and Zicheng encircled by a group of mysterious assailants. A cold glint flickered in her eyes, gritting her teeth, she hissed, "Attack together. Whoever brings me Jiang Wanwan's head shall be rewarded with double." Yes, the black-clad guards responded in unison, charging forth. The once quiet night erupted into chaos as numerous assailants surrounded Jiang Wanwan and her companions. Launching a frenzied assault, whoosh, one of the black-clad figures broke through the tumult, brandishing a wickedly sharp dagger that gleamed ominously in the moonlight as it lunged for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt a surge of fear wash over her, her face paling as she cried out and instinctively dodged. In that instant, she inadvertently exposed Zhang Zihong's back. Engaged in a fierce struggle against two opponents, Zhang Zihong had no time to consider the danger Zhang Yi had unwittingly placed him in. Sure enough, as he sensed the imminent peril behind him and attempted to evade, it was too late. Just as the assailant's blade was about to cleave him in two, a petite, agile figure sprang forth like a specter. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted from Jiang Wanwan, shattering the black-clad figure's blade. At the same time, Zicheng dashed to her side, his silver sword piercing through the assailant's abdomen with precision. Fool! Jiang Zihong blinked in disbelief at Jiang Wanwan's sudden appearance behind him. A wave of inexplicable emotion surging within him. However, Jiang Wanwan had no time to exchange words, as three more black-clad figures approached, their murderous intent palpable, suppressing the metallic taste of blood rising in her throat. Jiang Wanwan bravely confronted the threat head-on. The first wave of attackers, clearly dispatched by Zhang Yi, proved less formidable and were swiftly dispatched by Jiang Wanwan and Zicheng in unison. In stark contrast, the second wave of unknown assailants was not only more numerous but also far more powerful, and within a brief span, all of Jiang Wanwan's group bore the marks of battle. As the situation grew increasingly dire for the few individuals present, Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of anxiety. If she were alone, escaping would be a trivial matter. However, the current circumstances were far more complicated. While Zhang Yi was expendable, Zhang Zihong and Zhang Songrong were, after all, her blood relatives. In the midst of her rapid contemplation, she suddenly noticed a small red snake, roughly the size of an infant's arm, weaving through the chaos of the crowd. The little serpent glimmered with a faint crimson energy. Darting nimbly among the throng of black-clad assassins, Jiang Wanwan keenly observed that these dark figures seemed intent on capturing the small red snake. What a cunning little creature, using itself as bait to divert the attention of the black-clad killers. Narrowing her eyes, a glint of cold light flickered within them. In the next instant, Jiang Wanwan swiftly lunged, deftly seizing the little serpent as it scuttled between the feet of the crowd, clearly taken aback by her sudden action. The snake stiffened momentarily before rapidly thrashing about in an attempt to escape. However, Jiang Wanwan firmly grasped it by its vulnerable midsection, rendering its struggles futile. Now, you poor thing, you're injured. Don't squirm about, or I'll feel heartbroken. She cooed, one hand clenching the snake while the other tenderly stroked its cool, smooth head. The little serpent stared back at her with its black golden slit pupils, displaying a remarkably human-like expression of astonishment. What nonsense is this woman uttering? Just as Jiang Wanwan finished her words, the surrounding assassins turned their collective gaze towards her. Kill, commanded one of the black-clad figures, evidently the leader of the group. As he caught sight of the little snake in Jiang Wanwan's grasp. In the blink of an eye, the assassins surged toward her. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiang Wanwan turned on her heel and fled without a backward glance. What a fool! Upon witnessing all the black-clad assassins pursuing Jiang Wanwan in unison, Jiang Zihang's brow furrowed in concern, and he instinctively prepared to follow. Wait, just as Jiang Zihang was about to rush forward, Jiang Songrong quickly reached out to stop him. Bang! Before Jiang Songrong could explain, a sudden commotion arose nearby, and Jiang Yi collapsed to the ground without warning, her face ashen. Both Jiang Songrong and Jiang Zihang's expression shifted dramatically as they rushed to her side. Jiang Yi lay on the ground, her eyelids fluttering slightly, and upon sensing Jiang Zihang and Jiang Songrong's presence around her, her previously frantic heart gradually found calm. Xiaolu, take Yi back first, Ziqing and I will pursue Wanwan. Jiang Songrong instructed hastily. Jiang Zihang frowned, instinctively countering, second brother, I'll chase after the fool, you take Yi back to the estate. Without waiting for Jiang Songrong's response, Jiang Zihang thrust Jiang Yi into Jiang Songrong's arms and dashed off in the direction Jiang Wanwan had fled. Jiang Songrong, taken aback by Jiang Zihang's evident concern for Jiang Wanwan, felt a subtle smile cross his face. Just as he noticed Ziqing preparing to follow suit, Jiang Songrong quickly added, Ziqing, escort Yi back to the estate. I shall follow behind. Jiang Zihang's impulsive nature could lead to unforeseen trouble, and it would be difficult to manage should anything go awry. Hearing Jiang Songrong's command, Ziqing replied impassively, apologies, second young master, but my duty is to protect Miss Seven. With that, Ziqing propelled himself forward, disregarding both Jiang Songrong and Jiang Yi. In an instant, only Jiang Songrong and Jiang Yi remained. Jiang Songrong regarded Jiang Yi, who lay unconscious in his arms, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Though his eyes gleamed with coldness, now that everyone has left, do you still intend to feign unconsciousness? Upon hearing Jiang Songrong's words, Jiang Yi's breath hitched, yet she remained motionless. Chapter 17, Do you wish to hear my defense? Jiang Songrong gently set Jiang Yi down on the ground and made his way toward a thicket of dense trees. Miss Long, has squatting there for so long made your legs numb? Long Fian, hidden in the underbrush, stood awkwardly, her expression slightly stiff. For Jiang, second young master. Jiang Songrong's lips curved into a faint smile, though his eyes remained frosty. He addressed Long Fian with polite detachment, as Miss Long is a close friend of Yi. I trust you can take care of her. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. With that, he folded his fan and, as a gust of wind swirled around him, vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. As Jiang Songrong departed, Long Fian's face turned as pale as a sheet, her entire demeanor seemingly drained of strength as she stumbled and fell to the ground. It's over, everything is over. The way Jiang Songrong had looked at her moments ago was devoid of warmth. After lying on the ground for a considerable time without hearing any sounds, Jiang Yi finally slowly opened her eyes. Incredulity washing over her as she found herself utterly alone. Her brothers had actually left her here. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan, clutching the little red snake, sprinted deeper into the forest, pursued relentlessly by a horde of black-clad assassins. However, she did not manage to escape far before her progress was abruptly halted by a wide river, its waters swirling rapidly, seemingly bottomless. Standing at the riverbank, she glanced back at the assassins closing in on her, each wielding weapons and fixating their sharp gazes on her. Before her stood dozens of formidable assassins, while behind her lay the treacherous waters and impasse. Jiang Wanwan felt tears of despair welling in her eyes as she glanced down at the little serpent still clutched in her hand. A flicker of brilliance igniting within her gaze, without hesitation she declared, You desire this snake, do you not? Release me, and I shall deliver it to you. Just as her words fell, the little snake suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on Jiang Wanwan's palm. In an instant, a crimson glow of a pact illuminated the arms of both the serpent and Jiang Wanwan. In the blink of an eye, the little snake vanished, replaced by a vibrant red snake-like tattoo coiling around Jiang Wanwan's pristine arm. What a painless vibrant tattoo, wait, it's a 1-second transformation. Jiang Wanwan's eyes brightened with surprise, but the next moment, sensing the impending danger, she sharply turned to face the approaching assassins, their eyes burned with murderous intent. And a chill ran down her spine. It's over, I'm done for. With a forced smile that belied her fear, Jiang Wanwan addressed the assassins, but would you care to listen to my defense? Kill. The black-clad figures offered her no opportunity for argument, mercilessly issuing the command as they charged towards her with their blades drawn. How uncivilized! Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in shock as one of the assassins lunged at her with a long knife. Reacting swiftly, she sidestepped the attack and seized the moment to strike the assailant's wrist with a precise blow. The assassin winced in pain, his grip on the knife faltering, allowing Jiang Wanwan to snatch it away without hesitation. With a swift motion, she cleaved it across his neck, and he fell lifeless to the ground, the act executed with unerring precision. Simultaneously, another assassin approached from behind, knife in hand, attempting a stealthy attack. Sensing the threat, Jiang Wanwan moved like lightning, pivoting to hurl the knife with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the assassin's abdomen. Jiang Wanwan's speed was astonishing. Even as the knife struck true, the assassin remained frozen in his attacking stance. Suddenly, a rain of arrows descended from above, and Jiang Wanwan's expression shifted as she instinctively leapt into the rushing river behind her. Fool, Miss Seven, Wanwan. At the very moment Jiang Wanwan plunged into the river, Jiang Zihong Zicheng and Zhang Songrong arrived in quick succession, each catching sight of her perilous leap, their faces paling in alarm as they surged forward with urgency. Thud thud thud. A barrage of arrows rained down like a storm. Crashing into the churning waters, leave none alive, barked the leader of the assassins, swiftly commanding his subordinates to pursue Zhang Songrong and the others. As the chaos ensued, Zhang Wanwan surfaced from the river. Leisurely swimming toward the bank, the waters were turbulent, and despite her familiarity with swimming, it took considerable effort for her to reach the shore. Once on land, she dared not linger, fearing the assassins might catch up. With a flicker of intention, she vanished from sight. Within the confines of the Shanhua Pearl, Zhang Wanwan finally allowed herself to relax, reclining on the soft grass and exhaling a long sigh of relief. At that moment, however, she sensed a surge of spiritual energy within her body. Surprised, Zhang Wanwan sat up and, without a moment's hesitation, crossed her legs, forming seals with her hands to dismiss any distractions, quickly entering a state of meditation. As she began to cultivate, the spiritual energy within the Shanhua Pearl surged, visibly coalescing toward her, flowing into her being. A substantial amount of spiritual power enveloped her, manifesting as swirling mists that surrounded her, rendering her ethereal as if a celestial being had descended, breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, a tattoo on Zhang Wanwan's left arm flickered with a crimson glow, and a small snake, radiating a red luminescence, emerged, languidly resting beside her hand. The little red snake had also ascended in rank, its black golden vertical pupils fixated on Zhang Wanwan, a complex and inscrutable expression adorning its countenance. A soul contract, a connection of spirits, a lifetime of coexistence, and a shared demise. This woman is actually of the beast god bloodline. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy surrounding Zhang Wanwan gradually dissipated, and she slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of joy and astonishment illuminating her gaze as she sensed the newfound power coursing through her. She had unexpectedly broken through 2 ranks consecutively. Filled with delight and surprise, Zhang Wanwan suddenly noticed the gaze of the little red snake, promptly seizing it in her hand, although she was unsure of the circumstances. Her instincts told her that this unexpected breakthrough was undoubtedly linked to the little red snake. The instant their eyes met, the little red snake became instantly wary, instinctively retreating a short distance. Zhang Wanwan smiled gently and effortlessly grasped the little red snake. Woman, what do you intend to do with me? The little red snake struggled, baring its sharp fangs at Zhang Wanwan. Stay still, you little serpent. Even injured, you remain restless. Zhang Wanwan raised her hand and lightly struck the little red snake on the head. The creature was momentarily dazed, its vertical pupils losing their sharpness, appearing as if 2 coils of incense were spinning in circles. After a while, the little red snake regained its composure and bared its fangs at Zhang Wanwan. You are the serpent. Your entire family is serpents. Chapter 18. The demon lord Yinjua. Zhang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Inspecting the little red snake, she soon realized that while it resembled a small snake, it differed in several aspects. Its injured tail surprisingly bore a fin, and its snakehead sported a pair of inconspicuous horns. Moreover, the blood-red scales glistened with a smooth sheen, resembling fish scales more than snake scales. Upon closer inspection, she concluded, you are neither fish nor fowl. Quite unsightly. Zhang Wanwan scrutinized the little red snake with a look of disdain. Playfully poking and prodding it, flipping it over and over, the little red snake, bewildered by Zhang Wanwan's antics, became increasingly vibrant in its scarlet scales. You shameless woman, release me, shameless woman. Zhang Wanwan arched an eyebrow, chuckling softly. Even in my hunger, I wouldn't stoop to such depths. You are the beast. Your entire family is beasts. The little red snake glared at Zhang Wanwan with indignation. This damned woman, once I recover, I shall devour you whole. Enough, remain still. Zhang Wanwan gently tapped the little red snake's head, her tone impatient but with a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. In the midst of their exchange, Zhang Wanwan held the little red snake in one hand while her other hand flipped in midair, palm facing upwards. In the next moment, a sharp knife and a small jade bottle materialized seemingly from thin air. The little red snake squinted at the suddenly appeared knife. Zhang Wanwan grasped the knife, carefully excising the decayed flesh around the little red snake's wound. Although the little red snake was displeased, it recognized that Zhang Wanwan was tending to its injury and remained motionless, allowing her to remove the necrotic tissue. Once the wound was treated, Zhang Wanwan applied a blood-coagulating liquid to the little snake's injury before retrieving a bandage to wrap it. All done. Zhang Wanwan beamed at her handiwork, her eyes crinkling with satisfaction. The little red snake flicked its tail and glanced back to see a pink bandage neatly tied at the tip of its tail, adorned with a perfectly formed bow. How is it? Does it look good? Zhang Wanwan gazed at the little red snake with her large, watery almond eyes, cradling her chin in her hands. I am male. Bah, I am a man. If the little red snake had a face, it would surely be as dark as night. I am aware. Zhang Wanwan squatted by the stream, resting her chin in her hands, her expression innocent as she nodded. After a pause, as if struck by a thought, she added with a smile, by the way, the poison you have is rather peculiar, and I currently lack a remedy. Nonetheless, you won't die anytime soon, so just endure it for now. Humph, a mere trifle of poison cannot defeat me. The little red snake huffed dismissively, flicking its tail and turning its head away, exuding confidence and disdain. Observing the little red snake's proud demeanor, Jiang Wanwan smiled and playfully poked its head with her finger. Upon further reflection, this little red snake is quite adorable. Shall I give you a name? Jiang Wanwan, inspired by a sudden whim, regarded the little red snake, her eyes glimmering with excitement. She could distinctly sense the bond forming between herself and the little serpent. Though the process had been somewhat theatrical, now that the little red snake had become her contracted spirit beast, it was undoubtedly part of her circle, her own little serpent, deserving of a name. Watching Jiang Wanwan's cheerful expression, the little red snake suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Before Jiang Wanwan could speak, it hastily declared, "My name is Di Yunjua." Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. "So you can speak after all?" "Humph." The little red snake scoffed, turning its head away. This action caused it to miss the fleeting glimmer of cunning in Jiang Wanwan's eyes. The group of black-clad individuals had clearly aimed for it. However, the name Di Yunjua sounded oddly familiar. Jiang Wanwan scrutinized the little red snake, pondering, when suddenly a flash of insight struck her, and her pupils constricted. The demon lord Di Yunjua, in her previous life. She had heard whispers during her time in the general's estate. The infamous ruler of the demon realm, Di Yunjua, was said to be cruel, cold-blooded, and bloodthirsty, possessing a grotesque visage. As these thoughts swirled, Jiang Wanwan's gaze toward the little red snake shifted. Little Joy. Jiang Wanwan grasped the little red snake firmly, gently caressing its head as she spoke earnestly. "Be good. Even once you've healed, do refrain from revealing your true form before me. My heart is quite fragile." The little red snake. What is this woman babbling about? Jiang Wanwan paid no heed to whether the little red snake comprehended her words, her eyes brightening as she cradled the little creature and lay back on the soft grass. Gazing at the overcast sky, presently she could not venture out of the spatial realm. Encountering those black-clad individuals would be perilous, given her current strength was insufficient to face them. Wait, those individuals were after Di Yunjua. And she had now been involuntarily tied to him. Did that mean she had unwittingly accepted the assassins as well? Realization dawned upon Jiang Wanwan, and she suddenly felt as though her head was not quite on straight. She glanced down at the little red snake in her arms, which was still smaller than her arm, her expression turning increasingly disdainful. Despite her lack of understanding of the situation, this little creature, albeit the ruler of the demon realm, had become a pitiful weakling, and now she was tasked with aiding it in evading pursuit. This won't do. Jiang Wanwan abruptly sat up, seizing the little red snake by the neck, compelling it to meet her gaze. "Release the contract." "What?" The little red snake's eyes widened, noticing the disdain in Jiang Wanwan's gaze, its fury igniting. "This woman dares to disdain me. She dares to look down on me?" With its tail poised to lash out at Jiang Wanwan's arm, before it could strike, a sharp pain suddenly shot through its head. Ouch! The cursed power of the contract. What ails you? Jiang Wanwan, lost in thought, was unaware of the situation, only noticing the little red snake's pained demeanor as it slumped in her embrace. "It's nothing." The little red snake gritted its teeth, barely managing to utter two words, its vertical pupils glinting ominously. "So, do you know how to sever the contract?" Jiang Wanwan was too preoccupied to concern herself with the little red snake's condition, eagerly seeking the method to dissolve their bond. The little red snake glared at Jiang Wanwan with ire, thinking, "This ungrateful woman, the esteemed ruler of the demon realm, have not rejected her despite her weakness, yet she dares to scorn me. I don't know." The little red snake turned its head away, refusing to elaborate. This woman possessed the rare beast god bloodline. After forming a contract with her, the power of the bond would expedite its healing. More importantly, this woman had inexplicably come into possession of such a top-tier lifespace artifact. Within this lifespace artifact, his aura could be entirely concealed, making it difficult for those ancient beings to track him down. Thus, until he fully recovered, it was impossible to sever the contract. Chapter 19. What to do? This demon lord is a bit adorable. Jiang Wanwan regarded the proud little red snake before her, her eyes narrowing slightly. Clearly, the little red snake was lying. Regardless of its words, she thought, "Should I eliminate you, the contract would naturally dissolve." Jiang Wanwan tightened her grip on the little red snake, her gaze frosty, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. "You dare?" The little red snake's vertical pupils widened, glaring fiercely at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a smirk as she tightened her grip. "You may test whether I dare or not." Whether the little red snake truly was the demon lord Di Yunjua remained to be seen. Nonetheless, in its current state, gravely injured, Jiang Wanwan could easily crush it if she wished. The small red snake sensed that Jiang Wanwan was serious, and a flicker of panic briefly flashed in its black and golden pupils. "Woman, if you kill me, you shall meet your own demise." Jiang Wanwan's movements momentarily paused as she squinted her eyes, fixated on the small red snake. Observing her skepticism, the small red snake clenched its teeth in frustration and urgently declared, "I speak nothing but the truth. Our bond is a soul contract. We rise together and fall together." Jiang Wanwan remained silent, her gaze towards the small red snake a mix of belief and doubt. As the small red snake noted her lingering disbelief, it grew increasingly anxious, fearing that Jiang Wanwan might truly take action against it. In a moment of desperation, a thought flashed through its mind: admitting defeat when one cannot win is not shameful at all. Thus, the small red snake cautiously lifted the tip of its bow-tied tail, subtly curling it around Jiang Wanwan's wrist, brushing against her ever so gently, as if acting coy. Jiang Wanwan noticed the snake's behavior. A hint of playful irony dancing in her eyes. I assure you, my words are sincere, master, my dear master. The small red snake's voice, as faint as a whisper, emerged while it lowered its head, its gaze evasive. Afraid to meet Jiang Wanwan's eyes, Jiang Wanwan was taken aback by the snake's sudden display, her grip on it momentarily stiffening, leaving her in a state of stunned silence. Was this truly the merciless and bloodthirsty ruler of the demon realm? She had heard the rumors about the demon lord, who commanded millions of demon clans and was the most formidable force in the demon realm, yet the image before her was utterly incongruous with the small red snake. One could not say they were merely dissimilar, they were entirely unrelated. Feeling the weight of Jiang Wanwan's doubtful gaze, the small red snake's confidence waned further. It ceased its tail's caress, lifted its head, and boldly locked eyes with Jiang Wanwan, feigning bravado. Woman, if you wish to kill me, then do so swiftly. To sever our contract is to invite death, to maintain it is also to invite death. Either way, I am doomed, so I might as well perish alongside you. At least I shall have company in death. It is a fair trade. Jiang Wanwan regarded the small red snake's resolute demeanor. A softening expression gracing her features, she gently tapped the small red snake's head, her voice laced with skepticism. Are you truly the demon lord Di Yunjiao? The demon lord should embody an aura of ruthless cruelty and cold indifference. Should they not? The small red snake lifted its head, its eyes glinting with a smidgen of pride as it met Jiang Wanwan's gaze. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Jiang Wanwan's lips, a warm glimmer illuminating her eyes as she delicately placed the small red snake upon her shoulder. The small red snake tilted its head in confusion. You're not going to kill me? Jiang Wanwan replied with a nonchalant smile. No, I shan't. Upon hearing this, the small red snake's eyes brightened noticeably. Jiang Wanwan glanced at it, noticing the snake's tail unconsciously swaying back and forth, her smile deepening. What a charming little demon lord this is. Jiang Wanwan had never entertained the notion that the small red snake might be lying. Their contract bound them, and any falsehood would be detectable to her. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan suddenly heard Jiang Zihang's voice. To her surprise, he had followed the river to find her, raising an eyebrow in astonishment as he subtly formed a spell with his fingertips. In the next instant, a semi-transparent water mirror materialized before her, revealing images along the riverbank. The river flows swiftly. Regardless of Wanwan's swimming abilities, she will be carried downstream. We will search along the current and surely find her. Jiang Songrong replied softly to Jiang Zihang, continuously using his soul energy to scan the surroundings for any hint or clue. Upon hearing Jiang Songrong's words, Jiang Zihang pursed his lips tightly, his hands involuntarily clenching into fists as he searched intently around him. No matter what, they must find Wanwan. Listening to Jiang Zihang's earnest resolve, Jiang Songrong sighed quietly, refraining from comment as they continued their search downstream. Before long, Ziqing led a large contingent of Jiang family soldiers, their numbers bolstering the search efforts. However, despite scouring the riverbank for the better part of the day, darkness fell without yielding even the slightest clue regarding Jiang Wanwan's whereabouts. It was as though she had vanished into thin air after jumping into the river. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan remained within the confines of the mountain river pearl, unhurried to leave. The bond with the small red snake had unexpectedly elevated her powers, and she resolved to solidify her cultivation before confronting the chaos outside. As for the turmoil beyond, it held no concern for her. On the first day, Jiang Songrong and Jiang Zihan led the Jiang family soldiers along the riverbank, searching tirelessly yet to no avail. On the second day, the number of soldiers doubled, and both men expanded their search efforts, still without success. By the third day, a disheveled Jiang Zihang returned to the general's estate. Upon learning of his return, Jiang Yi tenderly approached him with a bowl of ginger soup. Sixth brother, I've made ginger soup for you. Drink it to ward off the cold. Jiang Zihang, his eyes vacant, completely overlooked Jiang Yi. Moving forward in a daze, Jiang Yi stood frozen, holding the ginger soup, gazing at Jiang Zihang's lifeless figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. Since Jiang Wanwan's disappearance after jumping into the river, both Jiang Zihang and Jiang Songrong had been tirelessly searching day and night. Initially, Jiang Zihang would feign concern for her, but today, he had outright ignored her. As for Jiang Songrong, since the day she had intentionally fainted and he discovered her collusion with Long Fian to set a trap for the assassin, he had not spared her a single glance. Faced with such a situation, Jiang Yi's resentment simmered, her eyes gradually darkening with hatred. No, she could not allow Jiang Wanwan to return alive to the general's estate. Miss. A nearby maid, sensing Jiang Yi's terrifying expression, began to tremble with fear. They were still in the front courtyard of the general's estate. If others caught sight of her in such a state, it would bode ill. Jiang Yi snapped back to reality, violently smashing the bowl of ginger soup against the maid's tray, the scalding liquid splashing onto the maid's wrist, instantly leaving a red mark. The maid gasped in pain but dared not move, terrified of spilling the soup and incurring Jiang Yi's further wrath. Yet, Jiang Yi did not spare the maid a single glance as she stormed back to her room. Seething with hatred. Chapter 20, Second Brother. I realize my mistakes. Zhang Yi, having regained her composure, threw the ginger soup down with a forceful motion, the hot liquid splattering onto her own hands, reddening her fair skin instantly. Ah! Zhang Yi gasped in pain, a quiet whimper escaping her lips. Zhang Songrong turned around and immediately caught sight of Zhang Yi's hands, which were flushed a deep crimson. With a soft sigh, he retrieved a small box of burn ointment from the storage pouch at his waist. Gently, he opened it and meticulously applied the soothing balm to the burned area on Zhang Yi's skin. As Zhang Yi observed Zhang Songrong's tender care, her nose tinged with emotion, and tears resembling pearls began to cascade down her cheeks. Elder brother, she cried, throwing herself into Zhang Songrong's embrace. I'm sorry, I realize my mistake. That day, Sister Long told me that the Sun Star flower on Extreme Peak Mountain was beautiful and urged me to take you with me. I had no idea Sister Long would set a trap. I truly knew nothing. Hearing Zhang Yi's tearful explanation, Zhang Songrong's heart softened. He sighed gently and comfortingly patted her head. All right, how old are you now? Still crying like a child, Zhang Yi, with her tear-filled eyes, gazed imploringly at Zhang Songrong. Elder brother, please don't ignore me, okay? Have you forgotten the years I've called you elder brother? When have you ever disregarded me? A smile graced Zhang Songrong's face as he spoke soothingly. Yes, I know that elder brother treats you the best. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. Keep this burn ointment safe. Apply it 3 times a day with little Tao's help. Elder brother indeed has some matters to discuss with father, and you must behave well these next few days and not trouble sixth brother. Zhang Songrong placed the ointment in Zhang Yi's palm, giving her careful instructions. I understand, Zhang Yi replied, lowering her head and obediently acknowledging him. After ensuring Zhang Yi was comforted, Zhang Songrong stood up and called for a passing servant to escort Zhang Yi back to her courtyard. Zhang Yi remained in place, watching as Zhang Songrong's figure gradually faded from her sight. Missy, allow me to escort you back to your room, the servant said respectfully, standing beside Zhang Yi with her head down. Zhang Yi unconsciously gripped her dress tightly, her eyes slightly downcast, concealing the jealousy simmering beneath the surface as she suppressed her anger and was reluctantly ushered back to her room. To Mississippi, the maid Xiaodao stood outside Zhang Yi's courtyard. Noticing her hands were still red, she hurriedly approached, asking, Miss, what happened to you? Zhang Yi's expression darkened as she ignored Xiaodao's concern and swiftly entered her room, sitting down in a fit of anger. Xiaodao quickly fetched a bottle of medicine, but just as she was about to apply it, Zhang Yi abruptly unleashed her pent-up fury, sweeping her arm across the table and sending the ceramic teapot crashing to the floor. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as shards scattered around Xiaodao's feet, leaving her pale with fear as she knelt before Zhang Yi. Wanwan, that wretched girl. After shattering the teapot, Zhang Yi felt it insufficient to quell her rage and stood up again, hurling the nearby vase out of the room. A splatter, splatter, splatter. Zhang Yi's face contorted with rage as she frantically sought out other items to throw. Within moments, her room was left in disarray. Xiaodao, kneeling on the ground, dared not move in the face of Zhang Yi's sudden wrath, narrowly avoiding being struck by the objects hurled her way. Finally, when Zhang Yi had smashed everything she could, she felt exhausted and sank back into her chair, her expression still grim. Damn Zhang Wanwan, she must die. Tear her apart with 5 horses. Yes, tear her apart with 5 horses. Get up and clean this mess. After venting her frustrations, Zhang Yi finally calmed down and turned her gaze to Xiaodao, speaking softly. Yes. Xiaodao trembled as she stood, her head bowed so low she dared not look at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi watched as Xiaodao picked up the shards of porcelain, a cold glint in her eyes. You'd best remember, you know nothing of this, and you've seen nothing. Do you understand? Yes, Miss. Xiaodao has seen nothing, knows nothing. Xiaodao replied obediently. Seeing Xiaodao so compliant, Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 21, Regret for the Past. The bright moon hung high, and the night was as cool as water. The general's residence was enveloped in silence, with only the faint chirping of insects remaining in the small courtyard. Country bumpkin, inside Zhang Zihong, who had finally fallen asleep, suddenly sprang upright from his bed, shouting out loud. His face was pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he gasped for breath, clutching his head in agony that he had dreamt again, for 3 consecutive days. Every time he closed his eyes, he would see the scene of Zhang Wanwan unhesitatingly jumping into the river, and the moment she shielded him from a sword each time, he would awaken with a start. Zhang Zihong stood up and walked to the tea table, grabbing a pot of cool tea and gulping it down. After a while, he managed to calm himself slightly, staring out at the completely darkened night and, after a moment of daze, casually draping a coat over his shoulders before stepping out of the room. Wandering aimlessly through the general's residence, Zhang Zihong eventually realized he had unconsciously arrived at the very courtyard where he had first encountered Zhang Wanwan. Standing at the entrance, he felt a sense of disorientation. How had he come to this place? After hesitating for a moment, thinking he was already here, Zhang Zihong slowly approached and pushed open the tightly shut gate. He entered the room where Zhang Wanwan had once slept, lighting a candle that illuminated the modest space. Observing the simple and cramped room, Zhang Zihong frowned. He recalled how, when Zhang Wanwan first returned to the general's residence, Zhang Yi had said there were no spare rooms, so they could only arrange for Zhang Wanwan to stay in this small courtyard. At the time, he thought nothing of it, but now looking at the room before him, It appeared quite shabby. Even if Jiang Wanwan was a country girl brought back from the countryside, she was still the legitimate seventh daughter of the Grand General, not to mention a legitimate daughter. Even a concubine would not be subjected to such a meager existence. Jiang Zihong casually sat down and suddenly noticed a coarse cloth bundle in the corner of the bed. The patched-up bundle was clearly not something belonging to the general's residence. Rising, Jiang Zihong opened the coarse cloth package. Although it was patched, its contents were neatly arranged, simple, yet clean. Jiang Zihong noticed that each item within the bundle was affixed with a palm-sized leaf upon which were scrawled crooked numbers. Despite their age and the leaves being dried, the numbers were still discernible. Clearly, these items were gifts Jiang Wanwan had prepared for her brothers. Jiang Zihong quickly scanned through and his gaze fell upon a withered yellow leaf marked with the number 6, which he picked up. It was a small wooden sword about the length of a palm, not particularly exquisite, yet it was full of sentiment. Under the dim candlelight, he could see a dried bloodstain on the hilt of the wooden sword, making it easy to imagine the effort Jiang Wanwan must have exerted while carving it. These were the gifts she had prepared long before coming to the general's residence. At some point, Zhang Songrong appeared beside Jiang Zihong, speaking gently. Before she entered the general's residence, she must have genuinely looked forward to being with us, her family. Jiang Zihong lowered his head, gripping the small wooden sword tightly. His heart heavy with guilt, Zhang Songrong sighed softly and retrieved his own gift from the shabby bundle, a wooden fan waist pendant woven from cotton cord, carved to resemble a folding fan and strung with cotton. It formed a beautiful waist ornament. Zhang Songrong examined the pendant in his hand. Though simple, it still revealed the skill and artistry of its maker. Suddenly, Jiang Zihong crouched down, still clutching the small wooden sword. His voice hoarse as he spoke. "Elder brother, I feel as if I have done something exceedingly wrong." Zhang Songrong did not deny it. When they were ambushed in the forest, if it hadn't been for Jiang Wanwan's quick thinking in diverting the attackers, they would never have safely awaited the general's rescue. The skills of those assassins were beyond their capacity to withstand. If they had struggled, it was inconceivable for Jiang Wanwan, a weak girl, to have acted as bait, drawing away all the assassins, ultimately being forced to jump into the river to survive. Thinking of this, Zhang Songrong couldn't help but sigh again. In truth, Wanwan was an exceptionally remarkable girl. It was they who were unworthy of her. "Get some rest. We must continue our search for Wanwan tomorrow." Zhang Songrong was unsure how to comfort Jiang Zihong. Slowly, Jiang Zihong lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened, his voice hoarse as he said, "Elder brother, how can I possibly sleep? It was he who had harmed Wanwan." Zhang Songrong pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment before taking out a flask of wine and 2 cups from his storage pouch. "Care for a drink?" Jiang Zihong glanced at the wine flask in Zhang Songrong's hand, snatching it away and taking large gulps directly from the spout. Zhang Songrong's lips twitched at the sight, raising his hand to reclaim the flask, but just then, he noticed a tear rolling down Jiang Zihong's cheek. Seeing this, Zhang Songrong paused, lowering his hand and allowing Jiang Zihong to consume the cherished wine freely. As the two drank under the moonlight, sudden noises emerged from outside the secluded courtyard. Jiang Songrong and Jiang Zihang both possessed keen perceptive abilities. The moment they heard the slightest sound, they immediately became alert. Jiang Zihang, in a fleeting instant, cast aside his previous despondency, swiftly concealed his presence, and took refuge behind the house. In the pitch-black courtyard, Jiang Yi held a lantern, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Once she confirmed that no one was present, she slowly retrieved a jade flute, no larger than her thumb, from her waist. Bringing the delicate jade flute to her lips, she gently blew into it, producing a sound akin to the chirping of insects. Zhang Songrong and Jiang Zihang, hidden inside the house, peered through the cracks of the window to observe Jiang Yi's actions, their brows furrowing in unison. After a brief wait in the courtyard, a cloaked figure clad in black suddenly leaped over the wall and landed before Jiang Yi. This mysterious individual was draped in an oversized, loose-hooded cloak that completely obscured their form and features, rendering it impossible to discern their gender in the darkness. "What is it?" the figure's voice echoed, ambiguous and indistinguishable. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Songrong's frown deepened. The individual had even altered their voice. How cautious they were. Jiang Yi handed the jade flute to the cloaked figure, her tone frigid and laced with resentment as she uttered, "Help me kill someone, Jiang Wanwan." The moment those words escaped her lips, both Zhang Songrong and Jiang Zihang, concealed within the confines of the house, were momentarily stunned, followed by a chilling sensation coursing through them. Jiang Zihang could hardly believe that it was Jiang Yi who had uttered such words. He blinked repeatedly, as if trying to convince himself that he was not mistaken, yet, no matter how many times he blinked, the petite figure holding the lantern in the courtyard was undoubtedly Jiang Yi. Chapter 22, Zhang Lan takes action. The cloaked figure accepted the jade flute, nodding slightly to Jiang Yi before vanishing as swiftly as they had appeared, leaving no trace behind once the figure departed. Jiang Yi quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Just then, a chill wind swept through, prompting Jiang Yi to draw her cloak tighter around her and hastily leave the scene. Following the departures of both the cloaked figure and Jiang Yi from the secluded courtyard, Jiang Zihang and Jiang Songrong gradually relaxed their breaths within the house. The two sat in silence, gazing at each other, both seemingly unable to fathom that the gentle, kind-hearted, and innocent Jiang Yi could commit such an act. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Ziheng suddenly rose to his feet, striding toward the exit without uttering a word. "Where are you going?" Jiang Songrong inquired hastily. "I'm going to find the old man and request more soldiers to search for her." Jiang Ziheng replied without a second thought. The aura exuded by the cloaked figure had been formidable. He had no confidence in defeating them in direct combat. If Jiang Wanwan were still alive, she would undoubtedly be unable to contend with such a powerful foe. The only viable option was to deploy more personnel to locate Jiang Wanwan as swiftly as possible. No, Jiang Songrong interjected without hesitation, his expression grave and earnest. "That individual is incredibly strong. Even if we join forces, we might not prevail, let alone the Jiang family army. Thus, we must locate the country bumpkin before they do," Jiang Ziheng insisted rapidly. Jiang Songrong shook his head. "What if they find Wanwan first?" Upon hearing Jiang Songrong's words, Jiang Ziheng froze in place. "If they found the country bumpkin first?" Jiang Songrong regarded Jiang Ziheng, hesitating for a moment before speaking gravely. "We'll play two moves simultaneously. You gather the Jiang family army and intensify the search for Wanwan, while I inform father. Against such a formidable opponent, only Jiang Lan's intervention might be capable of subduing them." However, just as Jiang Songrong prepared to head to the main courtyard to notify Jiang Lan, a force grasped his arm. "No!" Jiang Ziheng exclaimed defiantly. Jiang Songrong turned to face him, his expression revealing little surprise. After all, Jiang Yi had lived alongside them for so long. She was their beloved little sister, cherished since childhood. Even if she were not of blood relation, she was dearer than kin. If possible, Jiang Ziheng did not wish to corner Jiang Yi into a desperate situation. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ziheng pursed his lips and began to inquire gently, "Second brother, if we inform father about this, how will he handle it?" "I don't know." Jiang Songrong shook his head. Unable to provide a definitive answer, Jiang Ziheng fell silent again, his lips pressed into a thin line. Jiang Songrong glanced at the sky, speaking softly, "I'll go find father." No, as Jiang Songrong began to leave, Jiang Ziheng instinctively blocked his path. Jiang Songrong sighed in resignation. "Xiaolu, I understand your concerns. Yi is also my beloved younger sister. I certainly do not wish to see her go down a wrong path. Rest assured, I will exercise caution." Jiang Ziheng fell silent, releasing his grip on Jiang Songrong's arm. Observing this, Jiang Songrong said nothing more and quickly made his way toward the main courtyard. The sky was shrouded in mist, not yet fully bright, and the air held a biting chill. At the rear mountain of the general's manor, a large contingent of Jiang family soldiers assembled in the shortest time possible and silently departed from Ziki City. Racing toward the direction of the extreme peak mountains, Jiang Lan led 3,000 Jiang family soldiers to the banks of a turbulent river near the foot of the extreme peak. His expression grave and somber. Jiang Songrong and Jiang Ziheng flanked Jiang Lan, with the 3,000 soldiers standing in perfect formation behind them. "Jiang Ziheng!" Jiang Lan suddenly barked. "Present." Jiang Ziheng straightened his back and stepped forward to stand alongside Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan glanced at him before issuing further orders. "You take 1,000 Jiang family soldiers downstream along the river." "Understood." Without hesitation, Jiang Ziheng responded, quickly leading 1,000 Jiang family soldiers downstream in search of signs. "Jiang Songrong!" Jiang Lan called out again. Here Jiang Songrong stepped forward leisurely, his usual smile noticeably absent. "You lead 1,000 Jiang family soldiers to search across the river," Jiang Lan commanded. "Yes," Jiang Songrong replied slowly, his demeanor unusually serious. He soon set off with 1,000 Jiang family soldiers to find a way across the river. "The remaining troops, pair up and disperse," Jiang Lan commanded the last 1,000 soldiers. "Yes." With Jiang Lan's order, the remaining 1,000 soldiers responded in unison, swiftly scattering like birds or beasts, concealing themselves in the hidden corners of the forest for easy communication. As for Jiang Lan, he selected the tallest tree nearby. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the very top of the tallest tree. Standing at the pinnacle, hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an aura of formidable spiritual power. Gradually closing his eyes, the moment Jiang Lan shut his eyes, an invisible and vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from his forehead, expanding outward like a tide and gradually enveloping a radius of 100 miles. Regardless of how powerful a spiritual master might be, their soul remained vulnerable. Projecting one's soul power for exploration was undeniably perilous, should he encounter a spiritual master with superior soul power or be attacked by a magical beast during this process. It would result in a direct assault on his soul. An injured soul is notoriously difficult to heal. A careless misstep could lead to the loss of one's cultivation, or worse, severe soul injury could render one a fool. Jiang Lan, upon hearing that Jiang Wanwan might be pursued by a foe of equal strength, promptly mobilized the Jiang family army and rushed to the extreme peak mountains, even going so far as to extend his soul power to search for Jiang Wanwan's presence. Every action underscored Jiang Lan's grave concern for Jiang Wanwan. As Jiang Lan executed his plan, the sky gradually brightened, the morning light gently illuminating the dense forest. The once quiet woodland began to stir, with various magical beasts emerging from their lairs in search of food. Jiang Wanwan had spent approximately 3 days cultivating within the river and mountain pearl, finally familiarizing herself with the newfound power she had acquired before stepping out. Emerging from the river in Mountain Pearl, Wanwan wore a light blue long dress, her hair cascading like a waterfall, casually tied up, with the remaining locks flowing naturally down to her waist. On either side of her hairpin, a pair of silver tassel hairpins were simply inserted, lending her an air of both vibrancy and playfulness. Chapter 23. The mysterious black-robed assassin Wanwan's beauty was not of the strikingly stunning variety, but rather a sweet and delicate charm. She possessed a small oval face with a hint of softness in her cheeks, her skin fair and smooth akin to a freshly shelled egg, smooth and tender. Her large, round apricot-shaped eyes sparkled like freshly washed grapes, and when she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on either side of her cheeks, making her look even more adorable and soft. At this moment, Wanwan was unaware that the general's manor had descended into complete chaos due to her disappearance over the course of 3 short days. 3 days should be sufficient, she mused aloud as she casually splashed water on her face at the riverbank, preparing to return to the general's manor. Just as she turned, an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly surged forth, causing her complexion to change dramatically. In an instant, a mysterious figure cloaked in black with an androgynous appearance materialized before Wanwan. A broad black hood enveloped the figure's head, concealing any semblance of expression. Yet, as Wanwan faced this enigmatic cloaked individual, she could not help but feel the piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixated upon her. In that fleeting moment when the stranger's eyes swept over her, Wanwan felt akin to a delicate rabbit ensnared by a ferocious beast, utterly immobilized, devoid of any strength to resist. How formidable! Her face turned pale. In that instant, she once again felt the chilling threat of death looming over her. The mysterious figure stared intently at Wanwan, addressing her in a voice that was indistinguishable in gender, calling out her name. Before she could react, a surge of overwhelming murderous intent erupted from within, propelling the figure directly towards her. Wanwan watched in horror as this dreadfully powerful being advanced upon her, the familiar scent of death enveloping her once more. Just as the peril reached its zenith, the small red serpent tattoo on her arm radiated a sudden burst of crimson light, manifesting instantly. In the next moment, a torrent of scorching power surged from Redantion, and blazing, resplendent red flames appeared out of thin air, engulfing her entire being. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, the searing flames shot skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming force that detonated. The mysterious elder was thrown back by the impact, severely injured, spitting a mouthful of blood. It was the small red serpent that had come to her rescue. Wanwan glanced at her left hand. "Woman, if you wish to live, flee at once." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Wanwan focused her thoughts and slipped into the realm of the Mountain River Pearl, while a thumb-sized jade orb spontaneously burrowed into the earth, concealing her presence. After a while, as the flames dissipated, a vast charred pit was left where the fiery energy had exploded, the surrounding flora reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of Wanwan, not even a breath. Cursed be it! The mysterious figure's face twisted in rage. Filled with hatred as he cursed, "Who dares to lay hands on the daughter of Wanwan?" Almost instantaneously after the commotion, Wanwan, who had been searching for Wanwan's presence, immediately sensed the disturbance and rushed towards the source. The cloaked figure hadn't even the time to ascertain Wanwan's whereabouts when he looked up to see a man exuding a fierce and menacing aura approaching at an incredible speed. Wanwan reached the mysterious figure in the blink of an eye, a formidable force erupting from within him as he raised his hand, summoning a magnificent golden 9-ringed saber that appeared out of nowhere. The golden blade gleamed under the soft morning light, dazzlingly bright, momentarily blinding the mysterious figure. Boom! With a fierce slash of the saber, a deafening roar erupted, the ground trembled violently, even affecting Wanwan, who had just entered the realm of the Mountain River Pearl. Wanwan's powerful strike cleaved a 3-meter-wide chasm in the earth beneath the cloaked figure, sending shards of rock and dirt flying, including the Mountain River Pearl that had been hidden within the soil. As the Mountain River Pearl was dislodged, Wanwan felt a tremor within her sanctuary, instinctively glancing towards the water mirror. The image within spun violently, nearly causing her to retch. After a moment, the scene stabilized, and she beheld Wanwan in the mirror, clad in formidable armor, wielding the massive golden saber, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. Upon seeing Wanwan was momentarily stunned. Had he come specifically to find her? For reasons unknown, the realization stirred a warmth in her eyes, a bittersweet sensation overwhelming her. Before being taken into the general's residence, her parents had not treated her kindly. Her father was a compulsive gambler and a heavy drinker, often unleashing his frustrations on her and her mother when inebriated, leaving her to endure a life of hardship. Her mother, harboring resentment towards her gambling father yet too fearful to confront him, had redirected that animosity towards Wanwan, burdening her with all the household chores and meting out punishment. Thus, Wanwan had never truly experienced love throughout her life. Now, witnessing someone willing to go to such lengths for her, she found herself at a loss for words regarding her emotions. Tangibly bittersweet, the small red serpent, bound to Wanwan by a soul contract, shared her senses and instinctively blinked in response to her complex feelings. As a primordial divine beast born of the earth, it had no parents and had been conscious since its inception, surpassing the strength of those around it. Therefore, while it could empathize with Zhang Wanwan's bittersweet emotions, it could not fully comprehend them. "Who are you?" After a surge of chaotic energy dispersed, Zhang Lan stood 10 meters away from the mysterious figure, his gaze piercing as he inquired. The cloaked figure remained stationary. Likely shaken by the overwhelming force Zhang Lan had just unleashed, the surrounding aura unstable. "I never expected the esteemed general of the nation to be a cowardly sneak." The mysterious figure swallowed the metallic taste in its throat and retorted, its voice still raspy and indistinct. At these words, Zhang Lan's eyes widened, tightening his grip on the nine-ringed saber, his spiritual energy surging. "I call this strategy preemptive measures." With that, he concentrated all his formidable energy into the saber, ruthlessly swinging it towards the mysterious figure. Sensing the immense power emanating from Zhang Lan, the figure's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating to evade. "There's an opening, woman, strike now." In that instant, the small red serpent urged Zhang Wanwan urgently. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Wanwan exited the mountain river pearl realm, materializing behind the mysterious figure. She swiftly channeled her spiritual energy, condensing it into her left palm. Of the small red serpent coiling around her left hand simultaneously unleashed its own innate flames, merging with Zhang Wanwan's energy. In the face of the dual onslaught, the mysterious figure found itself ensnared between a rock and a hard place, with no opportunity to evade. In a desperate bid, it frantically unleashed its spiritual energy, enveloping itself in a thick defensive barrier. Boom, boom. The ground shook violently with two thunderous detonations, the crimson flames surging skyward, the searing waves of heat engulfing the mysterious figure. The flames danced wildly, revealing glimpses of the figure's agonized struggle within. Zhang Lan, feeling the flames' intensity, had no choice but to retreat and defend himself, noticing how the flames appeared to possess a will of their own, solely consuming the mysterious figure without harming the surrounding flora. An expression of astonishment crossed his face. Such an uncanny flame. In its torment, the mysterious figure let out a heart-rending scream, just as it seemed the flames would consume the figure entirely. Zhang Wanwan placed her right hand on her left wrist, lightly tapping the small red serpent tattoo. "It's time." With that, she raised her left hand, and a blood-red radiance flickered across her alabaster arm. The flames that had clung to the mysterious figure surged back like a receding tide, swiftly retreating into Zhang Wanwan's left arm, vanishing without a trace. Bang! As the flames dissipated from the mysterious figure, it finally succumbed, collapsing unconscious. Zhang Wanwan cast a cold, impassive glance at the figure before swiftly inspecting it for any possessions, clearly seeking clues. This individual had called her name upon first sight, indicating a direct intention towards her. Zhang Lan sheathed the nine-ringed saber and hurried to Zhang Wanwan's side, a hint of admiration in his eyes as he noticed her rummaging through the unconscious figure's belongings. "It's futile, such professional assassins leave no traces," he advised. Indeed, Zhang Wanwan nodded in agreement. However, having arrived in Ziki City only a few days prior and with few enemies, she needed only to ponder briefly to identify the likely culprit. Rising to her feet, Zhang Wanwan waved her hand dismissively towards the unconscious figure, causing it to vanish instantly. Zhang Lan observed this with a flicker of surprise, quickly scanning the surroundings, ultimately discovering that apart from himself and Zhang Wanwan, only Zhang Songrong remained. Receiving Zhang Lan's sharp gaze, Zhang Songrong smiled lightly. "Father, rest assured, I have seen nothing." Satisfied with Zhang Songrong's discretion, Zhang Lan turned his attention back to Zhang Wanwan. She approached him casually, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Father, what brings you here?" "Your second brother received word that there were strong assassins dispatched to target you. This individual possesses formidable strength, beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to confront," Zhang Lan replied, his expression grave and voice low. Zhang Wanwan listened, her brows arching in surprise. "Has second brother received news? So Zhang Songrong knows who is plotting against me?" Zhang Lan, discerning Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, shook her head. "Your second brother only mentioned so much, but did not elaborate." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanwan's gaze flickered slightly, the corners of her mouth lifting in a subtle, enigmatic smile. Zhang Lan had been observing Zhang Wanwan closely, and seeing her reaction, a glimmer of insight crossed her eyes. "It seems you already have an inkling of who it may be." "Well, but I have a rough idea," Zhang Wanwan replied ambiguously, although she was nearly 100% certain that the person behind her assassination attempt was Zhang Yi. She had no proof. "Wanwan." Zhang Songrong rushed over, a touch of disarray in his demeanor. The instant he saw Zhang Wanwan, the anxious heart he had carried for several days finally eased. Zhang Wanwan glanced at Zhang Songrong and noticed leaves clinging to his hair and shoulders, clearly indicative of his hurried arrival. Second brother Zhang Wanwan greeted him with a gentle smile and a polite nod. "Have you changed your clothes? Have you been in the forest these past few days?" Zhang Songrong scrutinized Zhang Wanwan with concern. Zhang Wanwan nodded, opting not to elaborate further. All right, as long as you're safe, we shouldn't linger here. Let's leave quickly," Zhang Lan interjected, searching through her storage bag for a moment before finally retrieving a large cloak. which she draped over Jiang Wanwan. The cloak, belonging to Jiang Lan, was ample and enveloped Jiang Wanwan's petite figure entirely wrapped in the cloak. Jiang Wanwan felt a warmth in her heart as she squinted playfully at Jiang Lan and sweetly expressed, "Thank you, father." With her naturally sweet appearance, the oversized cloak only accentuated her delicate charm, revealing just her small head, which wore a cheerful smile. Jiang Lan, observing his petite and charming daughter, felt his rugged heart soften considerably. He gently patted Jiang Wanwan's head, a hint of tender affection gracing his features. "We're family, there's no need for such formality. Come, let's go home." With that, Jiang Lan took the lead, walking ahead. Jiang Wanwan followed closely behind. But as she lifted her foot to take a step, she paused and turned back to look at Jiang Songrong. "Second brother?" Jiang Wanwan inquired, her eyes laced with curiosity. Jiang Songrong smiled faintly. "You should go back with father first. I need to wrap up a few matters." At his words, Jiang Wanwan cast a faint glance at Jiang Zihong, who stood behind Jiang Songrong looking scruffy and disheveled, before nodding in agreement to Jiang Songrong. "All right. How much longer do you plan to stand there?" After Jiang Wanwan walked away with Jiang Lan, Jiang Songrong turned to Jiang Zihong and asked slowly. Jiang Zihong lowered his head, remaining silent. He had rushed over at the first sound of commotion, but due to the distance, he was the last to arrive. Upon seeing Jiang Wanwan safe and sound, his previously anxious heart surged with relief, yet just as he was about to rush forward, he witnessed the tender interaction between Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Lan. Reminded of his past actions towards Jiang Wanwan, his feet felt as heavy as lead. "Second brother, do you think will Wanwan forgive me?" Jiang Zihong mumbled, keeping his gaze lowered, unable to meet Jiang Songrong's eyes. Jiang Songrong sighed softly, placing a comforting hand on Jiang Zihong's shoulder. "She will. After all, you were siblings bound by blood." "Really?" Jiang Zihong lifted his head, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Jiang Songrong. Seeing Jiang Zihong's hopeful demeanor, Jiang Songrong's lips curved into a subtle smile. "Yes, Wanwan is not a heartless girl. As long as you sincerely repent, she will surely forgive you." "I understand now, second brother, thank you." With the reassurance, Jiang Zihong's previous despondency vanished, replaced by a vibrant spirit. Chapter 25, Jiang family. Eldest brother Jiang Mu's general's residence. Jiang Yi luxuriated in a warm bath, surrounded by her favorite pastries, humming a cheerful tune, while a maid attended to her. "Miss, you seem to be in a splendid mood today," the young maid remarked, noticing the smile dancing on Jiang Yi's lips. "Indeed, quite splendid," Jiang Yi replied with a nod. Soon, she would lay eyes on Jiang Wanwan's head, a cause for celebration. Speaking of which, the mysterious figure in the black robe who assisted Jiang Yi was an enigma even to her. 3 years prior, during a sleepless night, Jiang Yi had wandered the courtyard and stumbled upon the mysterious figure collapsed in the flower bed, covered in blood, evidently severely injured, having never witnessed such a scene. She instinctively called for help but noticed a jade flute hanging from the figure's waist. Although it was merely the length of a finger, it was exquisitely carved and made of top-quality jade. The design was unfamiliar yet unmistakably distinguished. Thus, instead of calling for help, she dragged the injured person into her room to tend to their wounds. As Jiang Yi had anticipated, despite not knowing the figure's origins, their formidable strength was evident, and by saving their life, she had inadvertently secured a favor in return. Initially, she hesitated to exploit this connection, fearing that once the favor was repaid, that powerful ally would depart, leaving her unprotected. However, if this endeavor could completely eliminate Jiang Wanwan, it would be worth the risk. As Jiang Yi pondered, her smile widened, revealing her delight unabashedly. Knock, knock, just as Jiang Yi envisioned Jiang Wanwan's severed head before her. A knock on the closed door jolted her back to reality. Frowning in dissatisfaction, she snapped, "Speak." The servant outside, sensing her discontent, hesitated before cautiously reporting, "Missy, the general and 7th Miss have returned." Jiang Yi stood up abruptly from the bath, shock etched on her face as she turned towards the door. "What did you say?" The maid hurriedly fetched a robe, wrapping it around Jiang Yi. "Miss, be careful not to catch a chill." Ignoring the maid, Jiang Yi strode swiftly to the door, her voice icy as she commanded, "Repeat that." Outside, the servant, bewildered by Jiang Yi's sudden change in demeanor, carefully repeated, "Missy, the general has returned with 7th Miss, along with 2nd young master and 6th young master." Impossible. Jiang Yi's emotions flared, instinctively refuting the news as she knocked over a nearby vase in frustration. Crash, the towering vase shattered, sending porcelain fragments scattering across the floor, causing the maid to pale and hurriedly grab shoes and socks. "Miss, please put on your shoes. It would be terrible to injure your feet." Jiang Yi, consumed by the shock of Jiang Wanwan's survival, allowed the maid to lead her to the bed, helping her put on her shoes and socks. After a while, Jiang Yi regained her composure, quickly tidying herself before dashing towards the main hall. "Wanwan, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Leave it to your second brother to investigate." Jiang Yi burst into the main hall just as she heard Jiang Lan's voice, causing her heart to drop and her complexion to pale. The moment Jiang Yi appeared, Jiang Wanwan noticed her, a faint, subtle smile gracing her lips. And the next moment, feigning surprise, Jiang Wanwan addressed Jiang Yi, "Why are you out here with wet hair?" Realizing her mistake, Jiang Yi glanced down, noting that although she was dressed, her long hair remained damp. She forced a disingenuous smile at Jiang Wanwan. "I just heard from the servant that father and Wanwan have returned." And I was so overjoyed that I didn't pay attention, so Zhang Yi fidgeted nervously waiting for someone to respond, but as she stood there in silence, no one spoke, leaving her feeling incredibly awkward. What is going on? Usually, sixth brother would be the first to rush over to check on me, and second brother, faced with the indifference of sixth brother and second brother, even their father Zhang Yi felt a wave of panic. Instinctively raising her gaze to meet Jiang Wanwan's amused expression, you should go dry your hair first, Jiang Lan said sternly. Yes, Zhang Yi replied obediently, lowering her head in submission, and left in a huff. After Zhang Yi exited the main hall, she vaguely heard the sounds of concerned laughter and chatter from within. Hearing this, Zhang Yi bit her lip in frustration, her expression darkening. What are you doing here? And why is your hair still wet? A familiar voice called out beside her, startling Zhang Yi as she looked up. A man dressed in a long green bamboo robe, exuding an aura of elegance and warmth, gazed at Zhang Yi with a concerned expression. He appeared to be around 28 or 29 years of age, his hair bound with a silver ribbon, his eyes like stars, shimmering with brilliance. However, the only flaw in his beauty was that he seemed to suffer from a leg ailment. Seated in a wooden wheelchair, reliant on others for mobility, elder brother, what brings you out? Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of the man. This individual, afflicted with a leg condition, was none other than Zhang Muses, the eldest son of the general's household. In his youth, he had sustained an injury during a battle, rendering him unable to move freely thereafter. Perhaps for this reason, Zhang Muses seldom ventured out, preferring the solitude of his small courtyard. I have heard that father has mobilized nearly 10,000 troops from the Zhang family army to search for the sister who was swapped at birth. The commotion is quite significant, Zhang Muses remarked, seated in his wheelchair, a scroll of books clasped in his hands, evidently having come out only after learning of Zhang Lan's return to the estate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi managed a somewhat strained smile. Yes, her name is Wanwan. A few days ago, we had planned to climb Mount Chifeng together to witness the sunrise flowers. However, we encountered a group of assassins along the way. Both second brother and sixth brother were injured, but fortunately everyone survived. It's just as she spoke, her expression suddenly turned somber, her gaze enviously drifting toward the main hall. Inside the hall, faint voices could be heard, indicating a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 26, The Man Like Green Bamboo. Observing Zhang Yi's expression, Zhang Muses began to comprehend the situation, his gaze softening as he addressed her gently. It is only natural for father and the younger brothers to be concerned for Wanwan, especially after her recent perilous experience and return to the estate. You have grown up within these walls and share a close bond with us. Father is not an unfeeling man, so do not dwell on such thoughts. At Zhang Muses' comforting words, Zhang Yi's countenance improved slightly, and she nodded with a smile. I understand, elder brother, but aren't you going to find father? Allow me to assist you into the hall. Very well, Zhang Muses replied with a smile. Zhang Yi positioned herself behind Zhang Muses' wheelchair, pushing him toward the main hall, her eyes lowered to conceal the fleeting glimmer of determination that shone within. Second brother had long been away from the estate, while sixth brother was known for his mischievous nature. Despite their efforts to aid Jiang Wanwan, they would have little influence in father's eyes. However, elder brother was different. Since reaching adulthood, he had remained by father's side, engaging in battles, and at the age of 25, he had been awarded the title of Zhonglong General due to his remarkable achievements. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident 2 years ago, Zhang Muses would undoubtedly hold a position of even greater esteem in Ziki City. Moreover, her father, due to Zhang Muses' condition, tended to grant his requests without hesitation. If she could just leverage her elder brother, she would one day succeed in ousting Jiang Wanwan from the general's household. Alright, it's about time. Wanwan has been startled these past few days and must be struggling to eat and sleep. Now that she is back in the estate, she should take the opportunity to rest. Jiang Lan gestured, indicating that everyone should be dismissed. Unfortunately, I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Zhang Muses, just wheeled into the hall by Zhang Yi, spoke up upon hearing Jiang Lan's words. Elder brother? Zhang Songrong and Zhang Zihong, who had just noticed the voice, turned towards the entrance, both expressing surprise. Jiang Wanwan simultaneously lifted her gaze to Zhang Muses. Dressed in a green bamboo robe, he presented himself as a graceful gentleman, his eyes twinkling with mirth, cradling a scroll of books in his hands, exuding a warm and refined demeanor. Upon seeing Zhang Muses for the first time, Jiang Wanwan was reminded of green bamboo. Father Zhang Muses nodded at Jiang Lan as he was wheeled into the hall. Eldest, what brings you out? Jiang Lan inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement of Zhang Muses, with a gentle smile gracing his lips. Zhang Muses softly remarked, I just heard from my Shu that father has taken people to search for Wanwan. Although the Zhang family army departed Ziki City discreetly, their numbers are too great to escape the notice of the astute. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan frowned slightly, nodding in agreement. You speak the truth, but who dares to gossip behind my back while I remain in Ziki City? Witnessing Jiang Lan's imposing demeanor, Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of amusement. Simultaneously, Zhang Songrong and Zhang Zihong stood tall, their expressions brimming with pride. This was the pride of their general's household, the pride of their father. Zhang Muses noticed Jiang Wanwan standing nearby. His gaze warm as he regarded her. You must be the seventh sister who was swapped at birth, am I correct? As Jiang Muses addressed her, Jiang Wanwan stepped forward, offering a polite smile. Elder brother. Jiang Lan's 6 sons each possessed distinct personalities. The astute and cunning second brother Jiang Songrong and the somewhat slow-witted Jiang Zihong. Jiang Wanwan had interacted with them to varying degrees in both past and present lives. Yet, this was her first encounter with her elder brother. She had only heard tales of his youth, renowned and spirited, not only gifted in cultivation but also exceptional on the battlefield. At merely 25. He had been promoted to Zhonglong general by the emperor, a testament to his prowess. However, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Nearly 6 months after receiving his title, a massive beast tide had emerged along the eastern borders. Jiang Muses, leading millions of soldiers to fend off the onslaught, had suffered a tragic accident that left him permanently incapacitated. It seemed that after this event, Jiang Muses had fallen into despondency, isolating himself within his quarters. Rarely venturing out, allowing only those close to him to enter his secluded space. I heard from E that you encountered an assassination attempt during your outing. Were you injured? Jiang Muses inquired, his tone gentle and laced with concern. Jiang Wanwan could discern that despite Jiang Muse's amiable demeanor, a certain distance lingered in his gaze. She feared that his concern was merely a formality. Fortunately, father arrived in time, and I sustained no injuries. She replied, her face adorned with a faint smile, echoing the politeness in her response to in her words. She inadvertently praised Jiang Lan by mentioning him. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Wanwan speak of him, Jiang Lan's face broke into a broad grin. Clearly unable to conceal his delight and pride, his obedient daughter had praised him. What joy! The others in the hall did not miss Jiang Lan's expression. Jiang Muses looked on, slightly taken aback. Aside from time spent with his mother, he had not witnessed his father laugh so freely in a long while. It was evident how fond Jiang Lan was of Jiang Wanwan. Not only Jiang Muses, but Jiang Songrong and Jiang Zihong were equally surprised by Jiang Lan's reaction, considering it was merely a casual compliment from Jiang Wanwan. Oh no, that was hardly a compliment. Jiang Lan, realizing he had lost his composure, quickly returned to seriousness, while still managing to praise Jiang Wanwan. His daughter was indeed exceptional. Hearing Jiang Lan's exaggerated praise, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but twitch her lips. The blinding flames from earlier had not been her doing at all. Jiang Yi watched as Jiang Lan lavished attention on Jiang Wanwan to such an extent that it was almost palpable, gripping the handles of the wheelchair tightly with her hands, her emotions swirling within her. What magic did Jiang Wanwan possess that could so swiftly captivate Jiang Lan? Was it merely due to their blood relation? Did her own efforts over the past 15 years count for nothing in comparison? The commotion is significant, the enemy's strength is formidable. Jiang Muses collected his thoughts, frowning in contemplation. At this moment, Jiang Lan's expression darkened as he replied earnestly that individual's strength is at least on par with mine. What do? Jiang Zihong exclaimed, his expression one of shock upon hearing Jiang Lan's words. Although Jiang Muses and Jiang Songrong did not display their astonishment as overtly, their eyes betrayed their surprise. As Jiang Zihong stood beside Jiang Lan, his sudden exclamation startled Jiang Lan, causing a vein to throb at his temple. Jiang Lan turned, swiftly raising his hand to deliver a slap to Jiang Zihong's head. What are you making such a fuss about? Look at your sister, facing a formidable opponent without even blinking. Such composure in the face of danger is the hallmark of a Jiang family descendant. Jiang Lan's words brimmed with disdain for Jiang Zihong's reaction. Jiang Zihong lowered his head, rubbing his nose sheepishly, muttering under his breath, but even second brother and elder brother were surprised. Why am I the only one being scolded? Chapter 27, a delightful young master as they witnessed Jiang Zihong being reprimanded. Laughter erupted among the group. Jiang Muses wore a gentle smile as he turned to Jiang Lan, inquiring softly, Father, the emergence of a post-heavenly spiritual master in the Eastern Kingdom suggests that there are deeper implications at play. Do we know the whereabouts of this individual? Upon hearing Jiang Muses' words, the jovial atmosphere from moments before shifted into one of solemnity. The vast continent of Wuzhou was home to numerous nations, and in contrast to the coexistence of ordinary folk and spiritual masters in the Eastern Kingdom, it was but a humble nation. The emergence of a being of post-heavenly caliber in such a seemingly insignificant realm was a matter of grave concern. I have already tasked second brother with investigating this matter, Jiang Lan stated succinctly. Jiang Muses understood that Jiang Lan had likely already formulated a plan, and thus refrained from pressing further. It seems that there is nothing more for me to do regarding this matter. With a gentle smile, Jiang Muse said this before raising her hand to summon Bai Zhu Miss Yi. The eldest young master is frail and should not be exposed to the wind for extended periods. Bai Zhu stepped forward, standing before Jiang Yi, signaling her to take her leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi flashed a warm smile at Bai Zhu and playfully suggested, let me handle it. After all, it has been quite a while since I last conversed with my elder brother. Perfect timing. I shall go to my brother's courtyard to enjoy a cup of tea. He surely wouldn't mind. Would he? Observing Jiang Yi's playful demeanor, Jiang Muses chuckled, shaking her head. If you wish to go, I have never stopped you. Jiang Yi made a face at Jiang Muses, while also greeting Jiang Lan. Before pushing Jiang Muse's away from the hall, Jiang Wanwan watched Jiang Muse's departing figure. Lost in thought, she vaguely recalled that her elder brother's legs were not entirely incapacitated in the half-month preceding her dismemberment at Jiang Yi's hands. News had already circulated that a venerable physician had been summoned, capable of restoring her brother's ability to stand. Wanwan Jiang Songrong waved a fan in front of Jiang Wanwan, who remained unresponsive. Finally, in exasperation, he gently tapped her forehead with the fan. Only then did Jiang Wanwan come to her senses, looking at Jiang Songrong standing before her. Is there something on your mind, second brother? Just as Jiang Songrong began to speak, he noticed Jiang Lan raising his hand out of the corner of his eye and instinctively sidestepped. Standing behind Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Songrong wore a smile as warm as spring, glancing at Jiang Lan. I must ask, father, at my age, could you refrain from tugging my ears at every little thing? Who told you to hit your little sister? Jiang Lan glared at Jiang Songrong, his beard bristling. Jiang Songrong shrugged. Unfazed by Jiang Lan's ire, his gaze turning back to Jiang Wanwan. What were you so engrossed in thinking about just now? Jiang Wanwan smiled faintly, a glint of cunning in her eyes. I was pondering what it must be like for second brother to have his ears pulled by father. After much contemplation, Jiang Wanwan refrained from mentioning her elder brother's leg ailment. This affliction had plagued him for over 2 years, during which the Jiang family had tirelessly sought renowned physicians to treat him. Yet all efforts had proven futile. Gradually, even her brother had lost hope of standing again. Therefore, in the absence of absolute certainty regarding this matter, it was best not to bring it up, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Ever since her rebirth, Jiang Wanwan had observed that many events were no longer unfolding as they had in her previous life. Even she was uncertain of what would transpire next. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Jiang Songrong's smile faltered, his fan coming to a standstill as he gazed at her with a forlorn expression. Wanwan, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow slightly, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. I did not do it on purpose, rather I did it intentionally. Jiang Ziheng stood nearby, watching the playful exchange between Jiang Songrong and Jiang Wanwan, his lips pressed tightly together, feelings of mixed emotion swirling within him. If he had not initially viewed Jiang Wanwan with prejudice, might he now be able to share such light-hearted banter with her? All right, let's disperse. Wanwan, you should return and rest, Jiang Lan said sternly, observing the two as they laughed. Mindful of Jiang Wanwan's exhaustion after being pursued for days, Jiang Wanwan noticed Jiang Lan's subtle concern, her smile deepening. Yes, father, you have also worked hard today, please take care of yourself. Very well. Grateful for Jiang Wanwan's concern. Jiang Lan's stern demeanor softened, and he nodded, his expression brightening. Finally returning to her small room, Jiang Wanwan stretched lazily and collapsed onto the soft bed. Although fatigued, she found herself unable to sleep, her thoughts wandering aimlessly. As she pondered, her mind drifted back to the enigmatic figure in the black robe she had encountered in the forest. The Eastern Light Kingdom was hardly a significant power. Jiang Lan, a postnatal spiritual master of the 9 stars, could easily claim the title of the strongest in the kingdom, which spoke volumes. Yet, here in this remote little nation, an equally powerful postnatal spiritual master had emerged, hinting at some hidden secrets. The more she thought about it, the more unsettling it felt. Suddenly, with a shift in her thoughts, her figure vanished from the room. When she reappeared, she found herself within the confines of the mountain and river pearl space. Whoa, who is that? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment at the small boy who had suddenly appeared before her. The boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, his skin fair and smooth, with a pair of deep, lustrous eyes full of innocence, and cheeks plump with a hint of baby fat, making him look exceedingly pinchable. So adorable. Shallow woman. The boy crossed his arms, huffing as he turned his head away. That familiar voice. Di Yunjiao. Jiang Wanwan quickly pieced it together, noticing the boy's lower half, a crystalline red serpent tail, which had been obscured by the tall grass, leading her to mistakenly believe he was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It is I, the boy, or rather Di Yunjiao maintained his stance with arms crossed, gazing up at Jiang Wanwan with a proud expression. Jiang Wanwan could not suppress her laughter at Di Yunjiao's current appearance. His face flushed crimson upon realizing she was unabashedly mocking him, fists clenched tightly as he ground his teeth, growling at her. Woman, do not laugh, I am merely in this form due to a loss of cultivation. I understand. Jiang Wanwan stifled her laughter, nodding in response. However, she could not contain herself and burst into laughter again. You insufferable woman, I swear one day I shall twist off your head. The boy, increasingly furious at her unabashed mirth, spat through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, her smile still lingering. What did you just say? Chapter 28. Under the eaves. I endure. The boy met Jiang Wanwan's gaze, feeling an inexplicable chill despite the laughter in her eyes. It was as if repeating his previous words would cost him his serpent head. Jiang Wanwan took a couple of steps closer to the boy, who instinctively recoiled in alarm. What do you want? With a subtle smile, Jiang Wanwan approached, circling around him to examine the serpent tail behind him. Perhaps due to the boy having transformed partially, his tail had grown significantly thicker compared to its original infantile size. and the bandages that had once wrapped the wound had been torn apart, leaving the injury exposed and oozing blood. Jiang Wanwan crouched down, her palm flipping over to reveal a vial of blood coagulant that appeared as if by magic. She carefully poured the coagulant onto the wound and replaced the torn bandages with fresh ones. After a short while, the boy gazed at the tip of his tail adorned with a large bow. His expression filled with irritation. "Woman, how many times must I tell you, I am male, do not adorn me with such frilly nonsense." Jiang Wanwan stood up, smiling at the boy though her eyes held no warmth. "Do you know what a person who has died once fears? What?" the boy stammered, glancing at Jiang Wanwan, whose smile seemed to conceal something sinister. The moment he realized he was stuttering in front of her, he was filled with self-disdain. How could he, the sovereign, be frightened by a human woman? Such humiliation. She was unafraid of anything. Jiang Wanwan's voice was soft yet devoid of warmth. "Thus, whether you are truly the demon lord Di Yunjiao or not, it would be wise to behave yourself in my presence, otherwise I would not hesitate to ensure mutual destruction." The boy stared blankly at Jiang Wanwan, seemingly dazed by her words, remaining unresponsive for a long while. Noticing his lack of reaction, Jiang Wanwan chose not to linger and turned away, walking toward the other end of the grassland. The space within the mountain and river pearl had not been meticulously organized, leaving only a vast expanse of prairie along with a towering tree and a barren medicinal field. Beneath the great tree lay a tall man clad in black robes, the very same mysterious figure who had once sought to kill her. Jiang Wanwan approached the black-robed figure, waving her hand to sweep aside the wide hood. Beneath the voluminous hood was a strikingly handsome face, with pronounced brows, a high nose, and a sharply defined jawline. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow subtly, astonished to discover such a fair and chiseled visage hidden beneath the black robe. Wait a moment. Jiang Wanwan soon realized something was amiss. She distinctly remembered that this mysterious figure had been engulfed in flames from the little red snake. And under such terrifying flames, how could his skin remain unscathed? Jiang Wanwan pondered, absent-mindedly stroking her chin, completely unaware that the towering tree before her was quietly releasing faint green glimmers, inching closer to her while seeping into her body. Forget it. Jiang Wanwan, having failed to comprehend the situation, decided to cease her contemplation. She crouched down and grasped the wrist of the enigmatic figure clad in a black robe, seeking to assess their physical condition. Upon this examination, Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. The individual's health appeared to be in pristine condition, with no internal or external injuries whatsoever. What could possibly explain this? Her expression reflected her astonishment. This woman is truly guarding a treasure without realizing it. At some unknown moment, Di Yunjiao had also stealthily positioned himself beneath the towering tree, arms crossed, maintaining his characteristic haughty demeanor. Jiang Wanwan snapped back to reality and cast a cool glance at the young boy. "What did you just call me? Master Jiang Wanwan? Is Jiang Wanwan acceptable?" Di Yunjiao's face flushed crimson, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and reluctance, ultimately closing his eyes and calling out her name. Yet, he acted as if he were on the verge of facing execution over merely changing how he addressed her. The corners of Jiang Wanwan's mouth lifted slightly. She had no intention of quarreling with this immature child. "Do you have any idea what is happening here?" Di Yunjiao scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Wanwan, silently urging her, "Beg me, and I shall reveal it to you," understanding the unspoken message in his eyes. Jiang Wanwan replied, unhurriedly, "You must not have seen clearly what kind of medicine I just applied to your wound, have you?" "What do you mean?" Di Yunjiao's expression changed, glaring at her. Jiang Wanwan extended her hand, revealing a small white jade vial nestled within her long fair fingers, which appeared rather unremarkable. "Oh dear, it seems I've confused the vial of coagulant with that of invigorating essence." Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Di Yunjiao's expression darkened, panic beginning to brew within him. Although the coagulant and invigorating essence differed by only one character, their effects were entirely dissimilar. The coagulant was meant to stop bleeding and heal wounds, while the invigorating essence was intended to stimulate circulation. He had painstakingly sealed all the toxins within his body at the tip of his tail, if what he had just received was indeed the invigorating essence. The ensuing activation of his blood would cause the toxins to spread throughout his body once more, and he no longer had the strength to seal them again, as he contemplated the dire consequences. Di Yunjiao's anxiety intensified, and he regarded Jiang Wanwan's smiling face with increasing suspicion. A wise person knows how to adapt. If one cannot win, one must concede. Di Yunjiao bit his teeth in silence, stiffening his neck to declare, "It's the tree's fault." Jiang Wanwan inquired, her curiosity piqued as she looked up. This tree had existed within the realm of the mountain and river pearl for countless millennia, its vast canopy nearly enveloping the entire space. She had even once believed that this tree was the true essence of the mountain and river pearl. It was the Bodhi tree of life, existing since ancient times. It was the first tree in the world and the mother of all plants. Di Yunjiao continued, his countenance sour. So, Jiang Wanwan still could not grasp how this related to the mysterious figure's injuries vanishing. "You re such a fool. The Bodhi tree of life is the first sentient being to emerge from the 5 continents, naturally possessing an inexhaustible life force. This life energy is a tremendous boon to any being on the continent. Di Yunjiao glared at Jiang Wanwan with exasperation, ultimately taking the time to explain it to her once more. This time, Jiang Wanwan understood that it was the life force within the tree that had healed the mysterious figure. Then why hasn't he awakened? She questioned, looking at the unconscious figure lying on the ground. Because of you, Di Yunjiao replied swiftly. Jiang Wanwan raised her eyes to look at him. You didn't allow him to awaken. How could the Bodhi tree take the initiative? Di Yunjiao suppressed the urge to roll his eyes at her, maintaining his patience as he explained, when one is under a roof, one must endure. At once, Jiang Wanwan comprehended, her gaze falling on Di Yunjiao as she offered a faint smile. Had this person just attempted to roll his eyes at her, suddenly meeting Jiang Wanwan's meaningful gaze? Di Yunjiao felt every hair on his body stand on end. I'm telling the truth, he blurted out instinctively, seeing his unguarded reaction. A deeper smile spread across Jiang Wanwan's face. Yes, I believe you. With that, she turned her attention back to the Bodhi tree of life. I have a few questions for him. Could you kindly wake him up, given her uncertainty about the ancient tree's temperament? Jiang Wanwan was exceedingly polite and courteous. Just as her words fell silent, the once motionless Bodhi tree suddenly emanated a flash of green light, followed by a vine, as thick as an infant's arm. Extending down from its dense crown, the vine gently brushed over the face of the enigmatic figure, and in no time, the sleeping individual began to tremble, indicating an impending awakening. Observing this, Jiang Wanwan tentatively reached out to stroke the vine. Thank you. Upon her touch, the vine seemed to blush, the green light surrounding its two leaves intensifying. As Jiang Wanwan watched in amazement, the small vine abruptly shook violently, and the two leaves, akin to hands, emerged from the green energy, revealing a plump seed. Is this for me? Jiang Wanwan inquired, noticing the vine's actions. The vine swayed affirmatively, its pointed tip bending toward her as if nodding. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan stretched out her hand to receive the small green seed. However, when her fingers made contact with the seed, it suddenly transformed into a stream of green light, vanishing into the palm of her hand in the blink of an eye. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Jiang Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. She could sense the Bodhi tree's goodwill toward her, yet anyone would instinctively reject an unknown entity entering their body. Just as Jiang Wanwan began to worry about any potential adverse effects from the green energy, Di Yunjiao let out a displeased click of his tongue. Jiang Wanwan snapped back to attention and glanced at him, about to inquire when the mysterious figure in black suddenly stirred awake. As the enigmatic figure opened his eyes, he instinctively rolled over and sprang to his feet, retreating to a safe distance, his gaze warily fixed on Jiang Wanwan and Di Yunjiao. Upon noticing Di Yunjiao's lower half transformed into a crimson snake's tail, his pupils dilated in shock, Jiang Wanwan smiled faintly at the mysterious figure. Do you still remember me? The figure eyed her with suspicion, a hint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. His lips moved slightly, producing a harsh, ambiguous voice. Jiang Wanwan, hearing this unpleasant tone, Jiang Wanwan subtly frowned. Please speak normally. It was rather unsettling to hear such a harsh voice emanating from a sharply defined, coldly handsome face. The mysterious figure ignored her comment, and with a flicker of thought, summoned a short dagger to his hand. However, before he could make his next move, a slender vine erupted from the ground beneath him, swiftly ensnaring his hands and legs. With a clatter, the short dagger fell to the ground, and the mysterious figure found himself bound to the trunk of the Bodhi tree by the vine. Jiang Wanwan had not anticipated the vine's actions, yet it inadvertently spared her much trouble. Observing the delicate vine writhing before her, Jiang Wanwan chuckled softly and patted it gently. Well done, thank you. In response, the two leaves of the vine suddenly folded together, its tip bending downward as if shyly concealing its face. Watching the vine's adorably bashful demeanor, Jiang Wanwan found it hard to believe that this was a sentient being that had existed since ancient times. Could something that had lived for so long truly be so endearing? Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan glanced at Di Yunjiao. Child, how old are you? Surely the demon lord Di Yunjiao could not be that old, could he? Not that old, just over 30,000 years, I think. I'm not quite sure, he replied instinctively, then looked at Jiang Wanwan with curiosity. Why do you ask? Oh, just a casual inquiry, Jiang Wanwan replied dismissively. A 30,000-year-old old demon and an old demon of several million years. Were all the old demons so adorable nowadays? Could this be what it meant to return to innocence? Jiang Wanwan, whether you wish to kill or torture me, please be swift, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Wanwan looked at the mysterious figure in surprise, her smile widening. Oh, not planning to pretend anymore, The mysterious figure snorted through his nostrils. He had only just realized that his hood had been removed, and since Jiang Wanwan had seen his appearance, he deemed it unnecessary to maintain the facade. If I wished to kill you, I would not have brought you here and treated you. Jiang Wanwan took a couple of steps closer to the mysterious figure. The enigmatic figure eyed her warily. What are you planning? He had just awakened to find himself inexplicably burned by that strange flame. The agony of flames engulfing him was still fresh in his memory. At present, not only has his skin returned to its original state, but even the poison that had long been accumulating within him, which had been suppressing him, has suddenly vanished. One could assert that he is now healthier than anyone else. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the enigmatic figure clad in black robes, refraining from answering the question posed. "What is your name?" The mysterious figure pressed his lips tightly together, clearly unwilling to respond. Jiang Wanwan understood that such an assassin would not easily divulge information. However, this individual was not an ordinary assassin. In her recollections, Jiang Yi had always been accompanied by a formidable shadow guard. One not bestowed upon her by Jiang Lan, rather Jiang Yi had inadvertently saved the guard's life, and in return, he had remained by her side, offering protection. Jiang Yi, perceptive as she was, recognized the guard's immense strength and thus never imposed upon him, allowing her to navigate numerous life-threatening situations under his vigilant protection in her past life. In this current life, it was uncertain what had spurred Jiang Yi to reveal this trump card so prematurely. Jiang Wanwan would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Observing the mysterious figure's reluctance to speak, Jiang Yi remained unperturbed, continuing calmly, "I know Jiang Yi sent you to kill me, yet even you did not anticipate that an assassination attempt on a Xinling master would end in failure." As Jiang Wanwan spoke, she meticulously observed the subtle shifts in the assassin's expression, and her mirth deepened upon noticing the faintest flicker in his demeanor. "You have followed Jiang Yi to repay a debt of gratitude. Therefore, how do you intend to repay mine?" Jiang Wanwan smiled at the mysterious figure. He lifted his gaze slightly, meeting her dark and luminous apricot eyes, which brimmed with warmth and clarity, as if they could see straight through him. Upon locking eyes with her, the assassin instinctively averted his gaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in the presence of her striking purity. "You cannot deny it. If it were not for me that day, you would have perished in the flames, leaving no trace behind." Jiang Wanwan looked at the mysterious figure with feigned astonishment. At last, the assassin spoke. "The fire was set by you." Jiang Wanwan's expression shifted, revealing a faint smile as she responded leisurely, "But I also cured your poison, did I not?" She had inspected him, and prior to sending him into the realm of the river and mountains, he had been riddled with deadly toxins. Were it not for his formidable strength suppressing them, he would have long since met his demise. Upon entering the space of the river and mountains, the immense life force of the Bodhi life tree had swiftly restored him to health, healing his burns and purging all toxins. The enigmatic figure pressed his lips together, clearly wrestling with his thoughts. Jiang Wanwan perceived his internal struggle and chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the outcome of his deliberation. "Kill blade, the edge of the blade," he finally uttered after a lengthy silence. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is that your name?" "Kill blade." The assassin once more tightened his lips, a look of incredulity flickering across his stern visage. "Of the edge of the blade." After another pause, he spoke again. Jiang Wanwan chuckled. "Kill blade, that is quite a unique name." After a brief interlude, she continued, "Let us make a deal. I will allow you to return to Jiang Yi, and you shall continue to protect her, but I require knowledge of her every movement." Upon hearing this demand, Killblade's brow furrowed tightly, clearly indicating his discontent. Jiang Wanwan was well aware that persuading Killblade would not be a simple task, yet she remained unhurried, speaking gently. "Beneath the peak mountain range, you are already dead, which means your debt of gratitude to Jiang Yi has long been settled. However, you now owe me a debt, do you not? Change it." Killblade replied coldly. "No," Jiang Wanwan insisted, smiling at him. Killblade's expression deepened in frustration, and he fell silent. Jiang Wanwan raised her hand and beckoned to the nearby vines, which promptly obediently approached, nuzzling her palm like a loyal puppy. "Since I have the power to save you, I can just as easily take your life." Killblade, those who recognize the times are truly wise. Jiang Wanwan's voice was laced with a gentle yet insistent tone reminiscent of casual conversation, yet the underlying chill and threat were unmistakable. Killblade regarded her, a figure forged from the blood of countless victims, where the intent to kill was his most familiar companion, yet, in the presence of this woman, he felt an inexplicable chill. She exhibited neither malice nor displeasure, her beautiful countenance perpetually adorned with a smile. "Take your time to consider. I have all the time in the world." Before Killblade could ponder further, Jiang Wanwan interjected. Without waiting for him to react, she gathered her spiritual energy beneath her feet and, in the blink of an eye, vanished several hundred meters away. Witnessing this scene, Killblade's pupils dilated to teleportation. No, wait, wasn't she merely a Shenling master? How could she possibly teleport? No one was there to provide answers, not even Di Yunzhao, who similarly disappeared without a trace after Jiang Wanwan's departure. Left alone, Killblade found himself bound to the trunk of the Bodhi life tree. Jiang Wanwan had deliberately demonstrated her teleportation in front of him. This was the realm of the river and mountains, and as its master, she could traverse anywhere and accomplish anything with but a thought. Seated by a brook, distanced from the Bodhi life tree, Jiang Wanwan curled her legs, wrapping her arms around them, her chin resting lightly on her knees, her gaze vacant as she stared at the gently flowing water. A moment later, Di Yunzhao appeared beside her, observing Jiang Wanwan's solitary figure lost in thought, creating an impression as if she had completely shut out the world around her, isolated from all, although he stood close. She seemed achingly distant. Realizing this, Di Yunzhao instinctively frowned. He disliked the feeling, and even more so, he disliked this version of Jiang Wanwan. "Hey, Jiang Wanwan," Di Yunzhao greeted stiffly. Jiang Wanwan appeared oblivious, remaining motionless as she gazed at the brook. He inhaled deeply, struggling to articulate, "Master," just as Di Yunjiao's face flushed crimson at the utterance of the title. Jiang Wanwan suddenly burst into laughter. Di Yunjiao looked up, meeting her eyes, which sparkled with mirth. And his embarrassment turned to indignation. "You did that on purpose, you wicked woman." Jiang Wanwan arched an eyebrow, her laughter infectious, her eyes crinkling with delight. Di Yunjiao gazed at her cheerful visage, momentarily entranced. Jiang Wanwan reached out and lightly tapped his forehead. "What are you thinking about?" Di Yunjiao snapped back to reality, realizing he had just been chastised by a human woman, his eyes widening. "You dare strike my head?" Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Just call me Wanwan." Taken aback, Di Yunjiao stared at her with an odd expression. "What?" Jiang Wanwan, noticing his gaze, inquired cheerfully. Di Yunjiao continued to regard her peculiarly. And after a lengthy pause, he finally managed to articulate, "It's just that your soul and physical form are perfectly harmonious, unlike one who has been possessed." Jiang Wanwan, bemused, twitched her lips before crossing her arms. Raising an eyebrow at him, "It seems you still prefer calling me master." "No, no, no." Di Yunjiao shook his head fervently. "Wanwan sounds nice, it's a name befitting a great beauty." Pleased, Jiang Wanwan nodded. "Good. You are teachable." Who would have thought that within a few short days, the formidable lord of the demon realm would be rendered so obedient? Unbeknownst to Jiang Wanwan, Di Yunjiao rolled his eyes at her out of her sight. Simultaneously releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, the aura of "I wish to ride the winds and return" that Jiang Wanwan had exuded inexplicably instilled a sense of panic in him. This was far more preferable, a touch of mortal essence to I. In the next moment, Di Yunjiao realized he was actually afraid of Jiang Wanwan leaving, his entire being momentarily frozen. What was happening? In just a few days, he was frightened by the thought of a human departing. The contract, it must be due to the contract. Yes, he had to regain his strength swiftly and dissolve the contract at once. Chapter 31, The Black Market of Ziki City. Early the next morning, after cultivating through the night in the realm of the river and mountains, Jiang Wanwan had just emerged when she heard a knock on her door. "Come in," she called, assuming it was a maid delivering breakfast. Creak, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Ziheng standing awkwardly outside, holding a food tray. "Out of Wanwan," he said, his voice lacking confidence. Jiang Wanwan, who had been tying her hair in front of the mirror, paused slightly at his voice. Turning to look at Jiang Ziheng with an indifferent expression, "Is there something you need?" she asked coolly. Jiang Ziheng slightly pursed his lips, summoning his courage, and flashed a grin at Jiang Wanwan. "I have brought you breakfast. The kitchen has prepared quite a delightful spread today, featuring your favorite meat buns and some soy milk." As he spoke, Jiang Ziheng stepped into Jiang Wanwan's room, placing the tray of food onto the table. Jiang Wanwan, unhurried, took her time to arrange her hair, and after a considerable while, she finally gathered herself and approached the wooden table. Gazing at the sumptuous breakfast laid out before her, she said nothing, but simply sat down and casually grabbed a bun to eat. "Don't choke on the soy milk," Jiang Ziheng remarked, immediately pushing a bowl of soy milk toward her with great attentiveness. Noticing the bowl, Jiang Wanwan glanced at it but did not refuse. She picked it up and took a sip. Thus, the breakfast unfolded simply, with Jiang Wanwan enjoying her meat bun alongside the soy milk. Observing Jiang Ziheng still seated across from her, she inquired, "So, what is it that you wanted to discuss with me?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Jiang Ziheng became anxious, resembling a student chastised by a teacher, sitting upright while struggling to articulate his thoughts. As he remained silent, Jiang Wanwan chose to ignore him and stood up to leave. "Wait," Jiang Ziheng exclaimed, fearing he might miss the opportunity to mend their relationship, and hurriedly rose to his feet. Jiang Wanwan paused, turning to face him as she awaited his next words, with averted eyes, and after a long moment of hesitation, Jiang Ziheng finally spoke. "Where are you headed? Let me accompany you. You are new to Ziki City and unfamiliar with the surroundings. I can guide you." "Sure, whatever," Jiang Wanwan replied coolly, casting him a disinterested glance before walking out. Upon hearing her simple words, Jiang Ziheng felt as though he had struck gold, and he eagerly followed her. Wanwan, where are you going? I assure you no one knows Ziki City better than I do. There is a pastry shop to the east renowned for its exquisite pastries. To the west, there is a tailor shop where the finest garments are crafted by the best seamstresses in the entire city. Even the ladies of the palace favor it for custom outfits. And to the north. As Jiang Ziheng trailed alongside Jiang Wanwan, he enthusiastically introduced the various delights of Ziki City, sharing an endless stream of information. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan abruptly halted and looked at him. Jiang Ziheng, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, stammered, "Am I being too verbose? I can stop talking." With that, he promptly fell silent, his demeanor transformed from that of someone who would often retort back to a compliant and cautious nature. "Do you know about the black market?" Jiang Wanwan inquired, her voice gentle. In her previous life, she had heard tales of a black market in Ziki City where anything could be traded. However, as she walked through the streets, she realized she had no idea where the entrance to the black market was. "The black market." Yes, yes, Jiang Ziheng quickly nodded in response. "Lead the way," Jiang Wanwan said with a slight smile. "Certainly," Jiang Ziheng replied with enthusiasm. Eager to guide her, I may not know much about other things, but I am intimately familiar with the black market. To enter the black market, each person is required to pay an entrance fee of 1 gold coin. And fighting is strictly prohibited within its confines. Anyone caught fighting will be expelled by the patrolling guards, never to be admitted again. Even a postnatal spirit master is not exempt. This clearly indicates the black market's considerable influence. As Jiang Ziheng led the way, he continued to share details about the black market. Zhang Wanwan followed closely, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she listened to him ramble on. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Jiang Ziheng brought Zhang Wanwan to a secluded alley. At the end of the alley stood a small tavern. Perhaps due to its hidden location, the tavern was not particularly busy, with only a handful of patrons chatting in the modest hall. When Zhang Wanwan and Jiang Ziheng entered, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The Jiang family's male descendants were all remarkably handsome, and Jiang Ziheng was no exception. Though Zhang Wanwan might not be an outright stunning beauty, her delicate oval face, refined features, and fair skin lent her a charmingly soft allure. Making her a rare little beauty, Jiang Ziheng, accustomed to such attention, strode directly to the tavern attendant and placed 2 gold coins on the table. 2 servings of wine, please. The attendant, glancing at the gold coins and then at Jiang Ziheng and Zhang Wanwan, quickly realized the situation. Unfortunately, esteemed guests, you've arrived at an inopportune time. We have just run out. Who said I was here to buy wine on the spot? I made a reservation yesterday. Please check your records properly. Jiang Ziheng frowned, glaring at the attendant. Upon hearing this, the attendant feigned a rapid search through a ledger, then smiled brightly. My apologies, esteemed guest. It appears I made an error. Your reservation is indeed noted, and the wine is ready. Please follow me. Let us go, Jiang Ziheng said softly to Zhang Wanwan. Observing the exchange between them, Zhang Wanwan found their banter amusing but chose to remain silent, following Jiang Ziheng as they walked toward the tavern's back door. Under the guidance of the attendant, they reached the tavern's courtyard, where the attendant handed them each a mask. Jiang Ziheng readily put his on and explained to Zhang Wanwan, the black market is bustling with people. And to avoid revealing our identities, masks are provided to conceal our appearances and aura, facilitating transactions. Zhang Wanwan nodded in understanding as she donned her mask. The attendant led them to a closed door, which, upon being opened, revealed not a room but a long, dimly lit passage. Please, after you, Jiang Ziheng said, nodding at the attendant before pulling Zhang Wanwan inside. The passage was not lengthy, but as Jiang Ziheng guided Zhang Wanwan through, they eventually heard the faint murmur of voices ahead. Wow, your brother's business is thriving, Zhang Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she gazed upon the bustling street ahead. The street was alive with people, lined with various shops, each adorned with lanterns, some red, some white, some bright, and others dim, creating a scene that was both vibrant and slightly eerie. This is the black market. Do you see the lanterns at the shop entrances? If they're lit, it means they're open for business. If dim, they're closed. The red lanterns indicate shops selling physical goods, while the white ones signify those dealing in information, Jiang Ziheng explained. Zhang Wanwan marveled at the sights, having heard countless tales of the black market in her previous life, yet never having ventured into one until now. Everything felt new and intriguing to her. Noticing the curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Jiang Ziheng couldn't help but smile broadly. How had he never noticed before? Wanwan was truly adorable. By the way, Wanwan, are you here to purchase something specific in the black market? Only then did Jiang Ziheng remember to ask Zhang Wanwan about her purpose for visiting. As they strolled along the bustling street, she hesitated before softly responding, are there any weapon shops or material stores around? In her previous encounter with assailants, those in dark clothing wielded weapons of their own. Despite her superior strength, she was still merely human and could not face sharp weapons head-on. That realization had made her aware of the need for a suitable weapon. Yet she was uncertain what type would suit her best, so she thought it prudent to explore, hoping to stumble upon something suitable. There's a weapon shop just ahead. I'll take you there. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ziheng led her onward. Before long, they arrived at the weapon shop. Zhang Wanwan looked up at the shop sign, surprised to see Liuli Pavilion. Yes, that's right, Liuli Pavilion. Don't let the name mislead you, the weapons here are of excellent quality, Jiang Ziheng assured her. Zhang Wanwan's eyes flickered with recognition as she responded, it seems there's a Liuli Pavilion within Ziki City as well. Ah, that one should be part of the same business, just managed by different people, Jiang Ziheng replied without hesitation. Zhang Wanwan was taken aback, wondering if even the Jiang family was unaware of Jiang Songrong's business ventures. Welcome, are you two here to select weapons or purchase mining materials? Upon entering Liuli Pavilion, a lively young attendant approached them with a bright smile. Isn't this Chiyu? Zhang Wanwan exclaimed, instantly recognizing the familiar face before her. The black market's Liuli Pavilion was also owned by Jiang Songrong. Your brother's business is quite substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wanwan decided, let us take a look at the weapons first. Of course, right this way, esteemed guests. Chiyu enthusiastically led them further into the shop. Inside the grand hall of Liuli Pavilion, an array of diverse weapons was displayed, each accompanied by a brief description. And should they wish for more detailed information, an attendant would be available to assist. Jiang Wanwan surveyed the array of weapons displayed within the shop, taking in the axes, halberds, hooks, forks, swords, spears, and polearms, a veritable cornucopia of arms. However, as her gaze flitted across the offerings, she found nothing that piqued her interest. Chiyu continued to enthusiastically recommend a selection of weapons suitable for a lady's use. Esteemed guest, given your petite stature, might I suggest this pair of Amei daggers? They are particularly well suited for women. These daggers are newly acquired treasures at our Liuli pavilion, crafted from a special metallic or with a gilded finish, visually striking indeed. However, Jiang Wanwan merely cast a cursory glance at the Amei daggers before her interest waned. Undeterred, Chiyu set the daggers aside and swiftly picked up a short dagger, launching into an elaborate description. Yet Jiang Wanwan remained indifferent. At that moment, two young attendants entered the Liuli pavilion, carrying a chest. Excuse me, do you accept spirit artifacts here? Upon hearing the question, Chiyu hastily approached, exclaiming, indeed, we do. May I inquire what spirit artifacts you wish to sell? Naturally, they are fine wares. The lead attendant proudly lifted his chin, simultaneously opening the chest he had brought. With a flourish, the chest revealed a dazzling display of colors that illuminated the shop, captivating the attention of all present. Even passers-by who could not help but pause in their tracks. What is this? Chiyu blinked in surprise at the sudden burst of brilliance. Fortunately, the radiance was fleeting, quickly dimming, though the contents of the wooden chest remained remarkably resplendent. This is the radiant silk, boasted the attendant. It is a 9-star celestial artifact, a 9-star celestial artifact. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd as onlookers exchanged glances of disbelief. I recall that the national treasure housed in the Eastern Kingdom's treasury is also a 9-star celestial artifact. Who would have thought we could encounter one here in the black market today? Truly a worthwhile expedition. Indeed, the brilliance of this 9-star celestial artifact is unparalleled. Not only is it visually stunning, but if you draw closer, you can sense the emanating spirit energy that far surpasses ordinary weapons. Almost instantaneously, the crowd surrounding the Liuli pavilion swelled, while the attention of all was drawn to the magnificent radiant silk. Jiang Wanwan's gaze fixated upon the seemingly ordinary chest that housed it. The chest appeared unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features, yet within lay a rusty axe, a curious juxtaposition. How could such a splendid artifact be placed atop a corroded axe without concern for tarnishing its aesthetic appeal? As the crowd continued to grow, Chiyu furrowed his brow and approached the newcomers with utmost courtesy, saying, esteemed guests, the grade of your spirit artifact is rather elevated. I kindly request that you proceed to the rear courtyard, where our professional appraisers can assess it, after which we may offer a price. Of course, the attendant, clearly aware of the Liuli pavilion's protocols, did not contest Chiyu's request. Observing this, Chiyu discreetly exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to lead the two men to the courtyard, a sudden voice interrupted. Wait! The unexpected exclamation drew the attention of all present. A woman clad in a pale blue gown emerged from the throng, her face obscured by a black mask, concealing her visage and aura, leaving the crowd unaware of her identity. I shall take that radiant silk. Name your price. The attendant carrying the chest furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, declined. Apologies, miss, but my master has stated that this radiant silk is exclusively for the Liuli pavilion. Upon hearing this, even Chiyu was taken aback. Exclusively for the Liuli pavilion? Who is this person? Does the Liuli pavilion have such a formidable ally? How am I unaware of this? Yes, exclusively for the Liuli pavilion, the attendant asserted with righteous conviction. The woman in the pale blue gown subtly frowned, hesitating for a moment before finally conceding. Very well, I shall await your sale to the Liuli pavilion, and then I will purchase it from there. With that, the young woman in the pale blue gown nonchalantly entered the Liuli pavilion and chose a vacant seat. Chapter 33, 9-star celestial artifact, radiant silk. Chiyu, assessing the unfolding situation, understood that he must accept the 9-star celestial artifact, yet the pricing was beyond his purview. As he prepared to depart, he did not forget Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Ziheng. He quickly approached them, his expression apologetic. Esteemed guests, I have a matter to attend to. May I arrange for someone else to assist you in the meantime? Observing the happenings within the shop, Jiang Wanwan comprehended the situation clearly and expressed her understanding. Coincidentally, I am also interested in this 9-star celestial artifact. Do attend to your business, and please inform me should it be available for sale. Very well. Chiyu nodded and promptly led the attendant carrying the radiant silk to the rear courtyard for appraisal. As the items were taken to the back of the Liuli pavilion, the throng surrounding it did not diminish, rather, it swelled further, ultimately blocking the entrance entirely. Those lingering at the Liuli pavilion appeared eager to discern how the establishment would manage the unexpected appearance of the 9-star celestial artifact. Jiang Wanwan and the young woman in the pale blue gown sat side by side, sipping tea in silence. The young woman cast a casual glance at Jiang Wanwan before retracting her gaze. Clearly indifferent to her presence. In contrast, Jiang Ziheng scrutinized the woman in the pale blue gown, a hint of puzzlement flickering in his eyes. He felt an odd sense of familiarity with her. After being observed for a prolonged period, the woman in the pale blue gown grew somewhat impatient to is this gentleman not aware that staring at others is quite impolite. Zhang Zihang snapped back to reality. Hastily averting his gaze. No, I meant no offense. The woman in the pale blue gown let out a dismissive huff and rose, walking towards another vacant spot within the shop, distancing herself from Jiang Wanwan and Zhang Zihang. Jiang Wanwan glanced at Zhang Zihang, who immediately began to explain in a flurry. Wanwan, trust me, I merely found her figure somewhat familiar. I believe I know her. Jiang Wanwan raised her eyebrows slightly, disregarding Zhang Zihang's words. Whether familiar or not held little significance to her. The wait outside the Liuli pavilion was not overly long, as Chiyu soon re-emerged, addressing the crowd gathered both inside and outside the establishment with an authoritative voice. Ladies and gentlemen, our proprietor has decreed that the radiant silk will be auctioned at the black market auction house. Those wishing to acquire this exquisite piece are invited to attend the auction tonight. The announcement sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd, which quickly dispersed. The black market auction house was not a venue for the ordinary folk. Indeed, the 9-star celestial artifact was beyond their reach. Yet, even if ownership was unattainable, merely witnessing its splendor was a privilege in itself. The crowd around the Liuli pavilion eagerly discussed the radiant silk, its brilliance resplendent and extraordinary oomph. The woman in the pale blue gown seemed displeased upon hearing the news of the auction. Letting out a disdainful snort before sweeping away, Jiang Wanwan, catching snippets of the crowd's chatter, turned her gaze to Zhang Zihang, the black market auction house. Zhang Zihang was unperturbed by this outcome. A 9-star celestial artifact of such caliber, if placed within the Eastern Kingdom's royal treasury, would undoubtedly be regarded as a national treasure. Auctioning it would maximize its value. The black market auction is held periodically, though I was unaware it was happening today, he replied candidly. Hearing their discussion, Chiyu, feeling somewhat guilty for his earlier oversight in attending to them, approached with a friendly explanation. The black market auction will commence at dusk. There is still ample time for you both to explore the market. At Chiyu's words, Jiang Wanwan offered a slight smile. Understood, thank you. No need for thanks, Chiyu replied with a grin. Jiang Wanwan regarded Chiyu contemplatively before tentatively inquiring, might you disclose whether the radiant silk will be auctioned along with the wooden box it came in? I noticed there seemed to be other spirit artifacts within. Chiyu looked at Jiang Wanwan with surprise, unable to comprehend the appeal of the rusted, mundane weapons. Miss, you have a keen eye. Indeed, there are other weapons within the box, but they are merely rusty, ordinary weapons of little value, and thus will not be included in the auction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan inquired further, may I take a look at those weapons? Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips, slightly lowered her gaze, and softly explained, it is like this. My brother and I have come from afar, and we find ourselves rather short on funds. We have heard that the black market offers a plethora of valuable items to be unearthed. Observing Jiang Wanwan's hesitant demeanor, Chiyu immediately understood her predicament and, with an awkward smile directed at her, replied, my apologies for being so forward. These weapons are certainly available for viewing. Why don't you both accompany me to the backyard for a look? Thank you, steward. Jiang Wanwan expressed her gratitude, lifting her gaze to reveal a radiant, innocent smile. Chiyu was momentarily dazzled by Jiang Wanwan's brilliant smile, feeling an increased sense of guilt. Such a lovely smile surely belonged to a beautiful and charming girl. His earlier question had indeed been rather abrupt. Following Chiyu, Jiang Wanwan headed toward the backyard of the Liuli pavilion, but after taking just a couple of steps, she noticed that Zhang Zihang had not followed. Pausing, she turned to see Zhang Zihang standing still, grinning foolishly. Sixth brother, Jiang Wanwan called out to him. I'm here. Zhang Zihang quickly snapped back to reality and trotted over to Jiang Wanwan, asking, what is it? Stop daydreaming and catch up, Jiang Wanwan admonished, observing Zhang Zihang's silly expression. Oh, alright, Zhang Zihang promptly replied, appearing very obedient. His demeanor was less that of an elder brother and more akin to a dutiful servant, prompting Chiyu to shake his head in bemusement. It was fortunate for this girl to have such a brother who doted on her. Zhang Zihang trailed behind Jiang Wanwan, unable to suppress another silly grin. Wanwan just called him sixth brother. Upon reaching the backyard of the Liuli pavilion, Chiyu led the two into a room where a large wooden chest was placed, the very chest that had previously contained the flowing light satin. Of course, the satin was now absent, having been dispatched to the auction venue by the Liuli pavilion. Aside from the flowing light satin, the remaining weapons were all quite ordinary. Miss, please feel free to choose, Chiyu said to Jiang Wanwan. Thank you, she replied once more, stepping up to the wooden chest. No, please, it's nothing, Chiyu said, feeling increasingly bashful at Jiang Wanwan's repeated expressions of thanks. These weapons hardly even qualified to be displayed at the Liuli pavilion's merchandise counter. Had it not been for Jiang Wanwan's request, they would soon be discarded into the smelting furnace to be repurposed as scrap metal. Chapter 34, You are truly a kind soul. Jiang Wanwan crouched before the large wooden chest, not immediately inspecting the rusty axe but feigning a search through the contents. However, her rummaging unexpectedly led her to discover a rather fine spiritual artifact. It was a small bow no wider than 1 meter. Resembling a child's toy, with only a hint of spiritual energy coursing through it, Jiang Wanwan picked up the small bow, then selected several other weapons that seemed reasonably decent, including the rusty axe. I will take these. Could you please tell me how much they cost? She inquired, rising to face Chiyu. But Chiyu glanced at the weapons Jiang Wanwan had chosen, apart from the small bow that looked like a child's toy. The rest were practically worthless. Gazing into Jiang Wanwan's sincere eyes, Chiyu hesitated before tentatively stating 20. Or perhaps just 10 gold coins. To Chiyu, these items bore little distinction from scrap metal, they were merely slightly more aesthetically pleasing pieces of junk. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback by Chiyu's offer. While the others might be dismissed as scrap, the small bow was clearly a spiritual artifact, and she was astonished that all of these combined would only cost 10 gold coins. How about this? If you consider the small bow, you may treat the rest as a gift. Noticing the look of surprise in Jiang Wanwan's eyes, Chiyu thought this approach would spare her feelings. Really, thank you so much, you are truly a kind soul, Jiang Wanwan beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy as she pretended to retrieve something from her sleeve and produce 10 gold coins from the space of her Shanha pearl. Jiang Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed as she noticed the coin still bore traces of dirt. Ever since acquiring the Shanha pearl, she had been tossing everything into it without sorting or organizing. It was normal for items to occasionally be buried beneath the grass. However, she hadn't anticipated that these coins would emerge accompanied by dirt and grass. Chiyu, observing the 10 coins adorned with soil and leaves, became even more convinced of Jiang Wanwan's impoverished background. In humble households, when good items are found, they are often buried in the dirt outside their homes to prevent theft. No worries, as long as they are gold coins. We accept them, Chiyu assured Jiang Wanwan with a smile. Striving to exude warmth, Jiang Wanwan was uncertain about Chiyu's misunderstanding but felt reassured by his lack of disdain. After handing over the gold coins, she had Jiang Ziheng carry the weapons and bid farewell to Chiyu before departing from the Liuli Pavilion. Once Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Ziheng left, Chiyu prepared to discard the remaining items in the wooden chest, only to turn and encounter Jiang Songrong, who had just returned from outside. Boss, Chiyu greeted hastily. Did you not go to deliver the flowing light satin? Why are you back so soon? Jiang Songrong glanced at the items in Chiyu's hands. Did these come along with the flowing light satin? Indeed, they are merely some useless ordinary weapons, Chiyu replied with a smile. Strangely enough, a pair of siblings came here today and selected a few rusty weapons. Seeing that they were quite polite, I thought these items were destined for the furnace anyway, so I let them have them for 10 gold coins. After saying this, Chiyu cautiously observed Jiang Songrong's expression. Jiang Songrong nodded nonchalantly, not giving the matter much thought. You may continue with your tasks. Understood. With Jiang Songrong's lack of objections, Chiyu breathed a sigh of relief and hurried off to find someone to carry the chest away. Meanwhile, after Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Ziheng exited the Liuli Pavilion, they strolled casually to a secluded alley. There, Jiang Wanwan waved her hand gently over the pile of items Jiang Ziheng was holding, causing all that scrap metal to vanish into the Shanha pearl. Wanwan, why did you buy these worthless items? If you want weapons, you could just tell the old man and he would let you select from the warehouse, Jiang Ziheng asked, perplexed. I have my own reasons, Jiang Wanwan replied, not intending to explain. Primarily, she was unsure how to articulate her thoughts regarding the rusty axe. While she sensed something was amiss, she couldn't be certain. If it turned out to be just an ordinary rusty axe, that would be unfortunate. Therefore, it was best to remain silent until she had more clarity. Sister Long, just as Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Ziheng were about to exit the alley, a familiar voice suddenly called from around the corner. Jiangyi. Upon hearing that voice, both paused and instinctively concealed their presence. Stop following me. Long Fian angrily whipped her sleeve and glared at Jiangyi. Faced with Long Fian's wrath, Jiangyi felt somewhat wronged, her eyes half lowered to Sister Long. I know you're upset with me, but the events of that day were beyond my control. Who would have foreseen the sudden appearance of a group of assassins? Even I sustained significant injuries and have only just recovered enough to get out of bed. Long Fian regarded Jiang Yi's pale face, her anger still simmering but her lips sealed. Seeing this, Jiang Yi continued to explain. Sister Long, you must believe me, the incident at Jifeng Mountain was truly an accident. I can help you create an opportunity to meet second brother, as long as you meet him, there will surely be a chance to rekindle your connection. Upon hearing this, Long Fian's anger dissipated, and her expression showed signs of interest. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly, what do you propose? Noticing Long Fian's willingness, Jiang Yi recognized the potential and glanced around to ensure no one was watching before continuing. Sister Long, you must have come to the black market today for the spirit cultivation pill recipe, right? In fact, second brother is also here today, seemingly eyeing the same recipe. Long Fian frowned. Are you suggesting I deliver the spirit cultivation pill recipe to second young master? That's out of the question. That recipe was given to me by my father to auction, and you know my family has a business in pills. Jiang Yi shook her head. Sister Long, if you hand over that recipe, you would be at a disadvantage. I believe you could use it as an apology gift to present the successfully crafted spirit cultivation pills to second brother. Long Fian furrowed her brow. Isn't that still a form of gifting to make amends? Jiang Yi chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Sister Long, you haven't seen me in days. Have you become dull? You can use the pretext of an apology to send an invitation to my second brother? However, you should sprinkle some spring essence on the invitation. Once my second brother goes out to meet you, the two of you, it will naturally lead to an opportunity, and even if he wanted to back out, he wouldn't be able to." As Zhang Yi spoke, a faint blush began to creep onto Long Fian's cheeks, her gaze evasively darting about, revealing a hint of shyness, albeit still clouded by hesitation. Chapter 35, Can I truly escape this fate? Observing Long Fian's indecision, Zhang Yi persisted in her persuasive efforts. "Sister Long, once you become my second sister-in-law and share daily life with my second brother, even if he occasionally harbors anger. Upon witnessing your gentle and considerate nature, along with your intelligence and beauty, he will inevitably cast aside his prejudices. In the end, will you not enjoy a harmonious union, filled with love and affection?" The future Zhang Yi envisioned was remarkably splendid, and eventually Long Fian was swayed, nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall heed your advice this once." With Long Fian's consent, a smile graced Zhang Yi's face. "Sister Long, rest assured, I am firmly on your side. The general's mansion and the minister's house, should they unite in such a bond, would surely be a formidable alliance, and I believe my father would be exceedingly pleased." Indeed, flattered by Zhang Yi's compliments, Long Fian's pride swelled. After reaching a mutual understanding, the two departed the alley, exchanging praises. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Wanwan and the sullen Zhang Zihang emerged from the same alley. Upon exiting, Zhang Wanwan's expression turned contemplative. The invitation bore the scent of spring. Were the events of her past life truly inescapable, she had hoped that her reincarnation would alter her fate, leading to changes in other narratives as well. Only to discover that these events would indeed unfold, albeit at a disordered timeline. "I must inform my second brother immediately." The more Zhang Zihang pondered, the angrier he became, turning on his heel to leave. Zhang Wanwan, lost in thought, did not attempt to stop him and followed as he walked away. Yet, after a couple of steps, Zhang Zihang suddenly recalled Zhang Wanwan, returning to her side. "Wanwan." Zhang Wanwan snapped back to reality. Raising an eyebrow as she glanced at Zhang Zihang, he awkwardly spoke, "Would you not care to return with me?" No. Zhang Wanwan's rejection was swift and decisive. "Zhang Zihang, not even a moment's hesitation. Fine, it's not urgent. I shall accompany you as you peruse the black market." After a brief moment of indecision, Zhang Zihang opted to abandon his initial plan and continued to follow Zhang Wanwan through the bustling black market. It was Zhang Wanwan's first venture into this clandestine realm, and everything appeared novel to her. She explored each shop, eagerly purchasing anything that piqued her interest. In just half an hour, she had amassed a considerable collection of items. "Come one, come all, do not miss out. Our little shop has just received a new batch of exquisite spirit beasts. Esteemed guest, we've just acquired a fresh shipment of adorable spirit beast cubs. Do take a look." Drawn in by the familiar calls, Zhang Wanwan followed the sound, soon spotting a familiar face, her brow arching in recognition. With a slight smirk, she strolled toward the pet shop. "Oh, miss, I can tell you possess exceptional grace. Surely a beauty with a kind heart. Why not wander into our shop? We've just received a new batch of spirit beast cubs, along with numerous magical beast eggs for you to peruse." Recognizing the familiar sales pitch, Zhang Wanwan chuckled softly and nodded with curiosity. "Very well, please step inside. I assure you, you will be satisfied." The shopkeeper beamed, gesturing invitingly. "Miss, our establishment has recently introduced a new attraction called the blind egg opening." As the shopkeeper elaborated, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Wanwan's eyes. "Blind egg opening?" Sensing her interest, the shopkeeper became even more enthusiastic in his explanation. "Indeed, madam, for the mere price of 100 gold coins. You can randomly obtain a magical beast egg. I assure you, just half a month ago, someone hatched a Pegasus from our shop for that very price." Despite the shopkeeper's fervent promotion, Zhang Wanwan maintained an air of composure. Her polite smile unwavering. "Oh woof, meow." Following the shopkeeper into the magical beast shop, Zhang Wanwan was greeted by rows of dark iron cages, each housing a different magical beast, their various calls echoing through the air. She observed the diverse array of beasts before her, all boasting sleek, shiny fur. Some were cute, others elegant and regal, each undeniably attractive. Zhang Zihang trailed closely behind Zhang Wanwan, scrutinizing the assortment of magical beasts. Before frowning, "Wanwan, these beasts are merely for show. If you wish to indulge, choose one that amuses you, but please, do not form a contract with any of them." On the continent of Wuzhou, those without the talent of beast taming could only contract a single magical beast in their lifetime. For spiritual masters, a contracted beast served as both a battle companion and a life-saving trump card in dire situations. Thus, the majority of spiritual masters would undoubtedly prefer to contract powerful magical beasts. The flashy creatures before them were primarily kept as playthings by wealthy young ladies, hence they were unlikely to be contracted. "Alright," Zhang Wanwan replied nonchalantly, though inwardly she sighed. As a spiritual master, she had already exhausted her quota for contracting a magical beast. Thinking of the ailing Emperor Yunzhou and the Shanhua Pearl space, Zhang Wanwan felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Although this magical beast had considerable origins, it now appeared to be utterly weak. Incapable of offering assistance, and likely to bring her endless trouble. Hearing Zhang Zihang's words, the shopkeeper's eyes twinkled with a clever idea. "If you too seek a powerful magical beast, why not try our shop's blind egg opening? With that, the shopkeeper hurriedly led Jiang Wanwan to a curtain, lifting it to indicate for them to enter, embracing the thought of since we are here, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Jiang Wanwan stepped inside. Beyond the curtain lay a spacious yet cozy room, devoid of any superfluous furnishings, featuring rows of tall wooden racks divided into various compartments. Each compartment housed eggs of different sizes and colors. Due to the formation that shielded the area, visitors could not sense the spiritual energy emanating from the eggs, making it impossible to discern their types or strengths through any means. Several individuals were already examining the wooden racks filled with an assortment of magical beast eggs. Evidently drawn to the prospect of participating in the blind egg opening, this was quite intriguing. Zhang Zihang's interest was clearly piqued by this new attraction, his gaze fixed intently on the myriad of magical beast eggs. Wanwan. Why don't I buy one for you? Consider it a novel experience. Observing Zhang Zihang's obvious enthusiasm, Jiang Wanwan chose to ignore his suggestion. The astute shopkeeper, catching wind of Zhang Zihang's words, promptly approached him. Eager to recommend various options, Jiang Wanwan took a few steps toward the racks, her curiosity piqued as she reached out toward one of the magical beast eggs. However, just as her fingertips grazed its surface, a surge of spiritual energy repelled her. Clearly, it was a barrier. Take 2 steps to the left. As Jiang Wanwan examined the eggs, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Emperor Yunzhou, Chapter 36. With so many people at home, let's return and roast the beast eggs. Jiang Wanwan was unsure of Emperor Yunzhou's intent but casually stepped 2 paces to the left. A bit more to the left. Yes, that egg right next to your hand. The voice of Emperor Yunzhou continued to resonate in her mind. Jiang Wanwan's gaze fell upon the egg he indicated, her lips twitching in surprise. What a massive egg! This egg towered from her feet to her waist. Its width exceeding a meter, an enormous egg, quietly resting on the rack. Unlike the smooth surfaces of the other eggs, this one was rough and pockmarked, a grayish-white hue that rendered it rather unappealing. What is wrong with this egg? Jiang Wanwan inquired through their bond. I'm not certain, but it just feels off. Emperor Yunzhou responded from within the Shanhua pearl space. Jiang Wanwan, she scrutinized the enormous egg for quite some time, unable to detect anything unusual. Miss, it seems this is your first experience with blind egg opening. Just as Jiang Wanwan continued to observe the giant egg, a man clad in a gray-blue robe appeared beside her. His face obscured by a mask, rendering his features indistinguishable, and his voice unremarkable. Do not let its size deceive you. The rough exterior indicates that it is a ground dragon beast egg, the man kindly explained. The ground dragon beast, despite its imposing name, was actually a rather weak magical beast. It was large, resembling a lizard, and quite ugly. Its only redeeming quality was its hard skin, which could be used to craft protective armor. Wanwan. At that moment, Zhang Zihang noticed the commotion and hurried over, his gaze wary as he scrutinized the man. Sensing Zhang Zihang's watchful eyes, the man chuckled awkwardly and promptly made his exit. Zhang Zihang cast a glance at the large, unattractive egg before Jiang Wanwan, exclaiming in surprise, "Isn't this a ground dragon beast egg? It's worthless. Wanwan, let us pick a better one." Jiang Wanwan shook her head, looking at the large, unsightly egg with a smile. Isn't it a bargain to exchange 100 gold coins for such a sizable egg? Zhang Zihang was rendered speechless by Jiang Wanwan's logic. Is this how business is calculated? I want this one. Jiang Wanwan raised her gaze and addressed the waiter. The waiter was evidently taken aback as well. Miss, are you certain you wish to purchase this egg? What? Is this egg not for sale? Jiang Wanwan lifted an eyebrow and looked at the waiter. Upon hearing this, the waiter quickly shook his head in denial. No, it is for sale. It's just. The waiter hesitated for a moment before, in a spirit of resignation, began to explain. To be frank, this customer is correct. That egg is clearly recognizable as a dragon beast egg, and for this reason, it has remained unsold here for over a month. The blind egg opening event has only been running for just over a month. In other words, no one has shown interest in this egg since it first arrived. Listening to the waiter's candidness, Jiang Wanwan smiled slightly and gently explained, "It's all right, I have a large family, and I'll take it home to make baked eggs." Hearing Jiang Wanwan's explanation, both the waiter and Zhang Zihang were momentarily taken aback, their expression somewhat perplexed. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan paid 100 gold coins at the pet shop and purchased the enormous egg, effortlessly waving her hand to place it into the Shanhuzi space before exiting the store. After leaving the shop, Zhang Zihang scratched his head, hesitantly looking at Jiang Wanwan. "Wanwan, are you really planning to bake it?" "Naturally. Not." Jiang Wanwan deliberately elongated her tone, observing the rapid changes in Zhang Zihang's expression. Zhang Zihang was instantly at a loss for words. Jiang Wanwan looked up at the sky, noting that it was beginning to darken. "It's about time. Let us go see the auction." Although she had already acquired what she desired, it wouldn't tee her to check out the black market auction. Alright, Zhang Zihang nodded, leading Jiang Wanwan in the direction of the auction. The auction was not far from the Liuli Pavilion, merely separated by a street. At this hour, most of those still lingering in the black market were likely intending to attend the auction. Jiang Wanwan and Zhang Zihang seamlessly navigated through the crowd and soon found the auction site. The auction venue was a quaint 3-story courtyard building adorned with a grand red lacquered door, which should have exuded opulence. However, two massive red lanterns hung on either side of the entrance, and rows of guards dressed in black clothing and wearing ghostly masks stood at the entrance, lending an eerie atmosphere to the scene. It has a somewhat ghost market vibe. Fortunately, as the auction was about to commence, the bustling crowd dissipated much of the strangeness. Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Zihang entered the auction along with the throng and arrived at the hall. The spacious hall was already filled with people, bustling with chatter and the sounds of animated conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, will you be seated in the hall or in a private box? A tall, slender man dressed in a black robe and wearing a ghostly mask approached Jiang Wanwan. Recognizing his attire, Jiang Wanwan understood he was a staff member of the auction. A private box. Before Jiang Wanwan could respond, Jiang Zihang quickly interjected. As soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed anxious that Jiang Wanwan might be upset with him for making decisions on her behalf, and promptly turned to explain, "The hall is too crowded and noisy. It would be better for us to go to a private box for a quieter experience." Jiang Wanwan nodded in agreement, and in truth, she had also intended to head to a private box regardless of Jiang Zihang's input. "Very well, please follow me," the staff member in black responded promptly, gesturing for them to follow him to the private box on the second floor. The private box on the second floor was not particularly spacious, but it was soundproofed remarkably well. As soon as they entered, the cacophony from outside vanished instantly. The masked man stood beside them and inquired, "Is this your first time attending a black market auction?" "No, you may leave, I will call for you if needed," Jiang Zihang replied with a shake of his head. "Understood. I wish you both a bountiful evening at the auction. My name is Kongqing, I am at your service," Kongqing stated politely before exiting the box. Jiang Wanwan casually took a seat at an empty spot in the box, and upon seeing this, Jiang Zihang promptly walked over, picked up the teapot from the table, and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Wanwan, his eager demeanor suggesting he was the one working at the auction. "Wanwan, you've been out all day, you must be tired, the tea here is quite good. Have some to soothe your throat." Jiang Wanwan looked at the steaming cup of tea placed before her but did not reach for it, maintaining a gentle smile on her face. Observing this, Jiang Zihang awkwardly set down the teacup. Chapter 37, Has she forgotten something? Is this place safe? Jiang Wanwan surveyed the somewhat modest private box and inquired softly. "Safe, very safe," Jiang Zihang immediately affirmed, to say nothing of the fact that this auction attracts so many people. Aside from the rarity of the auction items, the key point is that this auction house is excellent at protecting the privacy of its guests. Wanwan, don't underestimate this box. The surroundings are imbued with specialized soundproofing formations set by array masters. Even the masks we wear can obscure our presence and power. Furthermore, do you see the crystal placed in the center of the table? It's called the auction stone. Once the auction begins, it will light up, revealing a water mirror above that synchronizes with the auction stage, allowing those in the box to see the auction items without needing to open doors or windows. And this bidding paddle, if you wish to bid on an item you fancy, you can gently tap it, and the luminous pearl outside will light up once, signaling the auctioneer that someone in this box wishes to place a bid. Jiang Zihang sat beside Jiang Wanwan, enthusiastically sharing the details. Jiang Wanwan appeared to listen with casual interest, yet she was attentively absorbing the information. Strangely, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with these items, though she was certain she had never encountered them in her previous life. Jiang Wanwan silently regarded the auction stone in the center of the table, her gaze growing increasingly profound. Had she forgotten something? Ever since her rebirth, she had sensed that her mind was clearer than in her past life. And this feeling had only intensified as she continued to cultivate and enhance her strength. The new vocabulary that occasionally flashed through her mind was distinctly unfamiliar, yet she grasped their meanings with remarkable clarity. If it had happened once, it could be dismissed, but experiencing it multiple times was a telling indication. Ding! As dusk settled, a crisp and resonant bell rang promptly within the auction house. At the sound, Jiang Wanwan snapped back to her senses. Simultaneously, the auction stones at the center of each table in the private boxes illuminated, and a beam of white energy surged upwards, within the range of the white light. The image of the auction stage swiftly materialized. A woman clad in a form-fitting crimson gown, with an alluring figure, appeared on the auction stage. Oh, look! The moment the woman emerged, the water mirror echoed with excited shouts from the audience, clearly emanating from those in the hall. It is a great honor to welcome all esteemed guests to the Liuli auction. My name is Meng Yang, and I will be your auctioneer for this event. Her enchanting voice resonated from the water mirror. True to her name, Meng Yang was strikingly beautiful with a captivating figure. Particularly, her fox-like eyes sparkled with a hint of allure, ensnaring the hearts of those who dared to gaze upon them. The art of seduction. Jiang Wanwan recognized at a glance the technique being employed by the woman on stage. However, the allure technique she wielded was remarkably subtle, imperceptible to the average onlooker. Those who could see through it would not fall prey to its charm. Generally, every auctioneer possessed some degree of allure technique to enhance bidding among guests. This was widely accepted and seldom questioned. Yet, aside from the allure technique, what caught Jiang Wanwan's attention was the name of this auction house, Liuli. Liuli auction, Jiang Wanwan murmured, turning her gaze to Jiang Ziheng. Is it related to the Liuli pavilion? Jiang Ziheng, slightly taken aback, quickly responded. The Liuli auction is indeed operated by the Liuli pavilion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a smile. It seems the Liuli pavilion has quite an extensive range of interests. Jiang Ziheng nodded. Naturally, nearly half of the industries in Ziki City are run by the Liuli pavilion, including pills, spiritual tools, and even the pet shop we just visited is a venture of the Liuli Pavilion. Jiang Wanwan, and now she was genuinely astonished. You know, the entity behind the Liuli Pavilion possesses considerable strength. 10 years ago, the Liuli Pavilion established itself in Ziki City and managed to secure a foothold within a year. 3 years later, it ascended to the position of the wealthiest in Ziki City, with its influence spanning nearly every industry, and now, after 10 years, the Liuli Pavilion has become the wealthiest entity in the entire Donglai Kingdom. Jiang Ziheng continued to speak, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Wanwan's expression had shifted from astonishment to indifference. A decade ago, my elder brother had just come of age, and now, 10 years later, he has ascended to the status of the wealthiest individual in the nation. Truly, he is a man of remarkable depth and hidden talents. Does my brother know who the proprietor of Liuli Pavilion is? Jiang Wanwan, suddenly intrigued, inquired. Jiang Ziheng shook his head, his brow furrowed. It's rather peculiar. Over the course of these 10 years, Liuli Pavilion has surged in prominence, and many have sought to uncover the identity of its backer, yet no information has ever surfaced. As he spoke, Jiang Ziheng dismissively waved his hand. Our Donglai Kingdom, though merely a speck on the vast continent of Wuzhou, is rich in resources and harbors numerous families from hidden sects. Perhaps Liuli Pavilion is affiliated with such clandestine organizations. Hidden sects. In her past life, she endured much hardship and had little opportunity for cultivation, leaving her ignorant of such secluded sections. Nevertheless, she understood that these hidden sects were places where powerful and exceptionally gifted spirit masters resided. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan felt an uncontrollable urge to delve deeper into the subject. Now let us present our first auction item of the evening. Just as Jiang Wanwan was about to inquire further, an excited shout erupted from the auction stone. A staff member approached the auction stage, holding a square tray covered with a piece of black velvet cloth. Jiang Wanwan, captivated by the scene unfolding within the auction stone, set aside her questions and focused intently. Those hidden sects, she mused. If she diligently cultivated and continually surpassed her limits, she firmly believed she would one day encounter them. However, this auction item was evidently an opportunity not to be missed. The first item for bid is named blood coagulation elixir. Mei Yang stood at the auction podium, her enchanting smile captivating all, her voice as beguiling as her demeanor. However, when she uttered the words blood coagulation elixir, a wave of astonishment washed over the entire auction hall. Blood coagulation elixir, isn't that merely a common medicinal liquid? Indeed, how could something that barely qualifies as a pill be worthy of auction? Has the Liuli auction house truly fallen to such depths? A chorus of derisive murmurs filled the air. Chapter 38. Bidding for blood coagulation elixir. Mei Yang maintained a serene smile as the murmurs within the hall simmered for a moment before she utilized her spiritual energy to amplify her voice across the auction venue. I am certain you are all curious as to how a mere bottle of blood coagulation elixir could grace the Liuli auction house as our first item. Please allow me to elaborate. As she spoke, Mei Yang lifted one of the bottles of blood coagulation elixir from the tray and, before the crowd, opened the jade bottle. The instant the bottle was unsealed, a wisp of pale green mist wafted from the narrow opening, and Mei Yang stepped forward a couple of paces towards the auction podium. About that moment, a guest in the front row suddenly caught a whiff of an intense medicinal fragrance. That a medicinal aroma. Finally, an astute individual recognized the scent and exclaimed in astonishment, goodness, could it be that when Mei Yang opened the bottle, a wisp of green medicinal fragrance escaped, a colored medicinal aroma? Isn't that something only 6-star or higher elixirs possess? Listening to the incredulous voices around her, Mei Yang revealed a satisfied smile, sealing the bottle once more and gently stating, you have not been mistaken. It is indeed a colored medicinal aroma. The blood coagulation elixir in my possession has been refined to a purity of 100%. Any wound treated with this elixir will cease bleeding within but 2 breaths. In critical moments, this is truly a life-saving remedy. Gasped. A purity of 100%. How extraordinary! Who could possibly refine the blood coagulation elixir to such a degree? Enough talk, let us start the bidding. I desire a bottle. As Mei Yang elaborated, excitement rippled through the hall, and several individuals eagerly raised their bidding paddles. Observing the fervor around her, Mei Yang spoke with calm assurance. Please, do not rush. To ensure the authenticity of the medicinal product at the Liuli auction house and to instill confidence in your bids, we will conduct a live demonstration of the blood coagulation elixir, allowing you to witness its efficacy firsthand. As she spoke, 2 staff members arrived, carrying a bloodied injured person to the auction stage. This individual was brought from the arena, having recently battled the silver moon leopard. Now, we shall apply the blood coagulation elixir to this injured person. While Mei Yang spoke, she opened the jade bottle containing the elixir and, in full view of the audience, poured the green liquid onto the wounds of the injured man. Having just fought the silver moon leopard, the man bore numerous deep gashes from the beast's claws, each wound gruesome and severe. However, as the blood coagulation elixir was applied, the wounds that had bled profusely moments before began to clot and scab over at a visibly accelerated rate. The entire process took but 2 or 3 breaths. All present watched in astonishment, their greedy gazes fixed upon the auction stage. Thankfully, the Lioli auction house possesses formidable backing, otherwise, many in attendance might have succumbed to temptation upon witnessing such miraculous effects. Gasp! Truly, the efficacy of this 100% pure blood coagulation elixir rivals that of some 4 or 5-star elixirs. In a private box, Jiang Zihang marveled in astonishment. As he spoke, his gaze flickered with realization. His hands unconsciously clenching, his focus aligning with that of the majority, fixated upon the auction stage. Observing Jiang Zihang's evident intent to bid, Jiang Wanwan, with a calm demeanor, savored the pastries provided at the auction. Saying nothing, seeing that the promotional effect had taken hold, Mei Nyang's smile broadened, her seductive voice resonating once more throughout the auction hall. Esteemed guests, due to the limited time available for the alchemist to concoct the blood coagulation elixir, the first batch consists of only 10 bottles. Having used 1 for demonstration, we now have 9 remaining. The auction will proceed in 3 batches, with 3 bottles in each batch. And now, for the first batch of blood coagulation elixir. Starting at 100 gold coins, let the bidding commence. 150 gold coins. As Mei Nyang's words echoed, a participant eagerly initiated the bidding. This individual's enthusiasm ignited the auction hall, and soon the bids soared. 200 gold coins, 300 gold coins. The first batch of blood coagulation elixir was quickly auctioned off, ultimately fetching a price of 600 gold coins. Mei Nyang, without unnecessary delays, promptly presented the second batch of blood coagulation elixir. 3 petite bottles neatly arranged on the tray. The starting bid for the second batch is 100 gold coins. Let the auction begin. Mei Nyang's enchanting yet commanding voice spread throughout the hall. 300 gold coins, 400 gold coins, 500 dai and no more than a single incense stick. Time. The second batch was also sold. Jiang Wanwan, seated in the box, observed the frenzy among the crowd as they fought tooth and nail for a few bottles of blood coagulation elixir. Her smile deepening. Money, so much money. For the third batch, the starting bid remains 100 gold coins. Esteemed guests, this is the final batch of blood coagulation elixir. Who knows when you might have the chance to acquire elixirs of such quality again? Let the auction begin. 500 gold coins, 600 gold coins. The bidding prices soared, and not only those in the hall but also individuals in the second floor boxes could no longer restrain themselves. 1,000 gold coins. Suddenly, a voice rang in Jiang Wanwan's ear. Jiang Wanwan hesitated momentarily with her teacup, turning to Jiang Zihang with an expression of disbelief. 3 bottles of blood coagulation elixir for 1,000 gold coins. Averaging over 300 gold coins per bottle. What extravagant spending! Jiang Wanwan could hardly believe she was witnessing her own kin profit at her expense. 1,000 gold coins going once, 1,000 gold coins going twice. 1,000 gold coins going 3 times, 1,100 gold coins. Just as the final batch of blood coagulation elixir seemed destined to fall into Jiang Zihang's hands, the box opposite suddenly lit up. Jiang Zihang's smile faltered as he raised his hand to continue bidding. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Wanwan's grip on her teacup slackened, causing it to crash to the floor, splattering tea everywhere. Jiang Zihang, startled, instinctively rushed to Jiang Wanwan's side. Wanwan, are you alright? Did you get burned? 1,100 gold coins going once, 1,100 gold coins going twice, 1,100 gold coins going 3 times, sold, simultaneously. Mei Nyang, standing at the auction stage, brought down her gavel. Jiang Wanwan shook her head at Jiang Zihang. I'm fine. As long as you're unscathed. Thankfully, the tea was warmed. Jiang Zihang sighed in relief. Observing his genuine concern, Jiang Wanwan glanced at the image displayed on the auction stone and remarked lightly, the blood coagulation elixir is gone. At her words, Jiang Zihang finally comprehended, a look of regret flickering across his face before he quickly offered Jiang Wanwan a nonchalant smile. It's merely a potion, it's no matter. Chapter 39, a recipe for a non-side effect spirit cultivation pill. What do you require the blood coagulation elixir for? Jiang Wanwan inquired. This substance solely serves the purpose of coagulating blood and forming scabs. The auction's strategy is to first establish the renown of the 100% pure blood coagulation elixir, with more likely to follow in the Lioli Pavilion. It can be said that those who purchase the blood coagulation elixir at today's auction are undoubtedly great fools. Jiang Zihang hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. The hemostatic effect of this blood coagulation elixir surpasses that of the ones used in the military camps. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's eyes flickered slightly. She had not considered this aspect when she initially sought to earn a little money for sustenance. Quickly regaining her composure, Jiang Wanwan casually remarked to Jiang Zihang, from the tone of Mei Nyang just now. It seems that Lioli Pavilion has established a partnership with the alchemist of the blood coagulation elixir. Perhaps in the future, the elixir will be available for purchase at Lioli Pavilion, and we might consider buying in bulk then. As the price may well be considerably lower than it is now. Listening to Jiang Wanwan's words, Jiang Ziheng, believing himself to be offering comfort, nodded with a smile. Indeed, however, just after Jiang Ziheng nodded, Mei Niang's voice resonated once more from the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received news that Lioli Pavilion has reached a long-term cooperation agreement with the alchemist of the blood coagulation elixir. This alchemist will provide Lioli Pavilion with a regular supply of the same quality elixir, which will be available for sale in 1 month. As for the price, it has yet to be determined. So please look forward to it. Upon hearing Mei Niang's announcement, those who had been frustrated by their inability to purchase the blood coagulation elixir due to financial constraints felt considerably better. Meanwhile, those who successfully acquired the elixir were also not disheartened, as they understood that the subsequent elixirs would not be available for another month. Spending this money to obtain 3 vials of the elixir in advance seemed like a wise decision. Throughout this series of events, Jiang Wanwan observed Mei Niang's adept handling with admiration, noting how she managed to sell the blood coagulation elixir originally valued at 100 gold coins per vial for double or even triple that price, while simultaneously promoting it splendidly. One could not help but marvel at the marketing strategies employed by Lioli Pavilion. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be presented is the second auction item. Mei Niang's voice continued to resonate from the auction stage, and the excitement within the Lioli auction venue had been thoroughly ignited following the blood coagulation elixir. Jiang Wanwan patiently savored Mei Niang's superb auction rhetoric from her private booth, acknowledging that Mei Niang truly was an exceptional auctioneer, not merely because of her innate charm, but also due to her remarkable ability to leverage her strengths. With her eloquent speech, she effortlessly stirred the emotions of others, selling each item for 2 or 3 times its original value. Often, it was within Mei Niang's impassioned rhetoric that people, caught up in the moment, would inadvertently raise their bids, only to realize too late that they had already secured the item, leaving them unable to retract their offers. As time passed, the fervor within the auction hall remained unabated, with many individuals swept up in the atmosphere, becoming increasingly enthusiastic, their eyes gleaming like those of gamblers lost in their obsession. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is somewhat special, so please allow me to introduce it properly. Suddenly, at that moment, Mei Niang's voice softened, and the lights in the auction hall dimmed. A female attendant approached the auction stage, delicately carrying a tray. This item for auction is provided by the alchemist who created the blood coagulation elixir. Upon this announcement, the previously subdued crowd erupted with renewed fervor. Could there be an even more exceptional elixir than the blood coagulation elixir? Not only the attendees in the main hall but even the previously disinterested Jiang Ziheng found himself suddenly excited at the mention of the blood coagulation elixir's alchemist. Mei Niang stood on the auction stage, taking in the expressions of everyone present. Her sensuous lips pursed as she revealed a captivating smile. However, this item is not an elixir. What does that mean? Don't keep us in suspense, please go on. The impatient crowd in the hall urged her on. Mei Niang smiled slightly, undeterred by their eagerness, and approached the female attendant holding the tray. Lifting the black cloth that covered it, resting on the tray was a scroll. Wait, a scroll? Confusion washed over the crowd, yet, while some were puzzled, others quickly grasped the significance. Rising excitedly from their seats, most of whom were hidden within the private booths, they were not mistaken, this was indeed a scroll containing the formula for the cultivating spirit pill. Mei Niang wore a smile, her alluring voice unhurried as she began to introduce it. The formula for the cultivating spirit pill? What is there to auction about? Exactly, the cultivating spirit pill's formula isn't exactly a secret. Mei Niang, have you made a mistake? At the moment the secret was revealed, the previously excited crowd fell silent, with many maintaining their doubts. Mei Niang, this formula for the cultivating spirit pill must have some unique qualities. Right, finally someone in the crowd recognized the discrepancy and boldly inquired. After all, this formula had been provided by the alchemist who crafted the blood coagulation elixir with a purity of 100%. It could indeed possess something extraordinary. Indeed, this formula for the cultivating spirit pill does possess unique qualities. A deeper smile spread across Mei Niang's enchanting face as she continued her introduction. The cultivating spirit pill is well known. A 2-star advancement pill used by Xianling masters to break through to the Earthling master level. However, while the cultivating spirit pill is beneficial, it also carries significant side effects. Repeated consumption can easily lead to meridian blockages, severely impacting one's cultivation talent. Mei Niang's melodious voice flowed steadily, and everyone listened intently. It was not that they were not anxious, rather, Mei Niang's voice was simply too enchanting, making even trivial words a pleasure to hear. This was a significant advantage that contributed to her prowess as an auctioneer. Furthermore, as I mentioned, this formula has been refined by the alchemist who produced the blood coagulation elixir with 100% purity. To be frank, this scroll has undergone improvements, and any alchemist who follows this formula to produce the cultivating spirit pill will create a version devoid of any side effects, a perfect cultivating spirit pill. What? No side effects? Did I hear that correctly? An improved formula? Is this for real? My goodness, what kind of extraordinary alchemist is this, to be so remarkable? As Mei Yang revealed the key details, the auction hall erupted once more into a cacophony of astonished murmurs. Every face reflecting incredulity. In the face of this uproar, Mei Yang couldn't help but marvel at the incredible talent of the alchemist her employer had encountered. Chapter 41, A Bounty of Small Fortunes. The history of the 5 continents, if traced back to ancient times, spans at least several millennia, while the history of alchemy has persisted for at least several 100,000 years. Presently, all the preserved formulas have been refined and optimized by countless predecessors, eliminating the dross and retaining the essence, resulting in nearly perfect recipes. This highlights just how challenging it is to improve a formula. When Mei Yang learned that this cultivating spirit pill formula had been refined to completely eliminate side effects, she was left in stunned amazement for quite some time. What a remarkable genius this must be. Mei Yang, let us skip the pleasantries and get to the bidding. Yes, let us start the bidding. Initially, Mei Yang had thought that while a formula could sell, it would hardly be a hot commodity, as formulas are only effective in the hands of alchemists, of which there are very few, likely no more than 100 in the entire Eastern Kingdom. However, observing the current situation, it seemed that not only alchemists desired this formula, many of those hidden in the private booths began to stir with excitement. Typically, the individuals in these booths are either exceptionally wealthy or influential. If one were to consider it further, whoever possesses this improved formula, regardless of whether they are an alchemist, could collaborate with a reliable alchemist and effectively monopolize the market for the improved cultivating spirit pill. Suddenly realizing this, Mei Yang found herself puzzled about why her employer would choose to auction this formula. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for Lioli Pavilion to keep it and monopolize it? Of course, the item was already on the auction stage, and it was impossible to regret not auctioning it off now. Faced with the crowd's urging, Mei Yang decided not to prolong the wait any further. With a professional smile, she spoke softly. The improved side-effect-free cultivating spirit pill formula begins at a starting price of 3,000 gold coins. The auction starts now. 5,000 gold coins, 6,000 gold coins, 8,000 gold coins. As the bidding commenced, excitement surged once more through the auction hall, with voices calling out bids one after another. The lively atmosphere extended beyond the main hall to the private booths on the second floor, where the luminous jewels at the doors continued to flash incessantly. With so many flashing jewels, Mei Yang found it difficult to keep track and had to channel her soul energy to encompass the entire auction venue. With the aid of her soul energy, she could discern and calculate the current bid amounts. Such a vibrant scene had not been witnessed by Mei Yang in several years, in just a short time. The price of the formula had already surpassed 10,000, and the number continued to climb. In one of the booths on the second floor, Wanwan's smile had not faded, and even the pastries in her hand seemed to taste sweeter in that moment. TSK, how terrifying this atmosphere is. If it weren't for the absence of an alchemist in our household, I would have been unable to resist raising the bid. Zhang Ziheng gazed wide-eyed at the auction hall, where the price had soared within just a few breaths, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Finally, after a stick of incense had burned, this scroll of medicinal formula was auctioned off for the astonishing sum of 100,001 gold coins. The fortunate winner being an individual in a box on the second floor. Coincidentally, that box was right next to John Wanwan's, as the medicinal formula was sold for such a high price. The lively atmosphere in the auction hall slightly subsided, and Zhang Ziheng quickly regained his composure, his expression turning serious as he recalled overhearing the conversation between Zhang Yi and Long Fian in a narrow alley. Wanwan. Zhang Ziheng suddenly cast a grave look towards Zhang Wanwan. The cheerful Zhang Wanwan, suddenly hearing a solemn voice in her ear, felt her smile fade slightly as she turned to look at Zhang Ziheng with confusion. Zhang Ziheng's expression was serious, yet his gaze flickered mischievously towards the neighboring box, even discreetly pointing with his little finger as if fearing Zhang Wanwan would not grasp his meaning. Do you think the occupant of the adjacent box could be Long Fian? Zhang Yi observed Zhang Ziheng's furtive demeanor and the carefully extended finger, her amusement deepening. How had she never noticed Zhang Ziheng's slightly endearing side before? I don't know, perhaps, Zhang Wanwan replied vaguely, though a faint glimmer passed through her eyes. Regardless of who was next door, the auction of this medicinal formula did not guarantee possession of it. Zhang Ziheng's expression immediately grew conflicted and somber as he pondered silently. Zhang Wanwan, however, paid no heed to Zhang Ziheng's concerns. Continuing to relish the bustling atmosphere of the auction, some items of interest did appear, yet their prices were exorbitant. With merely a small gold card containing a few thousand coins, she found herself powerless against these items that commanded tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is one that many of you may have encountered before. As the auction stone displayed an image of a captivating figure, Mei Yang's smile radiated with charm. Her alluring fox-like eyes seemingly containing the brilliance of stars. At this moment, Zhang Wanwan's gaze flickered, and she almost instantly guessed the revelation. It has arrived. Zhang Ziheng quickly caught on, his heart racing as he fixed his eyes on the auction stage. Even straightening his back unconsciously, without further ado, I shall present the item, and you shall understand. With Mei Nyang's words, the maid beside her simultaneously unveiled the black velvet cloth covering the tray. In an instant, the dim auction hall was illuminated with a dazzling array of colors, a mesmerizing spectacle filling the space. The moment the radiant multicolored light was revealed, the entire auction hall fell silent, astonishment etched on every face. Although Mei Nyang had seen the flowing light satin before, each encounter left her in awe of its resplendent beauty. One could not deny that this flowing light satin was simply exquisite. At that moment, under the glow of the vibrant lights, the dim auction hall felt as if it had been transported to another realm, where hues of red, green, yellow, and blue intertwined in a dance comparable to the aurora. As everyone immersed themselves in this dreamlike spectacle, Mei Nyang was the first to regain her composure, smiling as she continued her introduction. This item is known as flowing light satin. Do not be deceived by its stunning exterior, for it is a 9-star celestial artifact. Mei Nyang's voice reverberated through every corner of the hall, akin to a thunderclap, instantly igniting a frenzy among the previously tranquil attendees. 9 stars. A 9-star celestial artifact? Am I hearing this correctly? I am not hard of hearing. I heard it too. It is indeed a 9-star celestial artifact. My goodness, I recall that the national treasure of the Donglai Kingdom was also a 9-star celestial artifact. Are we about to witness another national treasure? Chapter 42, Money is truly a cursed thing. Damn it, why did no one inform me that a 9-star celestial artifact would appear at this auction? I didn't bring enough money. I didn't bring enough either. Quick, notify my family to send money at once. As the 9-star celestial artifact emerged, the crowd in the auction hall erupted in excitement, and the same was true for the second floor boxes, where the apparent calm belied the brewing chaos. It was at this moment that shadows swiftly departed from the auction hall, each heading in different directions, clearly to notify their families and factions to gather funds immediately. After all, this was a 9-star celestial artifact. The sole 9-star celestial artifact of the Donglai Kingdom was regarded as a national treasure, kept under lock and key, highlighting its rarity, in the largest box on the second floor. A youth clad in a dark blue crane robe fixed his gaze intently on the flowing light satin on the auction stage, his eyes occasionally sparkling with fervor. Your Highness, I have dispatched someone to the palace to request funds from His Majesty. We will undoubtedly secure this 9-star celestial artifact tonight. A black-clad guard stood respectfully before the youth, arms crossed, speaking in a low voice. Mo Yangjin slowly rubbed the porcelain cup in his hands, nodding in affirmation. At present, the national treasure of the Donglai Kingdom, the bloodthirsty dagger, had already been bound to him as its master. The lethality of this 9-star celestial artifact was exceptionally potent. Once drawn, it must draw blood. However, the bloodthirsty dagger had a distinct flaw. During combat, the wielder would suffer a backlash from its domineering aura, necessitating a readiness for the potential shattering of their meridians with each use. He had attempted various methods to mitigate this issue, all of which had proven futile. The backlash of a 9-star celestial artifact was simply too overpowering. Yet, upon witnessing the emergence of the flowing light satin, all his concerns seemed to dissipate. As a defensive artifact of the same caliber as the 9-star celestial artifact, the flowing light satin would undoubtedly withstand the backlash of the bloodthirsty dagger. Therefore, regardless of the cost, he was determined to acquire this 9-star celestial artifact tonight. Tisk, the black market tonight is bound to erupt. Zhang Ziheng vaguely sensed the surging undercurrents in the darkness, murmuring softly, Wanwan, should we notify the old man as well? Observing the fervor of those around him, he felt compelled to join the fray. No need. Zhang Wanwan shook her head, her expression calm. It is merely a superficial trinket. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziheng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a 9-star celestial artifact, and Wanwan had the audacity to dismiss it as a mere trinket. Zhang Wanwan cast a faint glance at Zhang Ziheng, her lips curving slightly. Pay close attention to Mei Nyang's explanation. Influenced by Zhang Wanwan's words, Zhang Ziheng found himself listening intently. On the auction stage, Mei Nyang enthusiastically elaborated on the effects of the flowing light satin. This flowing light satin was evidently designed specifically for female spiritualists, with defensive capabilities surpassing its offensive potential, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a postnatal spiritualist. As for its offensive capabilities, it only possessed an illusory mental attack effect. Weapons are meant for combat, not spectacle. Practicality is of utmost importance. That concludes my basic introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, the flowing light satin, a 9-star celestial artifact, shall now commence bidding without reserve. Mei Nyang's introduction was succinct, and the attendees required little elaboration. The mere mention of the 9-star celestial artifact was enough to incite frenzy. 100,000 gold coins, 300,000 gold coins, 500,000 gold coins. The moment Mei Nyang announced the start of the bidding, a flurry of bids erupted, and within the blink of an eye, the price of this 9-star celestial artifact surged to 500,000 gold coins. 1 million gold coins. Within merely 3 seconds, someone from the second floor box made a bid, even foregoing a bidding paddle and calling out directly, instantly raising the price to 1 million, effectively eliminating the first floor participants. TSK. Although I had long anticipated that such a treasure was beyond my reach, I still can't help but feel frustrated. Money is truly a cursed thing. What does it matter, even if we cannot obtain it? It is still worth a look, indeed. As the price soared rapidly, the astronomical figures soon caused the crowd in the first floor hall to retreat in dismay. The ensuing time witnessed a fierce competition among the affluent and influential individuals on the second floor. Wanwan sat in the box, watching as the bids continued to escalate, unable to suppress her lament that she was simply too impoverished. In such a brief period, the price of the 9-star celestial artifact had already soared to 5 million gold coins. And this was merely the beginning. Faced with these individuals effortlessly calling out enormous sums, Wanwan felt a burgeoning sense of envy towards the wealthy. At this moment, the auctioneer had become inconsequential. No one paid attention to the auctioneer standing on the stage, as those making bids were solely focused on how to secure the 9-star celestial artifact. Yang was evidently accustomed to such scenes. Standing quietly at the auction stage, smilingly observing the bidding boxes, she merely needed to take note of the box number with the highest bid at the end. Finally, as the price reached 8 million gold coins, the frequency of bids began to slow, and the increments for each bid became significantly smaller. The one who called out the 8 million high bid was box number 1.8,300,000 gold coins. As the bidding for box 1 commenced, another box on the second floor soon followed suit. 0.9 million gold coins. Almost immediately after the bid was called, box 1 unhesitatingly raised the stakes by an additional 700,000. Faced with the formidable financial prowess of box 1, many onlookers couldn't help but cast curious glances, and whispers of speculation filled the air, pondering the true identity of the enigmatic bidder behind box 1. Is there anyone willing to outbid 9 million gold coins? Yang stood at the auction podium, her fox-like eyes shimmering with delight. 0.9 million gold coins for a 9-star celestial artifact is an exceedingly rare price. This flowing satin, primarily a defensive spirit tool, pales in comparison to offensive tools of similar quality. 0.9 million gold coins, once, 9 million gold coins, twice, 9 million gold coins, thrice, bang, with a decisive strike of her auction hammer. The 9-star celestial artifact finally found its owner. Congratulations to box 1, Yang smiled with satisfaction. Simultaneously, a female attendant, cradling the 9-star celestial artifact, descended from the auction stage, soon followed by 2 equally powerful spirit masters. Making their way towards box 1. Given the immense value of the auctioned item, the Lili auction house mandated face-to-face transactions post-auction, ensuring security for both the auction house and the buyers. In box 1. Yang did not wait long before there was a knock at the door. Enter, he said softly. A black-clad guard stepped forward, opening the box door to usher in 3 staff members from the Lili auction house. Esteemed guest, this is the flowing satin you just acquired. Please inspect it. The female attendant gently placed the flowing satin on the table before Yang, her professional smile evident. The flowing satin had been carefully repackaged in a wooden box. Yang opened the box, and a dazzling brilliance instantly filled the space. Nodding in satisfaction, he closed the box, concealing the radiant light. He then retrieved a golden card from his waist and presented it to the attendant. Here is the 9 million. The attendant accepted the card, promptly verifying its contents before smiling again at Yang. Transaction complete. A chain shall no longer intrude upon your privacy. Farewell. With that, the attendant and her 2 guards departed box 1. Once the Lili auction house personnel had left, Yang reached out to caress the wooden box containing the flowing satin, a flicker of joy passing through his eyes. In the next moment, a subtle fluctuation enveloped the box, which vanished into thin air, absorbed into his storage space. The auction continued, yet while the subsequent items maintained a semblance of interest, none could rival the fervor generated by the flowing satin. It seemed the emotions of all present had been entirely spent on the earlier item, leading to rather ordinary bids for the remaining lots. Before long, an hour had passed, and the auction was nearing its conclusion. Yang, with a sly smile, her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkling with allure, scanned every corner of the auction hall before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the end of our auction, most items have already been sold. Next, we present the final item, the piece d'assistance that you have all eagerly awaited. At her words, a palpable hush fell over the crowd as anticipation gripped their hearts, eyes fixated on the podium. Clearly everyone had been longing for this moment. Without further ado, Yang signaled for the item to be brought forth for all to see. As she spoke, a female attendant approached the podium, carefully balancing a tray. Unlike before, her demeanor was noticeably more anxious, hinting at the extraordinary value of the item she bore. A silence enveloped the auction hall, yet Yang did not misinterpret this as disinterest. Instead, her confidence radiated. Under the intensity of countless eager gazes, she slowly removed the black velvet cloth covering the tray, revealing a square celadon jade box. The quality of the jade box spoke volumes of its exceptional nature. Sensing the fervent attention directed at the jade box, Mei Nyang deliberately took her time to open it, her slender, delicate fingers captivating the audience's gaze. Finally, as the box creaked open, a wave of pure and rich spiritual energy surged forth. Those seated in the front row, closest to the stage, were the first to experience this ethereal energy, their expressions instantly reflecting rapture. "What exquisite spiritual energy, a true treasure," exclaimed the delighted spirit masters in the front row. At that moment, as the jade box was fully unveiled, a cascade of ice blue light emanated, and a series of gasps echoed throughout the now silent hall. Emerging from beneath the azure glow was a palm-sized jade lotus. Blooming in all its breathtaking glory, seemingly not of this world. As the full visage of the holy water ice lotus came into view, every pair of eyes widened, and the atmosphere thickened with awe. Even the sound of breathing seemed to fade to buzz. Just as the crowd marveled at the extraordinary sight before them, a sudden surge of spiritual energy erupted. The nearest spirit master, feeling an unprecedented stir within, exclaimed, "I've broken through." The crowd gasped in unison. "Is this real? How can this be happening?" It was the holy water ice lotus. The fortunate individual, closest to it, had absorbed the essence of its released energy, coincidentally nearing a breakthrough point, resulting in this miraculous event. Incredible luck. What a remarkable item this holy water ice lotus must be. The atmosphere in the auction hall reached a fever pitch, ignited by this unforeseen breakthrough. Mei Nyang, taken aback by this unexpected delight, quickly regained her composure and, with a hint of excitement in her voice, introduced the item. "Indeed, as you can see, this is a freshly harvested antidote, the holy water ice lotus." As Mei Nyang spoke, the previously ecstatic crowd began to react, many still flushed with excitement, their breaths quickening. For those unfamiliar with the holy water ice lotus, allow me to provide a brief overview. It grows in the purest spiritual environments atop lofty mountains, taking a millennium to form a single bud, followed by another millennium to bloom. Each blossom has 3 petals, and every 1,000 years another petal forms, absorbing the finest spiritual energies from nature, renowned for its ability to neutralize poisons, cleanse the marrow, and enhance innate talents. Though succinct, Mei Nyang's description highlighted the essence of the item. The holy water ice lotus before them, with its 8 petals, represented 8,000 years of existence and the absorption of the purest spiritual energies, truly a rare and invaluable treasure. With Mei Nyang's introduction, the atmosphere in the auction hall became electric as spirit masters gathered in the hall fixated on the mesmerizing holy water ice lotus, particularly those in the front row, who inhaled deeply, drawn by the potent spiritual energy it exuded. What if they too experienced an unexpected breakthrough like that fortunate individual? Chapter 44. More money is just a pair of numbers. It is safe to say that this 8-petal holy water ice lotus, at least 10,000 years old, is exceedingly rare, a once-in-a-millennium find. I shall say no more. The auction for the 8-petal holy water ice lotus begins with no reserve, 100,000 gold coins. At the instant Mei Nyang's words fell, a voice from within the crowd called out. The moment this price was uttered, a chorus of disapproval erupted, and all eyes turned towards the audacious bidder. They were eager to see who would dare to offer such a paltry sum for such a priceless treasure. Suddenly the focus of attention shifted to a man sporting a goatee, facing the mocking gazes of the crowd. The man blushed and awkwardly stammered, I just wanted to join in the fun and give you all a start." The individuals seated in the first floor hall were largely of modest means, lacking any significant influence, and they universally believed that such an exquisite spiritual elixir would ultimately fall into the hands of the powerful and wealthy. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from bidding in a display of bravado. As a result, most attendees understood the goateed man's explanation. Before long, a voice from a corner of the hall broke the silence, calling out 300,000 gold coins, as more voices joined in the bidding. The previously tranquil auction hall erupted with renewed energy. 350,000 gold coins, with bids echoing from outside the private box where Jiang Wanwan sat, remained eerily quiet. Jiang Wanwan's gaze was fixated on the sacred water ice lotus displayed on the auction stage, her expression revealing a flicker of desire. Alas, her financial situation was rather strained. With a sigh, she realized that she was fated to be at odds with such a remarkable spiritual treasure, just as Jiang Wanwan lamented her lack of fortune. A sudden thud echoed as a wooden table beside her was struck forcefully. The unexpected noise startled her. Turning her head, she noticed Jiang Zihang abruptly standing from his seat, his expression peculiar. He slammed a gold card onto the wooden table, his eyes locking onto Jiang Wanwan's. Yet, in the instant their gazes met, his confidence wavered, and he stuttered, This card contains 800,000 gold coins. You can use it first, and if it's insufficient, I can return to the estate and bring you more money." Upon hearing Jiang Zihang's words, Jiang Wanwan quickly grasped the situation. He had discerned her interest in the sacred water ice lotus and was offering her financial assistance. 800,000 gold coins, combined with her meager 60,000, constituted a considerable sum for an ordinary household. However, glancing at the auction stone, she noted that in mere moments, the bidding for the sacred water ice lotus had already soared to 400,000 gold coins. At this price point, no one from the second floor boxes had yet made a move. In comparison, their paltry sum of 860,000 seemed utterly inadequate. In that instant, Wanwan comprehended the stark reality of wealth being as trivial as dirt. Resigned, she shook her head, declining Jiang Zihong's generous offer. Her desire for the sacred water ice lotus stemmed from its exceptional detoxifying properties, which she hoped could alleviate the poison afflicting Emperor Yunzhou's serpent tail, not for her own use. Thus, whether or not she could secure it was of little consequence. Jiang Zihong, perceiving Jiang Wanwan's refusal, assumed she still harbored resentment towards him and was unwilling to utilize his funds, causing his expression to dim. After a moment of silence, he forced a bitter smile and resumed his seat, leaving the gold card untouched. Sensing Jiang Zihong's distress, Jiang Wanwan's gaze flickered to the thin gold card on the table. At that moment, she felt a twinge of compassion upon witnessing his despondent demeanor, yet, recalling how he had previously shielded Jiang Yi, her heart hardened once more. Jiang Zihong was the type of individual who needed a stern lesson before he would learn his lesson. Best to leave it at that. 1 million gold coins. A voice from box 7 on the second floor announced the bid, abruptly drawing Jiang Wanwan back to the present. She glanced at the auction stone. Noting that box 7 was right next to theirs, on the left, with various formations and barriers in place, nothing was visible. She could not discern the number of individuals inside, nor their genders or ages. 1,500,000 gold coins. Box 9 chimed in with a bid. Before Jiang Wanwan could process this, the excited voice from Mei Yang rang out again, indicating that this time the bid came from their right side box. Although nothing was visible, Jiang Zihong couldn't resist casting a glance towards box 9, which was the same one that had previously secured the recipe for the spirit-cultivating pill. He had long suspected that it housed Long Fian and Jiang Yi. Yet without visual confirmation, it remained merely a suspicion. In less than half a stick of incense, the bidding for the sacred water ice lotus had skyrocketed to 1,500,000 gold coins. Even when combining Jiang Wanwan's and Jiang Zihong's gold cards, the total was still paltry, confirming her earlier predictions. Such a rare spiritual elixir was not something the affluent would easily relinquish. 0.2 million. Box 3 bid 2,500,000. Box 10 followed suit. 3 million gold coins. Box 5. Mei Yang's voice continued to resound, the fervor of the auction escalating to a fever pitch of the atmosphere in the auction hall. Fueled by the bidding for the sacred water ice lotus, transformed into a cacophony of excitement and competition, Jiang Zihong stole several glances at Jiang Wanwan, his lips moving as if to speak. Yet hesitation clouded his eyes, and he ultimately remained silent. In truth, he longed to express that although he possessed only 800,000 gold coins, should Jiang Wanwan call upon him, the general's mansion would swiftly send her more funds. With the formidable financial backing of the general's mansion, acquiring another sacred water ice lotus was entirely within reach, provided Jiang Wanwan was willing. Yet, casting another furtive glance at her, Jiang Zihong noticed that Jiang Wanwan had now turned her attention away from the sacred water ice lotus. Leaving him momentarily uncertain of her intentions. 0.4 million gold coins, box 9 declared, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" After a stick of incense had passed, the lights of box 9 continued to flicker. And Mei Yang promptly began her countdown. 0.4 million gold coins once. After a brief pause, without any further bids, Mei Yang initiated her final countdown. 0.4 million gold coins twice. She raised her auction hammer in anticipation. 4,400,000 gold coins. Box 10 bid, prompting a wave of excitement from Mei Yang. As an auctioneer, the higher the price at which she sold items, the greater her commission. Not be by the end of this event, she would pocket a substantial sum. 4,400,000 gold coins once. Mei Yang continued her countdown. 0.5 million gold coins. Box 9 bid again. 5 million gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Just as Mei Yang began her countdown, the lights outside box 1 flickered rapidly, revealing the bid of 7 million gold coins. Box 1 bid 7 million gold coins. Mei Yang exclaimed, her voice a mixture of surprise and delight. The crowd was taken aback by the sudden surge, and astonishment swept through the auction hall. Who was this formidable figure? Bah, not a formidable figure at all. This is clearly a deity of wealth. While others casually spend hundreds of thousands, I wince at the thought of parting with even a single gold coin. People's lives are like a comparison of wealth. Not only were the attendees stunned, but even Mei Yang couldn't help but steal glances at box 1. Who was this esteemed individual? She recalled that box 1 had previously acquired the glimmering satin for a staggering 9 million. And now they had the audacity to bid 7 million for the sacred water ice lotus, seemingly with ample resources to spare. In the kingdom of Donglai, individuals with such vast wealth were exceedingly rare. Inside box 1, Ouyang Jin remained unfazed by the murmurs outside. As the crown prince of Donglai, with the national treasury backing him, a mere 10 million gold coins was but a drop in the ocean for him. Meanwhile, in box 9, just as Jiang Zihong had suspected, it was none other than Long Fian, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, accompanied by Jiang Yi. At this moment, Jiang Yi sat beside Long Fian. Observing the unpleasant expression on Long Fian's face, her lips pursed in silence. Prior to their arrival, Long Fian had already inquired about the highlight auction item at tonight's Liuli auction, which was a detoxifying sacred herb. Consequently, she had prepared a sufficient amount of gold coins beforehand. However, she never anticipated that they would be completely overshadowed by an unexpectedly emerging box. Bang! Long Fian's countenance darkened as she struck the bidding paddle several times with force. Almost instantaneously, the voice of Mei Yang echoed, 10 million gold coins. Box 9 bids 10 million gold coins. At that moment, even Mei Yang's voice trembled slightly. Initially, it was believed that Box 1 was formidable. But it turned out that Box 9 was equally competitive, continuously raising the bid and causing the price of the 8-petal sacred water ice lotus to soar to the staggering figure of 10 million gold coins. When Long Fian declared 10 million gold coins, Zhang Yi, seated beside her, could not help but reveal an expression of astonishment. Had Long Fian wagered all her gold coins, as a young lady of the Minister of Revenue? It was improbable for her to possess such immense wealth alone. These must have been the financial resources of the entire Minister of Revenue's household. Zhang Yi surmised that Long Fian was likely acting under the orders of the Minister of Revenue to acquire the 8-petal sacred water ice lotus. Even with this line of thought, Zhang Yi remained secretly astonished. Truly, the Minister of Revenue possessed an astonishing fortune. 10 million gold coins for the first time, 10 million gold coins for the second time, 10 million gold coins for the third time. Bang! With the sound of Mei Yang's gavel falling, this rare sacred water ice lotus was ultimately secured by Box 9 for the exorbitant price of 8 million gold coins. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of Box 9. Mei Yang continued to stand on the auction stage, a smile adorning her face as she offered her congratulations. Thus, this auction concludes successfully. Thank you all for your attendance. Within Box 1, Ouyang Jin's grip on his teacup suddenly tightened, and in the next moment, the cup shattered, tea splattering onto his hand. The figure in black beside him observed this scene, his expression shifting as he quickly lowered his head. Striving to diminish his presence, Timian, suddenly Ouyang Jin spoke, his eyes glinting with malice. At your service. The black-clad guard reacted swiftly, stepping before Ouyang Jin with arms crossed. Investigate the origins of Box 9, Ouyang Jin commanded. Yes, Timian responded, turning to leave. Wait, Ouyang Jin called out again, halting Timian in his tracks. Timian paused, facing Ouyang Jin once more, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, do you have further instructions? Gather some men and stand guard outside the black market. Ready to heed my commands at any moment. Ouyang Jin's voice was icy, a chilling murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Timian was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood, responding meticulously. Understood. Having served beside the prince for many years and executed numerous tasks, he immediately grasped that the prince intended to resort to violence and theft. Timian exited the box, blending into the night as he stealthily departed the black market. Swiftly making arrangements as per Ouyang Jin's directives. In Box 8, Zhang Wanwan remained oblivious to the undercurrents swirling in the other boxes. After the auction concluded, she casually stretched, rising from her seat, casting a glance at Zhang Zihong, and spoke nonchalantly, let us go. Oh, alright. Zhang Zihong nodded, dutifully trailing behind Zhang Wanwan as they exited the box. Just as Zhang Wanwan and Zhang Zihong stepped out, the individuals from Box 9 coincidentally emerged as well. Zhang Wanwan instinctively glanced over, her eyebrows raising slightly, surprise flickering in her eyes. It truly was Long Fian. Although the other party wore a mask concealing her aura, the pale blue gown was all too familiar to Zhang Wanwan. During the day, in a narrow alley, she had discussed with Zhang Yi how to ensnare Jiang Songrong, and Long Fian had worn that very outfit. She had subsequently appeared outside the Liuli pavilion, intending to purchase the flowing light silk. At that moment, Zhang Wanwan had recognized Long Fian. Chapter 46. Wanwan, do you wish to kill and steal? As soon as they exited the box, Zhang Zihong sensed something amiss. Casting a vigilant glance around before whispering to Zhang Wanwan, Zhang Wanwan snapped back to attention, simultaneously noticing that several gazes had converged from various corners of the auction venue. These stares were not directed at her but rather at Long Fian and the mysterious figure from Box 1. They were intent on murder and theft. Zhang Wanwan quickly realized. Wanwan, let us hurry back to the residence, Zhang Zihong urged, anxious for Zhang Wanwan's safety. His concern was not for himself but for her well-being. Alright, Zhang Wanwan nodded, following Zhang Zihong as they prepared to leave the black market. The hidden gazes were fixated on Long Fian, intent on acquiring the sacred water ice lotus she had just secured, which bore little relevance to her. She had no desire to attract such troubles. However, matters seemed more complicated than Zhang Wanwan had anticipated. Outside the black market, Ouyang Jin had long since dispatched individuals to lay in ambush, with countless dark guards concealed in every nook outside the entrance, even having stationed personnel at all the street entrances of Ziki City to ensure they could capture Long Feiyan. As Zhang Wanwan stepped out of the black market, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding her. It was not yet the curfew hour in Ziki City, yet the streets felt unexpectedly desolate. Suddenly, a woman clad in a pale blue dress rushed out in a panic. Nearly colliding with Jiang Wanwan. "Watch out," Jiang Zihong reacted swiftly, grasping Jiang Wanwan's wrist and pulling her into his embrace while shielding her head with one hand, his voice low and tinged with concern. I'm sorry," the woman, still wearing the distinctive mask of the black market, hurriedly bowed her head and apologized after bumping into Jiang Zihong. Jiang Zihong frowned in displeasure but was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the woman's attire. "Long Fian?" "What?" The woman, still flustered, did not catch Jiang Zihong's words. As their gazes met, despite the mask, her round, bright eyes were not those of Long Fian. Jiang Zihong quickly dismissed the notion. Long Fian's features were more striking. Her almond-shaped eyes slightly upturned, resembling a fox's gaze, while the eyes before him were distinctly round and bright. The woman seemed to have urgent business, and seeing Jiang Zihong lost in thought, she bowed again in apology before hastily departing. Just as she hurried away, faint waves of spiritual energy rippled from the shadows, and indistinct figures appeared to pursue her fleeing form. "Wanwan, are you all right?" Jiang Zihong expressed concern for Jiang Wanwan, having overlooked the surroundings due to his lack of acute perception. Jiang Wanwan shook her head, her gaze lingering on the direction the girl had vanished. The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Long Fian from Box 9, both in figure and attire, which was why Jiang Zihong had mistaken her at first glance. "What's wrong?" Noticing Jiang Wanwan's fixation, Jiang Zihong inquired. Jiang Wanwan regained her composure, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she replied ambiguously, "That person's clothing is quite lovely. Is it a diversion?" Evidently Long Fian understood that the sacred water ice lotus she had won at the auction was a hot commodity. Long Fian's ploy was indeed clever, speaking of which, that person's outfit bears a striking resemblance to Long Fian's today. "I almost mistook them," Jiang Zihong remarked instinctively. Jiang Wanwan snapped back to reality upon hearing his words, a light chuckle escaping her as a glimmer of intrigue danced in her eyes. "I just remembered there's something I need to attend to. Sixth brother, you should head home first." With that, Jiang Wanwan turned to leave. Jiang Zihong reached out, promptly grasping her arm. "What are you going to do?" "I'll accompany you. No, I brought you out, so I must ensure you return home safely." Jiang Wanwan's intended refusal was preempted by Jiang Zihong's resolute declaration. Jiang Wanwan arched an eyebrow. "Very well." However, after agreeing to accompany Jiang Zihong, she leisurely strolled down the street, perusing the sights, clearly appearing as if she were out for a casual outing. Jiang Zihong was perplexed. If it were merely for leisure, why did Jiang Wanwan need to come alone? "Wanwan," Jiang Zihong observed Jiang Wanwan selecting hairpins at a street stall, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Wanwan's peripheral vision caught sight of someone, and without hesitation, she set down the hairpin and swiftly pursued. Seeing this, Jiang Zihong immediately activated his spiritual energy to follow closely behind. In the night, Jiang Wanwan's figure darted across the rooftops, her focus intently locked onto Long Fian's presence. She had scoured Ziki City for some time, uncovering numerous hidden auras along various main streets. While she was uncertain whether these individuals were connected, it was evident that their target was the one who had secured the sacred water ice lotus and the flowing light silk at tonight's auction. Jiang Wanwan, having discerned the ambush directions of these individuals, ultimately succeeded in locating the genuine Long Fian ahead of time. However, Long Fian's vigilance was indeed remarkable, as soon as Jiang Wanwan merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Solely to ascertain her true identity, Long Fian had already detected her presence and swiftly retreated. This realization prompted Jiang Wanwan to regard Long Fian with newfound respect. Initially, she had assumed her to be an ordinary young lady enamored with Jiang Songrong. But she had not anticipated such exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Pursuing Long Fian, Jiang Wanwan soon found herself amidst a dwindling number of houses, which were replaced by trees, the sound of the wind whistling past her ears. Clearly, they had strayed far from Ziki City. At that moment, Long Fian suddenly pivoted and plunged into a dense thicket, her presence vanishing without a trace. With the target lost, Jiang Wanwan was compelled to halt. Concealing most of her body beneath a lush tree, Jiang Zihong landed beside her, likewise obscuring his aura and moderating his breath. "Wanwan, do you intend to kill and seize?" Jiang Zihong inquired in a hushed tone. As Jiang Wanwan had trailed from the bustling Ziki City to the outskirts, even Jiang Zihong, no matter how dim-witted, had grasped the situation. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "Let's see how it unfolds." She desired the holy water ice lotus, yet she was acutely aware that her current cultivation was insufficient. There was the risk of attempting to kill and seize, only to be slain instead. Suddenly, a resounding explosion of energy erupted from behind them, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble subtly. Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Zihong exchanged glances and instinctively crept towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 47, Fight, preferably to mutual destruction. In the forest, Long Fian donned a pale blue dress, her face partially obscured by a black mask that concealed the upper half of her visage. Rendering her features indistinct, beside her stood a man and a woman. The man, clad in fitted attire, wielded a long sword, clearly a guard, while the woman, adorned in a light pink dress, wore a matching mask. Her expression betraying a hint of panic. Surrounding the trio were dozens of assassins clad in black, each possessing the strength of 5-star human spirit practitioners, exuding a faint aura of murderous intent. Their weapons poised against Long Fian and her companions, awaiting their master's command to pounce. Nearly 10 meters away, a man garbed in a black robe adorned with silver cranes, his face concealed by a mask, fixed his keen eagle-like gaze upon Long Fian. "My esteemed lady, a revered elder in my family is gravely ill and urgently requires the holy water ice lotus for salvation. I implore you to spare a petal to save their life." "Humph, your attitude suggests you desire more than just a single petal, does it not?" Long Fian retorted coldly, showing no sign of being swayed. "Of course, should you wish to part with it for a price, I would naturally be inclined to transform hostility into amicability." The man in the crane robe spoke with refined elegance, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. In response, Long Fian's wariness remained unabated as she mockingly proposed 20 million gold coins. "Cash on delivery." The smile on the man's lips persisted as he nodded at Long Fian. "Agreed, but I presently lack such funds. Why not accompany me back to the city, once I have gathered sufficient gold? We can settle our transaction." Return to the city. Long Fian couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This man had managed to assemble so many dark guards in such a short span, clearly indicating his influence within Ziki City. If she were to accompany him back, it would be akin to walking into a den of wolves. As she spoke, Long Fian was rapidly devising a strategy to extricate herself from this precarious situation. "You are the individual from Box 1, are you not?" Long Fian scrutinized him, her eyes gleaming slightly. The man's smile deepened, and although he did not verbally confirm her suspicion, his expression clearly indicated his acknowledgement. Indeed, he was Ouyang Jin, the proprietor of Box 1 at the Lioli auction house, and the multitude of dark guards surrounding Long Fian had all been pre-arranged by him. Lacking sufficient funds, was it? "Very well, I shall exchange a piece of the Liu Guangshedwan for a petal," Long Fian proposed once more, while Long Fian negotiated with Ouyang Jin. Zhang, standing beside her, was engulfed in panic and regret. The surrounding black-clad individuals, though merely fledgling human spirit practitioners, were overwhelming in number, and Zhang Yi's own strength was only at the 8-star human spirit practitioner level. She lamented her decision to accompany Long Fian to the black market and to leave with her today. Now it seemed she was embroiled in a perilous situation, her life hanging in the balance. Upon hearing Long Fian's audacious demand, Ouyang Jin's expression darkened, and the murderous intent simmering in his eyes surged forth. "It appears the lady lacks sincerity. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite." Ouyang Jin's demeanor shifted, an icy menace radiating from him. "Kill!" With Ouyang Jin's command, the surrounding black-clad assassins rapidly mobilized their spiritual energy. Weapons drawn, charging towards Long Fian. Faced with the onslaught of numerous assassins, Long Fian showed no sign of retreat. She promptly drew the soft sword from her waist, her spiritual energy coiling around her. Swiftly concentrating in her hand, the energy surged forth, solidifying the once supple blade, rendering it both hard and razor-sharp. Thrusts and clashes echoed as the fierce sword energy erupted from the tip of her blade. With her form flickering, she deftly pierced the abdomen of one black-clad assassin before withdrawing the sword in an instant, pivoting to slice through another's neck. Confronted by a throng of assassins, all at the 5-star human spirit practitioner level, Long Fian, now at the 9-star human spirit realm, exhibited no fear whatsoever. The melee erupted instantaneously, with her protective dark guards proving equally formidable, exuding a powerful aura that allowed them to dispatch several black-clad assassins with ease. 3-star Shenling practitioners. Ouyang Jin's gaze fell upon Long Fian's dark guards, realizing that such capable protectors indicated a significant background if she were indeed from Donglai country. In Donglai country, only a few families could afford dark guards of Shenling practitioner caliber. The Prime Minister's house, the Pang family had no daughters, leaving only the generals and the ministers' houses with such capabilities. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Zihan and Zhang Wanwan hastened to the scene. The tumultuous scene revealed a multitude of black-clad assassins besieging the 2 young women and a dark guard. "That's he." Zhang Zihan recognized Zhang Yi at a glance. Despite her mask and concealed aura, alarmed, he instinctively moved to rush forth and save her, yet at the critical moment, he suddenly regained composure, standing silently beside Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan regarded Zhang Zihan with a bemused expression. "Why aren't you going?" Zhang Zihan pressed his lips together, shaking his head, saying nothing. Zhang Wanwan observed Zhang Zihan with surprise. Previously, he had cherished Zhang Yi as if she were his own eyeball. Yet now he could merely watch her face, peril indifferent to her plight. Noticing Zhang Wanwan's astonished demeanor, Zhang Zihan opened his mouth to explain, but hesitated, his expression fraught with concern, ultimately choosing silence. Should he reveal to Wanwan that the group of black-clad individuals who had forced her to leap into the river that day had been arranged by Yi? And that the powerful individual injured by their father was also Yi? Zhang Zihan's emotions were in turmoil, torn between his biological sister and the one he had protected for 15 years. Albeit not by blood. No, Yi was no longer the innocent and kind-hearted girl she once was. Zhang Zihan shook his head decisively. Zhang Wanwan, fully aware of Zhang Zihan's internal struggle, had no interest in his dilemma. Instead, she relished the chaotic scene before her. Let them fight, let it be a mutual destruction. A smirk graced Zhang Wanwan's lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was undeniable that Long Fian's prowess was impressive. She stood her ground against the relentless assault of numerous black-clad assassins without faltering. Particularly noteworthy was the presence of a dark guard by her side, acting as an additional pair of hands and eyes for her. Whenever there was a blind spot or an oversight on Long Fian's part, the dark guard would promptly step in to cover for her. In stark contrast, Zhang Yi, fighting alone, faced a daunting challenge. Not only was her personal strength inadequate, but she was also outnumbered. Within moments, Zhang Yi found herself in a desperate struggle, her hair disheveled and her attire stained with blood, sustaining injuries amid the fray. Chapter 48, The Arrival of the Crimson Giant Python. Eightfold Stab. Ouyang Jin raised his hand, channeling formidable spiritual energy into his palm, which began to shimmer with a faint golden glow. In the next instant, the concentrated energy transformed into slender, needle-like spiritual projectiles soaring past the black-clad assassins, aimed directly at Long Fian. Sensing imminent danger, Long Fian raised her gaze, noting the 8 spiritual needles rapidly approaching her with astonishing speed. Her expression shifted slightly as instinct kicked in. She focused her energy into her feet, leaning back and executing a swift slide. Clang, clang, clang. As Long Fian continued to slide backward, she frantically channeled her internal energy into her soft sword, simultaneously wielding it with remarkable speed, creating numerous sword shadows that deflected all 8 spiritual needles. Ouyang Jin, taken aback by Long Fian's ability to withstand his assault under such circumstances, felt a flicker of surprise in his sharp eyes beneath the mask. With a sudden flash of brilliance, a melodious cry resonated through the air. In that instant, Long Fian was engulfed by a dazzling, blinding white light that erupted from within her, akin to the unfurling wings of a butterfly. The surrounding assassins, including Ouyang Jin, were momentarily overwhelmed by this unexpected radiance, forcing them to shut their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi, despite the searing glare, sprinted unhesitatingly into the depths of the forest, prioritizing her own survival over the fates of others. The abrupt emergence of the bright light caught even Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Ziheng, who had been lurking in the shadows, off guard. Meanwhile, under the same blinding brilliance, Long Fian took advantage of the moment when everyone was momentarily blinded to dart behind Ouyang Jin. Though Ouyang Jin could not open his eyes due to the intense light, he sensed an imminent threat as Long Fian approached and instinctively swung his palm towards her with immense force. Long Fian was taken aback, surprised that Ouyang Jin, despite his blindness, could accurately discern her presence, yet the blinding effect of the butterfly flash would only last for a fleeting 3 breaths if she missed this chance. Drawing closer to Ouyang Jin again would prove exceedingly challenging. In a split second, Long Fian's gaze turned resolute, her grip tightening on her soft sword, maintaining her assault speed without faltering. Boom, a powerful palm strike, infused with formidable spiritual energy, mercilessly struck Long Fian's left shoulder. At that very moment, Long Fian's soft sword pierced through Ouyang Jin's left chest. The blinding radiance of the butterfly flash began to dissipate. Jiang Wanwan clearly witnessed the two inflicting severe injuries upon one another, both recoiling several meters from the ensuing shockwave of energy. Spitting blood, Long Fian felt her shoulder's bones shatter under Ouyang Jin's blow, her complexion turning ashen as she swayed precariously. On the other hand, Ouyang Jin was not faring any better. As the long sword pierced his shoulder, a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted within him, causing his blood to surge violently. Humph! Ouyang Jin let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening ominously, his eyes, filled with malice, fixated on Long Fian, astonished that this woman was so ruthless, willing to perish alongside him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden wave of deathly threat surged from behind, sending shivers down his spine. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Ouyang Jin's head was struck, leaving him in a daze. His vision fading to black as he lost consciousness, his rigid body collapsed, revealing a petite figure in a yellow robe, also masked. The yellow-clad woman, her half-masked face adorned with a smile, wielded a massive stone stained with blood. It was Jiang Wanwan. Who are you? Long Fian was taken aback, realizing there was an ambush lurking in the shadows. Jiang Wanwan arched an eyebrow, remaining silent as her spiritual energy surged, causing her figure to vanish from sight. The moment Jiang Wanwan disappeared, Long Fian's instincts kicked in. Even without pinpointing Jiang Wanwan's exact location, she summoned her spiritual energy to form a thick protective barrier around herself. Boom! Just as Long Fian erected her defensive barrier, a powerful palm strike imbued with overwhelming spiritual energy landed squarely on her back. The impact struck the barrier, causing minimal harm to Long Fian. Yet the force of the clash sent her staggering forward several steps. Jiang Wanwan reappeared, standing precisely where Long Fian had just been. A surprise to find Long Fian had managed to block her ambush. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. However, the next moment, Long Fian's fortune took a turn for the worse. A profound sense of danger surged within her, a chilling sensation creeping up her spine, leaving her pale and instinctively turning around. Hiss! Behind Long Fian materialized an enormous crimson serpent, its size dwarfing her. A snake. Upon sighting the colossal crimson serpent, Long Fian's pupils constricted, her face turning as white as a sheet, terror etched across her features. The massive serpent loomed over her, its mouth slightly agape, revealing sharp fangs and eyes resembling black gold bells, chillingly reflecting Long Fian's fear. In the next instant, without giving her a moment to react, the serpent lunged forward. Its gaping maw approaching, the sight of the cavernous mouth filled her vision, and as the serpent's jaws neared, Long Fian's eyes rolled back, and she fainted from sheer fright. The moment she collapsed, the serpent abruptly closed its mouth, its crimson glow flickering as it transformed into a slender stream of light, slithering toward Jiang Wanwan's wrist, vanishing in an instant. Jiang Wanwan glanced down, her fingers brushing over the crimson serpent tattoo that adorned her arm. The intricate design covering nearly her entire limb, the tattoo's head, situated at her wrist, bore strikingly expressive black gold eyes, comforting the serpent tattoo with a gentle touch. Jiang Wanwan then approached the unconscious Long Fian. Crouching beside her, just as Zhang Ziheng emerged from the shock of the sudden appearance of the colossal serpent, he witnessed Jiang Wanwan deftly rifling through Long Fian's belongings, swiftly relieving her of all rings, storage pouches, and other valuables. Observing Jiang Wanwan's adeptness, Zhang Ziheng couldn't help but harbor doubts. Wanwan, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed something, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Watch out!" At that moment, Jiang Wanwan sensed danger as well. Without waiting to discern the threat, she instinctively grabbed a nearby stone and hurled it behind her. Bang! The fist-sized, hard stone struck Ouyang Jin squarely on the forehead without warning. Blood oozing from the wound as his mask was knocked off, revealing a face marred by blood, horrific and ghastly. Chapter 49. Zhang Yi unexpectedly saves the crown prince. Clang! Ouyang Jin's weapon clattered to the ground, stained with blood as his body once again stiffened and collapsed. Jiang Wanwan rose and approached Ouyang Jin, observing his bloodied visage, her eyebrows subtly raising. This face. Why does it seem so familiar? The crown prince? Zhang Ziheng hurried forward, astonished upon recognizing Ouyang Jin's face, his speech faltering. The crown prince. Jiang Wanwan arched an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Oh, she thought this face seemed familiar, recalling her previous life, where Zhang Yi sought to escape her engagement with the prime minister's son, Pang Yuxuan. She had devised numerous schemes to entrap the crown prince, only to find him completely uninterested in Jiang Wanwan. Just as Jiang Wanwan was lost in thought, her gaze fell upon the belt adorning Ouyang Jin, embedded with a translucent jade stone, reminiscent of a storage space, remembering the dazzling silk he had acquired at the auction. A sly smile crept across Jiang Wanwan's lips as she stepped closer to Ouyang Jin, crouching down to unfasten his belt. Zhang Ziheng, witnessing her actions, widened his eyes in shock. Wanwan, what are you doing? Jiang Wanwan swiftly yanked the belt from Ouyang Jin's waist, rising to meet Zhang Ziheng's astonished gaze, her brow arching, robbing him. Obviously. Is that not apparent? Oh, but she hadn't killed anyone. Zhang Ziheng's eyes fell upon the belt in Jiang Wanwan's hands, then shifted to the bloodied, half-unclothed Ouyang Jin, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Let's go. Jiang Wanwan quickly stowed her spoils in the mountain and river pearl, waving at Zhang Ziheng. Wait. Zhang Ziheng composed himself and, with a swift motion, struck the ground with his palm. The earth trembled, fissures appearing, and erasing the traces left by the crimson serpent in Jiang Wanwan's presence. Entirely noticing this, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a smile flickering in her eyes, saying nothing. In truth, the removal of these traces held little significance for her. Prior to her action, she had already dispatched Emperor Yunjiao to scout the area, ensuring it was safe before she made her move. Here, even if someone discovered them, who could recognize her when she concealed her aura and donned a mask? Nevertheless, Zhang Ziheng's actions pleased Jiang Wanwan. As dawn began to break, Jiang Wanwan and Zhang Ziheng hastened back to the general's residence, sharing a tacit understanding of silence, each retreating to their respective rooms to rest or eat. Unbeknownst to them, after having fled, Zhang Yi unexpectedly returned upon seeing Long Fian lying on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. As well as the other man, Zhang Yi felt a mixture of shock and fear. She quickly approached Long Fian, contemplating how to transport the injured woman back to Ziki City when her gaze fell upon Ouyang Jin's features. The crown prince, Zhang Yi gasped in astonishment. Once she regained her composure, she, fearful of having made an error in her recognition, scrutinized the situation once more. In a moment of determination, she even took out her handkerchief to wipe the blood from Ouyang Jin's face. Upon clearly seeing Ouyang Jin's countenance, her eyes flickered, and her heart raced uncontrollably. After all, this was the crown prince. If she were to become his savior, could it be? The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her. Her heart felt as though it might leap from her chest, yet, she knew that Long Fian also needed to be brought back to Ziki City, and she was alone. Zhang Yi's internal conflict did not linger for long. As dawn broke, a procession of merchants approached, ready to enter the city, their convoy equipped with carriages and a multitude of people. After paying a modest fee, she easily enlisted their help to transport both individuals into the city. Zhang Yi first sought out an inn where she arranged for Ouyang Jin to be accommodated, calling upon the finest physician to attend to his wounds. Subsequently, she escorted Long Fian back to the minister's residence, briefly explaining the situation to Minister Long, who expressed profound gratitude before she departed and returned to the inn. Inside her room at the inn, Zhang Yi brought a bowl of concocted medicine to Ouyang Jin's bedside. Just as she was about to administer the medicine, Ouyang Jin suddenly opened his eyes, sensing another's presence nearby. He instinctively struck out. Bang! The bowl of medicine was knocked from Jiang Yi's hands, the scalding liquid splattering onto her skin. Causing her eyes to well up instantly, Jiang Yi found herself grasped by the throat by Ouyang Jin, her complexion paling, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Struggling to speak, Ouyang Jin, observing the overturned bowl and the surrounding environment, slowly began to comprehend the situation and gently lowered his hand. Cough, cough. Finally able to breathe freely, Jiang Yi coughed repeatedly. My apologies, Ouyang Jin murmured softly to Jiang Yi. She shook her head in understanding, lowering her gaze to tidy up the spilled medicine, realizing that the bedding would need to be changed. You've just awakened, so please rest. I will prepare another bowl of medicine for you, Jiang Yi said gently, her eyes partially downcast as she spoke to Ouyang Jin. Ouyang Jin noticed the redness in Jiang Yi's delicate hands, which had been burned by the hot medicine, with a few blisters already forming. His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze toward her filled with increasing remorse. Thank you, miss, for your timely rescue. May I ask for your name? Standing beside the bed, Jiang Yi lowered her head, appearing obedient and gentle, and softly replied, I am called Jiang Yi, a name that blossoms like green willows, gracefully unfurling in the wind. Ouyang Jin smiled warmly at her. I am Ouyang Jin in Ziki City. There exists only one family with the surname Jiang, that of the general of the state Ouyang, the crown prince. Jiang Yi's realization struck her, and she gazed at Ouyang Jin in shock. The next moment, she hurriedly bowed her head, kneeling before him. I did not recognize his royal highness, and I beg your forgiveness for any offense. Ouyang Jin, unperturbed by her reaction, rose from the bed and approached Jiang Yi, personally assisting her to her feet. There is no need for such formality here. After all, you are the one who saved my life. May I call you Yi? He endeavored to convey his politeness and grace as he looked at her. Jiang Yi felt her cheeks flush slightly at Ouyang Jin's gentle demeanor. Lowering her head shyly, yes, you may, Ouyang Jin continued. Rest assured, Missy, your life-saving act will forever be etched in my memory. At your highness, my actions were not motivated by any desire for reward, Jiang Yi replied. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she looked at Ouyang Jin. Ouyang Jin, seemingly unbothered, playfully ruffled Jiang Yi's hair, but it caused him to cough heavily, prompting a change in his condition. Jiang Yi's expression shifted, and she quickly helped him lie back down. Chapter 50. Do you think I am foolish? In the general's residence, Jiang Wanwan emerged from her chamber, yawning, her gaze still somewhat dazed. Seventh miss, you are awake? A young maid who had been waiting outside the courtyard stood up, her eyes filled with concern upon hearing the door creak opened. Is something the matter? Jiang Wanwan noticed the maid's anxious expression and smiled. Inquiring gently, this maid, named Qinju, had been assigned to her by Jiang Lan. Recognizing her cleverness and capability, Jiang Wanwan chose to keep her in her courtyard. Qinju regarded Jiang Wanwan with a hint of worry in her eyes. This morning, someone from the Prime Minister's residence arrived, bringing several large boxes. I suspect they might be bridal gifts. As she spoke, Qinju observed Jiang Wanwan's expression closely, fearful that her words might upset or sadden her. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing her lips. I understand. Qinju was taken aback by Jiang Wanwan's reaction, which was devoid of the anticipated panic, fear, or even anger. Seventh miss, you may not be aware, but the young Master Pang from the Prime Minister's residence is notoriously fond of gambling and often harasses virtuous women. He has not yet reached his majority, yet he already has 12 concubines. Qinju hurriedly elaborated. Jiang Wanwan, maintaining her smile, appeared relaxed and unconcerned as she replied lazily, do not worry, Pang Yuxuan will not be marrying me, not the seventh miss. Qinju paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, exclaiming, it must be Missy. Upon realizing her slip, Qinju quickly covered her mouth, her expression one of horror as she looked at Jiang Wanwan, fearful of punishment. Seeing Qinju's adorable demeanor, Jiang Wanwan chuckled lightly. It is alright, you can speak freely in my presence. With Jiang Wanwan showing no signs of anger, Qinju sighed in relief. Is there anything to eat? I am rather hungry. Jiang Wanwan looked at Qinju with eager eyes. Oh, I almost forgot. Please wait a moment, miss, I will fetch your breakfast right away. Qinju smacked her forehead in realization and hurried off toward the kitchen. As Jiang Wanwan watched Qinju scurry away, a smile played at the corners of her mouth. It seemed that Pang Yuxuan had already come to propose, which meant Jiang Yi's schemes against her could not be far behind. Although months had passed, the pain of being mutilated and left for the wild dogs haunted her still. Each recollection brought the visceral agony back, as if she could feel the very ache in her bones. In this life, she vowed never to meet such a gruesome end again. Lost in thought, she suddenly realized that her current strength was inadequate. She must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could she ensure her own protection. Once Qinju brought her breakfast, she would retreat into seclusion. Jiang Wanwan sat in the pavilion, deep in her musings. In the Shanhua Pearl space, after finishing her breakfast and informing Qinju of her intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, Jiang Wanwan stepped into the Shanhua Pearl space. However, upon entering, she was taken aback by the scene before her. You filthy rat, stop right there. Di Yunzhou, dragging a long snake tail, was chasing a mouse no larger than the size of a palm. Hurling curses as he pursued it, the so-called mouse, with remarkable speed, sported a tail that shimmered with a hint of golden light and retorted, "Do you think I am foolish enough to stop? I'd be eaten if I did, Jiang Wanwan. That could someone please explain what was happening? Why had a mouse suddenly appeared in her space without her knowledge? You wretched mouse, I shall skin you and roast you for dinner." Di Yunzhou threatened furiously. Suddenly, the panicked mouse spotted Jiang Wanwan and without hesitation, dashed toward her. "Help me, dear mistress, save me." The little mouse leapt straight into Jiang Wanwan's arms and quickly scurried into her sleeve. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, remaining still as she watched Di Yunzhou approach her, nearly colliding with her before he abruptly halted. "Woman, hand over that mouse." Di Yunzhou's expression darkened. "No, no, mistress, I will be devoured." The little mouse peered out from Jiang Wanwan's sleeve, its round, glistening eyes pleading with her. Jiang Wanwan, of course, had no intention of giving up the little creature. Meeting Di Yunzhou's gaze, she inquired, "What is going on here?" Di Yunzhou's face was stormy as he crossed his arms and glared at the mouse. "You should ask this mouse." Jiang Wanwan then lowered her gaze to the little mouse, which appeared somewhat bashful and suddenly began to avert its eyes. The mouse displayed an expression of guilt, clearly aware of its wrongdoings. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan noticed a small, irregular white object at her feet. Curious, she extended her hand and used her spiritual energy to examine the ground, and the white object quickly found its way into her palm. After scrutinizing the item for a moment, Jiang Wanwan realized it was none other than the enormous egg she had purchased from the black market pet shop. Wait a moment, Jiang Wanwan cast a glance at the little mouse still hidden within her sleeve, its tiny paws gripping the edge of the fabric tightly. After a moment, she turned her gaze towards Di Yunzhou, her eyes filled with skepticism. Surely it couldn't be true, yet Di Yunzhou immediately discerned her thoughts and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is exactly as you suspect." Jiang Wanwan was taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, "Since when did mice hatch from eggs?" Di Yunzhou rolled his eyes at her, irritation evident in his voice as he replied, "This mouse burrowed into the egg of a ground dragon beast, consumed the unhatched offspring, and then broke free." At this revelation, Jiang Wanwan's astonishment deepened. "What? A mouse infiltrated a ground dragon beast's egg, devoured the unhatched young? But when I purchased it, the egg was intact." Suddenly she felt overwhelmed, her mind racing as she scrutinized the little mouse. "Brother mouse, how did you manage to get inside? Care to demonstrate again?" The little mouse squirmed under Jiang Wanwan's gaze. Feeling bashful, Jiang Wanwan cleared her throat in embarrassment, momentarily accepting that such a diminutive creature had emerged from the colossal egg she had bought. "But why did you pursue it?" she inquired again, looking at Di Yunzhou. Upon mentioning this, Di Yunzhou's expression darkened once more, his eyes fixed on the little mouse with a glare that seemed to suggest he wished to devour it on the spot. The mouse, sensing the ferocity in Di Yunzhou's gaze, shivered and burrowed deeper into Jiang Wanwan's sleeve. "It devoured the sacred water ice lotus." Di Yunzhou spat through clenched teeth. Jiang Wanwan's expression stiffened as she looked down at the little mouse, which appeared guilty yet astutely aware that Jiang Wanwan was its only hope. It promptly began to explain, "Mistress, I didn't mean to, I was simply too hungry and didn't realize that was something belonging to Big Brother Snake." Observing the mouse's anxious and aggrieved demeanor, Jiang Wanwan felt a pang of sympathy, as if any harsher words would cause it to burst into tears. "Well, it's not such a grave matter." Jiang Wanwan spoke softly, a contemplative look crossing her face. Despite its unremarkable gray fur, this little mouse had smooth, glossy hair and spirited, expressive eyes. The fact that it had consumed both the ground dragon beast's egg and the sacred water ice lotus without any adverse effects suggested that this diminutive creature was indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, the mouse's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it eagerly climbed out of her sleeve, leaping onto her shoulder. Its tiny paws delicately clutched a strand of her hair. "Mistress, you're so kind," it squeaked, nuzzling its fluffy body against her neck. Jiang Wanwan instinctively squinted with delight, her hand unconsciously cradling the little mouse in her palm. The mouse, perceptive to her affection, began to rub its soft fur against her hand, rolling around and even closing its eyes in bliss. Di Yunzhou, witnessing Jiang Wanwan's affection towards another creature right before him, felt a surge of anger bubbling within him. "Jiang Wanwan," he barked. Startled, Jiang Wanwan snapped out of her joyous reverie. For reasons unknown, facing Di Yunzhou's furious countenance made her feel inexplicably guilty. "I'm sorry, mistress. I promise I won't steal from Big Brother Snake again. Please don't abandon me. I have no family left." At that moment, the little mouse clutched one of Jiang Wanwan's fingers, gazing at her with wide, pleading eyes, its tone tinged with timidity. Seeing the mouse's pitiable expression tugged at Jiang Wanwan's heartstrings, prompting her to gently stroke its tiny head. "I won't abandon you. How could I part with such an adorable creature? I don't wish to feel sorrow for you either, but you call me sister." Jiang Wanwan glanced up at the imposing figure of Di Yunzhou, who stood with his arms crossed and nostrils flaring. All right, it's just a flower. You shouldn't hold a grudge against a child." Di Yunzhou's nostrils flared in disbelief. "Do you even realize what you're saying?" "The best mistress ever," the little mouse cheered, thrilled by Jiang Wanwan's protection, and rubbed against her palm once more. Then, with hopeful eyes, it turned to her and asked, "Mistress, I wish to form a contract with you." May I have a drop of your blood? Of course, but I have already formed a contract with Di Yunju. Jiang Wanwan replied apologetically. A human spirit master can only possess one contracted magical beast throughout their lifetime. Only beast tamers could contract multiple spirit beasts based on their taming level. That's alright, I don't have high demands, a master-servant contract will suffice. The little mouse showed no signs of disdain and looked at Jiang Wanwan with renewed enthusiasm. Its radiant black eyes made Jiang Wanwan feel like a delectable piece of cheese. Although perplexed, Jiang Wanwan noticed that Di Yunju did not object, so she nodded at the little mouse. If it is possible. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan drew a drop of blood from her fingertip, but the little mouse immediately clutched her finger, its tiny, pink tongue curling to swallow the droplet. In an instant, the white light of the contract power enveloped both human and mouse. And Jiang Wanwan felt an immediate connection form between them. Before she could fully comprehend the wondrous bond they shared, the little mouse radiated a dazzling golden light, enveloping its small form entirely. Is this a promotion? Jiang Wanwan mused, recalling that when she had contracted with Di Yunju they had both experienced a breakthrough. If the contract power could facilitate promotions, then perhaps she too would. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile graced her lips. At that moment Di Yunju, sensing her intentions, scoffed and spoke darkly. Don't entertain such fantasies. Your promotion upon contracting with me was due to my formidable strength. Do you truly believe this little mouse can elevate your status? Jiang Wanwan maintained her smile as she regarded Di Yunju. Whenever she looked at him with such calmness, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, instinctively becoming wary. I just remembered some unfinished business. Di Yunju stammered, his voice trailing off as he vanished from Jiang Wanwan's sight in a heartbeat. Seeing Di Yunju's cowardly retreat only intensified Jiang Wanwan's amusement. Wow, mistress, I've leveled up. At that moment, the golden light surrounding the little mouse dissipated, and it joyfully spun in Jiang Wanwan's palm. Observing the mouse's exuberance, she realized that after its promotion, the color of its fur had subtly changed. The once dull gray now tinged with hints of gold. If one did not scrutinize closely, it appeared as though sunlight danced upon its glossy coat, reflecting flecks of golden light, quite a sight to behold. Jiang Wanwan suddenly recognized that this little mouse was anything but ordinary. She gently poked its soft belly, eliciting a cascade of laughter from the mouse. Hearing its delightful giggles brought a smile to her face as she gently inquired, "What kind of magical beast are you?" Lying contentedly in Jiang Wanwan's palm with its belly exposed, the little mouse tilted its head proudly and proclaimed, "Mistress, I am a noble gold-eating mouse." A gold-eating mouse? Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in realization, her expression suddenly brightening. Is this the legendary gold-eating mouse that has been extinct for millennia? It was said that while the gold-eating mouse itself possessed limited combat prowess, it boasted a coveted skill that all spirit masters desired: treasure-seeking. Indeed, this mouse possessed unparalleled treasure detection abilities, capable of sensing hidden treasures both above and below ground, even those concealed within barriers. Moreover, as the gold-eating mouse's strength increased, so did its treasure-finding range. However, this remarkable creature had a significant drawback, not necessarily a flaw of the gold-eating mouse itself, but rather a consequence of its nature. Each gold-eating mouse required a substantial amount of treasures to grow. Thus, to advance and level up, it must continuously consume various magical items imbued with spiritual energy, and even magical beasts. Essentially, if one wished for a gold-eating mouse to locate a mountain of gold, one must first provide it with a mountain of gold to consume. This unique trait led to the generally low strength of gold-eating mice across the 5 continents, making it nearly impossible for one to exceed the power of a mystic spirit beast. Additionally, the inherent difficulty in taming and forming contracts with gold-eating mice resulted in their gradual disappearance from the continent over time. So that explains why you were able to consume both the ground dragon beast's egg and the sacred water ice lotus without bursting your little belly. Jiang Wanwan mused, piecing together the puzzle. The belly of the golden munching mouse is akin to an otherworldly realm. Within the confines of the mountain and river pearl, Jiang Wanwan frolicked with the little mouse for a while. As she sensed that time was drawing near, she reminded the mouse to get along well with Di Yunjiao before promptly retreating to the second space for seclusion and cultivation. In the second space, time flows at a rate 10 times slower than in the outside world. 10 days within this realm equate to merely 1 day outside. Furthermore, the density of spiritual energy within the mountain and river pearl far exceeds that of the external environment. Thus, Jiang Wanwan instinctively enters the mountain and river pearl each time she cultivates, allowing her to enjoy not only an extended duration of practice but also an abundance of spiritual energy, several times greater than that found outside. Before long, her cultivation time elapsed, and after calculating the duration, Jiang Wanwan emerged from the mountain and river pearl feeling the gradually solidifying power within her. She was in good spirits, only to find her elder brother, who had seemingly awaited her in the courtyard for an unknown duration. Upon opening the door, the smile on Jiang Wanwan's face faded as she approached Jiang Muse, inquiring, "Did you come to find me?" Jiang Muse nodded, a faint smile gracing his features. "Are you aware of what transpired last night?" "Should I be aware of something?" Jiang Wanwan feigned ignorance. Jiang Muse regarded her intently. Unable to deny that Zhang Wanwan, true to the bloodline of the Zhang family, possessed an exceptional foundation, after several months in the general's residence, her skin had become fair, her petite face more rounded, and her eyes sparkled with a watery glimmer, curving into crescent moons when she smiled, complemented by a pair of shallow dimples on her cheeks. She was undeniably charming and endearing. The emperor has decreed a marriage between the sole son of the prime minister's household and the legitimate daughter of the general's family, Zhang Muse stated, his voice calm yet imbued with a chill reminiscent of a spring morning. So, Zhang Wanwan's smile remained, but her eyes gradually turned icy. Zhang Muse noticed the shift, his grip on the scroll tightening slightly, and he remained silent for an extended moment. Forget it, just pretend that elder brother never came today, he eventually sighed, raising his hand to signal Bai Shu to assist him in leaving. Zhang Wanwan observed Zhang Muse's retreating figure and suddenly called out, "Elder brother!" Zhang Muse placed his hand on the wheel of his wheelchair, and Bai Shu halted instinctively. "Were you suggesting that I should marry Zhang Yi in your stead?" Zhang Wanwan's voice, laced with mirth, echoed behind Zhang Muse. He refrained from turning around. For some reason, despite her seemingly jovial tone, he felt an inexplicable pressure, perhaps more a reflection of his own guilt, unconcerned with Zhang Muse's potential feelings of guilt. Zhang Wanwan stepped before him, crouching down to meet his gaze directly. "Elder brother, I can understand your affection for Zhang Yi over these 15 years, even upon learning that she is not a true daughter of the Zhang family. You still wish to protect her, however, this does not justify your actions that have harmed me. Being swapped at birth and raised in the countryside was not a choice I made upon returning to the general's residence. No one sought my opinion. Zhang Yi has enjoyed the identity that rightfully belonged to me for 15 years, basking in the wealth and love that should have been mine. I am entitled to harbor resentment. Yet I also recognize that Zhang Yi is not to blame for this situation. Wanwan. As he listened to her words, Zhang Muse felt an increasing sense of shame. He found himself at a loss. Having come to seek out Zhang Wanwan at Zhang Yi's behest after she had shed a few tears. In truth, he had regretted entering the Liyuan the moment he stepped inside. Zhang Wanwan shook her head. Apologies would be of no consequence, otherwise, elder brother, you would not have spent 3 years in a wheelchair. With that, her gaze fell upon Zhang Muse's legs, his expression stiffened, and his grip on the scroll tightened again. The once careful caretaker of books now deforming his own in the Liyuan. Autumn has recently set in, and the air is turning chilly. Elder brother should return indoors early to avoid catching a cold. After uttering this, Zhang Wanwan stood and walked towards the entrance of the general's residence. Zhang Muse watched her gradually disappear from his view, his complexion paling before he was suddenly overtaken by an uncontrollable cough. Young master, Bai Shu, alarmed by the sound of coughing, instinctively reached for the medicinal pills to offer Zhang Muse. However, Zhang Muse halted Bai Shu's actions, lifting his gaze slightly as he sighed. "Bai Shu, I fear I may have erred." Bai Shu pressed his lips together and spoke softly. "The seventh miss does not appear to be a petty person, young master. There is no need to dwell on it. No need to dwell on it?" Yet Zhang Muse felt as though Wanwan was beginning to guard herself against him. Shaking his head, he replied softly, "Let us return." Bai Shu said nothing further and pushed Zhang Muse back towards the young master's quarters. Once outside the general's residence, Zhang Wanwan sought a secluded corner and, with a mere thought, vanished without a trace. When she reappeared, she had transformed into a tall man clad in a black robe and wearing a mask. After her disguise was complete, Zhang Wanwan wasted no time and swiftly made her way towards the Liuli Pavilion. The attendant at the Liuli Pavilion was not Chiyu, and Zhang Wanwan had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. She produced the gold card given to her by Zhang Songron, lowered her voice, and stated, "I am here to sell something." Upon seeing the gold card, the attendant's demeanor shifted instantly to one of respect, and he dared not be negligent, leading Zhang Wanwan to a private room in the back of the Liuli Pavilion. "Please wait a moment, I shall fetch the appraiser immediately." Zhang Wanwan did not have to wait long in the private room before a middle-aged man with a goatee, appearing to be in his 40s, approached. "I am Xin Qi, may I inquire what this esteemed guest wishes to sell?" The middle-aged man bowed slightly. Zhang Wanwan did not intend to speak, she merely waved her hand, and a few items appeared on the table. Among them was a deep blue spatial belt, adorned with fine mutton fat jade at its center, the very location of the space. This Xin Qi gazed at the suddenly materializing spatial belt, instinctively exclaiming, "Blue-silver spatial belt." Almost instantly Xin Qi's expression shifted, his gaze towards Zhang Wanwan tinged with suspicion. Just 2 days prior, the crown prince of Donglai had been ambushed on the outskirts of Ziki city. Losing all his valuables, this blue-silver spatial belt was something the crown prince typically wore, and the entire Ziki city was aware of its existence. Xin Qi regarded Zhang Wanwan, his expression troubled. "Esteemed guest, I fear this item may be difficult to sell. The crown prince's belongings. Who would dare to sell them? Was that not courting death?" At his words, Zhang Wanwan's masked face slightly furrowed. Was it indeed impossible? When she had stripped the belt from the crown prince, she had not given it much thought. However, it was evident that the crown prince possessed numerous valuable items. Gold coins aside, there were various pills, spiritual herbs, and even 3 or 4 spiritual instruments. The other items, which were useful, she had kept for herself, while some had been consumed by the mouse. This spatial belt, however, was beyond the mouse's capacity to devour. And thus she thought of the Liuli Pavilion. She had assumed the Liuli Pavilion had a black market, making transactions more convenient. What is this? Just as both Jiang Wanwan and Xin Shi found themselves in a quandary. Jiang Songrong happened to pass by and approached to inquire. Jiang Wanwan, recognizing Jiang Songrong, displayed a somewhat perplexed expression beneath her voluminous black robes. Esteemed host, this guest wishes to sell the blue silver belt. Xin Shi respectfully bowed to Jiang Songrong, yet his expression remained conflicted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Songrong stepped into the private room, his gaze landing on the exquisite blue silver belt on the table. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "How much do you intend to sell it for? Set a price as you see fit." Jiang Wanwan replied casually, uncertain of the spiritual instrument's value. In response, Jiang Songrong chuckled and promptly stated, 1,000,000 gold coins. If you are willing, my Liuli Pavilion will gladly acquire it. If not, that is acceptable. Jiang Wanwan did not hesitate to nod in agreement. Before her arrival, she had not anticipated that this item would be the Crown Prince's signature spatial instrument, clearly something owned by another. And even in the black market, it would be difficult to sell. The fact that the Liuli Pavilion was willing to purchase it was already a significant boon, especially since the price of 1,000,000 was beyond her previous expectations. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's readiness to proceed, Jiang Songrong smiled. Very well, let us finalize the transaction. However, after Jiang Songrong's statement, Jiang Wanwan did not move. But since she interjected, esteemed guest, do you not have a gold card? We can directly transfer the gold coins to your card. Jiang Wanwan blinked, realizing what he meant. She promptly produced the gold card given to her by the Liuli Pavilion. Jiang Songrong glanced at the card she presented, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes as he discreetly scrutinized her. 1,000,000 has been transferred, please confirm, and the transaction will be complete. Jiang Songrong quickly rubbed his card against Jiang Wanwan's gold card, and with a faint spatial ripple, the 1,000,000 gold coins were successfully transferred. Jiang Wanwan accepted the gold card, quickly scanning the amount within using her soul power. Nodding in acknowledgement towards Jiang Songrong, she then proceeded to purchase a substantial array of various spiritual herbs from the Liuli Pavilion before finally departing. After departing from the Liuli Pavilion, Jiang Wanwan sought a secluded spot to swiftly remove her disguise, restoring her original appearance. In high spirits, she strolled around the vicinity with her companion, Shushu. It was Shushu's first time exploring a human marketplace. Perched excitedly on Jiang Wanwan's shoulder, chirping joyfully as its eyes sparkled at every sight, observing Shushu's delight, Jiang Wanwan indulged her with an array of delectable treats and playful toys. Ultimately returning home with a generous assortment of pastries and candied fruits, upon entering the general's residence, Jiang Wanwan immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The hall was cluttered with numerous large red boxes. And even without prying into their contents, she could discern the rich spiritual energy emanating from them, indicating that they housed valuable treasures. Father, I do not wish to marry Pang Yuxuan. Jiang Yi knelt before Jiang Lan. Weeping earnestly, Jiang Lan, seated in a chair, wore a troubled expression and remained silent, not addressing Jiang Yi's plea. Jiang Musua, witnessing Jiang Yi's tear-streaked face, felt a pang of compassion and stepped forward to support her. Do not despair. Indeed, Pang Yuxuan is not a worthy match. Rest assured, your father will not allow you to marry him. With tear-stained cheeks, Jiang Yi gazed at Jiang Musua, her eyes filled with helplessness. Is that truly so? Under her earnest gaze, Jiang Musua found himself at a loss for words. With the imperial decree already issued, even their father could not defy the will of the emperor. This matter seemed to offer no room for negotiation. Seeing Jiang Musua's lack of immediate reassurance, Jiang Yi could not suppress her tears once more. Jiang Wanwan observed the unfolding scene with clarity, not wishing to meddle in Jiang Yi's affairs. As she contemplated a quiet exit, she unexpectedly collided with Jiang Zihong. Wanwan, what are you doing? Jiang Zihong looked at her curiously, noticing her cautious demeanor. Tsk, indeed, a fool with a vacuous mind, Jiang Wanwan muttered silently, straightening up with a gentle smile. Turning to face the trio in the hall, father, elder brother. Upon seeing Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Lan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he noticed the pastries in her hand. Did you go shopping? Jiang Wanwan nodded, confidently stepping into the hall with the pastries. With some leisure time I took a stroll outside. These are delicacies from Zuexianlu. I thought to bring some back for you. But it appears you have matters to attend to. Listening to Jiang Wanwan's words, Jiang Lan smiled approvingly and, noticing her gaze wandering towards the surrounding alley, felt it necessary to inform her. A few days ago, the son of the Prime Minister took a liking to Yi and sought a marriage decree from the Emperor, which has just been delivered today. Jiang Wanwan feigned understanding, nodding. I have heard that the Prime Minister's son is not only a gambling addict but also has 12 concubines before even marrying a legitimate wife. It is only natural that Yi does not wish to wed him. Standing nearby, Jiang Yi felt a surge of resentment, her hands unconsciously clenching. Jiang Wanwan was clearly mocking her. Jiang Lan sighed, feeling a headache brewing. The decree has been issued. This matter is set in stone. However, there may still be a chance for change, Jiang Wanwan replied nonchalantly while nibbling on her pastry. The decree does not specify a name, one could simply find someone else to marry. Could we not, elder brother? Caught off guard by Jiang Wanwan's sudden suggestion, Jiang Musua's expression faltered, for he, who was usually upright and guiltless, felt an unfamiliar sense of unease. That would be treason. Before Jiang Musua could respond, Jiang Lan interjected with a frown. Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a smile. Then it seems there is but one solution. What solution? Jiang Yi abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan shrugged, her smile radiant. Pang Yuxuan is known for his debauchery and predilection for abducting virtuous women. Many despise him. It is entirely possible that he might meet his demise before the wedding. Preposterous. Jiang Lan's face darkened as he chastised Jiang Wanwan with a mischievous grin. She feigned innocence. Father, I merely suggest you offer prayers. This is the principle of karma, is it not? Observing Jiang Wanwan's innocent facade, Jiang Lan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. All right, just go about your business. After all, Jiang Wanwan, being of the same age as Jiang Yi, was merely an unwed girl. He had truly hoped that she might devise some clever solution. Remember to enjoy the pastries, father. Jiang Wanwan cheerfully clapped the crumbs from her hands and dashed away. As she turned her back to everyone, her innocent smile morphed into a knowing smirk. Very well. You may leave as well. Fortunately, there is still a month until the wedding. Let me ponder this matter thoroughly. Jiang Lan glanced at the bright yellow imperial decree in his hand, a headache beginning to throb, and waved his hand toward Jiang Musua and the others, his tone laced with resignation. Today in the court, he had already expressed his anger. That old rogue, Pang Guopeng, had evidently been prepared, having bewitched the emperor with some sweet words. Even when he had vehemently protested, he could not alter the emperor's resolve. It was clear that the emperor was determined to unite the two families. Confounded scoundrel, how can Pang Yuxuan, that good-for-nothing, dare to seek to wed my daughter? This is not a union, it is a declaration of enmity. Chapter 54, Turning the Tables. Returning to her chamber, Jiang Yi was consumed by a fiery anger, unleashing her frustrations by smashing various vases, teacups, and porcelain ornaments, reducing them to shards. Her personal maid, Xiao Tao, once again found herself the target of Jiang Yi's wrath, not daring to utter a word of complaint. In the dead of night, as Jiang Yi lay tossing and turning in her bed, she suddenly heard a noise outside the window, jolting her upright. Who was there? She called out warily, peering into the darkness. After a prolonged silence with no response, just as she was about to lie back down, she once again caught sight of a shadow flitting by the window. Realizing this, Jiang Yi quickly donned her attire and stepped out of her room. Standing in the courtyard, she discreetly channeled her spiritual energy, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Soon, in the darkened corner ahead, she discerned a figure standing still. Who are you? Jiang Yi inched closer, her voice tinged with caution. As she approached within 5 meters, the figure abruptly turned, and a low, raspy voice emerged from beneath a voluminous dark cloak. It is I. Recognizing the familiar voice, Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "It's you! I thought you were dead." The shadow crossed its arms, explaining in a gravelly tone, "Severely injured. I have been recuperating for several days." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief and quickly moved closer to the figure. "You broke your promise." "Jiang Wanwan is very much alive, I know," the figure acknowledged. A glint of cold light flickered in Jiang Yi's eyes as she began to scheme. "Never mind, I do not blame you for that. However, you have yet to fulfill your debt of gratitude, have you? Indeed, I will remain by your side to ensure your safety," the shadowy figure replied, nodding. Hearing such a solemn promise, Jiang Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. But as she raised her gaze to the figure once more, her expression transformed into one of pitiful vulnerability. "Shadow, I do not wish for you to kill Jiang Wanwan. Please help me. I do not want to marry Pang Yuxuan." Jiang Yi stepped forward, clutching a corner of the figure's cloak, her voice trembling and frail. This was a tactic Jiang Yi often employed. Whenever she displayed such a demeanor, her counterpart would invariably soften and acquiesce. "I will kill Pang Yuxuan," the figure replied emotionlessly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi subtly smirked, her expression still one of fear and fragility. "You take care of yourself, understood?" The shadow nodded at Jiang Yi, then swiftly vanished into the darkness. As Jiang Yi watched the figure disappear, she wiped away her tear-streaked face, a triumphant smile spreading across her features as she returned to her room. This time, she did not suffer from insomnia and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, after slipping from Jiang Yi's sight, the shadow seamlessly melded into the night, quietly approaching Jiang Wanwan's courtyard. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was seated cross-legged on her bed, engaged in meditation. Hearing a sound, she slowly opened her eyes to find the shadow standing silently before her. "All set?" Jiang Wanwan inquired, raising an eyebrow. The shadow nodded. "She has requested that I kill Pang Yuxuan." Jiang Wanwan was not surprised by this response. Earlier that day, she had merely sparked a thought in Jiang Yi. The Jiang family was known for their unwavering loyalty, and she did not worry that Jiang Lan would act against his principles. It was Jiang Yi, the woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her ends. If eliminating Pang Yuxuan would resolve the issue, she would undoubtedly pursue that course of action. "What would you have me do next?" The shadow regarded Jiang Wanwan, his expression impassive. "Do you no longer wish to repay your debt?" Jiang Wanwan replied, somewhat taken aback by the shadow's demeanor. Jiang Yi's life-saving grace, wasn't she resolute about repaying it before the blade of death? I have already died once, the debt of gratitude has been settled. Without flinching, the Blade of Death responded. At these words, Wanwan let out a light laugh. Initially, she believed that the Blade of Death was a stubborn and inflexible individual, and she did not harbor much hope of persuading him to join her side. In fact, she had already prepared to resort to poison for control if he refused. After all, what she sought was merely the final outcome. The process itself was of little consequence. I need everyone to believe that Pang Yuxian is dead, Jiang Wanwan said, her smile fading slightly as she addressed the Blade of Death. Upon hearing this, the Blade of Death's eyes flickered momentarily, quickly grasping Jiang Wanwan's intention, and nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, the Blade of Death vanished in an instant. The room was left with only Jiang Wanwan's presence. She glanced out the window at the pitch-black sky, contemplated for a moment, and chose not to continue her cultivation. Instead, she reclined on the bed, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep. The art of cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Although she was eager to enhance her strength, impatience could lead to disastrous consequences, such as losing her way or falling into madness. The following day, after a restful night, Jiang Wanwan was in high spirits as she practiced alchemy in her small courtyard. With a swift gesture, a dark green bronze cauldron appeared before her. This cauldron was quite heavy, causing the ground to tremble slightly and dust to rise as it landed. The cauldron had been purchased from the Liuli Pavilion. During her previous visits, she had acquired various spiritual materials, but as she advanced in her alchemical endeavors, she could no longer manage without the aid of a cauldron. Upon its arrival, Jiang Wanwan formed seals with her hands, and a cluster of blood-red flames gradually emerged from her palms. The flames were intensely hot, distorting the surrounding space with their mere presence. With a serious expression, Jiang Wanwan observed the flames in her palms, then deftly slapped them into the cauldron. As the flames entered the cauldron, they spread immediately, and the temperature soared. Jiang Wanwan's gaze sharpened as an invisible soul force surged into the cauldron, meticulously sensing the temperature within every nook and cranny. Once she confirmed that the temperature had reached the desired level, she tossed in the spiritual materials, which exuded an aura of vitality. The moment the materials entered the cauldron, they were engulfed by a tongue of fire. The flames enveloped the materials, instantly wilting them in the intense heat. In mere moments, the various forms of the materials were refined, extracting their potent essences. These essences manifested as viscous liquids, powdery solids, or colorful gases, all ensconced in flames, with not a trace of spillage. The process of refining elixirs is fundamentally composed of two steps: extracting the essence and merging it. Although these two steps may seem deceptively simple, successfully executing them is no small feat. The extraction requires a deep understanding of the materials and precise control over one's flames, as many materials are exceedingly fragile. Any deviation in temperature can yield disastrous results. Should the temperature be too high, the materials would be reduced to ash; too low, and the extracted essence would be tainted with impurities, compromising the quality of the final elixir. The merging process demands meticulous balance among the various essences, requiring profound mastery over soul force, flame control, and material knowledge. A skilled alchemist is forged through countless failures. Barring those with extraordinary talent, the alchemical process is often tedious, demanding complete concentration. Before long, dusk fell. As night enveloped the world, Jiang Wanwan felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. After successfully refining the last batch of elixirs, she quickly extinguished the flames. At that moment, beside her right hand, a row of jade vials filled with elixirs lined up, numbering at least 100. With a wave of her hand, she stored all the refined elixirs into her spatial treasure, the Mountain River Pearl, intending to deliver them to the Liuli Pavilion when time permitted. Squeak, mistress, you've worked hard, please have some water. When Jiang Wanwan relaxed, a gentle tug at her feet accompanied the chirpy voice of a little creature. Looking down, she saw a golden-furred mouse laboriously carrying a teacup nearly as large as itself, its big eyes gazing at her with eager warmth. Seeing the adorable little mouse brought a smile to Jiang Wanwan's face. She crouched down and scooped up both the teacup and the mouse into her palms. Thank you, little mouse. She affectionately patted the mouse's tiny head and drank the lukewarm tea in one go, then reclined on a nearby chaise. No need to be polite. Mouse, adore you, mistress. The mouse stood on Jiang Wanwan's lap, its tiny paws clasped together, shyly tilting its head, a picture of sheer cuteness. Jiang Wanwan looked at the mouse's lively demeanor, her lips curving into a smile. She couldn't help but wonder if a human soul resided within this charming little creature. Master, just as Jiang Wanwan was lounging on the rocking chair, playing with the little mouse, a voice suddenly broke the silence. In the next moment, bang, a large burlap sack appeared before Jiang Wanwan. Raising her eyebrows, she observed the visibly wriggling sack on the floor and glanced at the Blade of Death. Without a word, the Blade of Death unfastened the sack in front of her. A hefty figure weighing 200 pounds emerged, bound by ropes at the limbs and with its mouth gagged. Upon seeing the bulky figure, Jiang Wanwan's gaze flickered. Pang Yuxian, The bound Pang Yuxian glared at Jiang Wanwan, making muffled noises, confirming that the hefty figure was indeed Pang Yuxian. Jiang Wanwan's expression darkened momentarily. She only instructed the blade of death to make everyone believe that Pang Yuxian had died suddenly, not to have him kidnapped. Isn't that a bit of a misunderstanding? Yet, since he was already brought here, Jiang Wanwan chose not to voice her concerns. She reached out and removed the cloth, gagging Pang Yuxian. Who are you? Do you know I am the son of the Prime Minister? My father will never let you get away with this. Pang Yuxian glared at Jiang Wanwan, speaking fiercely. Jiang Wanwan smiled sweetly at him. What if I were to say that the person I aimed to capture was indeed the Prime Minister's son? Meeting Jiang Wanwan's innocent and adorable face, Pang Yuxian's gaze momentarily lost its focus, and his small, beady eyes suddenly sparkled with infatuation. Which family's little girl is this? She is truly beautiful. I see now, you must be enamored with me, which is why you kidnapped me for a midnight rendezvous. Oh, hearing Pang Yuxian's presumptuous remarks, Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, smiling as she flicked her hand, sending a blade of condensed spiritual energy towards his neck. Oh, it seems this fellow lacks a neck. The spiritual blade grazed Pang Yuxian's chin, leaving a crimson mark as blood began to flow, staining his collar. Oh, you still think I'm enamored with you? Pang Yuxian looked at Jiang Wanwan in terror, shaking his head repeatedly. No, not at all. Observing Pang Yuxian's frantic head shaking, Jiang Wanwan's amusement deepened. He appeared rather endearing. Pang Yuxian gazed at the charming girl before him, initially finding her adorable, but then recalled how easily she could end his life. If not for his ample flesh shielding his neck. Realizing he might meet his end, Pang Yuxian silently thanked his fate. His father constantly urged him to lose weight, yet at this moment, his bulk seemed to be a good life-preserving asset. No weight loss, absolutely no dieting. At this time, Jiang Wanwan found herself in a bit of a quandary. She had never anticipated that the blade of death would directly abduct someone. At that moment, she was truly uncertain about how to proceed. Dear sister, no, beautiful lady, no, wait, boss, what do you intend with my abduction? Pang Yuxian, sensing her silence, grew increasingly anxious and stammered. Jiang Wanwan snapped back to reality, observing Pang Yuxian's pale and frightened face, and sighed inwardly. I don't know, perhaps you could ask him. She directed her gaze towards the blade of death. Following Jiang Wanwan's gaze, Pang Yuxian looked up at the blade of death. Brother, aren't you two in cahoots? Under the scrutiny of their gazes, the blade of death struggled to maintain his icy demeanor, eventually managing to explain stiffly, I set a fire at the Prime Minister's residence to stage a false death. He cannot appear there. If he cannot appear at the Prime Minister's residence, he certainly shouldn't be at the General's estate either. If this is discovered, it would be like revealing the truth behind the deception. Wait, Pang Yuxian was utterly befuddled. False death? Why should I feign my death? What exactly do you intend to do? Jiang Wanwan shot Pang Yuxian a sidelong glance, her smile broadening. As she caught a glimpse of Jiang Wanwan's sweet smile, Pang Yuxian involuntarily shivered and fell silent. Noticing his reaction, Jiang Wanwan suddenly had a thought. She gazed intently at Pang Yuxian, her smile growing increasingly warm and friendly. However, Pang Yuxian was utterly terrified by Jiang Wanwan's recent, unhesitating throw of a flying knife. As he gazed at Jiang Wanwan's beaming smile, his fear intensified, causing him to tremble even more. Why you, please stop smiling, I am frightened, Pang Yuxian stammered, his voice quivering with a hint of tears. Jiang Wanwan, witnessing such a pitiable display from Pang Yuxian, reined in her laughter somewhat and succinctly stated, to put it simply, Jiang Yi intends to kill you, and I have essentially saved your life. Impossible. Pang Yuxian vehemently widened his small eyes, adamantly refuting her claim. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, choosing not to elaborate further, her gaze shifting to the blade. Dispose of him in the woodshed. Just feed him some water and dry rations daily. I don't care if he doesn't starve. With the Prime Minister's residence ablaze tonight, if Pang Yuxian perished in the fire, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the city by dawn. At that point, Prime Minister Pang would surely suspect the general's residence of wishing to avoid the marriage, leading to the demise of his son. Should an investigation ensue, Jiang Yi would be left with no avenue of escape. Contemplating the eventual outcome, a subtle smile crept upon Jiang Wanwan's lips. Chapter 56. The Strong established the rules. The following day, as Jiang Wanwan savored breakfast prepared by Qin Zhu, she listened attentively to the news that Qin Zhu had eagerly gathered early that morning. Miss, do you suppose the fire at the Prime Minister's residence last night could have been instigated by Missy? Qin Zhu leaned closer to Jiang Wanwan, whispering her speculation upon hearing Qin Zhu's words. A slight smile graced Jiang Wanwan's lips. What makes you say that? Isn't it obvious? The Emperor's decree for the marriage just arrived, and then the Prime Minister's residence faced calamity. Most importantly, their young master is now gone. Consequently, the union between the two families is naturally voided, and Missy need not marry. Qin Zhu analyzed in a hushed tone, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of gossip. Noticing the gleam in Qin Zhu's eyes, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. She hadn't realized this little maid had a penchant for intrigue. Just then, a sudden cough echoed from outside the door. Qin Zhu raised her gaze, instantly intimidated, and respectfully bowed. Uncle Song. Uncle Song ignored Qin Zhu, his eyes settling on Jiang Wanwan, revealing a warm smile as he spoke gently. 7th Miss, the general requests your presence for a meeting. Very well. Jiang Wanwan nodded, casually brushing crumbs from her hands before rising to follow Uncle Song. He stepped aside to let her pass, trailing a half-step behind her. As Qin Zhu began to tidy up the dishes upon Jiang Wanwan's departure, she felt Uncle Song's gaze upon her, which made her nervous. "Be cautious, avoid speaking recklessly," Uncle Song advised, shaking his head in exasperation as he turned to follow Jiang Wanwan. Watching him leave, Qin Zhu shrank her neck in anxiety and focused intently on her task. Before long, Jiang Wanwan arrived at Jiang Lan's study. Inside, Jiang Lan sat with an air of authority, flanked by Jiang Songrong, Jiang Zihang, and Jiang Yi. Although Jiang Muse was seated, the gravity of Jiang Lan's expression prompted a more solemn demeanor from him as well. "Everyone has gathered quite promptly," Jiang Wanwan remarked as she entered the study. Upon seeing her, Jiang Lan's oppressive aura slightly diminished, and his taut expression relaxed noticeably. "Wanwan, you've arrived. Please take a seat," he beckoned her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, discreetly glancing at Jiang Songrong and the others who remained standing. They were allowing her to sit. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanwan felt no pressure. She naturally took a seat beside Jiang Muse when Jiang Lan invited her. "Now that everyone is present, what thoughts do you have regarding the situation at the Prime Minister's residence? Please share," Jiang Lan prompted after everyone was seated. Following his words, the study fell silent for a moment. Jiang Zihang broke the silence first. "What thoughts could we possibly have? This incident was not orchestrated by us. That old scoundrel, the Prime Minister, would surely require evidence before seeking retribution, wouldn't he?" Upon hearing Jiang Zihang's words, Jiang Lan's expression darkened. Had it not been for the distance between them, he would have swiftly struck Jiang Zihang for his foolishness. Noticing Jiang Lan's displeasure, Jiang Muse gently shook his head and spoke softly. "Little Six, you are underestimating the situation. The focus of suspicion has now turned towards us. Regardless of whether there is evidence, we cannot dismiss the possibility that Prime Minister Pang may act irrationally. After all, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Indeed, while we are not concerned about overt threats, we must remain vigilant against covert ones." Jiang Songrong concurred. After speaking, his gaze subtly shifted to Jiang Yi, although lacking suspicion. The look still caused Jiang Yi to momentarily tense up. At that moment, Jiang Lan followed Jiang Songrong's gaze, his sharp eyes landing on Jiang Yi. "I shall inquire just once. Does this matter involve you in any way?" Faced with Jiang Lan's interrogation, Jiang Yi's complexion soured, her smile faltering. She had indeed sent someone to eliminate Pang Yuxuan, but she had not anticipated such a drastic escalation, resulting in a fire. No, Jiang Yi shook her head. Though her eyes glistened with tears, as if she had suffered a profound injustice. Observing this display, Jiang Muse felt a pang of sympathy and interjected, "Father, how could he possibly engage in such actions? Pang Yuxuan has always been reckless. Perhaps he offended someone he shouldn't have." However, the timing of these events inevitably implicated the general's residence. Jiang Lan refrained from countering Jiang Muse, instead turning his gaze to the taciturn Jiang Wanwan. "Wanwan, what do you think?" Jiang Wanwan had not anticipated being called upon, but after a moment of contemplation she replied gently, "Before expressing my opinion, I would like to ask Father what kind of person Prime Minister Pang is." "Humph, that old scoundrel is cunning and treacherous, unable to discern right from wrong. Just look at how he raised his son." Jiang Lan scoffed disdainfully. In response, Jiang Wanwan smiled slightly and said, "If that is the case, regardless of whether this incident was an accident or intentional, the general's residence will undoubtedly become the Prime Minister's primary suspect. Given his character, it is likely that he will act detrimentally towards our residence." At this point, Jiang Lan's brows furrowed fiercely, his face contorted with anger. That old scoundrel wouldn't even dare set foot in the general's residence. Jiang Wanwan maintained her smile and continued, "Then what is there for Father to worry about?" Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixating on Jiang Wanwan. She met his gaze directly. "With you, the foremost expert of Donglai country, stationed here, along with the formidable Jiang family army, what could a mere Prime Minister's residence do? In daylight, we fear nothing, and in the shadows, when faced with absolute power, do these schemes and machinations hold any value? Although Donglai country operates under a monarchy, it is still strength that prevails above all else. In this world, it is the strong who set the rules." As Jiang Wanwan concluded her statement, Jiang Lan's expression remained impassive, and the study fell silent for a considerable time. Suddenly, Jiang Lan raised an eyebrow and let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent, you should all take a leaf out of Wanwan's book. Growing up in the general's residence, none of you possess an ounce of her tenacity." Jiang Lan cast a disparaging glance at his sons. The eldest was somewhat excusable, but the second, with his fan and pretentious demeanor, would hardly convince anyone he belonged to the general's household. As for the sixth, while his skills were mediocre, his intellect seemed to have been forgotten at birth. Reflecting on this, Jiang Lan's disdain only deepened. The innocent second and sixth sons exchanged glances, silently lowering their heads. "Well, the emperor has already tasked the crown prince with investigating this matter, for the time being. Do not cause any trouble," Jiang Lan sternly instructed them. After much discussion, they had not arrived at any conclusions but rather received a scolding, leading the group to sigh collectively as they exited the study. Chapter 57, Prime Minister Pang comes knocking. A resounding boom echoed suddenly, startling Jiang Wanwan and the others as they stepped out of the study. "Jiang Lan, you come out here, outside the general's residence." Pang Bingda's face was aflame with fury as he shouted. Hearing the uproar, Zhang Lan swiftly exited the study, frowning as he looked towards the entrance of the general's residence. What madness has that old scoundrel come up with now? Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed by the situation. Noticing her confusion, Jiang Zihan leaned closer and whispered, "It's Prime Minister Pang. I never imagined he would come charging into the general's residence. He must be out of his mind." "Humph, what a brainless fool," Zhang Lan snorted disdainfully, striding purposefully towards the entrance. "I'll see what this is about," Zhang Songrong declared, snapping his fan shut as he hurried after Zhang Lan. Jiang Wanwan hesitated for a moment before following suit. Soon after, Jiang Zihang Jiangyi and even the physically limited Jiang Muse hastily made their way to the entrance of the general's residence. "Pang Bingda, what lunacy is this?" Zhang Lan confronted Pang Bingda, his brow furrowed and his expression seething with anger. Pang Bingda, upon seeing Zhang Lan, revealed a glimmer of murderous intent amidst his rage. "Am I mad? Yes, I am indeed mad. My son merely had his eyes set on your daughter and sought the emperor's decree for marriage. Yet, you sneak into my residence in the dead of night and burn my son to death. Are you relying on your status as the national general, thinking I would not dare retaliate against you?" As the conversation unfolded, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Pang Bingda, causing his robes to billow as if caught in an unseen wind. His fists clenched fiercely, and a long sword materialized in his grasp. With an aura of chilling intent, he charged at Zhang Lan with remarkable speed. In response, Zhang Lan raised his fists and crossed his arms protectively across his chest, unleashing a formidable force. Bang! The long sword, infused with immense spiritual power, thrust directly towards Zhang Lan, only to be met by an invisible barrier of energy that erupted before him. The violent backlash sent Pang Bingda staggering backwards, unable to withstand the force. While Zhang Lan remained firmly rooted to the ground, as though his legs were anchored, with a furrowed brow Zhang Lan admonished, "Pang Bingda, use your brain for once." However, grief and fury over the death of his only son clouded Pang Bingda's judgment, rendering him impervious to Zhang Lan's words. "Today, I shall seek vengeance for Xiener even if it costs me my life," he roared, channeling his inner strength once more as he lunged at Zhang Lan. Though Pang Bingda's prowess was commendable, having transcended to a 2-star postnatal spiritual master at just over 40, it paled in comparison to Zhang Lan, who had achieved the formidable rank of 9-star postnatal spiritual master. Even with all his might, Pang Bingda could not land a single blow on Zhang Lan. From a distance, Zhang Wanwan observed the fierce clash, sighing in resignation. Plans had fallen apart. How had she overlooked Pang Bingda? It was evident that Pang Yuxuan's brazen behavior in Ziki City stemmed from indulgence. As she contemplated how to calm Pang Bingda, she realized that releasing Pang Yuxuan might be her only option. Jiang Yi, caught off guard by the escalation of events, felt a surge of fear and withdrew, resembling an ostrich with its head in the sand. Thud thud thud. At the entrance of the general's residence, the fierce confrontation continued. Yet it was clear to any observer that Zhang Lan was merely on the defensive, never striking back. In the realm of spiritual masters, even a single star's difference could be fatal, and the chasm of 7 stars between Pang Bingda and Zhang Lan rendered any attempt at offense futile. As violent energies erupted around them, Zhang Wanwan began to absorb the spectacle, recognizing that opportunities to witness such powerful duels were rare. "Brother Prince," just as Zhang Wanwan became engrossed in the scene, Jiang Yi's voice, filled with excitement, broke her concentration. Turning around, she spotted Ouyang Jin at the entrance, clad in a deep blue robe, exuding a composed and restrained presence. However, had Jiang Yi and Ouyang Jin truly become involved? A flicker of curiosity crossed Zhang Wanwan's eyes. "Minister Pang, General Jiang, please cease this conflict," Ouyang Jin interjected, stepping boldly between the two combatants. Pang Bingda's sword swung towards him, and upon realizing he was facing the prince, a jolt of recognition surged through him, his rationality returned, and he immediately dispersed his spiritual energy, letting the sword slip from his grasp. Yet, in his haste, he was caught off guard by a backlash of his own energy, causing him to stagger back, a metallic taste filling his throat. Zhang Lan, adept at managing his own spiritual power, calmly retreated a step while regarding Ouyang Jin. "Your Highness has come regarding the fire at the minister's residence." "I presume, indeed," Ouyang Jin replied, bowing respectfully. Despite his status as the crown prince of Donglai, he acknowledged Zhang Lan as a senior and a master of unparalleled skill, deserving of such reverence. Pang Bingda swallowed hard, suppressing his rising anger, fists clenched as he glared at Zhang Lan. "Zhang Lan, you dispatched someone to assassinate my son. Today, even the prince's presence will not save you." Zhang Lan's brow furrowed in response to Pang Bingda's accusation. "Old fool, one must adhere to evidence before passing judgment. How do you know I lack evidence?" Pang Bingda shot back. Zhang Lan was taken aback. Before Pang Bingda could act again, Ouyang Jin quickly interjected. "Minister Pang, please calm yourself. Upon learning of this matter, my father specifically tasked me with investigating it. I request that you present any so-called evidence to me." Pang Bingda glanced at Ouyang Jin, tempering his fury in murderous intent. He raised his hand, revealing a somewhat charred jade pendant. "This was found amidst the flames." "Zhang Lan, take a good look. Does it seem familiar?" He tossed the pendant towards Zhang Lan, who deftly caught it. What does this signify? Zhang Lan mused, examining the dirty piece of jade. Though it bore a lackluster quality and was poorly carved, Zhang Lan was certain he had never seen it before. Could such a mediocre pendant serve as proof of his family's guilt? Ouyang Jin scrutinized Zhang Lan's expression, noting the genuine confusion in his eyes, which led him to question, General Jiang, do you not recognize your own family's belongings, while my family may not possess the wealth of the crown prince? We are certainly capable of affording a decent waist pendant, Zhang Lan retorted. Chapter 58. Of course, magic must defeat magic. At that moment, Zhang Yi's voice broke through. Filled with surprise, realizing something, she covered her mouth in fear. But the silence in the room amplified her words, drawing everyone's attention to her. Zhang Lan shot a glance at Zhang Yi, his brow furrowing instinctively. Have you seen this pendant before? Li Zhang Mucai turned to Zhang Yi, gently inquiring. Her cautious gaze flitted between Zhang Lan and the others before finally settling on Zhang Wanwan, her expression a mix of fear and hesitation. Speak freely, there is no need for concern. Ouyang Jin encouraged, noticing her apprehension. With newfound courage, Zhang Yi lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Wanwan's, clearly stating, this pendant belongs to Wanwan. In an instant, all eyes turned to Zhang Wanwan. Pang Bingda, having suppressed his fury, locked his gaze onto her with an intensity that spoke volumes. You killed my son. With that declaration, Pang Bingda gripped his sword tightly, channeling his spiritual energy once more as he advanced towards Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Lan, ever vigilant, swiftly positioned himself between Pang Bingda and Zhang Wanwan, his imposing figure serving as a barrier. Clang! Zhang Lan raised his hand, seizing Pang Bingda's sword with a palm enveloped in spiritual energy. Channeling his power, crack, in an instant, Pang Bingda's blade was shattered, one half clattering to the ground as the other remained in Zhang Lan's grasp. To conclude a murderer based solely on a trinket. Pang Bingda, have you filled your mind with nonsense? Zhang Lan chastised without reservation. You. Pang Bingda's face flushed crimson with rage, his fury escalating. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Jin regarded Zhang Wanwan, his gaze deepening. What a composed lady! From the beginning, Zhang Wanwan had maintained a serene smile, exuding an air of unflappable grace amidst chaos. Indeed, she was the daughter of Zhang Lan, possessing a fortitude beyond that of ordinary folk. Miss Wanwan, do you have nothing to say? Ouyang Jin inquired, directing his attention toward her. Zhang Wanwan's smile remained unchanged as her gaze lightly swept over Zhang Yi. Before she spoke, this jade pendant indeed belongs to me. In a flash, as soon as Zhang Wanwan uttered these words, Pang Bingda's cold and sinister eyes locked onto her. Had it not been for Zhang Lan's protective presence beside her, it is likely that Zhang Wanwan would have met a dire fate in the next moment. Ouyang Jin had not anticipated that Zhang Wanwan would offer no resistance and would simply admit to it. His eyes narrowed slightly, and just as he was about to speak, Zhang Wanwan took a step towards Zhang Yi. Wanwan meeting Zhang Wanwan's gaze, Zhang Yi inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. She tightened her hands, forcing herself to remain composed, and looked at Zhang Wanwan with concern. Wanwan, how can you be so foolish? While I may not wish to marry the Pang family's son, and have had the absurd thought of you taking my place, you cannot resort to murder. Listening to Zhang Yi's words, the smile in Zhang Wanwan's eyes deepened. One could not deny that Zhang Yi possessed a modicum of cleverness. With her simple statement, she inadvertently revealed Zhang Wanwan's motive for killing Pang Yuxuan, a most perfect justification for such an act. How could you say such a thing? Zhang Wanwan looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. Zhang Yi's expression froze. It was you who told me that as long as Pang Yuxuan is dead, the general's residence would not be required to honor the imperial edict for marriage, so I thought. Zhang Wanwan spoke with a heavy heart. Just as she finished, Zhang Yi could clearly sense a chilling aura of murderous intent directed at her, causing her to panic. No, you are slandering me. Zhang Wanwan pressed her lips together, a sorrowful smile gracing her face. Slander you? Pang Yuxuan is enamored with you. The imperial decree for marriage is for you. And my father has always been unwaveringly loyal. Even if you wished for me to take your place, he would never permit such an act of treason. So what reason would I have to kill Pang Yuxuan? You. Zhang Yi's complexion turned pale. Upon seeing the scrutinizing and doubtful gazes of those around them, she inexplicably grew flustered. It wasn't me. I was cultivating in my room last night. Xiaotao, yes, Xiaotao knows, I never left the general's residence. Zhang Yi explained anxiously, her gaze pleadingly directed at Ouyang Jin. However, Ouyang Jin, receiving her look of desperation, remained silent. In light of Ouyang Jin's disregard, Zhang Yi's face grew increasingly ashen. Zhang Wanwan had not anticipated that this matter could be resolved without Pang Yuxuan needing to intervene. Is it truly you? Zhang Zihong inquired seriously, his gaze fixed upon Zhang Yi. Sixth brother. Zhang Yi's face was awash with tears, biting her lower lip in a display of extreme grievance. She choked out, It wasn't me. Facing Zhang Yi's denial, Zhang Zihong's expression was complex, leaving him uncertain as to whom he should believe. Zhang Songrong had been observing both Zhang Wanwan and Zhang Yi from the beginning. Although Zhang Yi appeared to be the victim, constantly lamenting, Zhang Wanwan remained entirely composed, as if she had foreseen this farcical situation, exuding an air of calm. In contrast, Zhang Songrong found himself more inclined to trust Zhang Wanwan. Chapter 59. The golden armored guards surround the general's residence. Regardless of who is at fault between you, my son's death is inextricably linked to your general's residence, since neither of you is willing to admit it. Then both of you shall descend into hell to accompany my son. As the situation reached a stalemate, Pang Bingda spoke again. Hearing Pang Bingda's words, Jiang Wanwan inwardly rolled her eyes. Was this man truly a minister? How could he be so foolish? Jiang Lan, upon hearing Pang Bingda's statement, showed him no courtesy, glaring fiercely and retorting, Pang Bingda, cease your bluster. Do not think for a moment that I am afraid to act against you. If you provoke me, do you believe I will not send you to meet your son? As she spoke, Jiang Lan's imposing aura erupted, an invisible pressure enveloping Pang Bingda. The moment he felt this overwhelming force, Pang Bingda's complexion turned pale, his legs trembling slightly as he stumbled back a half-step, his expression drastically changing. My strength may not match yours, but even in death, I will ensure to take a piece of you with me. Pang Bingda gritted his teeth, his face contorted with malice. I have battled on the battlefield for over a decade and have never feared anyone. After being repeatedly insulted by Pang Bingda, Jiang Lan's temper flared. With a swift motion, a heavy 9-ringed saber materialized in her grasp. Just as the two, having finally regained their composure, were about to clash again, Ouyang Jin hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. However, this time, his status proved insufficient to quell the rising tension. The two weapons clashed, unleashing a violent burst of energy. Ouyang Jin was unfortunately caught in the sudden surge of spiritual power, staggering back several meters before managing to stop, his complexion slightly pale. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The gates of the general's residence had been reduced to rubble amidst their battle. This time, Jiang Lan did not merely defend, she took the initiative to attack Pang Bingda. With a fierce swing of her 9-ringed saber, a wave of formidable blade energy surged forth, striking directly at Pang Bingda. The thud, as the powerful blade energy impacted Pang Bingda's body, his somewhat corpulent form was sent reeling. Blood surging up as he violently coughed, the world before him fading to darkness. Shaking his head vigorously, his vision gradually cleared, only for Jiang Lan to charge at him once more, saber in hand. Jiang Lan was truly enraged, caring not whether Pang Bingda could withstand it. Whether he lived or died, she swung the 9-ringed saber down upon him with reckless abandon. Bang, 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 time and again. Pang Bingda, a dignified 2-star postnatal spirit master, found himself utterly suppressed, unable to retaliate as he was relentlessly battered. Jiang Zihang, witnessing this scene, could not help but shudder, murmuring, how brutal, brutal. Jiang Songrong cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zihang, a faint smile gracing her lips. If it were truly brutal, Pang Bingda would have long since been devoid of breath upon the first strike. Jiang Lan's handling of Pang Bingda, while seemingly ruthless, was still measured. The 9-ringed saber was indeed a terrestrial spiritual weapon. After mercilessly beating Pang Bingda for a brief moment, just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Jiang Lan skillfully withdrew, her grip on the saber loosening as she stored it away in her spatial ring. Enough, we can continue the investigation now. Jiang Lan casually wiped her forehead, which bore no sweat, and turned to face the rather pale Ouyang Jin. The Jiang family members around them were left speechless. They had never witnessed such arrogance. Despite being in the wrong, the general's residence was forcibly subdued by Jiang Lan's display of might. Poor Pang Bingda, who had come seeking vengeance for his son, now found himself lying on the ground, grievously wounded. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan profoundly recognized the significance of strength. Cultivate, enhance your power. Meeting Jiang Lan's gaze, Ouyang Jin, despite enduring pain, managed a strained smile towards Jiang Lan. Currently, the leads are scarce, and both Yi and Miss Wanwan remain key suspects. If neither can provide more substantial evidence to prove their innocence, this prince may have to seal off the general's residence for the time being. I hope General Jian will cooperate. As Ouyang Jin articulated these words, his weakened state rendered him less persuasive, yet immediately after, all members of the Jiang family, including Jiang Lan, sensed an influx of powerful presences suddenly appearing outside the general's residence. They turned to see a battalion of soldiers clad in golden armor moving in unison, swiftly surrounding the general's residence. Once the golden armored guards encircled the estate, a glint of coldness flickered in Ouyang Jin's deep-set eyes. Unnoticed by anyone, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the golden armored guards, Jiang Lan instantly grasped the implications, her expression darkening as she fixed a sharp gaze on Ouyang Jin. Is this the emperor's will? Under the scrutiny of a 9-star postnatal spirit master, and recalling how the residual energy from their earlier skirmish had severely injured him, Ouyang Jin could not suppress his anxiety. My apologies, General Jiang. Until the culprit is found, I must ask for the cooperation of everyone in the Jiang family, Ouyang Jin said politely. Facing Ouyang Jin's request, Jiang Lan's expression darkened further. What did the emperor mean by this? Dispatching the golden armored guards to confine the Jiang family was nothing short of a public humiliation for Jiang Lan. Did this imply that they would only regain their freedom upon the culprit's capture? Just as the atmosphere between both parties grew tense, Jiang Wanwan stepped forward, her voice gentle. Hearing this, Ouyang Jin nodded at Jiang Wanwan. Of course, very well. A slight smile graced Jiang Wanwan's face as she turned her gaze towards Jiang Yi. Her eyes glinting with amusement, Jiang Yi felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest as she met Jiang Wanwan's eyes. Before the gathered crowd, Jiang Wanwan extended her palm, and, accompanied by a subtle ripple in the air, a translucent jade stone, the size of a baby's fist, suddenly materialized in her hand. The jade was exquisitely smooth, resembling a crystal ball in its transparency. A reflection pearl. Ouyang Jin instantly recognized the object in Jiang Wanwan's palm. Indeed, it is the reflection pearl. I trust one need not elaborate on its purpose. Jiang Wanwan nodded in acknowledgement towards Ouyang Jin. Could it be? Ouyang Jin quickly pieced together the implications, his expression one of surprise. Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet she uttered not a word. Channeling a thread of spiritual energy, she directed it into the recording pearl. As the energy infused, the exquisite and round recording pearl radiated a beam of white light. Levitating from the palm of Jiang Wanwan under the gaze of all present. A halo of white formed a dispersing light curtain, and after a moment of chaos, the images within the curtain gradually came into focus. Shadow, I implore you, do not kill Jiang Wanwan. Save me, for I do not wish to marry Pan Yuxuan. Within the white curtain, the silhouette of a familiar figure emerged, followed by the voice of Jiang Yi. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Yi trembled violently, her complexion turning ashen and impossible. Jiang Yi gazed at Jiang Wanwan in disbelief. This is not true. Yes, this is all a fabrication. Jiang Wanwan, why have you conspired against me? Panic-stricken, Jiang Yi's speech became increasingly disjointed. Jiang Wanwan cast a scornful glance at Jiang Yi, a faint smile gracing her lips, while Jiang Yi appeared like a mad dog frantically biting after having all her misdeeds laid bare. I once believed you were genuinely seeking redemption, yet it seems you remain obstinately lost. Jiang Zihan looked at Jiang Yi with profound sorrow, his eyes filled with disappointment. Was this truly the sister he had always protected? Why had she transformed into such a wretched being? No, this is false. Sixth brother, it is Jiang Wanwan who seeks to frame me. This is not me. Jiang Yi rushed to Jiang Zihan, clutching his arm tightly. Her face streaked with tears, yet Jiang Zihan could no longer bring himself to trust her words. Shaking his head as he pried her hands away, Jiang Yi staggered back, her gaze shifting to Jiang Muse and Jiang Songrong, elder brother. Second brother, do you not believe me? Jiang Muse too struggled to accept that the culprit was Jiang Yi, yet the evidence was irrefutable. The recording pearl could not be fabricated, and Jiang Yi's face was vividly clear in the image. You are being foolish. Jiang Muse shook his head at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, you wicked woman. Suddenly the injured Pang Bingda rose, his visage filled with hatred, seizing the half-broken sword from the ground, charging fiercely at Jiang Yi. Clang! In that critical moment, Ouyang Jin swiftly intervened, positioning himself before Jiang Yi, his clenched fists enveloped with formidable spiritual energy, crashing down upon Pang Bingda. The severely wounded Pang Bingda, his breath unsteady, was momentarily halted by Ouyang Jin's blow, causing the half-sword in his grasp to slip from his hand and fall once more to the ground. Already gravely injured, Pang Bingda forced his spiritual energy into motion, resulting in a backlash that caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His complexion as pale as parchment. Elder brother Jiang Yi looked at Ouyang Jin, who stood before her with astonished relief, as though he were her lifeline. She hurried forward. Elder brother, you believe me, do you not? The recording pearl does not depict me. It is Jiang Wanwan. Surely she has conspired to find someone to impersonate me. Your Highness, what does this mean? Pang Bingda's eyes darkened, resembling a venomous serpent as he fixed his gaze upon Ouyang Jin. Ouyang Jin inclined his head slightly toward Pang Bingda, then produced a royal gold medal from his sleeve. I apologize, Minister Pang, but this matter has been entrusted to this prince by my father. Now that the culprit has been identified, it is only fitting that this prince escort them back to the palace for my father to adjudicate. Pang Bingda's eyes widened at the sight of the royal gold medal, his expression shifting between uncertainty and rage, his hands clenching into fists, his body visibly trembling. Suddenly, Pang Bingda erupted into laughter, his voice laced with mockery. Coughing, he soon grimaced as his movements exacerbated his injuries. Ouyang Jin observed Pang Bingda's current state with concern, realizing that his actions were somewhat inappropriate, yet today, regardless of whether Jiang Yi was the perpetrator or not, he had to ensure her safety. Jiang Lan's expression was icy as he surveyed the unfolding situation. Although he had long suspected that Jiang Yi was the one behind the attacks, the revelation still filled him with disappointment. Setting aside any notions of blood relation, Jiang Yi was after all the child he had cherished for 15 years. Such affection could not simply vanish. Even with Jiang Wanwan's return, Jiang Lan had no intention of expelling Jiang Yi from the general's residence. For the general's residence, accommodating another young lady posed no burden. However, since Jiang Wanwan returned, Jiang Yi had persistently targeted her, arranging for Jiang Wanwan to be placed in a side courtyard, driving her away, secretly dispatching assassins to eliminate her. Each of these schemes was known to Jiang Lan, yet he had refrained from confronting Jiang Yi, continually affording her opportunities. Alas, in my 23 years of service, I have labored diligently for the Eastern Kingdom. Yet now, in my twilight years, my only child is assassinated. The culprit stands before me, yet you, the Ouyang family, shield her. How absurd, how ludicrous. Cough. Pang Bingda's pallid visage was marred by despair as he struggled against his grievous injuries. Laughing and coughing, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, as if indifferent to his own fate. After his laughter, Pang Bingda abruptly calmed, his gaze fixed intently on Ouyang Jin, his expression eerily tranquil. Ouyang Jin, meeting Pang Bingda's gaze, felt a shiver of trepidation. Pang Bingda wished to kill him. In an instant, Ouyang Jin comprehended the gravity of the situation, becoming alert as he quietly channeled his spiritual energy. Should Pang Bingda make a move, he would summon the bloodthirsty dagger in an instant. Ouyang Jin could sense the lethal intent emanating from Pang Bingda, and Zhang Lan, seasoned by countless battles, recognized it as well. Rushing to stand before Pang Bingda, "Old fool, calm yourself," Zhang Lan admonished quietly. Pang Bingda's icy gaze fell upon Zhang Lan, and he spoke coolly. "I am more composed now than ever, Zhang Lan, should you choose to protect her. Do not blame me for our mutual destruction." Zhang Lan stood resolutely before Pang Bingda, acutely aware of the deathly resolve radiating from him. Pang Yuxuan is not dead, just as Zhang Lan grappled with how to subdue Pang Bingda. A soft voice suddenly broke through the tension. Pang Bingda trembled violently, his gaze snapping to the speaker simultaneously. All eyes in the room converged upon Jiang Wanwan. "Wanwan, what did you say?" Zhang Muse inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Jiang Wanwan exhaled gently, her gaze steady as she addressed Pang Bingda. "I said, Pang Yuxuan is not dead." Hearing this once more, Pang Bingda's expression shifted, and he hurried to Jiang Wanwan's side. "He is not dead? Is what you say true?" Jiang Wanwan nodded, gesturing in a particular direction. "Killer, bring him out." At her command, the hidden assassin concealed behind the rockery stirred, his presence fluctuating slightly. Before swiftly stepping forth, Zhang Ziheng cast a glance towards Jiang Wanwan. Then towards Zhang Lan, still wearing a bewildered expression, and with an uncomfortable tone, he inquired, "Father, Wanwan, what on earth is going on? Please, do enlighten me." Zhang Lan had completely abandoned any hope for Zhang Ziheng's intellect and simply rolled her eyes at him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Songrong finally grasped the situation, raising his gaze to Jiang Wanwan with a smile as he spoke. "So on that fateful night in the forest, after encountering this brother Sharon's assassination attempt, Wanwan managed to turn him to her side and orchestrated a clever scheme to bring him back to E, effectively executing a counterplan." Jiang Wanwan nodded in affirmation. Well, at that moment, Zhang Ziheng finally understood. Unable to contain himself as he gave Jiang Wanwan an enthusiastic thumbs up, exclaiming, "Little sister, you're brilliant." Observing Zhang Ziheng's admiration for Jiang Wanwan, Zhang Lan could no longer restrain herself and playfully delivered a light smack to the back of Zhang Ziheng's head, admonishing him, "Do you think everyone is as foolish as you?" Zhang Ziheng rubbed his head, opening his mouth to retort, but upon meeting Jiang Lan's stern gaze, he meekly closed his lips, watching Zhang Ziheng's obedient demeanor. Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "You set this trap for me on purpose." Just then, Zhang Yi finally pieced together the entire sequence of events and charged towards Jiang Wanwan. Her eyes blazing with hatred, the abrupt aggression shattered the previously harmonious atmosphere, prompting Jiang Wanwan to effortlessly sidestep. Zhang Ziheng and Zhang Songrong instinctively stepped forward to block Zhang Yi. "Do not continue down this misguided path." Zhang Songrong's smile faded as he regarded Zhang Yi. "Second brother," Zhang Yi exclaimed, her expression tinged with disbelief as she looked at Zhang Songrong. "Do you not understand? This entire mess is a trap set by Jiang Wanwan. You were all present at the time." She turned to Zhang Ziheng and Zhang Songrong, her voice rising with urgency. "Father, since the day Pang Yuxuan arrived with the betrothal gifts, it was Jiang Wanwan who suggested I could find someone to take my place or even eliminate Pang Yuxuan altogether, thus freeing me from the marriage. Most importantly, on that very night after she spoke those words, the shadow I believed to be dead suddenly appeared before me. That is why I ordered the shadow to assassinate Pang Yuxuan. Had it not been for Jiang Wanwan's insinuations, I would never have considered such actions." Jiang Lan gazed at Zhang Yi, who showed no signs of remorse and was instead attempting to shift the blame, and felt utterly disheartened. She closed her eyes briefly, turning away as if resolved to disregard Zhang Yi entirely. Enraged, Zhang Yi failed to notice Jiang Lan's subtle changes in demeanor, her gaze fixated on Jiang Wanwan, filled with a vengeful intensity, as if she wished to tear Jiang Wanwan apart. "Do you still not realize the gravity of your mistakes?" Finally, Zhang Muse could no longer bear to watch, pushing his wheelchair forward and fixing his serious gaze on Zhang Yi. "Regret? I have done nothing wrong. Why should I regret?" Zhang Yi seethed, her darkened eyes locked onto Jiang Wanwan, her expression contorted with rage as she spat. "Jiang Wanwan, you wretched woman!" Slap. The moment Zhang Yi finished speaking, Jiang Lan raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Zhang Yi's face. The sudden blow left Zhang Yi dazed, her palm pressed against her stinging cheek, staring blankly at Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan's face remained impassive as she glanced at her trembling right hand, and upon noticing it, she quickly grasped her wrist with her left hand to steady herself, pretending as if nothing had happened. Her hands folded behind her back. "You have greatly disappointed me," Jiang Lan said with visible disappointment in her eyes. "Father." Zhang Yi's face turned pale as the realization struck her, her countenance shifting as she disregarded the redness of her cheek. "Yes, I am sorry, father. I understand my mistakes now. I will not do it again." Zhang Lan sighed softly, shaking her head without uttering a word, unwilling to navigate through this farce any longer. Eldest brother Zhang Yi's eyes met Zhang Muse's. A flicker of panic crossing her features as she stepped forward, attempting to grasp his arm. To her dismay, Jiang Miu's deftly evaded her grasp, and the small action further drained the color from Jiang Yi's face. Her inner turmoil escalating, Jiang Miu regarded Jiang Yi with a deep, penetrating gaze, speaking softly, "Take care of yourself." With that, he allowed Bai Shu to push his wheelchair back to his room. No, Jiang Yi attempted to chase after him, but Jiang Miu refused to grant her even a glance. Jiang Songrong observed the scene with a heavy sigh, lamenting, "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. You truly need to reflect on your actions." Second brother Jiang Yi's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Jiang Songrong, who also shook his head, fanning himself as he leisurely walked deeper into the general's residence, clearly disinclined to engage further in this matter. Jiang Yi was engulfed in panic, her gaze darting to Jiang Ziheng. "Sixth brother Wanwan, you are unhurt, are you?" Jiang Ziheng completely ignored Jiang Yi, his concern directed solely at Jiang Wanwan, reflecting on today's events. Had it not been for Jiang Wanwan's clever maneuvering, they all could have easily misjudged Jiang Wanwan, even leading her to the brink of death. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Jiang Ziheng's spine. The human heart truly is a perplexing enigma. Chapter 62. Brother Crown Prince, will you believe in me? Jiang Wanwan met Jiang Ziheng's earnest gaze, offering a serene smile as she gently shook her head. "I am fine, that is a relief." Jiang Ziheng exhaled, visibly at ease. Jiang Yi stood nearby, her hands nervously twisting together as though she were the outsider in this moment. At the time, Pang Bingda arrived with his son, who was none the worse for wear, bowing deeply to Jiang Wanwan and repeatedly expressing his profound gratitude. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan found herself at a loss for how to respond to Pang Bingda's fervent appreciation. Having served in the government for many years, Pang Bingda was adept at reading the room and quickly recognized Jiang Wanwan's discomfort, so he said no more and departed with Pang Yuxuan. As they left, Pang Bingda cast a cold, penetrating glance at Jiang Yi. This matter, he would eventually settle with her. Jiang Yi felt the weight of Pang Bingda's final gaze, her body stiffening in place. Being targeted by a 2-star postnatal spirit master was a daunting predicament. In that instant, Jiang Yi felt as though an invisible hand had seized her throat, rendering her breathless. As the curtain fell on this drama, and those who were meant to leave had done so, Jiang Wanwan smiled at Jiang Yi before turning to return indoors. At the entrance of the general's residence, only Jiang Yi and Ouyang Jin remained. Jiang Yi stood there, pale and bewildered, entirely devoid of the ability to think, unaware that everyone else had already departed. Ouyang Jin stood before Jiang Yi, observing her ashen face, his lips pressed into a thin line. Born into royalty, Ouyang Jin had witnessed his fair share of schemes and plots, and he generally despised such underhandedness, particularly when it came from foolish women. However, upon seeing Jiang Yi's pallid expression, he found himself inexplicably moved. A hint of sympathy stirring within him. Ouyang Jin's gaze was filled with complexity as he addressed Jiang Yi. Hearing his voice, Jiang Yi quickly snapped back to reality, her eyes wide with fear as she grasped Ouyang Jin's sleeve. Pleading, "Brother Crown Prince, it wasn't me, please believe me." Ouyang Jin remained silent. Jiang Yi, terrified that Ouyang Jin might misunderstand her, hurriedly explained, "It was Jiang Wanwan. She deliberately led me to take those actions. She pretended to reconcile with me and offered her counsel. Yet behind my back, she had already arranged for someone to rescue Pang Yuxuan, all to ensnare me in wrongdoing. Brother Crown Prince, please believe me." With tears streaming down her face, Jiang Yi gazed up at Ouyang Jin, her heart-wrenching lament painting her as the innocent party. However, had Jiang Yi not harbored malicious intentions herself, even the most cunning of Jiang Wanwan's manipulations would have been futile. After a long moment of contemplation, Ouyang Jin felt a calculating thought arise within him, a gentle expression suddenly gracing his features as he reached out to tenderly wipe away the tears from Jiang Yi's face, softly saying, "I believe you." Jiang Yi looked at Ouyang Jin with surprise, as if she had finally found her anchor, exclaiming, "You were so kind, Brother Crown Prince." Ouyang Jin smiled gently, drawing Jiang Yi into an embrace as he murmured, "If you wish to dissolve your engagement with the Pang family, you should come to me sooner." Jiang Yi lowered her gaze, adopting a tearful expression once more. "Do not wish to trouble you, Brother Crown Prince." Ouyang Jin sighed softly, offering Jiang Yi comfort. "It's no trouble. Fortunately, Pang Yuxuan is unharmed, and there is still room for negotiation in this matter. Leave it to me." Jiang Yi gazed at Ouyang Jin with deep affection. "Brother Crown Prince, you truly are wonderful to me. Foolish girl, my life was saved by you. If I do not treat you well, to whom should I extend my kindness?" Ouyang Jin playfully pinched Jiang Yi's cheek before wiping away her tears. "Enough now, you must have been frightened today. Go home and rest well, I will handle everything." "Alright." Jiang Yi nodded obediently, her demeanor compliant. After Ouyang Jin had pacified Jiang Yi, he departed with a contingent of golden armored guards. Preparing to return to the palace to report, Jiang Yi watched Ouyang Jin leave until he vanished from her sight, her previously docile expression swiftly darkening, a chilling malice silently unfurling within her. "Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Yi, will never coexist with you." Clenching her dress, the hatred in Jiang Yi's heart swelled, so intense that she failed to notice as the fabric tore beneath her grasp. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan returned to her chamber. Languidly reclining on a soft couch, upon noticing this, Qin Zhu promptly brewed a cup of tea and presented it to Jiang Wanwan. "Miss, you have worked hard, please have a sip. Jiang Wanwan accepted the teacup. Taking a delicate sip, observing her, Qin Shu felt a pang of sympathy and, after much hesitation, could not help but voice her concern. Miss, will you truly let Miss E go unpunished? Jiang Wanwan set down the teacup. Lifting her gaze in mild surprise towards Qin Shu, what do you propose? The question prompted Qin Shu to drop her facade, her small fists clenched, her face flushed with indignation. Of course. We must expel Missy. You have no idea how compliant she appears before the young generals, yet behind closed doors, she often bullies us servants. Her heart is as narrow as it gets. Even if you were to forgive her, she wouldn't be grateful, she would only seek to ensnare you with her schemes. Listening to Qin Shu's fervent words, Jiang Wanwan chuckled softly and inquired with curiosity, is it true that Jiang Yi is so cruel to others? Indeed, just look at her handmaiden, Xiao Tao. Whenever Miss Yi is displeased, she takes it out on Xiao Tao, Qin Shu recounted, her expression suddenly turning apprehensive. Originally, the general intended for Xiao Tao and me to serve Miss Yi together. But I fell ill that day and was unable to attend. As she spoke, Qin Shu noticed that Jiang Wanwan seemed unfazed by her words, prompting her to reiterate earnestly, you have such a gentle nature, do not let Miss Yi deceive you. You must protect yourself. The general, too, is remiss. If Miss Yi is willing to go so far as to orchestrate the downfall of the young master of the Pang family today, she would not hesitate to send someone to harm you tomorrow. Jiang Wanwan raised her gaze to Qin Shu, whose fervent mutterings evoked a deeper smile in her eyes. All right, I understand, thank you, Qin Shu. Qin Shu lowered her head, meeting Jiang Wanwan's gentle and warm smile. Feeling an inexplicable flush rise to her cheeks, her gaze darting away from those starry eyes, and no need for thanks. As your maid, it is only right that I consider your well-being. Jiang Wanwan's frosty apricot eyes, clear and luminous, resembled crescent moons when she smiled, seemingly capable of spilling forth the myriad stars contained within. Such enchanting eyes could surely win the affection of anyone, regardless of gender, Qin Shu mused. How beautiful Miss is. I'm feeling a bit weary, Qin Shu. You should take some time to rest as well. Jiang Wanwan addressed Qin Shu. Yes, understanding her mistress, Qin Shu gracefully bowed and exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Jiang Wanwan reclined on the soft couch, closing her eyes to rest. Chapter 63. Have you grown too powerful for your master? In the study, despite resolving matters, Zhang Lan could not fully ease his mind. A frown etched upon his face as he sat before his desk. After a while, a knock sounded at the door. Father, it is I. Jiang Musuwa's voice echoed from outside. Come in. Zhang Lan replied solemnly. Upon hearing the invitation, Bai Shu entered, guiding Jiang Musuwa into the study, then discreetly stepping back out. It was inappropriate for a mere guard to remain while the eldest son and the general discussed matters. Father is contemplating the golden armored guard's affairs. Jiang Musuwa observed Jiang Lan's pensive expression. Speaking softly, Jiang Lan sighed heavily, nodding. Indeed, Jiang Musuwa placed his hands before him, idly toying with a jade ring on his left index finger. A flicker of shrewdness crossing his gaze before he finally spoke. Father, do you not intend to make preparations? At his words, Jiang Lan cast a stern look at Jiang Musuwa. Eldest, Jiang Musuwa sighed again. Speaking slowly, I comprehend your brotherly affection for the emperor, the propriety of ruler and subject. However, father, the emperor is no longer the same man who fought alongside you for the throne, even if you were to relinquish some military power. Would that alleviate the emperor's suspicions? As Jiang Musuwa continued, Jiang Lan's expression grew increasingly grave. Jiang Lan remained silent, grappling with the conflict between his steadfast convictions and the current state of the Jiang family. Observing his father's demeanor, Jiang Musuwa refrained from further persuasion, allowing the study to fall into silence. In truth, Jiang Lan was acutely aware that the emperor's willingness to permit the crown prince to besiege the general's residence today meant he could easily send men to raid it tomorrow. Yet this realm was one Jiang Lan had helped to forge alongside the emperor. 20 years prior, the Eastern Kingdom had not enjoyed the peace and prosperity it did now. At that time, the Eastern Kingdom was under the thumb of the regent, with the emperor lacking real power, while the borders were rife with conflict, leaving the populace to suffer greatly. It was during this tumultuous period that Jiang Lan stepped forth, staunchly supporting the emperor, valiantly securing city after city along the borders. His wife also played a pivotal role in solidifying the emperor's power, collaborating with him to ultimately overthrow the regent, granting the emperor full control over the Eastern Kingdom. In the ensuing years, with his wife's assistance, the Eastern Kingdom flourished, its strength burgeoning, while Jiang Lan enjoyed a harmonious family life, surrounded by his wife and children. At that time, the Jiang family believed their days would continue to flow smoothly until they grew old. Yet, unexpectedly, in the third year after Jiang Wanwan's birth, calamity began to befall the Jiang family, with 6 sons suffering accidents, some maimed, others rendered foolish, barely escaping death on multiple occasions, and ultimately Jiang Lan's military authority diminished significantly. In the span of just 5 years, it seemed as though the Jiang family's fortune had been stripped away, no longer basking in the glory of your day. In fact, Jiang Lan had sensed the emperor's growing wariness long before the family's decline began. To alleviate the emperor's suspicions, he had maintained a low profile over the years, sending his 6 sons far and wide. Yet, even this had not dispelled the emperor's doubts. Father, after an extended silence in the study, Jiang Musawa spoke once more. Jiang Lan's gaze flickered slightly, turning to meet his son's. I can endure for myself and the fifth brother, but now that you have finally reclaimed Wanwan, do you wish to see her come to harm? Jiang Musawa knew that Jiang Lan held great affection for Jiang Wanwan, thus he had to mention her. As expected, upon hearing her name, Jiang Lan's expression shifted more profoundly, his hands clenching into fists. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed in apparent concession, rubbing his forehead, and spoke in a low voice. I will consider this matter carefully. Hearing Jiang Lan's words, Jiang Musawa understood that his father had not yet overcome his internal struggle, prompting a wave of disappointment to wash over him as he lowered his gaze. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Recognizing that further persuasion would yield no results, Jiang Musawa spoke softly before wheeling himself away. In the palace, Ouyang Jin stood before the emperor, his head bowed as he meticulously recounted the events that had transpired. The middle-aged man, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, seated upon the throne, held a vermilion brush in one hand and a memorial in the other, simultaneously reviewing documents while listening to Ouyang Jin's report. Once Ouyang Jin finished, the emperor set down the memorial and brush. Raising his eyes to regard Ouyang Jin, how do you believe this matter should be handled? The emperor inquired with a placid demeanor. Ouyang Jin pressed his lips together, uncertain of the emperor's stance, and cautiously replied, in light of this incident, the Prime Minister's residence and the General's residence are undoubtedly at odds. To forge an alliance between the two families now would prove difficult. I suggest that your Majesty take this opportunity to rescind the betrothal, while also extending a favor to both residences. As Ouyang Jin spoke, the emperor leisurely lifted a teacup from the table, using one hand to hold the cup while the other delicately skimmed the lid to remove the tea leaves from the surface, taking a soft sip to moisten his throat. After a moment, he spoke unhurriedly. It is feasible to annul the betrothal. However, that daughter of Jiang Lan's, whom he has just reclaimed, appears quite astute. What are your thoughts on her? At the emperor's words, Ouyang Jin felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Maintaining a composed facade, I have observed her, and indeed, she possesses a measure of intelligence, though it is rather unrefined. Furthermore, her methods are excessively aggressive. Take the matter of Pang Yuxuan, for instance. It is evident that she deliberately targeted Jiang Yi. Yet regrettably, Jiang Yi's disposition is quite innocent. Before Ouyang Jin could finish his thought, the emperor suddenly chuckled lightly, rendering Ouyang Jin momentarily speechless. The emperor had designated him as the crown prince from a young age, imposing strict standards upon his every action. Ouyang Jin recalled a time in his childhood when, for the simple pleasure of indulging in sweet lotus cakes, he was punished with 3 days of fasting, a lesson he had learned at the tender age of 8. This incident had instilled a sense of reverence within Ouyang Jin, preventing him from viewing the emperor merely as a father. He was both paternal figure and sovereign. Do you harbor affections for the Jiang family's adopted daughter? The emperor regarded Ouyang Jin, his expression unexpectedly softening. Ouyang Jin observed the expression of his majesty, noting that the emperor did not appear to be angry. After careful consideration, he spoke. It cannot be said that I particularly like her. However, in comparison to the recently acknowledged biological daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Yi possesses a more innocent demeanor. After all, she has been raised in pampered circumstances since childhood, unlike Jiang Wanwan, who grew up in the wilderness and is far more cunning. With a thud, he placed the teacup down, the dull sound reverberating like a hammer striking Ouyang Jin's heart. His expression tightened, his lips pressed into a straight line. Jiner, your crown princess cannot be one whom you simply fancy. The emperor reminded him. Yes, I understand, father, Ouyang Jin replied, nodding and bowing respectfully to the emperor. Chapter 64. The Flying Stargate. Observing Ouyang Jin's demeanor, the emperor's expression softened once more as he spoke gently. The betrothal between the general's residence and the prime minister's family can be annulled. Since you wish to marry the general's daughter, it is not an ill-fated matter. I shall draft a decree to grant you marriage to Jiang Lan's daughter. As for that adopted daughter, if you truly find yourself fond of her, it would not be unthinkable to include her in the Eastern Palace. Yes, I thank father for the marriage decree, Ouyang Jin said, offering no further comment, immediately bowing in gratitude. You may leave now. Take care to pay more attention to Jiang Wanwan. The emperor waved his hand at Ouyang Jin. Ouyang Jin rose and exited the imperial study. Once he departed, only the emperor and a personal eunuch remained in the study. The emperor gazed at the empty room, letting out a soft sigh, his expression one of concern. The head eunuch, noticing the emperor's demeanor, cautiously spoke. Your Majesty, do you suffer from another headache? Allow this old servant to massage your temples. The emperor leaned back against the dragon throne. Closing his eyes, the head eunuch approached, lifting his hands to massage the emperor while offering consolation. The crown prince is still quite young, having not experienced much in life. It is inevitable that he may not fully understand your Majesty's kind intentions. Please do not fret. The emperor kept his eyes closed, yet sighed softly. He is not that young anymore. With Jiner behaving this way, how can I entrust the realm to him after 100 years? The head eunuch remained silent, having served the emperor for many years and understood his temperament well enough to know that speaking less meant making fewer mistakes. After a moment of quiet The emperor opened his eyes, picking up the brush again, intending to write the marriage decree when he suddenly halted. At that moment, the head eunuch sensed something amiss and smartly bowed to the emperor before exiting the imperial study. Once the head eunuch had left, the emperor set down the brush, placing his right hand on the dragon head armrest of the chair, pressing down firmly. With a subtle cracking sound, a wall beside him suddenly split apart. Revealing a dark, profound passageway, the emperor rose and stepped into the newly revealed secret path. As the emperor entered the passage, the dragon head armrest returned to its original position, and the passage was sealed once more. The imperial study resumed its usual state, but the emperor's presence was now absent. The passage was not long, leading to a spacious secret chamber, sparsely adorned, with only an irregular translucent jade stone placed at its center. At this moment, the jade stone emitted a faint milky white glow, illuminating the otherwise dim chamber. Stone Elder, the emperor stood before the jade stone, his expression suddenly becoming reverent as he bowed respectfully to it. Moments later, the figure of a middle-aged man clad in a plain gray robe appeared within the jade stone, seated cross-legged in midair, his hands forming seals before him, exuding an ethereal aura. The Stone Elder slowly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming pressure subtly emanated, settling upon the emperor. Feeling the faint pressure from the Stone Elder, the emperor's expression grew even more respectful. Ouyang Hong, the Flying Stargate will soon dispatch an elder down the mountain to the Eastern Kingdom to establish a sect and recruit disciples. Prepare yourself, the Stone Elder declared. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the emperor's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Understood. As Ouyang Hong acknowledged this, the Stone Elder's figure was suddenly enveloped in wisps of gray-black mist. His calm gaze fixed upon Ouyang Hong as if transmitting some extraordinary energy. Have your powers stagnated of late? The Stone Elder inquired. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Hong could not help but show a hint of joy. Indeed. Stone Elder, step forward. I shall impart my power to you, the Stone Elder instructed. Ouyang Hong, filled with anticipation, took a couple of steps closer to the irregular crystal. As he approached, the Stone Elder within the crystal swiftly altered his hand seals. The surrounding gray-black mist growing increasingly dense. Simultaneously, the jade stone, which had been radiating a milky white glow, dimmed visibly under the Stone Elder's influence, eventually turning grayish-white. The entire chamber, affected by the jade stone, began to darken, the surrounding scenes growing eerie. Yet Ouyang Hong, witnessing this transformation, became increasingly exhilarated. Soon, the gray-white glow surrounding the jade stone coalesced into strands of flowing light, continuously penetrating into Ouyang Hong's body. Ouyang Hong opened his arms, slightly tilting his head back, blissfully closing his eyes as he allowed the rich and potent spiritual energy to enter his being. As time passed, gray-black patterns resembling a spider's web began to appear on the exposed skin of Ouyang Hong's arms, neck and face, looking both bizarre and fierce. The Stone Elder, seated cross-legged in midair, noticed Ouyang Hong's condition through the crystal, a cold smile creeping upon his lips, filled with mockery. The entire process of imparting power lasted a full half hour. After half an hour, the gray-white spiritual energy surrounding Ouyang Hong gradually dissipated, yet his eyes had become entirely black, devoid of any whites, with faint grayish-white energy seeping from the corners, coupled with the still visible gray-black spiderweb patterns on his face and neck. Ouyang Hong now appeared sinister and grotesque. The Stone Elder, having just concluded the transfer, appeared noticeably more vibrant than at the beginning, his eyes gleaming with vitality. In stark contrast, it seemed as though Ouyang Hong had been consumed of his essence by the Stone Elder rather than the other way around. However, Ouyang Hong remained oblivious to the anomaly. Upon feeling the surge of powerful energy within him, he was filled with an overwhelming sense of strength and exhilaration, suddenly unable to withstand the influence of the overwhelming energy. Ouyang Hong let out a mighty roar, clenching his fists. Without any warning, he struck down with all his might. Bang! The force of Ouyang Hong's punch resonated with terrifying power, creating a resounding crash as a fist-sized dent appeared in the smooth wall of the chamber. Strangely, the wall, composed of an unknown material, restored itself to its original state within mere breaths. Bang, bang, bang. Under the influence of the overwhelming energy, Ouyang Hong lost his sense of self, relentlessly pounding his fists against the surroundings as if attempting to expel the pent-up energy from his body. Yet, no matter how frenzied Ouyang Hong became, the irregular jade stone at the center of the chamber remained completely unscathed. Ouyang Hong's chaotic rampage lasted approximately half an hour, during which the gray-white spiritual energy gradually faded, and his eyes slowly returned to normal. Fully regaining his composure and awareness, Ouyang Hong looked down at his hands, feeling the robust power consolidating within him, elated beyond measure. Chapter 65, The Emperor's Summons. Thank you. Stone Elder. Ouyang Hong raised his gaze towards the Stone Elder within the jade stone, respectfully bowing. Do not forget to consume the soul-protecting pill. Now, prepare yourself, the Stone Elder replied, resuming his lofty demeanor as Ouyang Hong looked on. Yes, I shall certainly arrange for the Flying Stargate to establish its sect and recruit disciples, Ouyang Hong declared before exiting the secret chamber. Upon returning to the Imperial study, Ouyang Hong wasted no time. He hurriedly retrieved a palm-sized wooden box from a hidden compartment, taking out a small white jade vial. Swiftly opening it, he poured out the elixir and swallowed it. After consuming the elixir, the lingering gray-white spiritual fluctuations in Ouyang Hong's eyes gradually dissipated under its effects. Feeling his internal energy settle peacefully, he finally exhaled in relief, carefully returning the jade vial to its place, ensuring it was properly stored. All of Ouyang Hong's activities within the Imperial study went unnoticed by anyone. Once everything had returned to normal, he resumed his seat upon the dragon throne. Zhotong, Ouyang Hong spoke in a deep voice. As soon as Ouyang Hong's words fell, Zhotong, guarding outside the study, hurried in, kneeling respectfully before Ouyang Hong. The servant greets His Majesty, sitting upright on the dragon throne. Ouyang Hong queried leisurely, "What time is it now, Your Majesty?" "It has just passed noon. Now do you wish to summon for a meal?" Zhotong replied, his head bowed in deference. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Hong was momentarily taken aback. Had it truly reached noon? He took a sip of tea, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia, "It seems I have not dined with the general of the nation in quite some time." Listening to Ouyang Hong's words, Zhotong immediately comprehended the situation and once again bowed to Ouyang Hong, saying, "This humble servant shall promptly invite General Jingui into the palace to dine with His Majesty." Ouyang Hong nodded in acknowledgement. Once Zhotong grasped Ouyang Hong's intentions, he swiftly departed, personally heading to the general's residence to summon General Jinguo. At that moment, Zhang Lan was still unaware of her impending summons to the palace and was engaged in conversation with Zhang Wanwan at the general's residence. While waiting for lunch, Wanwan, your recent progress in your cultivation has been rather rapid. In the path of cultivation, one must avoid impatience. It is crucial to establish a solid foundation, otherwise one might inadvertently fall into the abyss of madness. "Father, I understand," Zhang Wanwan replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed today. After resolving the matter with Pang Yuxuan, Zhang Lan unexpectedly visited her courtyard and had been earnestly educating her for nearly a quarter of an incense stick's time. Zhang Wanwan felt as though her ears were about to develop calluses from listening. Father, finally, unable to endure her father's repetitive admonishments any longer, Zhang Wanwan raised her voice slightly and interrupted Zhang Lan. "What is it?" Zhang Lan turned to Zhang Wanwan, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Zhang Wanwan's lips curled into a familiar, endearing smile, her voice soft as she spoke. "Father, my cultivation has always been steady. Following the right path, I would never stray out. If you do not believe me, you may test it. Furthermore, I have been brought to the general's residence by you, thus I acknowledge you as my father and this is my home. We shall have ample time to nurture our bond in the future. Lastly, I am hungry." Zhang Wanwan gazed at Zhang Lan with her round doe-like eyes, blinking pitifully faced with such a forlorn expression from his daughter. Zhang Lan felt his ironclad heart soften in an instant. "General, it is already past noon," Qin Zhu interjected wisely at the opportune moment. Hearing this, Zhang Lan finally snapped back to reality and looked at Zhang Wanwan apologetically. "I didn't realize it was already past noon. I'm sorry, Wanwan, I lost track of time while I was speaking." Zhang Wanwan looked at her father, a robust figure, awkwardly apologizing before her, and her heart softened as well. This was precisely why, despite the arduous journey of her rebirth, she chose to remain in the general's residence rather than distance herself from this place of sorrow, before she discovered that she was the only legitimate daughter mistakenly raised by the general's family. Zhang Wanwan lived in the countryside, where her parents treated her as a mere tool, commanding her incessantly, and often resorting to beatings and scoldings. When she reached adulthood, they even contemplated selling her as a concubine to a landlord from the neighboring village. Just as she was about to be sold, the general's residence intervened and rescued her from that fate. She believed the general's residence would be her salvation. Watching Zhang Lan, Zhang Muses, Zhang Songron, and the other members of the Zhang family shower affection upon Zhang Yi, she felt both envy and hope that one day she too might receive even a fraction of such love. Unfortunately, in the end, she was betrayed and met her demise at the hands of Zhang Yi. Never having tasted that affection in her previous life, she yearned for love but was never firmly chosen. Having been granted a second chance, she resolved to confront Zhang Yi and reclaim everything that belonged to her, including that love. And now, witnessing Zhang Lan's demeanor, Zhang Wanwan's heart ached. Lost in thought, her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. "Wanwan, you don't cry. Kitchen, quickly send some food over." Zhang Lan looked at Zhang Wanwan's suddenly reddened eyes, growing increasingly flustered and self-reproachful. His calloused hands fidgeting with his robe. "This servant will hurry to urge the kitchen," Qin Zhu quickly responded and dashed off. Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Lan's flustered and panicked demeanor. "Father, it's truly wonderful to have you here." Zhang Wanwan stood up, opened her arms, and embraced Zhang Lan willingly. Though Zhang Lan wore soft armor that felt rigid and cold, Zhang Wanwan paid no heed. Suddenly embraced by his daughter, Zhang Lan stood frozen, as if struck by a spell, unable to move. After a while, when Zhang Lan regained his senses, Zhang Wanwan had already released him. "General," just as Zhang Lan silently berated himself for his earlier foolishness, Song Bo hurriedly approached him. "General, someone from the palace has arrived, stating that His Majesty summons you to the palace for a meal." "Summoned for a meal?" Zhang Lan furrowed his brows, puzzled. Zhang Wanwan, upon hearing this request, was also somewhat taken aback. However, whenever the emperor summoned someone, it was imperative to enter the palace without delay. "Father, you should go ahead. We can eat together when you return," Zhang Wanwan said, displaying her considerate nature. "What do you mean by waiting for me to return to eat? Don't starve yourself." When the food arrives, eat promptly, don't wait for me, Zhang Lan said sternly, his eyes wide, observing his apparent concern masked by a fierce demeanor. Zhang Wanwan didn't mind and merely nodded with a smile. The sudden summons from His Majesty left Zhang Lan no room for delay, and he swiftly turned to leave the general's residence. As Zhang Wanwan watched her father hastily depart, the smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Lan's trip to the palace might not bode well. Yet worrying now would be futile. With Zhang Lan's prowess as a 9-star celestial master, few in Donglai nation could pose a threat to him. With that thought, Zhang Wanwan felt slightly reassured and casually sampled the food that Qin Zhu had brought. Chapter 66. The demon lord Di Yunzhao's presence is revealed outside the outskirts of Ziki City. Amid a dense forest, a group of youths clad in matching blue and white robes suddenly appeared. By sheer coincidence, they had arrived at the very location where Zhang Wanwan had once reaped the benefits, acquiring the sacred water ice lotus and flowing light silk. Although several days had passed, traces of the previous battle still lingered in the surroundings. Elder Fu, will the demon lord truly appear here? A strikingly handsome youth dressed in a white robe with blue trims inquired while standing beside a middle-aged man of around 40 to 50 years. Referred to as Elder Fu, the elder, with one hand behind his back and the other stroking his small beard, surveyed the area with keen eyes, eventually settling on a charred mark on the ground. This mark stretched several dozen meters long and was wide in the beginning, tapering off at the end. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the trail left behind by a giant serpent. Elder Fu crouched down, scooped up a handful of the scorched earth, and after careful contemplation, he spoke solemnly. This black soil still bears the remnants of the Inferno's aura. It must be the demon lord. It truly is the demon lord. Why would he abandon the demon realm to venture into a small mortal kingdom? The handsome youth furrowed his brow in confusion. I've heard there has been unrest in the demon realm. Could the demon lord have been pursued here? Have you lost your mind? He is the strongest in the demon realm. If he were to appear before us now, we wouldn't even withstand a single blow. But the demon realm is indeed in turmoil, and the demon lord has gone missing. A group of disciples clad in blue and white robes followed Elder Fu, engaging in animated discussions. Elder Fu, however, was too preoccupied to address the chatter of his mischievous disciples, his attention fixated on the ground where the remnants of the Inferno's aura lingered, his brows tightly knit. Master, it is rumored that this demon lord is inherently vicious and ruthless. I am somewhat concerned. At that moment, a female disciple approached Elder Fu and calmly offered her analysis. Which mortal realm is this? Elder Fu then realized the situation and inquired. 100 miles east of here lies the capital of Donglai Nation. Ziki City, came the prompt response from the previously animated youth who had been discussing with his fellow disciples. Donglai Nation, isn't that a vassal state of the Feishing sect? The female disciple quickly connected the dots. How unfortunate, the youth clapped his hands and exclaimed, we're allies. Elder Fu, senior brother, what do you mean by allies? What connection does the Feishing sect have with us? Fool, how could you have been in the sect so long and not know that the Feishing sect is our Tiani sect's subordinate force? The youth turned and chided the one who had asked the question. The youth who received the reprimand rubbed his forehead, showing no signs of anger, and instead chuckled. Elder Fu, senior brothers and sisters, the sky appears to be getting late. Why don't we head into the city and rest for a while? Hearing this suggestion, several disciples instinctively cast a glance at him, as if to say, "You're quite bold, junior brother." After a moment of contemplation, the senior sister standing beside Elder Fu finally spoke in a calm manner. Master, what junior brother Xiao said is quite reasonable. The aura of the demon lord has completely dissipated here, and we cannot ascertain whether he is still nearby. Everyone has traveled tirelessly for so many days. A rest is indeed warranted. Upon hearing the senior sister support his suggestion, junior brother Xiao felt deeply touched, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at her. The senior sister truly is a cool exterior with a warm heart. Elder Fu hesitated for a brief moment, his gaze sweeping across the few disciples he had brought along. Noticing their pallid complexions and signs of excessive fatigue, he nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed to the city. Is splendid. The instant Elder Fu nodded his consent, brother Xiao leaped up in joyous exuberance, only to be met with a stern glare from Elder Fu the next moment, causing him to wilt immediately, offering a sheepish smile in return. We are too conspicuous in our current appearance. We should change into something more ordinary before entering the city, the senior sister remarked cautiously, observing the uniform attire of the Tiani sect members. Entering the city in such a formation will undoubtedly cause quite a stir. The search for the demon lord is meant to be conducted discreetly. We must avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Indeed, Zhenshuan's consideration is commendable. Elder Fu acknowledged with a nod. Yes, let us don attire befitting the mortal realm. Brother Xiao quickly chimed in, his eyes sparkling with excitement, revealing his mischievous intentions. Senior brother, I have heard that the cities of mortals are filled with delectable treats. Brother Xiao, with a sly expression, leaned closer to his senior brother, whispering conspiratorially, his hands fidgeting animatedly. Upon witnessing Brother Xiao's antics, the senior brother furrowed his brow slightly and replied earnestly, Brother Xiao, as a disciple of Elder Lang, our sect receives ample pills and spirit stones each month. Ah, senior brother, are you not being deliberately obtuse? In the realm of mortals, who uses pills and spirit stones? Surely they transact with ordinary currency. Brother Shao scratched his head, gazing intently at his senior brother. I have also heard that your family has a subsidiary in the mortal realm. You must be well off. No. Upon hearing this, the senior brother pondered for a moment and nodded, though his gaze shifted towards senior sister Qianqian and Elder Fu. Indeed, Elder Fu, Qianqian, if there is a need. Imobai is willing to offer his humble assistance. Brother Shao, am I not the one borrowing money? This expedition into the mortal realm is solely for the purpose of locating the demon lord. In all other matters, you must exercise discretion and never disturb the fortunes of the mortals, Elder Fu reminded the spirited youths, though he did not wish to dampen their enthusiasm. Rest assured, Elder Fu. We are fully aware. With Elder Fu's admonition, Brother Shao straightened his posture, assuming the demeanor of an obedient disciple. Before long, amidst their banter and laughter, the members of the Tani sect had donned ordinary robes and were hastily making their way towards Ziki City. At that moment, Ziki City remained oblivious to the arrival of such a group, with everything proceeding as usual, and no one taking notice of their presence. Chapter 67. The Emperor grants marriage to the general's house. Again, Ziki Imperial Palace. Jiang Lan, summoned in haste, entered the palace without having changed his attire of this subject. Jiang Lan pays his respects to your majesty, upon stepping into the grand hall and seeing Ouyang Hong seated at an exquisitely crafted table. Jiang Lan clasped his hands in salute. Upon seeing Jiang Lan, Ouyang Hong stood and approached him with brisk strides, supporting Jiang Lan with a gesture. Jiang Lan, I have long granted you the privilege of not bowing to the sovereign. Why do you still adhere to such formalities? Jiang Lan responded with utmost seriousness, Your Majesty's grant of privilege is indeed an honor, yet there is a distinction between sovereign and subject, and I must not forget my duties. You are quite the character. Ouyang Hong chuckled softly, shaking his head as he led Jiang Lan to a seat at the table. Come, today, the imperial kitchen has prepared a splendid roasted pig. It reminds me of the days when we feasted together in the open. Drinking merrily, let us savor it once more and see how it compares to those times. As Jiang Lan settled into his seat, he looked up at Ouyang Hong. The conditions back then were limited. Naturally, it cannot compare to the culinary skills of the palace chefs. That you were mistaken. I find this flavor quite comparable to those days. Ouyang Hong laughed heartily. Come, let the general have a taste. At Ouyang Hong's command, Zhou Tong, standing nearby, promptly picked up a pair of silver chopsticks and placed a piece of roasted pork before Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan remained silent as he picked up the chopsticks and swiftly brought the succulent meat to his mouth. How is it? Ouyang Hong inquired, watching Jiang Lan closely. After swallowing the roasted pork, Jiang Lan replied gravely, The flavor is undoubtedly superior to those days. If your majesty finds it lacking, it must be due to the absence of the atmosphere we once shared. Well said, Jiang Lan, I knew you would understand me. Ouyang Hong beamed with delight. After a moment, he gazed at Jiang Lan, who was savoring the pork, and spoke softly, I have recently heard that 15 years ago, your youngest daughter with Lear was switched at birth. Indeed, Wanwan was raised in Taoyuan village and has suffered greatly. Jiang Lan recounted, his thoughts drifting to the harsh treatment Wanwan endured prior to her arrival at the general's house, where she faced constant scolding and punishment from the farmer's wife who had taken her in. Ouyang Hong noticed the flicker of pain in Jiang Lan's eyes and chuckled, It seems that this newly returned legitimate daughter has brought you much satisfaction. Jiang Lan, returning to the present, looked up at Ouyang Hong and replied earnestly, Yes, it was my negligence that allowed Wanwan to languish outside for so many years. Now that she has returned home, I must make amends. Ouyang Hong nodded in understanding. The other day, when the crown prince visited the general's house to investigate the fire at the prime minister's residence, he acted somewhat inappropriately. I have already reprimanded him, so do not take it to heart. Jiang Lan shook his head. This subject would not dare. Do not speak in such a manner. We have sworn brotherhood before heaven and earth. The crown prince calling you father would not be out of place, and if he errs, it is only right for you, as an elder, to correct him. Ouyang Hong replied with a smile at Jiang Lan, unable to grasp Ouyang Hong's intentions. Fell silent for a moment. However, Ouyang Hong appeared unfazed, gesturing to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong quickly understood, stepping over to Jiang Lan's side with a jug of wine, pouring it for him. At that moment, Ouyang Hong raised his wine cup and addressed Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan, although I am now the emperor of Donglai, in my heart, our bond of brotherhood remains unchanged. Come, let us drink heartily today, disregarding the distinctions of sovereign and subject, as if I were still the prince of your. Jiang Lan pursed his lips, lifting his cup in kind. Your Majesty summoned me to the palace today solely for the purpose of drinking. Jiang Lan, unable to fathom Ouyang Hong's intentions, decided to inquire directly. Ouyang Hong chuckled lightly. Jiang Lan, you remain as forthright as ever. No wonder Pang Bingda cannot stand you. Jiang Lan furrowed his brow. That old curmudgeon Pang Bingda has accused me. Has he not spoken of your matters before me? Ouyang Hong raised an eyebrow in response. Jiang Lan bit his lip, momentarily at a loss for words. In any dynasty, it is rare for civil and military officials to work harmoniously together. His relationship with Pang Bingda. As the heads of their respective fields had been fraught with tension, resulting in numerous conflicts over the years, I had thought that by arranging a marriage between your families, it might ease the strain in your relationship. Yet it seems I have only made matters worse. Yang Hong sighed, raising his cup and drinking deeply before declaring, I shall take this cup as a self-imposed penalty. However, this matter is not entirely without merit. Yang Hong suddenly turned his gaze to Jiang Lan, inquiring, Jiang Lan, what do you think of the crown prince? Taken aback by the question, Jiang Lan pondered briefly before responding, he is exceptionally talented. A rare prodigy in cultivation, composed and graceful. Given time, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Yang Hong smiled slightly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes as he continued, what if I were to propose that the crown prince become your son-in-law? What would you say? Jiang Lan was taken aback and furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, my daughter's engagement has just been annulled. Is it not inappropriate to bestow another marriage so soon? Yang Hong shook his head. I am not referring to the daughter you have raised for 15 years. Wanwan, the surprise in Jiang Lan's eyes intensified, his frown deepening. This is unacceptable. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lan rejected the proposal outright, not even considering the potential ramifications of offending the emperor. As anticipated. Upon Jiang Lan's resolute refusal, Yang Hong's expression darkened. What, does my crown prince not measure up to your daughter? With a grave countenance, Jiang Lan responded with unwavering conviction, Your Majesty, Wanwan has just returned to the general's house. I have yet to fully relish the joys of fatherhood. I beseech your Majesty to show mercy and allow me a few more years with her. Upon hearing this reasoning, Yang Hong's expression swiftly shifted from anger to amusement. I see. However, Jiang Lan, you have misunderstood. I merely wish to secure a marriage between your family and the crown prince for the future. If you desire to keep Wanwan for a few more years, marrying her later is still an option. Yang Hong's proposal was a gracious concession, providing Jiang Lan with an opportunity to accept the arrangement, yet, it was evident that Jiang Lan was not inclined to be so accommodating. Your Majesty, the young lady has grown up in the mountains and fields. Her temperament is rather fiery. I fear she may disappoint your Majesty's goodwill. Jiang Lan once again sought a reason, with Jiang Lan's repeated refusals. Yang Hong's smile vanished entirely, his wine cup crashing heavily onto the table, the crystalline liquid splashing forth. Jiang Lan, are you intending to defy me? Yang Hong's countenance darkened, his gaze icy as it fell upon Jiang Lan. At this moment, had Jiang Wanwan been present, she would undoubtedly have muttered a curse under her breath. Shameless old fox, just a moment ago, he was performing deep brotherly affection, proclaiming there was no distinction between ruler and subject. Now he resorted to the very distinction he had dismissed to exert pressure. Chapter 68. Oh, how I miss you, my little mouse. Facing Yang Hong's intimidation, Jiang Lan remained steadfast. I beseech your Majesty to retract your decree. Yang Hong's brow furrowed, a fleeting glint of malice crossing his eyes. Jiang Lan, are you truly unafraid of me annihilating your general's residence? Jiang Lan lifted his gaze, his expression impassive as he met Yang Hong's stare. His own eyes flickering with a hint of anger. In my lifetime, I have devoted myself to the Eastern Kingdom, ensuring the well-being of its people, and I have remained loyal to your Majesty. Today, I merely ask for a chance at marital freedom for my Wanwan. If your Majesty cannot grant even this, then I shall gladly resign my position as general. With that, Jiang Lan abruptly rose, shedding his soft armor before Yang Hong, along with the military insignia he wore at his waist, casting them both onto the table, with the official robes and insignia laid bare before him. Jiang Lan declared his resignation from the position of general and his intent to retire to his homeland. Yang Hong had not anticipated such a turn of events. His gaze fell upon the insignia on the table. His expression inscrutable, the atmosphere in the room grew tense in an instant. Zhou Tong, witnessing this, quickly plastered a smile upon his face and approached Jiang Lan. General Jiang, your words seem rather childish. One cannot simply shed their official robes in a fit of temper. Is this not a breach of decorum before His Majesty? Zhou Tong endeavored to ease the tension between them, yet Jiang Lan's stubbornness prevailed, disregarding Zhou Tong's words, remaining resolute in his stance against Yang Hong. Zhou Tong observed Jiang Lan's refusal to relent, his own expression darkening with concern. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding Yang Hong grew increasingly palpable, and just as Zhou Tong braced for Yang Hong's impending fury, the latter's expression suddenly softened. Yang Hong rose from his seat, personally retrieving Jiang Lan's discarded official robe and approaching him. You, with your unyielding spirit, it seems you remain as stubborn as ever. Very well. I understand your affection for your daughter. We shall discuss this matter another time. Upon hearing Yang Hong's words, Jiang Lan finally relaxed his features, accepting the robe and redonning it. Thank you, your Majesty. During their meal in the palace, the atmosphere fluctuated with tension multiple times, even causing Zhou Tong, who served nearby, to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, they managed to navigate through it unscathed. An hour later, as Jiang Lan departed the palace, he left behind 1,000,000 military insignia. At this moment, Zhou Tong had already instructed servants to clear the remnants of the meal, while Yang Hong sat in contemplation, clutching the golden insignia, his expression shrouded in ambiguity before a smile unexpectedly broke through. Although the proceedings had been somewhat unpleasant, he had successfully reclaimed an insignia, which he deemed not a loss. Zhou Tong stood beside Ouyang Hong, observing the swift shift from an icy demeanor to one of apparent contentment. And despite years of service, he remained perplexed by Ouyang Hong's thoughts. The will of the sovereign is indeed inscrutable, ancient wisdom does not deceive. By the time Jiang Lan returned to the general's residence, dusk was approaching. Upon his arrival, Song Bo hurriedly approached. General, you have returned. In the midst of their conversation, Song Bo noticed the absence of the insignia at Jiang Lan's waist and frowned. General, has the emperor troubled you again? Jiang Lan regarded Song Bo and waved dismissively. It's nothing of great concern. Is Wanwan still waiting for me? The young lady had a few pastries earlier and is now in her courtyard practicing. Stating she wishes to dine with you, General Song Bo replied quickly. Wanwan is waiting for me. Jiang Lan expressed mild surprise, instinctively quickening his pace towards the Li courtyard. Observing this, Song Bo chuckled and shook his head, opting not to follow, instead returning to his duties. Within the Li courtyard, Jiang Wanwan reclined on a chaise, the cool autumn breeze enveloping her, providing a soothing lull. As Jiang Lan approached, he beheld Jiang Wanwan peacefully slumbering. Her breaths shallow. Qin Zhu stood vigil by her side, the first to notice Jiang Lan, but he raised a hand to signal silence. Qin Zhu silently bowed to Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan quietly moved before Jiang Wanwan, admiring her restful state without waking her. He removed his cloak and gently draped it over her. Standing in the Li courtyard, Jiang Lan watched over his daughter for a time before quietly departing. Qin Zhu, seeing this, followed behind Jiang Lan, escorting him out. Does the young lady often sleep in the courtyard? Jiang Lan inquired of Qin Zhu once outside. Qin Zhu nodded. Not frequently, she only rests there when she is fatigued. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan furrowed his brow. Has she been particularly tired lately? Qin Zhu hesitated, unsure how to respond, then cautiously remarked, the young lady has been diligently practicing her skills and seems to be refining alchemy as well. This revelation surprised Jiang Lan. Wanwan can refine alchemy. I understand now. Please take good care of her, Jiang Lan instructed quietly, his expression returning to calm. Yes, sir. Qin Zhu obediently bowed to Jiang Lan. After Jiang Lan departed, Qin Zhu returned to the Li courtyard, only to find Jiang Wanwan awake, clutching the cloak Jiang Lan had draped over her. Miss, you are awake. The general just left. Qin Zhu hurriedly approached Jiang Wanwan. I know, Jiang Wanwan nodded, glancing at the cloak in her hands, a slight smile gracing her lips. After a brief rest, Jiang Wanwan stood and made her way indoors, instructing Qin Zhu to take a break. As Qin Zhu watched her enter the house, she hesitated before speaking. Miss, are you planning to refine alchemy? Jiang Wanwan paused, looking at Qin Zhu with a hint of curiosity. Qin Zhu gazed at her with concern. Miss, I understand you are eager to enhance your alchemical skills, but you must also take care of your health. Hearing Qin Zhu's words of concern, Jiang Wanwan chuckled softly. Do not worry, I am quite aware. With that, Jiang Wanwan returned indoors, cautiously ensuring her surroundings were secure before entering the space of the mountain river pearl to cultivate. Master Sister, as soon as Jiang Wanwan entered the mountain river pearl space, the little mouse rushed excitedly towards her. Jiang Wanwan barely caught a glimpse of a small black shadow approaching when she heard the mouse's voice and quickly extended her hand to catch it. The mouse landed safely in Jiang Wanwan's palm, joyfully rolling around. Master Sister, I missed you so much. With a chuckle, Jiang Wanwan watched the little mouse playfully squirming in her palm and smiled, one hand supporting the mouse while the other playfully poked its soft belly. I come to see you every day. That's not the same. I haven't seen you for 10 whole hours. There's a saying among humans, a day apart feels like 3 seasons for me. Even an hour without seeing you feels like 3 seasons. The mouse nestled in Jiang Wanwan's embrace, whining adorably. Chapter 69. I command you to lift your tail. Listening to the mouse's chatter, Jiang Wanwan's smile widened. Then from now on, I shall take you with me wherever I go. Alright, really? The little mouse's eyes sparkled with hope as it gazed up at Jiang Wanwan. Before she could respond, the mouse bashfully lowered its head, its tiny paws twisting together. Actually, as long as I can be with you, Master Sister, I'm completely content. I promise to be obedient and won't cause you any trouble. Jiang Wanwan's brows lifted slightly, her eyes still shining with mirth as she patted the little mouse's head. Good, you are the most obedient and understanding. The little mouse beamed with joy. Just then, Di Yunzhao appeared, shaking his enormous red serpent tail beside them, clearly noticing that the cunning green mouse was daringly waving its tail at him, which incited a cold snort from him. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Wanwan raised her brows, noticing that the bandages on Di Yunzhao's large tail were already turning gray. She quickly placed the mouse on her shoulder and approached Di Yunzhao. Di Yunzhao wore a sullen expression, arms crossed, letting out another disdainful huff. As Emperor Di Yunzhao, he resembled a jilted wife, his demeanor exuding an air of resentment as if to say, you heartless woman, you finally remembered me. Jiang Wanwan, perplexed by the demon lord's odd behavior, approached the large tail behind him. Lift your tail, Jiang Wanwan playfully commanded as she patted Di Yunzhao's shoulder. Di Yunzhao looked at her, bewildered. Woman, are you commanding me? Jiang Wanwan cast a sidelong glance at Di Yunzhao, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she spoke each word with deliberate precision. Yes, I command you to raise your tail for a moment. How dare you? Di Yunzhao's cherubic face flushed with indignation. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt an invisible force constraining him, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Thus, he could only watch in astonishment as his tail obediently lifted before Jiang Wanwan. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Jiang Wanwan's eyes as she smiled, deftly unwrapping the gauze that enveloped the tail. Once the gauze was removed, the wound at the tip of the tail was laid bare before her, a gaping injury the size of a palm, which should have been adorned with exquisite crimson scales like the surrounding area, yet instead appeared raw and grotesque, a gruesome sight. Jiang Wanwan's brows furrowed slightly. Although the wound had not worsened, it had shown no signs of improvement, particularly with the ominous black mist swirling around it, which deepened the gravity of her expression. The toxins within the wound had seemingly coalesced into a tangible form, lingering nearby like a malevolent specter, showing no inclination to dissipate. Though she had long been aware of the stubbornness of the toxin within Di Yunzhou, she was still taken aback that nearly a month had passed without any signs of healing. Noticing Jiang Wanwan's frown, Di Yunzhou's eyes flickered with discomfort. While his tail was bound by the power of their contract and could not flail about recklessly, it still possessed a limited range of motion. The tip of his tail flicked back and forth restlessly, betraying his emotions. "Hey, woman, you." Di Yunzhou's gaze darted, his voice stiff. "You needn't concern yourself with me, this trivial injury is beneath my notice." Hearing Di Yunzhou's words, Jiang Wanwan lifted her gaze to regard him. At that moment, however, Di Yunzhou seemed as if he had stepped on his own tail, swiftly turning away to present his back to her. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanwan caught sight of the telltale flush at the tips of his ears. Noticing this, Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a smirk, and with a flick of her wrist, she conjured a vial of blood-coagulating elixir, sprinkling it generously over the wounded area of the serpent's tail. Though the elixir's effect was rather feeble, it still held a modicum of efficacy. The instant the elixir touched the wound, the black mist that had clung to it visibly dissipated. However, within a mere second, the toxic mist swiftly regrouped over the injury. Jiang Wanwan paid it no mind. If even the formidable ruler of the demon realm could not expel the toxin from the body, how could she? A mere Xianling master. After administering the remedy, Jiang Wanwan took fresh gauze and meticulously rewrapped Di Yunzhou's tail. Before long, a lovely and immaculate bow reappeared at the end of his tail. "All done," Jiang Wanwan said softly. At that moment, Di Yunzhou's demeanor returned to normal, and he turned to face her. When his gaze fell upon the large pristine bow adorning his tail, he silently pursed his lips, a mixture of disdain and resignation evident on his face. Observing Di Yunzhou's defeated expression, a fleeting smile crossed Jiang Wanwan's eyes. "I shall be entering seclusion to refine medicine shortly. You two must keep a vigilant watch over the situation outside. If anyone approaches, remember to inform me. Of course, master sister, leave everything to me." Mouse. The little mouse, obediently perched upon Jiang Wanwan's shoulder, immediately responded with enthusiasm, leaping from her shoulder to land on Di Yunzhou's. Smack, a dull sound echoed. However, Mouse did not land on Di Yunzhou's shoulder. In midair, Di Yunzhou had noticed the mouse's descent and, without hesitation, swung his hand to swat Mouse onto the grass below. Jiang Wanwan watched in disbelief as the once adorable little creature transformed into a flattened mouse pancake, stuck to the ground, her bewilderment palpable. Everything had happened so swiftly that she could scarcely register the event. Just as Jiang Wanwan bent down to retrieve the little mouse, it rolled itself upright, its tiny body standing on the grass, belly protruding, little paws akimbo as it mimicked a human posture, looking up at Jiang Wanwan. "Master sister, I'm perfectly fine, you go ahead and busy yourself. I'll be playing with Big Snake brother." "Jiang Wanwan, you just turned into a mouse pancake, faced with such a sensible and adorable mouse." Jiang Wanwan's heart swelled with tenderness, and she glared at Di Yunzhou. "You must not bully Mouse, do you hear?" Di Yunzhou was taken aback, staring incredulously at Jiang Wanwan. "What are you talking about? This little mouse seems perfectly fine." Jiang Wanwan, undeterred by Di Yunzhou's incredulity, squatted down and cradled Mouse in her palm, gently stroking it. Mouse, if this big snake bullies you, just let your sister know, and I shall teach him a lesson." "Okay, master sister is so kind to me." Mouse joyfully twirled in Jiang Wanwan's palm, its long tail swaying animatedly, a testament to its pride and happiness. "Di Yunzhou, that cunning little rodent, I shall strip the skin from your back." Chapter 70. What do you know? Once Jiang Wanwan confirmed that Di Yunzhou and Mouse would not disturb her further, she swiftly entered the second space, embarking on her period of seclusion for alchemical refinement. This time, Jiang Wanwan intended to concoct an antidote, having gathered the necessary materials from the Liuli Pavilion, yet, her aim was not to create an ordinary antidote readily available in the market. Rather, after extensive research over the past period, she had devised a new formula by recalibrating various detoxifying materials. Of course, whether this formula would yield successful results was uncertain, hence she required a tranquil environment for her experiments. Time was of the essence, compelling her to utilize the slow temporal realm of the Shanhe Pearl to race against the clock. Within this slow space, Jiang Wanwan gained tenfold the time. As moments trickled by, she found herself engrossed in her work for an entire month. A month can be deemed neither long nor short, yet Jiang Wanwan had thoroughly exhausted all the materials she procured from Liuli Pavilion. Leaving a chaotic array of white jade vials strewn about. During this month, she continuously refined her method of crafting the antidote. In the initial 10 days, her efforts were met with repeated failures, yielding nearly no successful elixirs. On the 12th day, however, she finally discerned the key to successful concoction, allowing her to begin mass-producing the antidote. Nonetheless, Wanwan remained unsatisfied with the efficacy of the antidotes she produced, leading to a further decline in her success rate as time progressed. Unbeknownst to her, a month slipped by amidst her relentless pursuit of refining the antidote. As Wanwan regained her bearings and surveyed the disarray of jade vials, she waved her hand, and with a ripple of spatial energy, all the vials vanished in an instant. She promptly exited the second space. Outside, Yunjo and Mouse stood waiting, as if to welcome her emergence from seclusion. Master Sister, upon seeing Wanwan's form materialize, Mouse immediately scampered eagerly towards her. Wanwan deftly caught the little creature. Master Sister, I've missed you so much. Mouse nuzzled against Wanwan's palm, its voice sweet. Wanwan couldn't help but smile in delight. Yunjo glared at the duplicitous little mouse, letting out a huff. Wanwan, someone is looking for you, he said awkwardly, glancing at Wanwan upon hearing Yunjo's address. Wanwan raised an eyebrow, surprised. Before breaking into a smile, she affectionately ruffled Yunjo's head, generously showering him with praise. Well done. Startled by the unexpected gesture, the tips of Yunjo's ears turned a shade of crimson as he instinctively turned his head away. Rejecting her affection, you'd never mind. Yunjo surrendered, feeling flustered. How dare you touch this lord's head, big snake brother? Do you realize that you look quite debauched when you smile? A familiar, teasing voice suddenly chimed in. Yunjo snapped back to reality, only to find that Wanwan had vanished, and before him stood the diminutive mouse, gazing up at him with wide, expectant eyes. Realizing what the mouse had just said, Yunjo's expression darkened ominously, glaring at the little creature. What do you know? With that, a flash of crimson light enveloped Yunjo, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. Mouse, observing Yunjo's hasty retreat, placed its tiny paws over its mouth and erupted into a fit of giggles. Meanwhile, Wanwan emerged from the Shanha Pearl, immediately sensing a familiar presence outside the courtyard. After adjusting her attire, she opened the door. Miss, you've emerged from seclusion. As soon as the door swung open, Qingju rushed towards Wanwan, her face filled with concern as she scrutinized her. Miss, are you hungry? I can go to the kitchen and prepare something for you. No, wait, that will take time. You should have some pastries to tide you over. Qingju fretted over Wanwan, her eyes brimming with care. I'm not hungry. I've already had some pastries. I guess there's something urgent? Wanwan patiently listened to Qingju's chatter, her voice gentle as she responded to each point. It seems the general has matters to discuss with the young lady for the past 3 days. The young lady has been in seclusion, and whenever the general has the time, he will come to inquire. Before entering seclusion, you instructed not to disturb her, and I dared not speak out of turn. Qingju explained quickly. Upon hearing this, Wanwan nodded. Aya's father at home. Yes, he visited just an hour before you emerged from your retreat. However, upon seeing you still in seclusion, he stayed for a while and then departed. Qingju replied earnestly. After finishing her explanation, Qingju still appeared somewhat anxious. Miss, perhaps I should prepare something to eat for you in the kitchen. Is there anything you desire? I will trust your culinary skills, Wanwan said with a smile, unable to refuse Qingju's kind offer. Her expectations for food were not high. As long as it was edible, she would partake very well. I shall prepare it immediately. Please wait a moment, Qingju said swiftly, then turned and hurried toward the kitchen. Wanwan smiled as she watched Qingju leave, contemplating that she would first wash up before meeting Jianglan upon returning to her room. She found no one to assist with preparing the bathwater since Qingju was busy in the kitchen. Thus, Wanwan returned to the space of the mountain river Pearl. Within that realm, she casually opened a section, fetched water from the stream, and then heated it slightly with flames before quickly taking a bath. Half an hour later, Wanwan emerged from the mountain river Pearl, donned in a light green dress that was refreshingly charming. The garment was adorned with white lily of the valley embroidery, enhancing its fresh and elegant appeal. Additionally, Wanwan preferred a simple hairstyle, with only 2 silver tassel hairpins placed on either side of her flowing locks. Overall, Wanwan exuded an air of simplicity and charm, appearing as a naive and innocent little sprite untouched by the world. Miss, I have prepared steamed duck feet with taro ginseng chicken soup and some bok choy. Since you haven't eaten for 3 days, it would be wise to start with something light to nurture your stomach. Qingju soon returned, bringing several dishes. Wanwan's eyes brightened with a smile as she obediently sat at the table, gazing at the 2 dishes and soup before her. Although simple, they were all her favorites, and it must be said that Qingju truly understood her tastes. I can already smell the aroma. I am becoming quite hungry. As she spoke, Wanwan picked up her chopsticks without hesitation, taking half a duck foot and placing it in her mouth. The duck foot had been deboned and marinated with various spices beforehand, then steamed with taro, allowing the flavors to meld beautifully. Though light, the dish was rich in texture. As long as you enjoy it, take your time, Qingju said cheerfully, noticing Wanwan's delight in her meal. Before long, Wanwan had finished all the dishes, contentedly setting down her utensils. Have you eaten your fill, miss? I also prepared some steamed cake in the kitchen. If you wish to have some, I can fetch it for you. Shinju said while tidying up the tableware. Jiang Wanwan glanced down at her slightly rounded stomach and chuckled. No, I will save the steamed cake for later. I shall go find father and inquire about matters. Very well, I will keep it warm for you, so that you can enjoy it hot upon your return. Shinju nodded in agreement. Observing Shinju's obedient and thoughtful demeanor, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but smile. Playfully pinching Shinju's cheek. Our Shinju is truly both adorable and virtuous. I wonder who was fortunate enough to marry you, miss. Suddenly teased. Shinju's face flushed crimson as she bashfully stomped her foot. Jiang Wanwan chuckled softly and merrily left the Liyuan. Just then Jiang Lan was in the study attending to affairs of the court, with Jiang Mucai present as well. What, father, you have sent out the last military token? Jiang Mucai exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan appeared unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. That military token belongs to the emperor, if he wishes to reclaim it. What is so strange about that? Jiang Mucai continued to frown. But father, a national general without military tokens. Do you not find that ridiculous? Silence, Jiang Lan reprimanded Jiang Mucai sharply. You may speak of such things here, but if it reaches the ears of those with ill intentions, our Jiang family will find itself in grave peril? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mucai fell silent, lowering his head, though the hand hidden within his sleeve had already clenched into a fist. Seeing Jiang Mucai's demeanor, Jiang Lan could not help but sigh softly and continued. Do not let Wanwan know about this matter. I understand. Jiang Mucai nodded. What is it that should not be known by me? Just as Jiang Mucai's words fell, Jiang Wanwan cheerfully pushed the door open and entered. Both men were momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Jiang Wanwan blinked innocently and said, I did not intend to eavesdrop. You left the door ajar. After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Lan quickly noticed the changes in Jiang Wanwan's aura. Raising his eyebrows in unexpected delight. You've emerged from seclusion, and it appears your strength has seen a breakthrough. Sister is undoubtedly gifted and will excel in her cultivation, Jiang Mucai added, a faint smile gracing his handsome face as he congratulated her. Jiang Wanwan wore a subtle smile as she nodded at them. While cultivating, I inadvertently made a breakthrough. I consider myself fortunate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan and Jiang Mucai exchanged glances, both discerning a mixture of helplessness and amusement in each other's eyes. Sister, such words should not be spoken beyond these walls. Were they to reach the outside, you might find yourself in trouble. Jiang Mucai chuckled lightly. Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. But I am merely speaking the truth. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan was speaking the truth. During her month-long seclusion within the mountain river Pearl, while she was continually refining pills, the process itself was quite taxing on her spiritual and soul energy. Whenever her internal energy was depleted, instead of resting, she replenished it through cultivation. This cycle continued for a month, resulting in her spiritual energy becoming more consolidated and significantly enhanced. Now, she had reached the realm of a 6-star mystic spirit master. Achieving her breakthrough almost unknowingly. Wanwan, come here. Jiang Lan beckoned, feeling a twinge of concern over her rapid advancement. Jiang Wanwan understood her father's apprehension and obediently approached him, extending her wrist before he could say anything. Jiang Lan said nothing further, gripping Jiang Wanwan's wrist. A surge of potent energy flowed into her body, yet he carefully controlled his strength, quickly circulating it within her meridians, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the energy stored in her dantian was not only solid but significantly more substantial than that of an ordinary spirit master. Confirming that Jiang Wanwan had not strayed from the righteous path, Jiang Lan sighed in relief. Indeed, your foundation is solid. You must continue to maintain this. Remember, in cultivation, one must not seek shortcuts. There are no easy paths to enhancing one's strength. Jiang Lan reiterated earnestly. Although Jiang Wanwan had heard such admonitions many times before, she still nodded seriously in response to Jiang Lan. Yes, I understand. Afterward, Jiang Wanwan looked up at Jiang Lan, a radiant and obedient smile lighting her face. So what are you and brother discussing in secret? Jiang Lan did not expect Jiang Wanwan to recall this matter, and his expression immediately grew solemn, clearly reluctant to disclose anything. Jiang Wanwan then turned her gaze to Jiang Mucai. Jiang Mucai, catching her look, shrugged helplessly. Do not look at me. I just promised father that I wouldn't tell you. Seeing this, Jiang Wanwan let out a disappointed sigh, her head drooping slightly. I understand. After all, I have not been raised by father since childhood. So it is only natural that he would be cautious with me. No. Observing Jiang Wanwan's crestfallen expression, Jiang Lan grew anxious, fearing that she might misunderstand him and create a rift between them. In a few brief sentences, he divulged everything. After hearing his words, Jiang Wanwan felt a warm sensation in her heart, realizing that Jiang Lan had relinquished his last military token for her marriage. Yet, she also felt a pang of guilt for receiving such affection from him. She had only been in the general's residence for a little over 2 months, and the times she had seen Jiang Lan were few and far between. She never imagined he would go to such lengths for her sake. Sister, do not feel pressured. Even without military authority, the Jiang family still commands an army of 30,000. We will not suffer any losses. Jiang Mucai said gently, noticing the subtle change in Jiang Wanwan's expression. Jiang Lan nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the Jiang family stands alongside the Ouyang family to solidify our stronghold, not solely due to the military tokens we possess. Every young man of the Jiang family is exceptional, never inferior to anyone. Our 30,000 Jiang troops have fought alongside the Jiang family through thick and thin for many years, each of them unwaveringly loyal. They cannot simply be commanded like mere inanimate objects. Listening to the comforting words of Jiang Lan and Jiang Musei, Jiang Wanwan's face blossomed with renewed joy. I understand. Thank you, father, thank you. Elder brother, why all this gratitude? We are family, such formalities are unnecessary, keep it to yourself, Jiang Lan retorted sternly, fixing a serious gaze upon Jiang Wanwan. Chapter 72, Forgiven and Forgotten. With a chuckle at Jiang Lan's fierce demeanor, Jiang Wanwan could not help but laugh, discreetly wiping away a trace of moisture from the corner of her eye. Alright, I take it back, that's more like it, Jiang Lan responded with satisfaction. Nodding approvingly, Jiang Wanwan quickly composed herself and inquired of father, I heard from Qin Zhu that you came to see me during my seclusion, was there something important? Upon hearing her mention this, Jiang Lan smiled and retrieved an embossed invitation from the table. Handing it to Jiang Wanwan. 2 days ago, the emperor announced that the Feishing sect will soon send representatives to Ziki City, including an elder from their ranks. Are they recruiting disciples? Jiang Wanwan skimmed the invitation, raising an eyebrow as she looked at Jiang Yale and this Feishing sect quite formidable, indeed, it is powerful. Wanwan, you've recently begun your cultivation and your understanding of this world is still quite limited. Apart from royal nations like Donglai, there exists another realm of sects that revere strength above all else, Jiang Lan explained, his voice calm and deep. These sects are the true essence of the Wuzhou continent, where spiritual masters can truly showcase their prowess. If you aspire to pursue the path of a spiritual master, joining a sect would be the best opportunity. As she listened to Jiang Lan's explanation, Jiang Wanwan's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. Father, are you suggesting that I participate in the Feishing sect's recruitment assessment? Do you wish to go? Jiang Lan countered, after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Wanwan met Jiang Lan's gaze and nodded resolutely. Yes, I wish to become a powerful individual, only by attaining true strength, and not bowing to others, can I secure my freedom and better protect the Jiang family. Indeed, she desired to shield the Jiang family. Until today, her connection to the Jiang family had been merely a matter of blood ties. Her attempts to suppress Jiang Yi and expose her hypocrisy had been driven by a desire for vengeance for her past life. Even the parcel she had deliberately discarded in the courtyard was intended to elicit sympathy from her brothers. However, now, as she gazed at Jiang Lan, her intentions were pure, she simply wished to protect them. She did not want Jiang Lan to encounter misfortune, nor did she want the Jiang family to suffer. Meeting Jiang Wanwan's unwavering gaze, Jiang Lan nodded with satisfaction. Since you wish to go, then go ahead. With his approval, a radiant smile spread across Jiang Wanwan's charming face. Rest assured, father, I will make you proud. With your brothers leading the way, if they cannot achieve it, they have no right to claim they are my offspring. So do not feel overly pressured, just enjoy the experience, the outcome is secondary. Jiang Lan raised his hand, gently ruffling Jiang Wanwan's head with his calloused palm. Feigning annoyance, Jiang Wanwan puffed out her cheeks. Father, do you lack confidence in me? Nonsense, you are my beloved daughter. If I do not have faith in you, should I place my trust in others? Jiang Lan shot back, glaring playfully. Jiang Wanwan's brows lifted slightly. Very well, father, I shall hold you to that. Haha, excellent, you truly are my daughter. Jiang Lan, ambitious. Jiang Lan laughed heartily, observing the affectionate exchange between Jiang Lan and Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Musei could not help but smile subtly. After a while, Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Musei left the study together. Elder brother, do you wish to return to your room for some rest? Jiang Wanwan gently inquired, pushing Jiang Musei's wheelchair. A soft smile gracing her lips, Jiang Musei, seated in the wheelchair and facing away from Jiang Wanwan, could not see her expression, but he could discern a distinct difference in her tone compared to when they were in the study. Wanwan, I acknowledge that I held erroneous thoughts previously, although you may be reluctant to accept it, an apology is warranted. Jiang Musei's gaze was fixed ahead, his expression filled with remorse, having been swayed by Jiang Yi's manipulation. He had harbored such absurd notions, regret consumed him, especially each time he saw Jiang Wanwan, who could so easily smile and converse cheerfully in front of their father. Such genuine joy was never bestowed upon him. I am sorry, Wanwan, I was momentarily bewitched. I apologize, and I will comply with whatever you desire. Can you? Jiang Musei lowered his head slowly, his voice becoming faint and soft. Can you forgive me? Jiang Wanwan lowered her head slightly, observing the back of Jiang Musei's head. Although she could not see his expression, she recognized the disappointment in his earnest voice. As autumn's chill descends, I shall escort you back to your room, Jiang Wanwan stated calmly, gripping the armrests of the wheelchair, guiding Jiang Musei forward. Upon hearing her lackluster response, Jiang Musei's eyes dimmed further, his head remaining lowered, engulfed in profound disappointment. Had he truly missed the chance for reconciliation? Was there no opportunity for amends? After a short while, Jiang Wanwan pushed Jiang Musei back to the courtyard. Sensing the wheelchair come to a halt, Jiang Musei slowly lifted his head, only to find that this was not his own residence. Wanwan, he exclaimed, surprised, turning to look at Jiang Wanwan. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan stepped forward, meeting Jiang Musei's eye. In the next instant, she flicked her finger, playfully tapping his forehead. Jiang Musei was perplexed by Jiang Wanwan's sudden action. Wearing a look of confusion, Jiang Wanwan crouched down to maintain eye contact with him, presenting him with a radiant smile. "All right, let bygones be bygones, I forgive you," caught off guard by Jiang Wanwan's words. Jiang Musei momentarily froze, but the last part resonated clearly with him. She forgave him. "Wanwan, no, little sister," Jiang Musei exclaimed joyfully, his arms instinctively opening as if to embrace her, but he hesitated. Remembering that Jiang Wanwan might not be comfortable with such a gesture, and awkwardly lowered his hands. Nevertheless, a clear smile remained on his face. Noticing Jiang Musei's reaction, Jiang Wanwan smiled gently and leaned forward to give him a brief hug. Jiang Musei's body stiffened, and he awkwardly placed his hand on Jiang Wanwan's back, his eyes inexplicably moistening. As Jiang Wanwan released him, she observed the mixed emotions on Jiang Musei's face, joy and tears intertwining, and could not suppress a chuckle. She had always perceived her elder brother as a reserved, taciturn individual, and this was the first time she had seen such a spectrum of emotions on his countenance. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's laughter, Jiang Musei felt a flush of embarrassment, yet the smile on his face could not be quelled, a testament to his elation. "Elder brother, let me examine your legs, with the past grievances resolved." Jiang Wanwan spoke to Jiang Musei. Upon hearing her request, Jiang Musei's expression stiffened noticeably, his hands instinctively clenching. Chapter 73, Examining elder brother's legs. Jiang Wanwan noticed the fleeting change in Jiang Musei's demeanor and quietly crouched in front of him. Refraining from rushing him, she believed he would come to terms with it in his own time. In truth, Jiang Wanwan remembered vividly from her past life, during her time in the general's residence, how Jiang Yi and several of her brothers treated her poorly, reducing her existence to one akin to that of a servant. Those servants often commanded her to work and withheld food from her. Such incidents were trivial. At times, if she encountered a particularly irritable servant, physical abuse was not uncommon. Given her naturally timid disposition, she seldom spoke up, even when bullied, further enabling their misbehavior. She recalled a time when she was utterly famished and went to the kitchen to grab a few buns. A servant on duty spotted her and immediately smashed her buns to the ground, resorting to violence. At that moment, she desperately tried to pick up the fallen buns while enduring the blows, hoping it would end swiftly so she might satisfy her hunger. Suddenly Jiang Musei appeared, intervening and stopping the assault. He even offered her additional buns. Only later did she realize that this wheelchair-bound figure, who seldom moved about the general's residence, was her elder brother Jiang Musei. Perhaps he had no inkling that the person he had helped was his own sister, yet that act of kindness had left a lasting impression on Jiang Wanwan. This was why, even upon her rebirth, despite knowing Jiang Musei had initially come to persuade her to marry in place of another, she harbored no significant resentment. Jiang Musei's previous act of kindness had warmed her once cold heart. Jiang Musei looked at Jiang Wanwan, who was crouched in front of her with a perpetual smile on her face. The initial awkwardness dissipated, and her emotions gradually began to calm. "All right," Jiang Musei nodded at Jiang Wanwan. Softly uttering a single word upon receiving permission, Jiang Wanwan proceeded to lift the hem of Jiang Musei's dress and gently squeezed her legs. Fortunately, although Jiang Musei's legs had been incapacitated for 3 years, the muscle condition was well maintained. Showing no signs of necrosis, it was evident that Jiang Musei had been giving her legs regular massages. In her previous life, she spent merely a year in the general's residence and was unaware of Jiang Musei's fate thereafter. Only vaguely hearing that her legs seemed to have hope due to a powerful alchemist she encountered. However, it was clear that Jiang Musei had yet to find that alchemist, and in her desire to help Jiang Musei stand again soon, she wanted to attempt a treatment first. "Brother, is your leg poisoned?" Jiang Wanwan inquired gently, glancing at Jiang Musei. Due to the inconvenience of exposing her legs, she was unable to conduct a thorough examination. Jiang Musei shook her head. "Many alchemists have examined it, but they found no toxins." Jiang Wanwan bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before asking, "May I know how you were injured?" Jiang Musei discerned that Jiang Wanwan wished to treat her legs, but he had searched extensively for alchemists across the Eastern Kingdom, even consulting a 5-star alchemist, yet none could heal his legs. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Musei declined. "Little sister, perhaps it's best to leave my legs as they are." He had endured countless cycles of hope and disappointment and no longer wished for these legs to affect his emotional equilibrium. Seeing that Jiang Musei was unwilling to discuss the past, Jiang Wanwan did not press further, yet she was resolute in her determination not to easily abandon the treatment of his legs. "May I conduct a thorough examination of your legs?" Jiang Wanwan asked once more. Given Jiang Musei's current condition, she could discern nothing and was unable to prescribe a remedy. Jiang Musei found it difficult to refuse Jiang Wanwan and nodded. Observing this, Jiang Wanwan stood up, wheeling Jiang Musei into the room, and personally rolled up his pants. Upon seeing Jiang Musei's fair and muscular legs, Jiang Wanwan could not help but express her admiration. These legs, so well defined and yet fair, bore no resemblance to those of someone who had been devoid of sensation for 3 years. Even for someone who could walk normally, those legs would likely appear less attractive. Brother, your legs are rather excessively beautiful, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in awe. This made those who could walk normally seem less fortunate. At Jiang Wanwan's words, a faint blush unexpectedly crept onto Jiang Muse's handsome face, and his gaze flickered several times before he managed to regain his composure, looking at Jiang Wanwan with a helpless expression. You, Jiang Wanwan chuckled softly, lowering her head to scrutinize Jiang Muse's legs. Her expression growing serious, she gently placed her hands on his legs, allowing a faint stream of spiritual energy to flow from her palms into Jiang Muse's legs. As her spiritual energy surged within, she discovered that the meridians in Jiang Muse's legs were unobstructed and flowing smoothly, entirely unlike those of someone crippled. Jiang Wanwan could not help but display a look of confusion. From both an external and internal perspective, there appeared to be no issues with the meridians, bones, or even the flow of blood. How peculiar, she mused, retracting her hand, her expression grave and filled with uncertainty. Jiang Muses was not surprised by Jiang Wanwan's expression. Evidently, others had exhibited similar bewilderment after examining his legs. Little sister, my legs are simply in this condition. After so many years, I have grown accustomed to it. So there is no need for concern. Jiang Muses gently reassured Jiang Wanwan as he lowered his pant leg. Jiang Wanwan regained her focus, looking at Jiang Muses with a smile. The condition of your legs is indeed quite strange. However, it wouldn't hurt to try, would it? Seeing Jiang Wanwan's unwavering determination, Jiang Muses found himself at a loss for words. Brother, you should know that I've recently been learning alchemy. Perhaps one day, when I become the continent's foremost alchemist, I will undoubtedly be able to help you stand again. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan's confidence radiated from her demeanor exuding brilliance. Observing her spirited expression, a smile spread across Jiang Muse's face. Very well, then I shall patiently await the day my little sister becomes the continent's leading alchemist. Jiang Muse's tone was mild, clearly not genuinely believing Jiang Wanwan, speaking as one might to a child. Jiang Wanwan discerned this and said nothing further. At her current level of ability, convincing Jiang Muses of her potential to heal him was indeed a formidable challenge. However, as long as Jiang Muses remained open to medical intervention, everything would be much easier to handle. Chapter 74. Discussing new collaborations. Jiang Wanwan wheeled Jiang Muses back to her courtyard before departing the general's residence alone. Upon leaving, Jiang Wanwan's objective became clear as she headed directly toward the Liuli Pavilion. This time, she did not intend to conceal her identity and boldly stepped into the Liuli Pavilion. Coincidentally, Qiyu was present today. Miss Jiang, welcome. Are you here to purchase any spiritual herbs? Qiyu greeted her with a warm smile. Jiang Wanwan nodded at Qiyu, about to speak when she sensed a scrutinizing gaze upon her. Sensitive to such attention, she quickly located the source and looked up. It was a young boy clad in a gray cloth shirt. Upon locking eyes with him, Jiang Wanwan subtly raised an eyebrow. A flicker of intrigue crossing her gaze. Though the boy's clothing was quite ordinary, his face stood out remarkably. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, with features not yet fully matured. His cheeks still bearing a hint of youthful plumness, and his eyes sparkled like the most beautiful obsidian. This boy was a spiritual master, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Jiang Wanwan swiftly assessed the situation but only cast a brief glance before averting her gaze. Regardless of his identity, as long as he posed no threat, she held no interest. Qiyu, sensing Jiang Wanwan's gaze, also turned to look at the boy, then extended his hand toward Jiang Wanwan. Miss Jiang? This way, please. Alright. Observing Qiyu's actions, Jiang Wanwan feigned ignorance of the situation, nodding naturally as she followed him toward the back courtyard of the Liuli Pavilion, having visited the private rooms in the back courtyard before. Jiang Wanwan was quite familiar with the layout. That person. After entering the back courtyard, Jiang Wanwan reflected for a moment before asking, who was he? He came to purchase blood coagulation elixir, Qiyu replied, preemptively explaining before Jiang Wanwan could finish her question. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan nodded and refrained from further inquiries, yet, she could not shake the thought of her earlier attempt to gauge the boy's cultivation, only to find herself completely unable to see through him. Clearly, he either possessed a spiritual artifact capable of concealing his cultivation or his level surpassed hers. Either possibility hinted at a complex background. Under such circumstances, what could he possibly want at the Liuli Pavilion? Jiang Wanwan found the situation rather improbable. However, noticing Qiyu's reluctance to divulge more, she chose not to press further. Miss Jiang, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting today? Qiyu stood before Jiang Wanwan, respectfully asking. Jiang Wanwan returned to the moment, retrieving a small jade vial from her spatial pouch. This is a detoxifying pill I just refined, a 2-star antidote. Please have someone appraise it. Certainly, I shall find an appraiser at once. Qiyu's eyes brightened at Jiang Wanwan's words, and without even opening the vial, he hurried out. Watching Qiyu's hurried demeanor, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but smile. She looked down at the tea set on the table and the small box of tea leaves beside it, contemplating before taking a seat to brew some tea herself. Knock, knock, just as Jiang Wanwan prepared to start. There was a knock at the door of the private room. Looking up, she saw Zhang Songrong standing outside, dressed elegantly in a bamboo green long robe. This time, Zhang Songrong was not wearing a mask. And Jiang Wanwan could clearly see his handsome, charming face. Unable to restrain herself, she silently admired him. Among the 6 young men of the Jiang family, her second brother was undoubtedly the most handsome. With a face that was androgynous yet strikingly beautiful, devoid of any hint of femininity, each time she saw him, she couldn't help but appreciate his looks. Second brother Jiang Wanwan called softly, coming back to her senses. Jiang Songrong entered the room, his gaze landing on Jiang Wanwan's hands, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I had no idea my little sister could brew tea. Not really. I just used to be tempted and would pick wild tea leaves in the mountains to steep. Jiang Wanwan replied softly. As she spoke, a crimson flame erupted from her palm, enveloping the teapot, and soon the spring water within began to boil. Without any further actions, she poured the scalding water over the tea leaves placed in another porcelain cup. As the boiling water cascaded onto the leaves, a rich aroma of tea instantly filled the private room. Jiang Songrong observed Jiang Wanwan's reckless handling of the tea leaves, and his lips twitched slightly. His handsome eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. The tea leaves he had placed in the Liuli pavilion, though not of the finest quality, were still rather expensive. Watching Jiang Wanwan squander them like this was undeniably painful for him. Jiang Wanwan, however, was completely oblivious to the pity reflected in Jiang Songrong's gaze. After scalding the tea leaves with boiling water, she promptly discarded the tea before proceeding to brew it properly for this second infusion. She effortlessly poured the tea into 2 cups. Jiang Songrong then witnessed Jiang Wanwan leisurely raising the cup to her lips. Is this really it? He looked at her in surprise. Jiang Wanwan, equally startled, returned his gaze. What else? Jiang Songrong's lips twitched again. This was hardly brewing tea. It was merely a simplistic steeping of tea leaves. What was the difference between this method and merely brewing loose tea? With a silent sigh, Jiang Songrong suppressed the heartache of wasting a fine batch of tea, lifting the cup to take a delicate sip. By the way, there is something. After a mere sip of the tea, he set the cup down and turned to Jiang Wanwan, opening his mouth to speak. Master. At that moment, Shi Yu approached with an appraiser, and upon noticing Jiang Songrong, he unexpectedly spoke up, abruptly interrupting him. Both Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Songrong looked up simultaneously. Master, what brings you here? A somewhat simple-looking middle-aged man following Shi Yu also expressed his surprise. Just passing by, Jiang Songrong offered a succinct explanation before redirecting his gaze back to Jiang Wanwan. Is little sister here to sell something? Jiang Wanwan nodded and replied softly, I was in seclusion and refined some elixirs. Jiang Songrong was aware that Jiang Wanwan had been in seclusion at the general's residence for 3 days and nodded in acknowledgement. Then let the appraisal begin. Following Jiang Songrong's command, the appraiser stepped forward, picking up the jade vial on the table and pouring the elixirs into his palm. The elixirs appeared a dark brown, roughly the size of a thumb, smooth and round. The appraiser pinched the elixir, carefully inhaling its scent and observing it for a while before looking curiously at Jiang Wanwan. May I ask, young friend, what is the name of this elixir? I call it the detoxifying pill. Jiang Wanwan replied calmly, the detoxifying pill. Jiang Songrong quickly seized upon the key point. Chapter 75. Master who will remain composed. The appraiser, at this moment, grasped the significance and, with pupils constricting in shock, he gazed at Jiang Wanwan. You didn't create this pill yourself, did you? Faced with the astonishment of Jiang Songrong and the appraiser, Jiang Wanwan wore an expression of innocence. Is there a problem? Hiss. After receiving her answer, the appraiser's eyes widened in astonished disbelief, unable to suppress a gasp. What had he just heard? Someone had actually concocted an entirely new elixir on their own. This was too. The appraiser's face flushed, momentarily at a loss for words to describe Jiang Wanwan. In summary, this was extraordinarily impressive. Jiang Songrong, sitting nearby, was equally astonished upon realizing that Jiang Wanwan had indeed formulated the elixir herself. He had been leisurely waving his paper fan just moments ago, but now found himself frozen in place. Could his little sister truly be this remarkable? What tier is this elixir? Jiang Songrong quickly regained his composure and inquired. 2-star detoxifying pill, Jiang Wanwan answered. Just then, the appraiser also snapped back to reality, his emotions somewhat heightened. Sir, may I consume this elixir? Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow looking at the appraiser, before she could respond. He seemed to recognize that such behavior might be inappropriate and continued to explain. You see, as this elixir was just recently developed by you, I am uncertain of its ingredients, so I would like to personally ingest it to assess its effects. If that is not permissible, could you kindly elaborate on the specific efficacy of this detoxifying pill? However, doing so may skew the appraisal results. Listening to the appraiser's words, Jiang Wanwan smiled slightly. Of course you may try it. But as this is a detoxifying pill, simply swallowing it may not adequately demonstrate its efficacy. The appraiser hesitated, acknowledging Jiang Wanwan's point. She was correct. The name detoxifying pill was too vague. He initially intended to inquire about the types of toxins this pill could neutralize. At least to gain some specificity, however, since the elixir was freshly concocted by Jiang Wanwan, she herself might not even be entirely certain about its efficacy, while the appraiser grappled with this predicament. Jiang Wanwan maintained a gentle smile. May I ask how you are addressed? She inquired of the appraiser. My surname is Hu. With the given name Dan, he replied instinctively. Master Hu, this detoxifying pill primarily targets corrosive toxins, such as red tear, Jiang Wanwan succinctly explained. She then presented the formula for the detoxifying pill before the appraiser. Upon noticing that Jiang Wanwan had brought forth the formula, the appraiser immediately panicked, shaking his head vigorously. No, this is your hard-earned achievement. How could you easily share it? Please safeguard it properly. After speaking, Master Hu couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Truly, youth is impulsive. If it were any other alchemist, they wouldn't dare to share even a formula found elsewhere, let alone one they had developed themselves. It was rare for anyone to display such open-handedness with their formula. Observing Master Hu's adamant refusal, Jiang Wanwan chuckled lightly. Unconcerned, rest assured, Master Hu, I am not giving this formula away casually. I simply present it because you are someone close to my second brother. Moreover, since you possess far greater skill than I, your insights might help me identify areas for improvement in this formula. Jiang Wanwan smiled modestly. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, Master Hu felt immensely touched, carefully accepting the formula into his hands. I wouldn't dare to suggest improvements. I am merely a humble 4-star alchemist. However, I could certainly make a simple assessment. With that, Master Hu, under the watchful eyes of the others, earnestly examined the formula. After some time, he looked up at Jiang Wanwan with delight. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. How did I not think of this? The powder from the red tear flower has rejuvenating properties, yet its nature is too cold, making it seldom utilized by ordinary alchemists. I never expected you to counterbalance it with the medicinal effects of bamboo leaves, preserving the potency of the red tear while perfectly eliminating its coldness. Truly a stroke of genius. After reviewing the formula, Master Hu couldn't help but praise her effusively. Jiang Songrong, seated beside him, couldn't resist a slight smile at the sight of Master Hu's excitement. Feeling a sense of pride akin to that of a parent whose child excels, basking in the compliments bestowed upon them, Jiang Wanwan, slightly embarrassed by Master Hu's fervor, shyly touched her nose, though Qiyu did not fully grasp the significance of Master Hu's comments. He could tell from the appraiser's expression that it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Master Hu remained composed. Qiyu leaned in, discreetly tugging at Master Hu's sleeve, offering a quiet reminder. Upon receiving Qiyu's counsel, Master Hu finally recognized his overzealousness, clearing his throat a few times to rein in his emotions. And nonetheless, when his gaze landed on Jiang Wanwan, he couldn't help but feel excited again, his eyes almost as if they were about to devour her, which made Jiang Wanwan feel somewhat apprehensive. Miss Jiang, no, I should say, Lady Jiang, please ensure you keep your formula safe. Master Hu carefully returned the formula to Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan smiled and accepted it. Did Master Hu comprehend everything? Standing before Jiang Wanwan, Master Hu took a moment to collect himself, and once his emotions had settled, he earnestly addressed her. Lady Jiang, may I be so bold as to inquire if this formula was based on the revitalizing and skin-enhancing pill? Upon hearing Master Hu's question, Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, admiringly nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, I did review the formula for the revitalizing and skin-enhancing pill prior to my concoction. In truth, she had not only examined the formula for the revitalizing and skin-enhancing pill but had also studied numerous formulas for various detoxifying pills available on the market. Ever since her strength began to surge, the space within her Shanha pearl had gradually expanded, and the once barren interior was now filled with an array of books. These books encompassed a vast range of subjects, including weapon forging, alchemy, beast taming, and even numerous tales of the extraordinary. This time, her purpose for refining the elixir was originally to address the venom lingering at the tail of Di Yunzhou. Unfortunately, that poison was far too formidable for her current capabilities to eradicate entirely. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanwan felt that this newly developed detoxifying pill should not go to waste. Chapter 76, Little Girl, am I your biological second brother? After a moment of hesitation, Master Hu Dan, the appraiser, swallowed the detoxification pill in front of the gathered crowd. At the instant he ingested the pill, Jiang Songrong and Qiyu were momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that Hu Dan truly dared to test the effects on himself. If something were to go awry. However, after swallowing the pill, Master Hu Dan slowly closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the potency of the medicine within his body. After a considerable time, he joyfully opened his eyes and exclaimed, Miss Jiang, esteemed host, although this pill exudes only a 2-star medicinal fragrance on the surface, its inner potency has already reached 3 stars. More critically, this pill can even be consumed as a rejuvenating essence for restoring youth. Master Hu, are you implying that we can sell this 2-star pill at the price of a 5-star rejuvenating essence? Qiyu remarked, his expression tinged with astonishment. Master Hu Dan pondered for a moment before nodding affirmatively, then turned his gaze towards Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Songrong. Qiyu's assertion was indeed accurate, yet the feasibility of implementation depended on the collaboration of the two women. Jiang Wanwan discerned the implication in Master Hu Dan's eyes, her brows lifting slightly as she smiled at Jiang Songrong. The reason I brought this pill today is to collaborate with the Liuli Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Songrong wore a gentle smile, Her paper fan resting against her chest as she gently fanned herself. Even Master Hudan, standing nearby, could not suppress the delight that surfaced on his face. If they could procure a more potent pill at a lower price, it was almost certain that every buyer would be eager to purchase. He could already envision the bustling business that would accompany the sale of this detoxification pill at the Lily Pavilion. However, just as the atmosphere brimmed with excitement, Jiang Wanwan spoke again, uttering a mere 2 words that caused the smiles on Hudan and Chiyu's faces to freeze, looking at the three of them. Jiang Wanwan maintained a faint smile. Recently, I've been quite busy and may not have time to produce more pills. Upon hearing this, Jiang Songrong pondered briefly before calmly asking, Sister, how many of these detoxification pills do you currently possess? Jiang Wanwan pursed her lips, her gaze suddenly surveying the room, before saying, Please, do not move. Instantly, the expressions of the three were filled with questions. The next moment, Jiang Wanwan raised her hand and waved lightly. And in the blink of an eye, the relatively small room was suddenly filled with countless small white jade bottles. Each bottle contained approximately 30 detoxification pills, and these bottles nearly filled every corner of the room. The floor, the table, and even the chairs were completely laden with them, leaving no space to spare. Chiyu looked down at his feet, noticing that even beneath him, there was not a hint of empty space. He dared not even breathe, fearing that even the slightest shift of his foot might send the jade bottles tumbling down like a row of dominoes. Not only Chiyu, but Master Hudan shared the same apprehension. Jiang Songrong even refrained from fanning herself, allowing the open paper fan to rest against her chest, not daring to move. Observing the three of them frozen in place, Jiang Wanwan chuckled, I haven't counted the exact number, but it should be around this much. Jiang Songrong, regaining her composure, shook her head in resignation and produced an empty storage bag, swiftly collecting all the jade bottles within it, with the bottles now safely stored away. Both Chiyu and Master Hudan exhaled in relief. Jiang Songrong remarked with a smile, Given the current quantity of detoxification pills, we should be able to sell them for quite some time. Jiang Wanwan nodded, as long as it suffices. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Songrong shook her head. Sister, your detoxification pills are priced as 2-star pills, and given that their potency far exceeds that of ordinary 3-star pills, they cannot be sold at auction and must be sold normally. The mere fact that one can acquire the potency of a 3-star pill for the price of a 2-star one is enough to predict how popular this pill will be. Although the quantity of detoxification pills you've produced is substantial, it may not even last half a month. Listening to Jiang Songrong's analysis, the smile on Jiang Wanwan's face gradually faded. At this moment, Jiang Songrong cast a glance at Master Hudan. Receiving Jiang Songrong's gaze, Master Hudan nodded in understanding and quietly exited the room. It was now the task of the host and Miss Jiang to discuss the specifics of their collaboration, and he felt it inappropriate to linger. I will fetch some pastries for Miss Jiang, he said as he departed. At this juncture, Chiyu, displaying remarkable wit, followed suit and left the room alongside Master Hudan. Within the confines of the room, only Jiang Songrong and Jiang Wanwan remained. Jiang Songrong turned her attention to Jiang Wanwan and, after a few moments of silence, smiled and asked, Sister, you do not intend to keep the recipe a secret, do you? Just moments prior, Jiang Wanwan had generously presented the recipe to Master Hudan. Upon hearing Jiang Songrong's words, Jiang Wanwan's eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly responded, her smile radiant. How much does second brother intend to offer for the exclusive rights to the recipe? The Lily Pavilion was not lacking in alchemists, and considering that this was merely a recipe for a 2-star pill, the pavilion had ample capability to produce it in-house. Observing Jiang Wanwan's beaming smile and twinkling eyes, Jiang Songrong couldn't help but chuckle, extending 5 fingers toward her. 50 million. Jiang Wanwan looked at Jiang Songrong in astonishment, her smile growing even brighter, as expected of second brother, truly generous. However, the smile on Jiang Songrong's face faltered slightly as she gazed at the 5 fingers she had extended. Silently retracting them, grasping her folding fan in hand, she swiftly tapped Jiang Wanwan on the head. Little girl, am I not your biological brother? Although Jiang Songrong had lightly tapped Jiang Wanwan on the head, she felt no pain whatsoever and smiled at Jiang Songrong without a care. Precisely because you are my biological brother, you ought to take better care of your little sister, shouldn't you? Are you really that poor? Jiang Songrong raised an eyebrow slightly. Without hesitation, Jiang Wanwan nodded, her expression utterly innocent and pitiful as she gazed at Jiang Songrong. Very poor. Observing Jiang Wanwan's pitiful demeanor, Jiang Songrong hesitated, beginning to question, has the general's residence been withholding your allowance? Jiang Wanwan shook her head defiantly, not enough to use, second brother. Jiang Wanwan smiled sweetly at Jiang Songrong, after a moment of hesitation. Jiang Songrong narrowed her eyes slightly. 40 million, and thereafter, for every detoxification pill sold by the Lily Pavilion, we will split the profits 50-50. Alright, thank you, second brother. Jiang Wanwan readily accepted the offer, fearing that if she delayed, the opportunity might slip away. In truth, her earlier figure of 50 million had been a mere jest, as she had never anticipated Jiang Songrong would genuinely agree to such an amount. After all, While the recipe was indeed rare, it ultimately only constituted a 2-star recipe, and a valuation exceeding 1 million gold coins would already be considered quite remarkable. Second brother, enjoy your tea, may our collaboration be fruitful. Zhang Wanwan raised her teacup toward Zhang Songrong. Chapter 77. Hello sister, my name is Xiaoyui. Zhang Songrong cast a glance at the exquisite tea brewed from high-quality leaves, her heart aching again. Collaboration is fine. But promise me, second brother, no more brewing tea in the future. Hearing Zhang Songrong's words, the smile in Zhang Wanwan's eyes deepened as she obediently nodded. Understood. After solidifying their collaboration, Zhang Wanwan swiftly received 40 million gold coins. And with the beautiful gold card in her hand, the smile on her face never faded. To express her gratitude for the 40 million gold coins given by Zhang Songrong, Zhang Wanwan savored some pastries within the Liuli Pavilion and personally guided Master Hu Dan in the production of detoxification pills, ensuring he could replicate the same efficacy before she felt secure enough to leave the Liuli Pavilion. Please hold on, Mississippi. Just as Zhang Wanwan stepped out of the Liuli Pavilion, a voice called out. Halting her, turning back, she instantly raised her brow in recognition. It was him, the youth who had been waiting outside the Liuli Pavilion. Hello sister, my name is Xiaoyu. The youth approached Zhang Wanwan, beaming with a radiant smile, and politely bowed in greeting before introducing himself. Zhang Wanwan regarded this youth named Xiaoyu and gently inquired, "Do you need something from me?" Xiaoyu scratched his head, grinning bashfully, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Well, sister, I just saw you into the back of the Liuli Pavilion, although I don't know what you purchased. Being invited to the back courtyard and staying for such a long time must mean you have a good relationship with the Liuli Pavilion, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu gazed at Zhang Wanwan with hopeful eyes, his beautiful obsidian-like gaze exuding sincerity and meeting such earnest eyes. Zhang Wanwan chuckled. "I suppose it's fair to say so." Upon Zhang Wanwan's acknowledgement, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Then does sister know the alchemist who produces the blood coagulation dew?" Surprised by his question, Zhang Wanwan looked at Xiaoyu with curiosity. "What do you wish to know?" "Sister, please don't misunderstand, I mean no harm." Xiaoyu appeared anxious, as if he were terrified of being mistaken for a villain by Zhang Wanwan. He hurriedly began to explain himself, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he adopted a vigilant demeanor, scanning the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was paying attention to them, he leaned closer to Zhang Wanwan and whispered, "You see, I am a disciple of Tianyi sect. I accompanied an elder from the sect for training and inadvertently discovered that the blood condensation dew being sold at Liuli Pavilion is exceptionally pure and difficult to extract. Therefore, I wanted to familiarize myself with it and learn a thing or two." Zhang Wanwan observed Xiaoyu's furtive behavior and was immediately reminded of certain organizations involved in child trafficking. "Well, that may disappoint you," she replied with a smile, rejecting his overture. With that, she turned towards the direction of the general's mansion. Intending to pay no further heed to this peculiar young boy, however, Xiaoyu seemed oblivious to her disinterest, as if he had made up his mind about her. Seeing her prepare to leave, he quickly got to his feet and followed her, exclaiming, "Sister, please don't doubt me. I truly am a disciple of Tianyi sect and I can show you my waist badge." Without any hesitation, Xiaoyu produced his badge. Earnestly waving it in front of Zhang Wanwan, she paused, intrigued by the jade waist badge swinging before her. Although she was unfamiliar with the insignia of Tianyi sect, she could still sense the pure spiritual energy emanating from it. Zhang Wanwan assessed Xiaoyu with a serious expression. Although he attempted to conceal his aura, at such close proximity, she could detect a faint presence emanating from him. "See, I told you I wasn't lying," Xiaoyu said earnestly, his eyes locked onto Zhang Wanwan's. "Moreover, you must also be able to sense my aura. I truly am a spirit master. That if you would be willing to share the information of the one who refines the blood condensation dew with me, I can offer you an opportunity to participate in Tianyi sect's recruitment assessment." Despite the numerous words he had spoken, Zhang Wanwan's expression remained largely unchanged, except for the last statement, which indeed piqued her interest. She seemed to recall hearing about Tianyi sect during her previous life when an elder from Feishing sect had come to Ziki city to recruit disciples. She had overheard some discussions concerning Tianyi sect. A passerby had mentioned that had he not failed to pass the recruitment assessment of Tianyi sect, he would not have come to participate in Feishing sect's assessment. So was Tianyi sect more formidable than Feishing sect? Zhang Wanwan's gaze flickered as she looked at the finely featured young boy before her, momentarily unsure whether to reveal that she was the one who had refined the blood condensation dew. What exactly was Tianyi sect? Her thoughts raced, but she maintained an air of feigned ignorance. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend how someone could be unaware of Tianyi sect. After a moment of hesitation, he began to pace back and forth in front of Zhang Wanwan. Eventually, he seemed to arrive at a decision, raising his gaze to her once more. "Sister, this is not a suitable place for conversation. How about I take you to meet my senior brothers and sisters? They will surely know how to explain things to you." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, a fleeting smile danced in Zhang Wanwan's eyes. She couldn't quite decide whether to label this young boy as overly naive or exceptionally cunning. After all, he was attempting to coax a blossoming young woman away in broad daylight, which felt more akin to the actions of a trafficker. Rest assured, I am truly not a bad person. My senior brothers and sisters are just inside the tavern ahead. It's quite close. Besides, I don't think I look like a bad person, do I? Xiaoyu scratched his head, giving Jiang Wanwan a silly grin. Do bad people with their malevolence on their faces. Jiang Wanwan quipped with a slight smile, finding herself inexplicably wanting to tease him. Indeed, younger brothers were simply too adorable. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Wanwan's remark, instinctively shaking his head. Soon after, his face contorted into a comical expression of distress, resembling a sour dumpling. What are you thinking about? Jiang Wanwan inquired. Stifling a laugh at Xiaoyu's troubled demeanor, Xiaoyu crouched down in front of her, resting his chin on his hands, and replied absent-mindedly, I'm just trying to figure out how to make you believe me. I believe you, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, her face alight with laughter. Xiaoyu nodded, only to suddenly realize something, his eyes widening in shock. Sister, what did you just say? Jiang Wanwan's smile deepened as she repeated without hesitation. I said, I believe you. Xiaoyu appeared slightly dazed, his mind blank for a moment before finally reacting, his eyes growing wide. Sister, are you joking with me? Jiang Wanwan raised her brows playfully, her smile widening. Weren't you going to take me to find your senior brothers and sisters? If it gets late and I don't return home, my family will surely send someone to look for me. Oh right, sister, please follow me, it's just ahead. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, hurriedly leading the way towards the inn. Jiang Wanwan followed behind him, having to quicken her pace. She couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. This young boy was indeed quite earnest. Xiaoyu was correct. The inn was not far, situated merely a mile from Liuli Pavilion. Observing the situation, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but suspect that Xiaoyu and his companions had chosen this spot to keep an eye on Liuli Pavilion. Fengtingwan, the name of the inn, sounded quite elegant. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the inn sign before entering alongside Xiaoyu. Junior brother Xiao. As soon as Xiaoyu stepped into the inn, a handsome, cool-headed young man approached. Although dressed in plain clothing, he exuded an air of ethereal grace, the kind that was immediately recognizable as that of a chivalrous youth. Senior brother. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiaoyu beamed and greeted him cheerfully as senior brother. Are you here to take over my shift? The senior brother nodded, his gaze shifting to Jiang Wanwan, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. And this lady is? Senior brother, allow me to introduce you, this sister is sister, I still don't know your name, Xiaoyu said, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at Jiang Wanwan's senior brother. The senior brother's expression turned bemused. Realizing that even Xiaoyu had yet to learn her name, Jiang Wanwan chuckled lightly, introducing herself. I am Jiang Wanwan Mo Bai. The senior brother, Mo Bai, acknowledged her with a nod, reciprocating with his own introduction. He then turned his gaze back to Xiaoyu, who was grinning at Jiang Wanwan. So your name is Jiang Wanwan, huh? What a lovely name. Mo Bai observed Xiaoyu's goofy demeanor and discreetly frowned. Glancing back and forth between the two, and the next moment, his gaze suddenly turned cautious as he pulled Xiaoyu closer to him. Miss Jiang, my junior brother is still quite young and inexperienced. If he has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf and hope you won't take offense. Jiang Wanwan noticed the evident wariness in Mo Bai's eyes despite his apologetic words, and she quickly understood his implication. He thought she might have deceived his naive junior brother. With a slight smirk, she replied, well, it was indeed a bit offensive. Since that's the case, I won't linger any longer. Wait, Xiaoyu interjected, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. He hurriedly interrupted Jiang Wanwan, positioning himself at the inn's entrance to block her path. Senior brother, this is the sister I went to great lengths to invite. She knows who the refiner of the blood condensation do is. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Mo Bai's face as he realized he had misunderstood the situation. My apologies, Miss Jiang, I misjudged the circumstances. Seeing Mo Bai's willingness to readily apologize, Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of goodwill towards him. But it's only human nature, no need to worry, she assured him with understanding. As Mo Bai regarded Jiang Wanwan, his previously stern expression softened, and he stepped aside, extending a hand. Please, Miss Jiang, allow me to lead you inside for a discussion. Jiang Wanwan nodded in acknowledgement, following Mo Bai as he guided her to a guest room on the second floor of the inn. Knock, knock, Mo Bai politely rapped on the door, his voice calm and steady. Elder Fu, we have news regarding the refiner of the blood condensation. Do come in. A robust voice emanated from within. After a brief moment, Mo Bai pushed the door open and nodded to Jiang Wanwan before stepping inside. Jiang Wanwan followed closely behind, entering what appeared to be an ordinary guest room. At first glance, she spotted a middle-aged man seated cross-legged on the bed, seemingly in meditation. Just as Jiang Wanwan's gaze met his, the man slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, their gazes locked, and Jiang Wanwan felt as though she were ensnared by an invisible force. The air around her growing thin and stifling, making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, this fleeting sentiment lasted but a moment. In the next second, the other party averted their gaze, and Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. Elder Fu and senior brother Mo Bai met Elder Fu's gaze, bowing respectfully as they clasped their hands in greeting. Elder Fu rose from the bed and approached Jiang Wanwan. Is this the alchemist of the blood? Elder Fu inquired, his expression softening as he regarded Jiang Wanwan. Before she could utter a word, Xiaoyu stepped forward, hastily interjecting, No, Elder Fu, this is Sister Jiang. She has a good relationship with the Liuli Pavilion and knows who the creator of the blood is. Upon hearing this, Elder Fu looked at Jiang Wanwan with surprise, though a hint of confusion crossed his face. If she knows, then why has she brought the person here? Miss Jiang, are you seeking some form of reward? No, Xiaoyu shook his head vigorously, anxious to clarify lest his carefully brought companion be misunderstood. He was at a loss for words, simply fidgeting in place. Jiang Wanwan observed Xiaoyu's flustered demeanor and smiled as she explained to Elder Fu. This younger brother claims to be a disciple of Tianyi sect. To prove it to me, he said. His fellow disciples are all here. Upon hearing this, both Elder Fu and senior brother Mo exchanged glances. Their expressions marked by a shared sense of disbelief. With Xiaoyu's demeanor, it was hard to believe he could deceive anyone. Merely avoiding being deceived himself was quite the achievement. Indeed, that is the case. Xiaoyu nodded eagerly, casting a glance at Jiang Wanwan, his eyes brimming with admiration. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Seeing Xiaoyu's endearing innocence, Jiang Wanwan smiled softly. Ahem, Miss Jiang, I am Fu Erling of Tianyi sect. I wonder how well you are acquainted with our sect and what proof we would need to provide to demonstrate our sincerity. Elder Fu coughed lightly, quickly regaining his ethereal composure, while his face radiated warmth as he gazed upon Jiang Wanwan. Striving to convey his goodwill, Jiang Wanwan's lips curled upward, her large round apricot eyes sparkling with innocence. I know nothing at all, Elder Fu. The last time he felt so speechless was during a previous encounter. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's words, senior brother Mo paused deep in thought, and then calmly addressed her. Miss Jiang, there is a fluctuation of spiritual energy about you, indicating that you are indeed a spirit master. Why not share your information with us? You may state your desired rewards directly, perhaps spirit stones, elixirs, rather than becoming entangled in proving your affiliation with Tianyi sect. It would be more pragmatic to request something tangible. Chapter 79, Disciple Jiang Wanwan. Greetings to Master. Certainly, that is a feasible approach, Elder Fu remarked, casting an admiring glance at senior brother Mo. Are any conditions acceptable? Jiang Wanwan observed the two, blinking innocently. Elder Fu, noting her cherubic face, chuckled as he stroked his beard. Little girl, anything within our capabilities is of course possible. Is that so? Jiang Wanwan mused aloud. At this moment Elder Fu and senior brother Mo exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of insight in the other's eyes. This young lady, appearing so innocent, seemed to possess a depth that belied her surface demeanor. Where did Xiaoyu find this girl? That I wish to join Tianyi sect. Jiang Wanwan suddenly declared, lifting her gaze to Elder Fu. Upon hearing this, Elder Fu raised his brows, contemplating for a moment before responding earnestly. The regulations of Tianyi sect are stringent. My status does not permit me to facilitate your immediate admission. However, Elder Fu regarded Jiang Wanwan, his eyes sparkling with intensity while maintaining a gentle smile. As long as the information you provide is authentic, I can offer you a letter of recommendation for the upcoming recruitment of disciples at Tianyi sect. Allowing you to bypass the first two assessments. Should you succeed in the final test, you will become a disciple of Tianyi sect. Jiang Wanwan stood attentively before Elder Fu, after a brief pause following his words. She slowly replied, I am indeed the person you seek. What? Elder Fu was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the significance of Jiang Wanwan's sudden proclamation. It was senior brother Mo, however, who quickly grasped the implication. His expression one of astonishment as he regarded her. You mean to say you are the one who concocted the blood? Indeed, Jiang Wanwan affirmed with a nod. Elder Fu, now fully aware, looked at her in disbelief. You little girl, Jiang Wanwan smiled at Elder Fu, her confidence radiating. Do you require me to demonstrate the process here? Observing Jiang Wanwan's self-assured demeanor, Elder Fu and Mo exchanged another glance, both sensing a wave of incredulity. In the next moment, they turned their attention to Xiaoyu, suddenly the center of attention. Xiaoyu scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his smile. Elder Fu, senior brother, please don't look at me like that. I might get shy. He had no idea that Sister Jiang was indeed the alchemist of the blood. He merely thought her connection with the Liuli Pavilion could yield some results. Who would have thought his luck would lead to this? Sister Jiang, you truly are impressive. Xiaoyu gazed at Jiang Wanwan in awe once more. Child, how old are you? Elder Fu asked after a moment of silence, regaining his composure. 15. Jiang Wanwan replied with a sweet smile. Answering truthfully. Upon hearing this, Elder Fu habitually stroked his beard, contemplating for a while. Then Jiang Wanwan watched as Elder Fu swiped his hand over the spatial ring on his left hand, and a jade slip materialized in his grasp. He extended the slip toward Jiang Wanwan, saying, Child, I offer you two options. First, you may take my letter of recommendation. A month from now, a Tianyi sect will recruit disciples, and you may participate in the third assessment to enter the sect, selecting your own master. Second, I can take you as my disciple, immediately granting you direct admission into Tianyi sect. After speaking, Elder Fu regarded Jiang Wanwan, placing the decision in her hands. To be able to produce blood with a purity of 100% at the tender age of 15 was a rare talent. And anyone encountering her would surely seize the opportunity. Elder Fu, you intend to take her as a disciple before the others get a chance. Once we return, the other elders will surely reprimand you. Xiaoyu interjected gleefully upon understanding Elder Fu's words. Speak less. Elder Fu's face flushed with embarrassment, casting a warning glare at Xiaoyu. Under the elder's reprimand, Xiaoyu hastily ducked behind senior brother Mo Bai. Cheekily making a face at Jiang Wanwan. Noticing Xiaoyu's playful antics, Jiang Wanwan's lips quirked upwards as she turned her gaze toward Elder Fu, curiously inquiring, "May I ask, Elder Fu, are you an alchemist?" "Indeed," Elder Fu confirmed with a nod. With Elder Fu's affirmation, Jiang Wanwan smiled sweetly, taking a half step back and performing a respectful bow, her voice ringing with sincerity. "Disciple Jiang Wanwan, greetings to Master." Observing her respectful gesture, Elder Fu's face broke into a broad smile. Obedient disciple, rise. As he spoke, Elder Fu raised his hand, a gentle wave of spiritual energy lifting Jiang Wanwan to her feet. "This is not Tianyi sect. Upon our return, I shall introduce you to the sect master." Elder Fu spoke warmly to Jiang Wanwan, his face beaming with satisfaction at having taken this new disciple. "Wonderful, Sister Jiang, from now on we shall be siblings within the same sect," Xiaoyu exclaimed, stepping forward, his youthful face glowing with joy. At that moment, senior brother Mo Bai approached, glancing at the exuberant Xiaoyu. "Sister Jiang has joined later than you. You ought to refer to her as sister." "But I am only 14, Xiaoyu protested, pointing to himself earnestly. Senior brother Mo Bai paused before explaining, "In the sect, age is irrelevant. Only the timing of one's entry matters." Xiaoyu pouted, clearly displeased. "Fine then. Welcome, Sister Jiang, to Tianyi sect." Senior brother Mo Bai greeted her. Jiang Wanwan smiled and nodded in response. "Thank you, Senior brother Mo. Simply call me Senior brother. Let us keep it straightforward," Mo Bai gently corrected her, his eyes betraying a hint of amusement at her adorable demeanor. "Very well, Senior brother," Jiang Wanwan acquiesced. After responding, she noticed Xiaoyu still sulking nearby and leaned closer to him, whispering, "Let us call each other by our names privately from now on." Without regard for others, upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and a smile broke across his previously discontented face as he eagerly nodded in agreement, though they were all in the same room. And despite Jiang Wanwan's whisper being soft, Elder Fu and Mo Bai heard her clearly. Both exchanged bemused glances, their lips twitching in silent amusement, unbeknownst to Jiang Wanwan, who seemed oblivious to their reaction. She then turned to Elder Fu and asked, "Master, what brings you to Ziki City this time?" Elder Fu, taken aback by her inquiry, furrowed his brow in hesitation. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the hesitant expression of Elder Fu and continued with a smile, "You see, my family is still unaware that I have joined the Tianyi sect. I need some time to discuss this matter with them, and I am also uncertain about how long Master and the senior brothers plan to stay in Ziki City." Chapter 80, the cool and collected senior sister, Qingshan. Listening to Jiang Wanwan's explanation, Elder Fu chuckled softly. "Indeed, my visit to Ziki City is for a specific purpose, yet there is no need for haste. We have ample time and can return to the sect after the Tianyi sect officially recruits disciples. Is that a month's time then?" Jiang Wanwan pondered for a moment and nodded at Elder Fu. "Disciple understands." As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she surveyed her surroundings before suggesting, "Master, why not accompany me home? Although my family is not particularly affluent, it would certainly be more comfortable than staying at an inn." Elder Fu hesitated slightly and replied, "My dear disciple, it's not that I am unwilling to go, but I have brought several disciples with me this time. Would it be appropriate to visit your home?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head with a smile. "Not at all. There are plenty of vacant rooms at my house, and since I have become your disciple, I will certainly be returning to the sect with you in the future. If Master could stay at my home for a while, it would also put my father at ease." Elder Fu, "I believe what junior sister Jiang says holds merit. Staying at an inn for an extended period can indeed be quite inconvenient." Mo Bai mused after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Xiaoyu chimed in, also nodding in assent. Seeing this, Elder Fu hesitated for a moment before turning his gaze back to Jiang Wanwan. "My dear disciple, how many vacant rooms does your home possess?" This question truly caught Jiang Wanwan off guard, as she had never calculated it before. However, in such a grand general's residence, there should be at least a dozen guest rooms. "Right, there should be around 10 or so," Jiang Wanwan replied uncertainly. Elder Fu, Mo Bai, and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their expressions nearly identical as Jiang Wanwan spoke. "A home with over a dozen vacant rooms. And you call that not affluent? Since my dear disciple has ample vacant rooms, let us go and take a look," Elder Fu said, forcing a calm expression. Jiang Wanwan smiled and nodded in response. Little did she expect that this outing would not only yield her a substantial sum of money but also grant her a master, although she was uncertain of the Tianyi sect's standing on the Wuzhou continent. "It must be better than the Feishing sect, right? Xiaoyu, please summon the senior brothers and sisters," Elder Fu instructed. After confirming their stay at Jiang Wanwan's home, Xiaoyu joyfully complied, darting off to gather the others. Although there weren't many disciples accompanying him on this outing, there were still a good number. "Dear disciple, be sure to get to know them well." When faced with Jiang Wanwan, Elder Fu's demeanor immediately softened. His tone and attitude suggested he feared that even a slight harshness would bring tears to his delicate disciple's eyes. Watching this, Mo Bai pursed his lips, beginning to gauge Jiang Wanwan's standing in Elder Fu's eyes. From his observations thus far, it seemed likely that a beloved junior sister would soon emerge among the inner disciples of the Tianyi sect. Xiaoyu did not take long to return. All the senior brothers and sisters were on the same floor of the inn and soon gathered in Elder Fu's room. Upon seeing a lovely young girl in the room, everyone's attention instinctively turned toward Jiang Wanwan. Wow, what a beautiful little sister. Did she get lost? Can you use your brain? Have you ever seen someone her age get lost? The first two boys who entered immediately surrounded Jiang Wanwan, eyeing her with curiosity. Faced with their inquisitive gazes, Jiang Wanwan momentarily felt like a monkey in a zoo. Jiang Wanwan blinked, subtly furrowing her brow. Here it comes again, the sudden emergence of familiar yet strange vocabulary. Just as she was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly fell upon her. Instinctively, Jiang Wanwan looked up to see a tall and slender woman standing before her. Step back a bit, you two. A cool voice rang out, prompting the two boys to obediently retreat a few steps. The woman then turned to Jiang Wanwan, giving her a fleeting glance without uttering a word, before walking toward Elder Fu. Master. Elder Fu nodded at the woman with a warm smile. Qing Xian. Come, allow me to introduce you to my newly accepted disciple, Jiang Wanwan. My dear disciple, this is your senior sister. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the woman who had just come to her aid, her eyes curving into a smile as she greeted. Hello, senior sister. Observing Jiang Wanwan's adorable and delicate demeanor, the senior sister subtly pressed her lips together and acknowledged her with a slight nod. Qing Xian. The brief self-introduction mirrored the cool demeanor of the senior sister. However, from Qingshuan's earlier intervention, Jiang Wanwan sensed that beneath her icy exterior lay a warm heart. Oh, so you are the junior sister. My name is Luo Yuan, a disciple of the Qingtian Peak. You will understand once you join the Tianyi sect, said one of the boys who had previously surrounded Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan looked at this brother Luo Yuan in astonishment. Qingtian, At that moment, the other boy burst into laughter, nearly in tears from the hilarity. However, Luo Yuan shot a fierce glare at the laughing boy and awkwardly explained to Jiang Wanwan, it's not the bird in flying birds, but the Qingtian in soaring sky. Qingtian Peak. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a smile, her innocent face brimming with curiosity. May I ask, which ancestor bestowed this name? Luo Yuan shrugged, his expression one of resignation. Probably the first ancestor. Because of this name, disciples from our peak are among the least in number. I never wanted to join Qingtian Peak, but as a beast tamer, there is only Qingtian Peak that teaches beast taming in the entire Tianyi sect. Now it's my turn. Hello, junior sister, I'm Su Bai, a disciple of the Giant Axe Peak. If you ever find yourself bored, feel free to visit Giant Axe Peak. I'll take you to have some fun. The boy who had just laughed heartily approached Jiang Wanwan with a beaming smile. Introducing himself, Jiang Wanwan wore a gentle smile, nodding obediently at the two. Brother Luo Yuan, brother Su Bai. My name is Jiang Wanwan. Luo Yuan and Su Bai exchanged glances, each spotting a glimmer in the other's eyes. Help, our junior sister is so adorable. Alright, now that we've all introduced ourselves, let us return and pack our things. Elder Fu interjected at the opportune moment after the introductions concluded. Luo Yuan looked unexpectedly at Elder Fu and instinctively asked, Elder Fu, are we leaving? Aren't we searching for the demon lord? Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Jiang Wanwan's expression remained unchanged, but her heart sank slightly. The Tianyi sect had come to Ziki City to seek out Emperor Yunzhao? Oh no, that means she has unwittingly walked into a tiger's den. What to do? Is it too late to regret now? Chapter 81. The elder claims my bones are remarkably unique or rare talent for cultivation. None noticed Jiang Wanwan's unease as Elder Fu shot a slight glare at Luo Yuan before explaining, your junior sister is from Ziki City, and we need to stay here for a while. Staying in an inn for an extended period can be quite inconvenient, so she kindly invited us to her home as guests. Wow, what a delightful surprise. Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with joy. Su Bai looked at Jiang Wanwan with curiosity. Junior sister, is your home large? We have quite a few people, and if it's inconvenient, we can always stay at the inn. Don't worry, Elder Fu isn't short on funds. Upon hearing this, Elder Fu's mouth twitched, nearly leading him to slap the boy across the face. Jiang Wanwan chuckled lightly. It's not a problem. My home is spacious enough to accommodate all the senior brothers and sisters. That's wonderful. Let us go. I don't have much to pack, so let us head out right away. Luo Yuan exclaimed excitedly. His exuberance made it seem as if they were off to battle. Not so fast, senior brother, Jiang Wanwan said, half amused, half exasperated. A moment later, the group from the Tianyi sect quickly gathered their belongings and followed Jiang Wanwan towards the general's residence. Half a stick of incense later, the group stood before the imposing gates of the general's residence, staring in awe at the grand entrance and the bold characters spelling out general's residence. Momentarily lost in reverie, finally, Xiaoyu was the first to react, tilting his head to look at Jiang Wanwan. Sister Jiang, your family is the general's residence. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan nodded. My goodness, junior sister, you are actually the young lady of the general's residence, Luo Yuan exclaimed, finally snapping out of his stupor, his face still reflecting shock and incredulity. Even Elder Fu had not anticipated that this newly accepted disciple of his would possess such a remarkable background. After a moment of surprise, he looked at Zhang Wanwan, shaking his head with a wry smile. My dear disciple. And you call this not a wealthy household? Although he had long since departed from the mortal realm, he still possessed a certain understanding. To have a spacious courtyard in the capital of a nation, and to be associated with the general's residence, was not merely indicative of immense wealth, it was unmistakably a sign of power and influence. Zhang Wanwan smiled faintly at everyone and softly said, Master, senior brothers and sisters, please come in. As she spoke, Zhang Wanwan stepped forward and entered the gates of the general's residence first. Rather than leading her companions to the back courtyard, she arranged for the group from Tianyi sect to settle in the front hall. Please have a seat for a moment, master and senior brothers and sisters. I will go discuss matters with my father. Zhang Wanwan courteously addressed the group before departing, ensuring that tea and pastries were served to her guests. Miss Seven. Not just as Zhang Wanwan left the front hall, she spotted Song Bo, who had been waiting outside. Zhang Wanwan smiled gently at him. Hello, Song Bo. May I ask where my father is? The general is practicing his sword in the training grounds at the back. Song Bo replied, glancing toward the front hall. Are these your friends, Miss Seven? Zhang Wanwan nodded. Yes, I would appreciate it if you could entertain them well. I need to find my father. They may be staying here for a while. Understood, you go ahead, Miss Seven. I will take care of everything here, Song Bo assured her kindly. Thank you, Song Bo, Zhang Wanwan said with a bright smile before swiftly making her way to the training grounds, where she found Zhang Lan practicing his swordplay. At that moment, Zhang Lan was not alone. He was engaged in a sparring match with another individual clad in black, wielding a broad sword with remarkable agility. The sound of their strikes echoed through the air, creating a series of explosive impacts as their weapons clashed, causing visible ripples in the surrounding space. Suddenly, Zhang Lan, wielding his 9-ring curved saber, crouched slightly before executing a swift horizontal slash aimed at the black-clad youth's legs. Sensing the imminent danger, the youth's calm expression shifted, and he swiftly reversed his grip on the broadsword, thrusting it into the ground. The formidable weapon, devoid of a sharp edge, penetrated the earth with a force greater than any divine weapon. In the next instant, Zhang Lan's saber struck the broadsword, resulting in a deafening explosion of sound. The center of the training grounds erupted with a violent surge of spiritual energy, sending dust and debris flying, obscuring the two figures in a cloud of chaos. Despite Zhang Wanwan believing she stood at a safe distance from the epicenter of the battle, she still felt the repercussions of the energy explosion. A surge of vitality swirling within her. Just as she braced for potential injury, the crimson serpent tattoo on her left arm shimmered, discreetly dissipating the violent residual energy for her. Wanwan. At that moment, Zhang Lan finally noticed Zhang Wanwan standing outside the training grounds. He swiftly moved to her side, surprise flickering in his eyes. What brings you here? Do you need something? Zhang Wanwan nodded and pondered for a moment before responding. Well, I went out shopping today and happened to encounter a peculiar old man. He claimed that my bones are exceptional for cultivation and insisted that I become his disciple, promising to lead me to the pinnacle of the continent. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's words, Zhang Lan's lips twitched as he placed a hand on her forehead. Wanwan, are you feeling unwell? Not only Zhang Lan, but even the black-clad youth beside him regarded Zhang Wanwan with a strange expression. As if she were a simpleton, Zhang Wanwan grinned, looking at Zhang Lan. Father, let me finish. After a brief moment of silence, Zhang Lan urged, go on. And so I became his disciple. He mentioned he has urgent business in Ziki City and will return to his sect in a month. So I invited him to stay here. It is certainly more convenient than in any. Zhang Wanwan continued, her smile unwavering. My master is currently in the front hall. Would you like to meet him? Of course, Zhang Lan nodded without hesitation. He was eager to see who had the audacity to con the general's residence. As he spoke, Zhang Lan strode purposefully toward the front hall. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted and turned to the black-clad youth. Old 4, keep an eye on Wanwan. With that, Zhang Lan hurriedly departed. Outside the training grounds, only Zhang Wanwan and the black-clad youth remained. Upon hearing Zhang Lan's reference to the youth as Old 4, Zhang Wanwan blinked in surprise. Fourth brother. Yes, the youth nonchalantly swung the broadsword onto his back and nodded at Zhang Wanwan. Indeed, it is fourth brother. Zhang Wanwan mused to herself. In her past life and this one, it was her first encounter with him. In her previous life, she had only gleaned fragmented information about the enigmatic fourth brother from conversations among the servants of the general's residence. She recalled that he was known to be a taciturn individual who seldom returned home and was difficult to meet when he did, as he preferred solitude, akin to a dragon that rarely revealed itself. Zhang Wanwan attempted to recollect what she knew about Zhang Wanyan, her fourth brother, whose name was indeed quite imposing. Have you just returned? Fourth brother, she inquired softly, looking up at him. Yes, Zhang Wanyan nodded in response. Really cold, isn't it? Zhang Wanwan remarked, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Noticing her discomfort, Zhang Wanyan added, I returned last night. At night. Zhang Wanwan was taken aback. Does fourth brother always come home at night? Yes, fewer people, quieter, he replied, his nod affirming her question. Zhang Wanwan chuckled nervously, inwardly pleading for relief. This is so awkward, she thought, sensing her social anxiety creeping. Is this how fourth brother always speaks? She endeavored to maintain her smile. Jiang Wanyan merely responded with a few terse words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan felt an uncharacteristic stiffness in his demeanor for a fleeting moment before he spoke again. It's not that Jiang Wanwan lowered her head in silence, realizing that her fourth brother possessed a hidden talent for dry humor. Shall we spar? Suddenly, Jiang Wanyan's voice broke through her thoughts. Jiang Wanwan looked up. Confusion evident on her face. You are a spiritual master, he stated, gazing at her with a hint of fervor in his eyes. Jiang Wanwan noted this and felt even more speechless. So, her senior brother was not only skilled but also a martial arts enthusiast. Ahem, I shall defer for now. My master is waiting for me in the front hall. I need to check on him. Jiang Wanwan chuckled awkwardly, hastily seeking an excuse before turning to leave. As she quickly made her exit, she failed to notice a fleeting look of disappointment in Jiang Wanyan's eyes. He sensed an underlying sword aura emanating from Jiang Wanwan, indicating her proficiency in swordsmanship. Bang! Before reaching the front hall, a faint collision sound echoed from that direction. Jiang Wanwan paused for a moment, then quickened her pace toward the front hall. Boom! Upon arriving at the front courtyard, she barely had time to comprehend the situation before another explosive sound reverberated, causing the ground beneath her feet to tremble ominously. The area where the artificial hill once stood had been struck by a tremendous force, crumbling into dust and sending plumes of debris into the air, obscuring the scene before her. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Wanwan keenly sensed a rise in temperature around her, and behind the dust cloud at the collapsed hill, she caught a glimpse of a flickering green flame. Wow, Elderfu was impressive, exclaimed Luo Yuan, his voice brimming with excitement. Master Qing Xian, observing the commotion, calmly analyzed. Elderfu has already reached the realm of spiritual emperor, while the general is merely a pre-heavenly spiritual master, naturally making him no match. Nevertheless, achieving the status of pre-heavenly spiritual master in the mortal realm is commendable in itself. Indeed, Master Mo Bai concurred, nodding in agreement. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Wanwan quickly pieced together the implications. Sister master or father and master engaging in a spar. Qing Xian glanced at Jiang Wanwan and nodded. Yes, Jiang sister, you're back, Xiaoyu exclaimed, bounding over to Jiang Wanwan with enthusiasm. Your father is so impressive. Hearing Xiaoyu's unfiltered praise, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but respond. Father and master are two great realms apart. Exactly. It's remarkable that your father can hold his own against Elderfu for such an extended period, given the difference in their realms, Xiaoyu earnestly explained, his obsidian-like eyes gleaming with sincerity, making it hard for anyone to doubt his words. Jiang Wanwan smiled. Xiaoyu is truly an adorable little angel. As the group exchanged words, the dust in the front courtyard gradually settled, revealing the figures of Fu Erling and Zhang Lan to everyone once more. Emu green flame. Zhang Lan took several steps back, raising her gaze to look at Fu Erling, her expression tinged with a hint of astonishment. May I inquire if you are Elder Fu Erling of the Tiani sect? Elder Fu turned his attention to Zhang Lan, adjusting his goatee with a hand, a flicker of appreciation evident in his eyes as he gently nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that is I. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan's surprise grew more pronounced. Remembering her earlier indiscretion, she hastily stepped forward again, cupping her hands in apology. I was unaware of your esteemed identity, Elder Fu, and I sincerely beg your forgiveness for my rudeness. I hope you can overlook it. Elder Fu waved his hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that lifted Zhang Lan's bowing form back upright, echoing his earlier gesture towards Jiang Wanwan. It is the heart of every parent that suffers, but it is of no consequence. Seeing this, Zhang Lan nodded earnestly. Quite so. In the next moment, she turned her gaze to Jiang Wanwan, narrowing her eyes slightly. Although she glared at Jiang Wanwan, there was no hint of intimidation in her demeanor. Jiang Wanwan responded with a beaming smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, revealing shallow dimples on her cheeks. Jiang Lan, feeling helpless, withdrew her gaze and looked once more at Elder Fu. My daughter is somewhat unruly. To have gained Elder Fu's favor is indeed a blessing. I shall trouble you to guide and watch over her in the future. Your words are misguided, General. The encounter between me and my dear disciple is fated. Were it not for her exceptional talent, I would not be so eager to take on a disciple at this moment. Elder Fu laughed heartily, his words lavishly praising Jiang Wanwan, a satisfied expression illuminating his features. Listening to others extol her daughter, Jiang Lan could not help but smile. General, the front hall has been prepared with fresh tea and pastries. At that moment, Song Bo stepped forward at an opportune moment. Speaking respectfully, Jiang Lan suddenly remembered and quickly gestured for Elder Fu to take a seat. Elder Fu, please do take a seat. Elder Fu followed Jiang Lan into the front hall, settling comfortably beside the main seat. Observing this, Jiang Lan promptly took her place as well. I heard from my daughter that you have come to Ziki City on a mission for the sect? Indeed, but this visit was rather abrupt, and I did not wish to make a spectacle of it, hence I instructed my disciples to don plain attire. Elder Fu spoke leisurely as he held a cup of tea. Jiang Lan immediately grasped his meaning, nodding in understanding. I see. To the outside world, we shall simply declare you a distinguished guest. You are most welcome to stay at my residence for as long as you wish. It need not be long, at most a month, and I must return to the sect. During this time, we shall be imposing on you. General Elder Fu replied courteously. Chapter 83, Brother Fu, allow me to toast in respect. As Jiang Lan and Elder Fu engaged in lively conversation, Jiang Wanwan observed their harmonious interaction and chose not to intrude. However, her fellow disciples appeared restless, their eyes darting around as if the chairs beneath them were prickly. Noticing their discomfort, Jiang Wanwan stifled a laugh and leaned closer to the nearest disciple, Xiaoyu, whispering, "Do you wish to step outside?" Xiaoyu's eyes brightened, but he hesitated and shrank back slightly at the thought of Elder Fu. "No, Sister Jiang, you mustn't be deceived by Elder Fu's kindness. He is quite strict about rules that if we were to leave now, we would undoubtedly be punished upon our return." Seeing Xiaoyu's trepidation, Jiang Wanwan did not press further. "Very well, if you are afraid, I shall go alone. It does feel a bit dull here." With that, she stood and approached Jiang Lan. "Father, Master, I have been out all day and feel a bit weary. I wish to return and rest." Jiang Lan looked up at Jiang Wanwan and readily nodded in agreement. "Go ahead." With the approval of her father, her master could only acquiesce, and Elder Fu also nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Wanwan then offered a courteous bow to Elder Fu before gracefully exiting the front hall. Xiaoyu, Luo Yuan, and Su Bai watched Jiang Wanwan depart with an air of admiration. Finally, unable to contain himself, Xiaoyu turned to Elder Fu, his eyes sparkling with hope, resembling a puppy. Elder Fu understood the energetic nature of these disciples, yet found it somewhat inappropriate for them to be so restless in another's home. Noticing Elder Fu's frown, Xiaoyu immediately averted his gaze. Song Bo, observing Xiaoyu's change in demeanor, chuckled and remarked, "The guest rooms in the back courtyard have been prepared. Elder and fellow disciples must be weary after a long day of travel. It would be best to let the children rest." "Yes, indeed, that's precisely right." Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, feeling touched by Song Bo's words. Both Luo Yuan and Su Bai echoed his sentiments with expressions that seemed to scream no doubt about it. Elder Fu looked at the three, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well, you may go and rest." "Thank you, Elder." Almost instantaneously, Xiaoyu sprang from his seat, bowing deeply to Elder Fu before darting away like a bird released from its cage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In contrast, Luo Yuan and Su Bai maintained a semblance of decorum, offering their respectful farewells to Elder Fu in unison. "We take our leave, Elder." Once the etiquette had been observed, they gradually made their exit. In the front hall, only Jiang Lan, Elder Fu, and Song Bo remained. Jiang Lan noticed the hint of exasperation in Elder Fu's eyes, and their gazes met, leading them to share a knowing laugh. As the conversation continued, Jiang Lan and Elder Fu developed a sense of camaraderie, feeling as though they had met too late in life. Both were of similar ages, in their 40s or 50s. With Elder Fu being just a few years older, however, due to Elder Fu's earlier entry into the sect and the more rigorous training he had undergone, he had achieved his current level of prowess. As for Jiang Lan, Elder Fu looked directly at Jiang Lan, candidly stating, "With General Jiang's talent, had you entered the sect earlier, I might not have been your match in today's contest." In response, Jiang Lan chuckled nonchalantly, unperturbed by the notion. "Elder Fu, you are mistaken. Were it not for my battles in the Eastern Kingdom, I would not have met my wife, nor would I have these 6 children. Isn't this happiness in itself?" Faced with Jiang Lan's carefree attitude, Elder Fu laughed heartily. "You speak wisely. By age, I am but a few years your senior. Let us drop the formalities between us. I shall shamelessly allow you to call me brother." Jiang Lan laughed once more. "Excellent." As they spoke, Jiang Lan raised his teacup. "Today, in joyous conversation with Brother Fu, I shall use tea in place of wine, and we shall become sworn brothers of a different surname. Brother, allow me to toast you first." Elder Fu similarly raised his cup. "Brother Jiang." The two took a sip of tea, the sound of their cups clinking against the table resonating as their eyes met, and they shared another round of mutual laughter. Song Bo, standing behind Jiang Lan, observed the cheerful exchange between the two, a glimmer of warmth dancing in his weathered eyes. In the back courtyard, after finally escaping Elder Fu's gaze, Xiaoyu and the others were filled with exhilaration. "Wow, the general's residence is truly impressive. Just look at this garden." Luo Yuan marveled as he walked along the corridor, admiring the artificial hills and flowing water. Do you think the general's residence is wealthy? Suddenly Su Bai posed a question, his eyes shining with curiosity. "With a garden this grand, upon this large, and these spacious buildings, does it not seem wealthy to you?" Luo Yuan pointed out various features to Su Bai. Rolling his eyes at him, noticing Luo Yuan's obliviousness, Su Bai returned the eye roll. "You fool, our junior sister is now part of the Lingdan Peak. The alchemists there are all exceedingly wealthy, with our junior sister joining the ranks. They are not merely rich anymore." Hearing this, Luo Yuan paused, looking at Su Bai quizzically. "So what, is your Jushu Peak impoverished?" Our senior brother has yet to speak, suddenly called upon. Mo Bai's icy demeanor cracked momentarily. "Thank you for your concern. I feel quite offended. In Tani sect, due to the nature of their profession, the alchemists were indeed wealthy, while the swordmasters of Sangjin Peak, who valued rigorous training, often lived modestly. Some barely avoiding wearing patched clothing. Indeed, Mo Bai belonged to the humbled Sangjin Peak disciples." Noticing the subtle shift in Mo Bai's expression, Qin Xian discreetly pressed her lips together, a glimmer of amusement passing through her eyes. The Tiani sect members soon settled into the general's residence, while Jiang Wanwan diligently immersed herself in her studies since realizing the existence of numerous sects beyond the Eastern Kingdom, with countless powerful spiritual masters within those sects. She became acutely aware of her own insignificance in this vast world. To carve out a place for herself, without any innate talent, she knew she must exert herself tirelessly, often tenfold or 100-fold more than others. Only through such relentless effort could she avoid being bullied and gain the strength to protect the Jiang family. Chapter 84. What purpose does the Jade Pearl serve? In the Hualu tea house, Jiang Yi stealthily ascended to the second floor, strolling down the corridor while glancing at the names outside each tea room. Peach Blossom Garden. Jiang Yi paused at the door of the tea room named Peach Blossom Garden and gently knocked 3 times. Soon, the door of the tea room swung open, revealing a stranger, causing Jiang Yi to momentarily hesitate, fearing she had entered the wrong place. Miss Jiang, please come in. Just as Jiang Yi was about to apologize, the individual called out her name and stepped aside to make way. Slightly dazed, Jiang Yi stepped into the tea room. However, after she entered, the stranger exited, closing the door behind him. Standing at the entrance of the tea room, Jiang Yi faced 2 bamboo curtains, through the gaps of which she could faintly discern a figure seated within. "Is that you, brother prince?" Jiang Yi tentatively called out. At that moment, the figure within slowly rose and lifted a hand to part the bamboo curtains. "Brother prince." Upon recognizing the person, Jiang Yi joyfully took 2 steps forward, leaning directly into Ouyang Jin's embrace. Ouyang Jin held Jiang Yi close, his voice deep and resonant. "It is I. Brother prince, I. Jiang Yi gazed up at Ouyang Jin, her eyes shy and her cheeks slightly flushed. Observing Jiang Yi's bashful demeanor, Ouyang Jin found himself momentarily lost in thought. In truth, Jiang Yi was not lacking in beauty, otherwise she would not have remained unchallenged in the general's residence for so many years. Now, with her rather lovely face looking at him shyly, exuding an air of reluctant acceptance, one could hardly blame a man for being unable to withstand such allure. Ouyang Jin's gaze on Jiang Yi gradually intensified with a fervent heat, and the hand that encircled her delicate waist began to inch upward. Ouyang Jin's eyes darkened as he looked at her, his voice suddenly husky and low. In the next moment, he tightened his embrace, pulling Jiang Yi closer, simultaneously making her acutely aware of a certain change in him, causing her face to flush crimson in an instant. "Brother prince." Jiang Yi shyly lowered her head, avoiding Ouyang Jin's gaze. With a light chuckle, Ouyang Jin bent slightly and swiftly swept Jiang Yi into his arms, striding purposefully into the depths of the tea room. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi nestled in Ouyang Jin's embrace, her skin glistening with a sheen of fragrant sweat, her eyes glistening. "Brother prince, you were so naughty." Her tone was soft and feeble. Ouyang Jin, observing her in such a state, playfully pinched her cheek and smiled. How so? Jiang Yi, feeling bashful, clutched the blanket and buried her head within it, too shy to meet Ouyang Jin's gaze. Ouyang Jin gently tugged at the blanket, finding it unyielding. He chuckled softly and coaxed, "Be good, let go, or you'll suffocate." Jiang Yi remained hidden beneath the blanket, reluctant to emerge. After several attempts at persuasion, Ouyang Jin ceased his entreaties, rising from the bed and opening a secret door beside the tea room. Stepping inside, after a prolonged silence, Jiang Yi cautiously poked her head out from the blanket, confirming that Ouyang Jin was no longer in the room. She sighed in relief, yet an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. Suddenly, a sound echoed, drawing her attention. Jiang Yi lifted her head toward the source of the noise, witnessing a rotating secret door appear where a painting of water lilies once hung. Ouyang Jin emerged, now dressed in clean attire. Upon seeing him so impeccably presented, Jiang Yi's face flushed anew, shyly wrapping the blanket tighter around herself, retreating to the corner of the bed, revealing only her head. Ouyang Jin, amused by her bashfulness, approached and unexpectedly reached out. "No," Jiang Yi gasped in surprise, instinctively letting out a C-or-Y. In the next moment, she found herself swept up, blanket and all, in Ouyang Jin's arms. The sudden shock made her heart race. The blush on her cheeks, having barely receded, flared up once more. Jiang Yi's gaze darted away, unable to meet Ouyang Jin's eyes, her head bowed like an ostrich hiding from the world. After a while, Ouyang Jin halted, looking down at the still shy Jiang Yi, an eyebrow raised. "It seems he desires me to personally assist in her bathing." And no, hearing Ouyang Jin's teasing and suggestive tone, Jiang Yi hurriedly denied. Her face flushing once again, behind the secret door lay a small bathing pool. Ouyang Jin set Jiang Yi down beside the warm spring, gently pinching her cheek. "I placed your clothes nearby. I'll be outside. If you need anything, just call for me. I am more than willing to serve you." Jiang Yi, still shy, nodded almost imperceptibly. Ouyang Jin turned and exited. Once he left, Jiang Yi felt reassured enough to step into the warm spring. And upon noticing the lingering marks of their intimacy on her skin, she felt a mix of shyness and happiness bubbling within her. After a while, Jiang Yi emerged from the secret door, fully dressed, and upon raising her eyes, she found Ouyang Jin seated at the low table in the tea room, methodically preparing tea. She approached him slowly, still feeling a bit bashful from their earlier encounter. "Brother prince," Jiang Yi called softly. Ouyang Jin set the teacup down and beckoned her over. Obediently, Jiang Yi sat beside him, but just as she settled, Ouyang Jin abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Startled, Jiang Yi exclaimed as she fell into his arms. her small fist slightly thumping against his chest in playful reproach. "Brother Prince, ha!" Ouyang Jin laughed heartily. Jiang Yi nestled against him, a picture of blissful contentment as she watched Ouyang Jin expertly prepare the tea. From rinsing the cups to brewing and finally presenting the tea in an exquisite display. So impressive, Jiang Yi gasped in wonder as a picturesque landscape appeared atop the tea's surface. Ouyang Jin smiled slightly, placing the tea before her. "Give it a try." Jiang Yi shook her head. "Such a beautiful tea, it feels ashamed to drink it, silly girl." Ouyang Jin chuckled, shaking his head. He then lifted the teacup to his lips, taking a sip and closing his eyes in satisfaction. Setting the cup down, he looked at Jiang Yi, softly asking, "Have you discovered anything in these past few days?" Upon mentioning this, the smile on Jiang Yi's face dimmed slightly, and she shook her head. "No, I have searched every corner of the general's residence except for my father's study, yet I still haven't found the jade bead you mentioned, Brother Prince. At this, Ouyang Jin's expression grew increasingly grave. Noticing his serious demeanor, Jiang Yi curiously inquired, "Brother Prince, what purpose does this jade bead serve?" Chapter 85, both adorable and alluring. Ouyang Jin snapped back to attention, observing Jiang Yi's perplexed expression. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low tone, "I am not entirely certain of its specific purpose, however. According to my father, this jade bead was originally a wedding gift he presented to the general and his wife. Perhaps at that time, my father did not fully understand its significance, hence he did not pay it much mind. Then why is it necessary to search for this jade bead now?" Jiang Yi remained puzzled. "My father's intentions are inscrutable to anyone, however I sense that this jade bead holds great importance for him. If I can present it to him on his 50th birthday, he will undoubtedly be pleased. And at that moment I could request him to grant our union." Ouyang Jin's gaze burned fervently upon Jiang Yi. Hearing the last sentence, Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled with longing and emotion. "I understand now, Brother Prince. I will seek an opportunity to enter my father's study in the coming days." Ouyang Jin looked at her with a mixture of appreciation and tenderness. "You have worked hard for our future. I do not find it arduous," Jiang Yi replied earnestly, shaking her head. Ouyang Jin moved, grasped Jiang Yi's hand, and as he gazed at her delicate lips, his gaze deepened, and he could not help but lean in for a kiss. As their lips met, their breaths grew ragged, and Ouyang Jin's hands began to wander. Another round of passionate entanglement was about to unfold, and this time, its duration remained uncertain. When Jiang Yi returned to the general's residence, the sky was already dark. She quietly made her way to her courtyard. Jiang Songrong, noticing her silhouette in the corridor, exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yi paused, turning to face him with a gentle smile. "Second brother, have you just returned?" Jiang Songrong asked, a slight frown on his brow. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, then explained with a smile, "I met with Sister Long at the Flower Du Tea House for tea, and we lost track of time while chatting." Upon hearing this, Jiang Songrong's frown deepened. "In the future, avoid spending time with Long Fi and too late. It is not appropriate for a girl to return home at such hours. Should word get out?" "Understood," Jiang Yi replied demurely, lowering her head. Noticing that Jiang Songrong seemed inclined to say more, she feigned a yawn, her voice laced with fatigue. "Is there anything else, second brother? If not, I would like to return to rest. I am feeling a bit weary. Go on." Jiang Songrong waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Yi felt a surge of anxiety in her heart, saying nothing as she turned to leave. In contrast, Jiang Songrong, watching Jiang Yi's retreating figure, discreetly directed her gaze towards Jiang Yi's feet. "What a peculiar gait." Jiang Songrong squinted slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. "Never mind." Jiang Songrong shook her head, dismissing the thought. Perhaps it was simply the late hour and the obscurity of the night that had led her to misjudge. The following morning, Jiang Lan set out early, and after having breakfast, Jiang Wanwan instructed Qinju that she would be entering seclusion for cultivation, promptly shutting herself behind her door. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Wanwan focused her mind and entered the realm of the Shanhuzu. Master Sister, as usual. Upon Jiang Wanwan's arrival in the Shanhuzu, Shushu was the first to sense her presence and immediately rushed towards her. Jiang Wanwan skillfully caught Shushu, gently ruffling its head before placing it upon her shoulder and heading in the direction of the life Bodhi tree. Di Yunju often favored resting beneath the life Bodhi tree, coiling its crimson serpentine tail around the branches repeatedly. As Jiang Wanwan approached, she saw Di Yunju reclining on a branch, arms crossed over his chest, eyes tightly shut, breathing deeply as if in slumber. Observing Di Yunju's sleeping profile, Jiang Wanwan's brow lifted slightly. Surrounding the life Bodhi tree was a soft green glow, a manifestation of life force, with numerous strands falling upon Di Yunju's exquisitely handsome face, casting a halo around him. At that moment, Di Yunju resembled a sprite dwelling within the life Bodhi tree, suffused with gentle life energy, though Di Yunju's face was merely that of a 10-year-old. Undeniably adorable, his lower half bore a tail adorned with crimson scales glimmering alluringly beneath the verdant aura, a curious blend of cuteness and temptation. What could this mean? Jiang Wanwan pondered silently. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, startling Di Yunju awake. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand and struck towards the source of the sound. With a thud, Shushu tumbled onto the soft grass, flattened like a pancake. Di Yunju sat up abruptly, his eyes filled with a chilling ferocity, a visible crimson mist leaking from the corners of his eyes. In that instant, Jiang Wanwan felt she was witnessing the true ruler of the demon realm. Unfortunately, that terrifying visage of Di Yunju vanished in mere seconds, and when Jiang Wanwan looked back, his expression had turned blank. Wanwan, do you need something? Di Yunju seemed a little dazed from his slumber. Instinctively speaking, upon noticing Jiang Wanwan, she regained her composure. Jiang Wanwan nodded at him. I wish to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Di Yunju nodded, appearing somewhat docile, perhaps due to just having awakened. Wowo Master Sister no longer loves Shushu. Shushu was no longer Master Sister's little darling. Just then, as Di Yunju jumped down from the tree, a pitiful whimpering sound came from nearby. Jiang Wanwan glanced towards the sound. Spotting Shushu sprawled on the ground like a deflated pancake, exuding an air of despondency, Jiang Wanwan shot Di Yunju a calm down look before kneeling before Shushu, poking its soft belly with a finger. Playfully saying, if your Master Sister no longer loves you, would you like a beautiful sister to pick you up? Yes. Shushu, still languishing on the ground, gazed up at Jiang Wanwan with shining black eyes. Jiang Wanwan's smile deepened as she lifted Shushu into her palm, gently patting its little head before placing it back on her shoulder. Shushu loves Master Sister the most. Shushu gleefully nestled against Jiang Wanwan's shoulder. Its eyes squinting joyfully, Jiang Wanwan returned to stand before Di Yunju, who, observing Shushu's fawning demeanor, crossed his arms and scoffed disdainfully. Not wanting Di Yunju to become jealous, Jiang Wanwan hastily spoke, recently people from Tianyi sect have arrived. It seems they are searching for the Demon Lord. Chapter 86. I want to know, you don't want. Upon learning this, Jiang Wanwan recalled carefully, realizing the only time Di Yunju could have inadvertently revealed his aura was when she had taken advantage of the situation to rob Longfian and Ouyang Jin of all their possessions on the outskirts of Ziki City. However, it remained uncertain whether the elders of Tianyi sect were friend or foe. After much deliberation, she decided to inform Di Yunju of the matter. Humph. Di Yunju sneered dismissively at Jiang Wanwan's words. Do they really think they can do anything to me, a bunch of inconsequential ants? Seeing Di Yunju's disdainful reaction, Jiang Wanwan felt somewhat reassured and continued, the elders of Tianyi sect invited me to join them. Noting my considerable talent. Di Yunju cast a glance at Jiang Wanwan, calmly stating, if you wish to go then go. They cannot do anything to me. Alright, Jiang Wanwan nodded. I have already taken a master. I may head to Tianyi sect in a month. Upon hearing this, Di Yunju regarded Jiang Wanwan seriously, analyzing, Tianyi sect's standing in your spirit master realm is quite respectable. Years ago, it held the title of the foremost among the top 10 sections. Jiang Wanwan's eyes brightened at this revelation. Tianyi sect is truly the formidable. Don't celebrate too soon. As I said, that was years ago. Nowadays, Tianyi sect barely manages to scrape by among the bottom tier of the top 10 sects. Di Yunju retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan blinked. That's quite a disparity from first to last. Seeing the shift in Jiang Wanwan's expression, Di Yunju smiled broadly, his charming and youthful face radiating warmth, illuminating the Shanhuzu with a burst of sunshine. Of course, if one were to overlook the intentional teasing behind that smile, Jiang Wanwan would have been more than happy to ruffle his hair. Now Jiang Wanwan regarded Di Yunju with a bemused smile. Are you aware that in the human world there's a saying, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse? What does that mean? Di Yunju's smile faded slightly as he instinctively shifted back a bit. Feeling uneasy under Jiang Wanwan's expression, maintaining her smile, Jiang Wanwan mused, I was thinking, despite Tianyi sect's current decline, it must still house many skilled experts. I suddenly want to shut your mouth. You don't want to. Di Yunju interrupted her before she could finish. Jiang Wanwan's smile remained radiant. I think I really do want to. Di Yunju, a snake beneath the eaves must bow its head. Bah, I am not a snake. Di Yunju inhaled deeply, his eyes suddenly glistening with a hint of moisture shimmering with starlight. He took a couple of steps forward, cautiously grasping at Jiang Wanwan's sleeve, swaying it gently. Wanwan, I am your spirit beast. You wouldn't betray me, would you? At that moment, the look in Di Yunju's eyes could only be described as that of a pitiful puppy. Oh, this expression bore some resemblance to Shushu when it was being adorable. Jiang Wanwan's lips curled upwards subtly, but she remained still. Di Yunju, unable to read Jiang Wanwan's thoughts, clenched his teeth and slightly crouched down, looking up at her with pleading eyes. Wanwan, oh one goodness, is this the feeling of a nosebleed? Jiang Wanwan's heart screamed in delight at the sight of the adorable little boy. A master sister, you're drooling. At that moment Shushu's voice chimed in Jiang Wanwan's ear, she quickly snapped back to reality, instinctively wiping her mouth. Finding nothing there, Jiang Wanwan suppressed her amusement, gently tapping Shushu on the head. You little rascal, how could you gloat? Clearing her throat, Jiang Wanwan turned her gaze to Di Yunju and said earnestly, well then. The next time will depend on your performance. Extend your hand, Jiang Wanwan instructed Di Yunju. Almost reflexively he extended his hand. Jiang Wanwan scooped up Shushu, placing it in Di Yunju's palm, causing both of them to stiffen. I am going to cultivate. Unless it's something important, do not disturb me. You two be good. Jiang Wanwan smiled at the pair of one person and one mouse of a half-human, half-snake. Having said that, with a flick of her mind, Jiang Wanwan vanished from sight. Within the realm of the Shanhuzu, Jiang Wanwan was akin to a deity of that space. With just a thought, she could instantly reach any location now, as long as she cultivated. She would definitely enter the second space of the Shanhuzu. Time was of the essence, and every moment counted. As a night passed, Jiang Wanwan cultivated for approximately 10 days within the Shanhuzu with the next morning. She gauged the time and set off towards the small courtyard where Fu Erling was temporarily residing. Father, Jiang Wanwan never anticipated that she would encounter Jiang Lan on her way, and with a hint of surprise, she called out to him. It soon dawned on her that Jiang Lan was taking this path for a reason. Father, are you going to seek master? Jiang Lan nodded and cast a deep glance at Jiang Wanwan, saying, Wanwan, you may not realize it, but your master is the head of the spirit herd peak of the Tianyi sect, a 7-star alchemist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan understood and broke into a grin. So, Father wishes to ask master for assistance regarding brother's leggy. Jiang Lan affirmed with a nod and earnestly remarked, most 7-star alchemists are affiliated with sects, and it is nearly impossible to invite them out. Since we have this rare opportunity, we must seize it. Indeed, let us go together. I would like to pay my respects to master as well. Jiang Wanwan obediently nodded. Thus, Jiang Wanwan accompanied Jiang Lan to the door of Fu Erling's chamber. Knock, knock. Jiang Wanwan stepped forward to knock on the door, her voice sweet as she announced, Master, your disciple has come to pay my respects. Shortly after her words fell, the door slowly opened, revealing Fu Erling clad in a simple robe. Standing within, Brother Fu, I have also come, Jiang Lan greeted with a hearty voice. Upon seeing Fu Erling. This peculiar form of address, Jiang Wanwan froze momentarily, a flicker of shock and confusion in her eyes. Brother, Jiang little brother, dear disciple. Fu Erling, surprised to see both of them, stepped aside to allow them entry. Jiang little brother, did you come to seek my assistance? Once inside, Fu Erling inquired, looking at Jiang Lan. Indeed, there is something I wish to request of you, brother, Jiang Lan replied, his expression becoming somewhat grave. Jiang Wanwan was still in a state of bewilderment. How could it be that in just one evening her master and father had transformed into brothers? What was her position in this hierarchy? Wasn't the lineage rather tangled? Chapter 87, not poisoned or injured, but bound by a sealing array. Jiang little brother, you need only say the word, and I shall certainly lend my hand, Fu Erling declared with unwavering loyalty. Observing this, Jiang Lan did not beat around the bush and directly said, to be frank, I have an eldest son who 3 years ago accompanied me to the battlefield. An unfortunate incident rendered his legs useless, and despite consulting numerous physicians and alchemists, no remedy has been found. Thus, I hope to ask you, brother, if you could take a look at him. Fu Erling nodded in understanding and then turned his gaze towards Jiang Wanwan, raising his slightly pale brows. Dear disciple, you also came to pay respects for this matter? Jiang Wanwan offered a charming smile to Fu Erling. Yes, but I ran into father along the way, so I came together. Master, please help me examine brother's injury. Fu Erling nodded. Examining the injury is certainly within my capabilities. But he lifted his gaze to Jiang Wanwan, his expression serious and penetrating. You must tell me honestly, did you become my disciple for this reason? Jiang Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, her smile blossoming even brighter. Of course not. I became your disciple because the Tianyi sect is impressive, and you are formidable, master. Naturally, with your prowess, you will surely be able to heal brother, won't you? As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan playfully winked at Fu Erling, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Noticing the glint in her gaze, Fu Erling chuckled and scolded lightly, you little rascal, if not for the need to maintain his image as a master, he might have rolled his eyes at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, with a smile in her eyes, felt no shame in her reasoning. After all, one ought to seek out a capable master to learn and grow. And having successfully become a disciple, what harm was there in leveraging her masteress abilities? Whereas Jiang little brother's eldest son now? Fu Erling withdrew his gaze from Jiang Wanwan and inquired of Jiang Lan. He is within the estate. I shall have someone summon him immediately. Jiang Lan responded promptly. Very well. Fu Erling nodded, habitually stroking his beard. Allow me to go. Jiang Wanwan stood up without hesitation, nodding to both men before stepping out of the room. Shortly after, Jiang Wanwan returned, pushing a wheelchair before her. I am Jiang Muses, and I pay my respects to Elder Fu. Jiang Muses, seated in the wheelchair, raised his hand to salute Fu Erling, his voice gentle, accompanied by a smile that was neither distant nor overly familiar. Fu Erling was taken aback by Jiang Muses' appearance. If one were to describe him, it would be with the phrase a stranger as precious as jade. A gentleman unparalleled in the world. Excellent. Fu Erling praised Jiang Muses, and upon noticing him seated in the wheelchair, his expression softened. Relax, let me first examine your legs. Thank you, Elder Fu. Jiang Muses nodded once more, his tone respectful and warm. Prior to this, Jiang Muses had heard a general account from Jiang Wanwan, so he felt little resistance. Fu Erling approached Jiang Muses, channeling a wisp of spiritual energy, faint traces of green energy and flame fluctuations becoming discernible. He gently placed his empowered palm near Jiang Muses' legs, and as Fu Erling's energy flowed into Jiang Muses, both Jiang Lan and Jiang Wanwan could not help but feel anxious. Only Jiang Muses maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly devoid of hope regarding the possibility of standing again. After a considerable time, Fu Erling gradually withdrew his energy, and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Muses. At the sight of Fu Erling's expression, Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Lan's hearts sank. Master, is the situation dire? Jiang Wanwan bit her lip and slowly asked. Fu Erling pondered for a moment before carefully speaking. The situation is indeed somewhat complicated, but there is still hope. As Fu Erling spoke, Jiang Lan and Jiang Wanwan felt their hearts sink further, yet upon hearing the latter part of his statement, their spirits were rekindled, both casting hopeful glances at Fu Erling, eagerly awaiting his next words. Even Jiang Muses, upon hearing Fu Erling's concluding words, felt a tightening in his chest, his palms unknowingly damp with sweat. Observing the nearly identical expressions on Jiang Lan and Jiang Wanwan's faces, Fu Erling could not help but smile wryly. It was evident that they were indeed father and daughter. With this thought, he addressed Jiang Muse's inability to move with utmost seriousness, his voice dropping slightly. Young masteress' legs are neither poisoned nor injured, rather, they are bound by a sealing array. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan trembled slightly, and as realization dawned, she immediately began to reflect. Indeed, she should have thought of this sooner. Brother's legs, whether in terms of external muscles or internal meridians and bones, showed no signs of any issues, indicating that it was clearly not a matter of nerve damage or poisoning. The only possibility that could result in such a condition was a sealing array. With this thought, Jiang Wanwan was reminded of the profession that, although scarce, could not be overlooked in this continent, the array master. Array masters were not bound by strict talent requirements. One could say that as long as one wished to learn, by studying array diagrams and practicing diligently, any spiritual practitioner could succeed in array formation. However, the complexity of arrays meant that even a basic triangular array could be incredibly intricate and profound, making it no easy task to fully comprehend. Moreover, an exceptional array master would certainly be capable of setting up not just simple arrays. This was the fundamental reason behind the rarity of array masters. Not everyone possessed the mental acuity required. No wonder so many alchemists failed to identify the underlying issue. Jiang Lan furrowed his brow, his expression grave. The three of them were lost in thought, unaware that when Fu Erling mentioned the sealing array, Jiang Muse's eyes flickered momentarily. Brother Fu, do you have a way to break this seal? Jiang Lan looked up at Fu Erling and directly inquired. There is a method, but Fu Erling hesitated before continuing. But what? Jiang Wanwan, regaining her focus, immediately pressed for clarity. The items required to break the sealing array are rather difficult to procure. Knowing the method is practically equivalent to not knowing it at all. Fu Erling shook his head, not wishing to raise their hopes unduly. As a seasoned alchemist of his age, he had witnessed too many instances where the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, Jiang Wanwan harbored no such concerns, eagerly asking, Master, please just tell me, regardless of how difficult the items may be to find, at least it provides us with a goal, which is far better than the past 3 years of aimlessness. Right, brother. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan turned her gaze to Jiang Muses. Chapter 88. There is a chance for brother to stand again. Jiang Muses slightly lowered his gaze, and after a moment, he tugged at the corners of his mouth before lifting his head once more. Resuming his warm and gentle demeanor, Elder Fu, please specify what items are needed to break the seal. Brother Fu, do tell quickly. In this vast general's residence, I still have some means. If we cannot find them in the Eastern Kingdom, I shall resign and traverse the continent. As long as it exists on this land, I shall surely find it, Jiang Lan declared resolutely, observing the unwavering gazes of the members of the Jiang family. Fu Erling nodded and asked, do you have paper and pen? There is quite a bit to cover, so I shall write it down for you to keep it safe. Of course, Jiang Lan quickly nodded, soon summoning someone to bring paper and pen, even arranging for tables and chairs to be moved over. Fu Erling looked somewhat speechless at the furniture in the courtyard and discreetly glanced back at the tables and chairs in his own room. He felt he was struggling to comprehend Jiang Lan's intentions. Nevertheless, as he met the eager gaze of Jiang Lan, Fu Erling said nothing. Under the intense scrutiny of the three, he felt immense pressure as he began to write down a list of items necessary to dispel the formation S seal. After a while, Fu Erling handed a still damp sheet of paper to Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan held the paper, and Jiang Wanwan leaned in to take a look as well. A dream's beast S demon core. One of each of the 5 elemental attribute crystals, several sealing stones, a millennium-old broken bone grass, a millennium-old blood heart sacred flower, 10,000 years. Jiang Wanwan quickly scanned the contents of the paper. But then her expression turned puzzled. Master, although I've never heard of the dream's beast S demon core or those spiritual herbs, I have a general understanding of what they are. However, what are these 5 elemental attribute crystals and sealing stones? Jiang Wanwan looked at Fu Erling with confusion, voicing her question directly. Fu Erling regarded Jiang Wanwan, then glanced at Jiang Lan, assessing the situation before inquiring. My dear disciple, what is your current cultivation level? 6-star mystical spirit master. Jiang Wanwan replied directly, revealing no hint of concealment. That is correct. In fact, the spiritual energy in this continent varies. Fu Erling raised his hand to stroke his beard. Beginning a lesson for Jiang Wanwan. Spiritual masters classify the different properties of spiritual energy into 9 basic attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, space, and devouring. Each attribute displays a unique color of spiritual energy when used. Corresponding roughly to these colors, gold, green, blue, red, yellow, cyan, silver, white, and black. Jiang Wanwan listened attentively to Fu Erling's lengthy explanation, nodding in realization. So the so-called 5 elemental crystals refer to the spiritual stones of these 5 properties. Correct, indeed, Fu Erling confirmed with a nod. And what of the sealing stones? Jiang Wanwan continued to inquire. Sealing stones are a type of formation stone commonly used by formation masters. They are a unique mineral naturally birthed from the 5 continents, containing a special energy fluctuation that aids formation masters in setting up formations more easily. There is also a type of stone known as formation stone, which has a similar meaning but serves a slightly different purpose. Sealing stones help formation masters set up formations more quickly, while formation stones are used for storage, allowing formation masters to save time during battles by storing pre-arranged formations within the formation stones, enabling instant deployment during combat. Fu Erling explained patiently. Jiang Wanwan listened earnestly, nodding repeatedly. Alright, I understand, thank you, Master. Jiang Wanwan lifted her head, smiling at Fu Erling and politely expressing her gratitude, observing Jiang Wanwan's obedient and sensible demeanor. Fu Erling nodded approvingly of these concepts. Even if you do not inquire about them now, you will need to grasp them once you join the Tianyi sect. These items are indeed somewhat difficult to find in Donglai country. I will have someone transcribe several copies. Thank you, my brother. I, Jiang Lan, shall remember this kindness. Should there be any opportunity for me to assist you in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Jiang Lan carefully tucked away the paper, respectfully clasping his fists towards Fu Erling. Fu Erling chuckled. No need for such formalities, Jiang. You have already gifted me with such an outstanding disciple. I am more than satisfied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan broke into a proud smile, his eyes gleaming. Wanwan is indeed the most exceptional daughter. Standing between the two, Jiang Wanwan listened to their mutual praises and wore a gentle smile, her gaze landing on Jiang Muse as she softly said, Brother, you've been out for quite some time. You must be tired. Allow me to escort you back to your room for some rest. Jiang Muse, seemingly aware of Jiang Wanwan's embarrassment, smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Following this, Jiang Wanwan obediently nodded to both Fu Erling and Jiang Lan before guiding Jiang Muse away. Jiang Lan and Fu Erling exchanged knowing smiles as they observed Jiang Wanwan's shy retreat. Instead of heading towards Jiang Muse's courtyard, Jiang Wanwan led him to a gazebo in the backyard. Surrounding the gazebo was a small artificial pond, home to numerous koi and lotus flowers. Although the blooming season for the lotuses had passed, the verdant leaves still held several unpicked seed pods, and a few blossoms could be seen, albeit not in their prime, yet the scenery remained pleasant. Jiang Wanwan sat on a stone bench in the gazebo, beaming as she looked at Jiang Muse. This is wonderful, brother, you finally have a chance to stand. Jiang Muse, surprised by Jiang Wanwan's evident joy, smiled but said nothing, his gaze shifting to the pond's lotus pods. With her hands resting on the stone table, her arms slightly bent, Jiang Wanwan rested her chin on her arms, tilting her head to follow Jiang Muse's gaze. The lotus leaves touched the sky with endless green, reflecting the sun. The lotuses bloom in splendid red. Jiang Wanwan mused silently, then straightened up with a smile. Brother, let me pick some lotus seeds for you. Jiang Muse raised an eyebrow, but before he could respond, Jiang Wanwan had already sprung to her feet, gathering a hint of spiritual energy beneath her feet. In a flash, she darted towards the pond. Whoosh! Jiang Wanwan moved gracefully as a swallow, lightly tapping on the lotus leaves surface, swiftly plucking 2 large seed pods before spinning around and landing back in the gazebo. Jiang Muse watched her fluid motions, quick and agile, resembling a joyful swallow, and her radiant smile involuntarily drew a smile from him as well. Brother, would you prefer to peel them yourself or shall I do it for you? Jiang Wanwan asked, holding the 2 sizable lotus pods and waving them at Jiang Muse. I knew it, these pods are definitely edible. Just as Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Muse were discussing how to enjoy the lotus seeds, a voice called from outside the gazebo. Both turned to see Xiaoyu, Luo Yuan, and others approaching. Senior sister, senior brother, brother Luo, brother Su, little brother Xiao, what brings you all here? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in surprise at the group of Tianyi sect seniors walking over. Qing Xian approached the gazebo but did not enter, offering a slight nod of apology to Jiang Muse before explaining to Jiang Wanwan, we were all cultivating in the courtyard and heard the commotion here. Upon realizing it was our little junior sister, we came to take a look. If we are interrupting your time with family, we can leave. Though Qing Xian's voice was cool, it conveyed a sense of politeness and courtesy. Jiang Wanwan placed the lotus pods on the table and smiled gently at everyone. You're not interrupting at all, my brother and I are simply here to enjoy the breeze and relax. With that, Jiang Wanwan turned to introduce Jiang Muse to her seniors. The Tianyi sect seniors were devoid of any airs typical of spiritual masters, and since the person before them was the elder brother of their junior sister, they naturally displayed warmth without prying into Jiang Muse's condition, as if they all collectively chose to overlook it. Sister Jiang, may I pick some lotus pods myself? Xiaoyu asked, eyeing the fresh, dew-kissed pods on the stone table with a glint of greed. Jiang Wanwan nodded. Of course, I'll go pick some more for everyone to share. No need, we can gather our own, Xiaoyu quickly declined, then dashed towards the area of the pond with the densest lotus pods, as if fearing Jiang Wanwan would take away his fun. With a leap, Xiaoyu soared into the air, flipping mid-flight. lightly tapping on a lotus leaf twice before soaring again, performing several acrobatic flips as he swiftly grabbed 2 lotus pods and landed effortlessly back in the gazebo. Ha, how about that? My agility is impressive. Isn't it? Xiaoyu boasted, clutching the pods with a smug expression. Watch me, Luo Yuan scoffed, unable to hold back, and leaped out, executing multiple flips in midair, returning with a flourish that made Jiang Wanwan feel dizzy just watching. Luo Yuan landed in the gazebo with 2 lotus pods, casting a triumphant look at Xiaoyu. Xiao Jr. Brother, you still have room for improvement. Xiaoyu shrugged dismissively. Brother Luo, you're just showing off. Flipping a few extra times. Is this really a contest? How childish. Childish. This is to encourage you to practice diligently, right, Brother Su? Luo Yuan shot a glance at Su Bai. Exactly. Su Bai nodded, then, with a swift motion, propelled himself off the ground, executing increasingly flashy and difficult maneuvers mid-air, quickly returning with 2 lotus pods in hand. Xiaoyu. Jiang Wanwan observed the individuals around her, seemingly stirred by an inexplicable competitive spirit. Her face radiating joy as she busily peeled lotus seeds, sending them to her mouth while watching with great interest. Caution. Jiang Muse noticed Jiang Wanwan's earnest attention to the performance, in her haste to peel the lotus seeds. She nearly sent the lotus heart into her mouth as well, but he swiftly intervened. Jiang Wanwan looked down at the lotus seed in her hand, having forgotten to remove the lotus heart, and let out a chuckle, adding a touch of adorableness to her demeanor. Jiang Muse shook his head helplessly at Jiang Wanwan, placing a carefully peeled lotus seed, devoid of its heart, into her palm. Eat this. It is not bitter. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the tender white lotus seeds in her hand, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gratefully replied, Thank you, elder brother. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the pond, and Jiang Wanwan lifted her gaze to see Master Mo by hovering above the water, wielding a hefty black ruler, which he swung dramatically toward the pond. With a resounding splash, the water erupted into 2 towering columns, creating quite a spectacle. In the next moment, Master Mo returned to the pavilion, clutching 2 lotus pods in his hand. Eat, he succinctly commanded, placing the lotus pods before Jiang Wanwan. Her smile blossomed anew. Thank you, Master. Qing Xian, observing Jiang Wanwan's elation, lightly tapped her toes and leaped into the air, her arm gracefully trembling as a slender silver sword appeared seemingly out of thin air. Bang, bang, bang. Qing Xian twirled in midair, her sword dancing amidst a shower of water droplets, her flowing hair and gown creating a breathtaking tableau. So beautiful, the enchanting sword dance left the onlookers mesmerized, with Xiaoyu unable to contain his admiration. Soon Qing Xian returned to the pavilion, presenting 4 freshly picked lotus pods to Jiang Wanwan. Little junior sister loves to eat, have some more. Jiang Wanwan looked at the fresh lotus pods before her, then glanced at Master Mo and senior sister Qing Xian, sensing an odd current of energy passing between them. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Wanwan accepted the lotus pods with a radiant smile. Master, Jiang Wanwan's keen eyes caught the slightest motion of Master Mo as he turned slightly, causing her heart to skip a beat, and she quickly called out to him. Mo's movement faltered as he regarded Jiang Wanwan. She pointed to the pile of lotus pods on the stone table. There are already plenty of lotus pods here. I can't finish them all by myself. Why don't we all peel some together? Mobai, caught in his intent, felt a moment of stiffness, but his usual stoic expression remained unchanged, so no one noticed. All right, he nodded and took a seat on the stone bench. He broke open a lotus pod, extracting the vibrant green seeds, squeezing them with force. With a pop, a perfectly intact seed shattered into several pieces. Luo Yuan, unable to suppress his laughter at Mobai's antics, quickly turned away, his shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Cough, cough. Su Bai clenched his fists before his mouth, stifling his laughter, though amusement still sparkled in his eyes. Even the typically aloof Qing Xian couldn't help but smile at the sight of the shattered lotus seeds in Mobai's hand. A blunder. Faced with the barely contained laughter of the group, Mobai maintained a serious expression, coldly uttering 2 words. Why not give it another try, Master? Jiang Wanwan offered a few unpeeled lotus seeds to Mobai. Mobai nodded and picked up another lotus seed, squeezing it once more with vigor. The tender white flesh burst forth, splattering juice, as the once intact seed crumbled in his grasp. The group, I can't hold it in any longer. Master actually doesn't know how to peel lotus seeds. Ha ha ha. Luo Yuan clutched his aching stomach, laughing heartily. Ha. The laughter was contagious, and both Su Bai and Xiaoyu joined in, letting their laughter roll freely. Even Qing Xian discreetly smirked. Chapter 90. Isn't it just peeling a lotus seed? How hard can it be? Jiang Mu seemed to be swept up in the infectious joy of the crowd, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly his gaze met Qing Xian's, and she appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting to lock eyes with him, just as tension filled the air. Jiang Muse maintained a warm smile, subtly nodding at Qing Xian. In response, she offered a slight nod back amidst the laughter. No one noticed their interaction, Jiang Wanwan grinning as she watched the awkward Master Mo kindly suggested, brother, let me teach you like this. Pinch the lotus seed and apply gentle pressure, softly now, not too hard. See, it opens up. As she demonstrated, Mobai watched her intently, hesitating before picking up another seed, yet remained still. Noticing this, Jiang Wanwan reassured him, "It's alright, brother, just try a few more times, and you'll get the hang of it." Mo by nodded at Jiang Wanwan, taking the lotus seed into one hand, applying gentle pressure. Pop! The seed split in two, and his eyes brightened. Jiang Wanwan beamed at the half-lotus seed in his hand. Though it still looked a bit rough, it was passable and edible. "Well done, master," she praised. Her eyes crinkling with joy. Mo cleared his throat, his gaze evasive, as if shy. "A very good, master. As expected of you, learning so swiftly," Luo Yuan remarked, giving a thumbs up to the two halves of the lotus seed in Mo Bai's palm. Unable to hide his amusement, "This is just too funny." Mo Bai shot Luo Yuan a cool glance, internally scoffing, yet his posture straightened imperceptibly, chin slightly raised. "Isn't it just peeling a lotus seed? How difficult can it be?" As the group continued to jest, time flew by. When dusk fell, everyone departed, each carrying a bounty of lotus seeds, returning to their quarters to rest or cultivate. Jiang Wanwan first escorted Jiang Muse back to his room. Exchanging a few simple pleasantries before returning to her own quarters, Jin Zhu had already been waiting at the door, and upon seeing it open, promptly delivered the prepared breakfast. "Miss, today's breakfast is meat porridge and baked flatbread." Jiang Wanwan lifted the bowl of porridge, savoring each spoonful. Noticing the commotion outside, she inquired, "Is there a special occasion today, little sister? Did you just wake up?" Jin Zhu began to respond, but was interrupted by Jiang Zihang's hurried approach. "What's going on?" Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow at his sudden appearance. "Why don't we eat together?" she suggested. Jiang Zihang waved his hand dismissively. "I've already eaten, little sister. Hurry and finish. We'll be heading to Nanjing Square for some excitement soon." Jiang Wanwan was puzzled. "You don't know?" Jiang Zihang looked at her in surprise. "Should I know something?" Jiang Wanwan queried, confusion etched on her face. "Today is the day Fei Xing sect recruits disciples." Jiang Zihang informed her. Jiang Wanwan's movements momentarily paused as a fleeting memory crossed her mind. Not long ago, Jiang Lan had inquired whether she wished to participate in the Fixingman's disciple assessment, to which she had eagerly responded in the affirmative. At that time, her sole aspiration was to enter the realm of spiritual masters, to step into a sect and enhance her abilities, thus she had nodded without hesitation. However, it now seemed that she no longer required to partake in the Fixingman's examination. "Hurry and eat. I see that fourth brother and have already left," she remarked, just as Jiang Wanwan contemplated declining. Jiang Zihang spoke once more. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan abruptly changed her mind, nodded, and swiftly finished a bowl of porridge. Grabbing a fragrant baked flatbread, she rose from her seat and declared, "Let us go." Jiang Zihang, taken aback by her sudden urgency, stammered, "But why not finish your meal first? It's just a piece of bread. You can snack on it during the journey. There is no rush." Jiang Wanwan glanced at him, and after a moment's thought, Jiang Zihang ceased to hesitate, nodding in agreement as he led her away from the general's residence. As they made their way, Jiang Wanwan expressed her curiosity. "Fourth brother's recent return to the residence isn't also for the Fixingman's assessment, is it?" "Certainly not." Jiang Zihang shook his head. "Fourth brother is accustomed to freedom. A place like Fixingman, with its strict regulations, would be too confining for him. He would never choose to join." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan nodded. It appeared that fourth brother had been drawn in by Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi wishes to join Fixingman." A smile crept onto her lips as she thought to herself, eager to discover what this Fixingman was truly like. Before long, they arrived at Nanjing Square, and even before stepping onto the square, the surroundings were already bustling with people. Upon entering, they were met with a sea of black-clad figures, the crowd so dense it felt as though they were being swept along. "Little sister, stay close to me. Don't get separated," Jiang Zihang instructed, raising his hands to shield Jiang Wanwan from being jostled by the throng. At last, with Jiang Zihang's diligent protection, Jiang Wanwan found herself at the forefront. Chapter 91. Isn't Fixingman merely a minor sect? Jiang Zihang suddenly exclaimed, astonished. As he gazed ahead, Jiang Wanwan looked up in the direction Jiang Zihang was pointing and saw a large open area within the square, furnished with numerous seats, one of which was occupied by none other than their second brother, Jiang Songrong. It seemed Jiang Songrong had noticed Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Zihang as well. He raised his hand to summon someone nearby and whispered a few words. Shortly thereafter, that person approached Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Zihang. It's Mainyang. The auctioneer from the Liuli auction house, Jiang Wanwan remarked, somewhat surprised. Mainyang, with her voluptuous figure, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves, walked with a sway that drew attention, her slender waist reminiscent of a water snake. She unabashedly flaunted her striking physique, seemingly taking pride in it. "Miss Jiang, young Master Jian Lu, the host invites you to rest over there," Mainyang said with an alluring smile as she reached them. "All right, let us hurry over." Jiang Zihang readily agreed, pulling Jiang Wanwan towards Jiang Songrong. Second brother, Jiang Wanwan greeted sweetly upon reaching him. Jiang Songrong returned her greeting with a smile and a nod. "Please take a seat here. It's quite noisy over there with so many people." Jiang Wanwan responded, settling into the seat beside him. In contrast, Jiang Zihang wasted no time, grinning as he found an empty spot without hesitation. "Second brother, you're quite impressive. How did you manage to secure a seat here?" Once seated, Jiang Wanwan realized their vantage point was excellent, offering an unobstructed view of the square's center. "Where's fourth brother?" I haven't seen him, she inquired, scanning the crowd. Didn't Jiang Ziheng say fourth brother arrived early? He and E are resting in the area designated by Fixingman, waiting for Eldersher to appear before the unified assessment begins. Zhang Songrong replied with a calm smile. The assessment by Fixingman. Zhang Wanwan contemplated. Oh, aren't those your friends, little sister? They seem to be waving at you, just as Zhang Wanwan was deep in thought. Jiang Ziheng suddenly noticed several youths in the crowd beckoning to them. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Luo Yuan, Subai, and their companions. Zhang Wanwan instinctively glanced at Zhang Songrong, who promptly instructed Mainyan to bring them over. Thank you, second brother, Zhang Wanwan said with a smile. It's a trivial matter, Zhang Songrong replied nonchalantly, twirling his fan with a hint of elegance, since the Tianyi sect was in Ziki City on a task and preferred to maintain a low profile. Aside from informing Jiang Lan of their identities, the Jiang family was unaware that they were disciples of the Tianyi sect. Jiang Lan had merely explained that they were friends she met in the countryside. Visiting the general's residence for a short while, although they were dressed in simple linen garments, the group did not go out of their way to conceal their appearances, and their cultivated aura set them apart from ordinary folk, making it evident to any discerning eye that they were anything but ordinary. Nonetheless, as it was Jiang Lan's explanation, everyone tacitly accepted it without further inquiry. Soon, Main Yang returned with the Tianyi sect members in tow. Hello, Sister Jiang and second brother Jiang, young master Jiang Lu. Among the crowd, the sociable Xiaoyu was the first to greet them, his charming youthful face beaming with a smile that easily won hearts. Jiang Songrong and Jiang Ziheng nodded in acknowledgement. Since they are little sister's friends, they are friends of the Jiang family as well. Please, everyone, take a seat and don't stand on ceremony, Jiang Songrong said with a warm smile. Thank you, second brother. We shall not be polite, Xiaoyu replied, understanding the sentiment. Mo Bai and Xing Xian nodded amiably to Zhang Songrong, while Luo Yuan and Su Bai followed suit, echoing their gratitude. The group quickly settled down. Little sister, the crown prince is over there, Zhang Songrong whispered, concealing his mouth with his fan. Zhang Wanwan followed his gaze and spotted Ouyang Jin seated regally in a light blue cloud-patterned robe near the main seat. His demeanor serious. Is he also wishing to join Fixingman? Zhang Wanwan inquired. Zhang Songrong raised an eyebrow. Isn't little sister here to participate in the Fixingman assessment? To this, Zhang Wanwan mirrored his surprised expression. Not at all. This left Zhang Songrong taken aback. What is so appealing about joining Fixingman? It's merely an obscure little sect, Xiaoyu muttered softly, but before he could finish, Luo Yuan swiftly covered his mouth. This lad hasn't seen much of the world. He doesn't understand what Fixingman is. Luo Yuan chuckled awkwardly at Zhang Songrong. Zhang Songrong merely smiled knowingly, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd. Eldersher has appeared. Instantly, the already animated square erupted into further excitement, with murmurs and discussions rippling through the throng as nearly everyone turned their attention toward the center of the square. Even Jiang Wanwan and her companions were drawn by curiosity. Amidst the collective anticipation, a middle-aged man clad in a gray python-patterned robe emerged before the crowd. Eldersher, sporting a few strands of gray in his hair, appeared somewhat gaunt, his skin dry, particularly around his eyes, which bore a peculiar shade of dark circles, giving him an odd appearance as if he had been drained of vitality. As Jiang Wanwan observed Eldersher walking toward the elevated platform at the square's forefront, she felt a subtle frown crease her brow. Inexplicably, despite having never encountered Eldersher before, she felt an instinctive aversion toward him. Why does he look so strange? Xiaoyu murmured softly. Jiang Wanwan, sitting just in front of him, heard his comment distinctly and found herself relaxing slightly, realizing she was not alone in her discomfort. However, the two who felt uneasy remained oblivious to the fact that the moment Eldersher appeared, Mo Bai and Xing Xian, seated behind Jiang Wanwan, exchanged glances of shock and suspicion. A grave expression settled on Xing Xian's usually serene face. If she were the only one feeling this way, it might be excusable, but now Mo Bai. I am sure Changsheng, from Fixingman, Eldersher announced, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd with an air of arrogance as he introduced himself. Chapter 92. The assessment of Fixingman begins. A collective gasp rippled through the square at his simple declaration. While Ziki City boasted a fair number of spiritual masters, it remained predominantly a realm of mortals, with the vast majority of its inhabitants lacking any talent for cultivation. Thus, when they beheld a genuine figure from a sect of spiritual masters, their eyes were filled with awe and reverence. Eldersher appeared thoroughly pleased by the uproar of adulation, his expression unwavering as he raised his head high. After a brief pause, he gently lifted his hand and then pressed it down slightly. In no time, the once vibrant square fell into silence. Despite the gathering of tens of thousands, the simple gesture of Eldersher commanded instant stillness. Once everyone had quieted down, Eldersher's palm suddenly turned, and a faint glimmer of spiritual energy flickered. In the next moment, a crystal, the size of a soccer ball, materialized in the palm of his hand. This was a testing stone, utilized to assess the aptitude and attributes of spiritual masters. Today, the Feishing sect was conducting entrance examinations for its disciples, and this was the first obstacle. As long as one could make the testing stone illuminate, there would be a chance to join the Feishing sect. And anyone could step forward to test themselves. Eldershire's voice, though frail with age, resonated across the square. In just a few words, the previously quiet square erupted once more into a frenzy of excitement. With people unable to contain their eagerness to discuss. My heavens, did I hear that correctly? Everyone can test. You heard right, and I did too. Everyone has a chance. Then why wait? Let us go, whether we succeed or fail. We must give it a try. If we possess the talent for cultivation, stepping into the sect would change our fortunes entirely. Various voices of speculation surged forth, and soon a throng began to push towards the platform. As the crowd thickened, chaos ensued, and just as it appeared a disturbance was imminent, Ouyang Jin prepared to step in and quell the unrest with force, only to be halted by Eldershire's raised hand. Ouyang Jin cast a puzzled glance at Elder Shi. In response, Eldershire formed a hand seal, and a dark red force materialized from his palm, swiftly coalescing into a fist-sized energy sphere. The sphere lingered in Eldershire's palm for a moment, and with a slight tremor of his wrist, it suddenly floated upwards, darting towards the advancing crowd. Boom! A low explosion reverberated, and countless dark red energy threads erupted like fireworks, scattering in all directions. Each thread of energy landed with precision, ensnaring individuals rushing forward, and within mere moments, the crowd unconsciously formed in orderly line. Standing beside Eldershire, Ouyang Jin gazed in awe at his prowess. Impressive, although Eldershire had not explicitly displayed his strength. Any cultivated spiritual master could discern that his control over spiritual energy was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. Noticing Ouyang Jin's quiet admiration, Eldershire offered a faint smile and calmly remarked, "As long as you diligently practice under my guidance, these are mere trifles." "Yes, Master." Ouyang Jin nodded earnestly at Eldershire. Once everyone had formed a line before the platform, Eldershire addressed Ouyang Jin, "Have them line up properly and come forward in turn." "Understood." Ouyang Jin, his demeanor respectful, nodded once more at Eldershire, his reverence surpassing even that which he displayed before Ouyang Hong. Leading a group of golden armored guards, Ouyang Jin stepped forward, his expression grave as he announced, "Everyone, please line up and approach for testing in an orderly manner." The Prince of Donglai and the citizens of Zikishing recognized Eldershire, who stood imposing at the forefront, and thus complied, forming an orderly queue. Eldershire, from his elevated position, waved his hand grandly, and 10 identical testing stones appeared before him, spaced 2 meters apart in a straight line. Observing this, Ouyang Jin promptly selected 10 golden armored guards to step forward, positioning them at each testing stone, ready to record results. 10 at a time. "Let us begin," Eldershire announced in a clear voice. Soon, the testing commenced, and the first 10 individuals hastily ascended the platform, their expressions a mixture of excitement and anxiety as they gazed at the testing stones. "Place your hands upon the stones, clear your minds, and focus." Eldershire's eyes swept over the 10, offering a reminder. Obediently, the 10 individuals followed Eldershire's instructions, placing their hands on the stones while striving to regulate their breathing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until the 10th second elapsed. None of the testing stones showed any sign of activation. Eldershire's expression remained calm as he stated, "Unqualified, next batch." At his words, the once enthusiastic 10 individuals immediately appeared dejected, as if their very souls had been siphoned away, descending from the platform in disappointment. Soon another 10 approached the platform. "Next batch." Eldershire's voice monotonously echoed, "A next batch, next batch, next batch." Time trickled by, and it was impossible to tell how many times Eldershire had called for the next batch. The 10 testing stones remained dormant, never illuminating. Gradually, the initial excitement and tension of those waiting to test faded into hopelessness, had it not been for Eldershire's spectacular display of energy fireworks earlier. Many might have begun to question the authenticity of these so-called testing stones. How tedious! Surely this is the Feishing sect's examination. Zhang Zihong slumped in his chair, his right elbow propped up as he rested his head in his hand, yawning in irritation. "This is merely the first round of testing. Only those who pass will proceed to the second." Zhang Songrong explained softly, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly unbothered by the monotony of the current testing. Zhang Zihong dismissed the notion. "With at least 10,000 people here, testing 10 at a time, how long will this take?" "It should be soon," Zhang Songrong replied, casually glancing at Zhang Wanwan, his smile deepening. "You might learn patience from Wanwan." Suddenly hearing her name, Zhang Wanwan blinked and instinctively turned her head. "What, did you call me second brother?" Zhang Songrong. That his smile abruptly faltered. "Haha." Zhang Zihong laughed heartily. "Little sister, were you daydreaming just now?" Zhang Wanwan blinked again. "It's just so boring. I participated in these tests before. I thought I'd see some exciting combat scenes today, but she might as well be playing with Shushu at home." Chapter 93. Do not insult the mouse within the Shanhua Pearl. Shushu, clutching a peach that was larger than himself, suddenly picked up on Zhang Wanwan's thoughts and chuckled gleefully. "A mistress sister, Mrs. Shushu. Oh, how delightful!" In a buoyant mood, Shushu's appetite surged, and with a swift bite into the juicy peach, the sweet and succulent flavor exploded, causing Shushu to squint in satisfaction. Just a scheming green tea mouse that only knows how to eat? What is so special about that?" Leaning against the Bodhi tree of life, Di Yunzhao snorted, his expression a mix of disdain. Outside the Shanhua Pearl, Zhang Wanwan sat in her chair, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. Lost in thought, suddenly a dazzling light of pale blue erupted before her. In an instant, the previously tranquil square erupted into chaos. Whoa, it lit up. My goodness, someone actually made it glow blue. What does that mean? If it doesn't light up soon, I might start doubting its legitimacy. Who is the one who made the stone illuminate? The square buzzed with excitement and curiosity as all eyes swiftly turned towards the platform. There, Longfian stood proudly, straightening her posture, her gaze directed at Eldershire. Eldershire approached Longfian, glanced at the testing stone before her, nodded with a smile of approval. Water attribute. Well done, you have passed. Thank you, Eldershire. Longfian's heart raced with excitement. Though she made an effort to maintain her composure, she bowed respectfully to Eldershire, then proudly strode to the opposite side of the platform. Behind the platform stood a temporary pavilion, furnished with tables and chairs, offering simple refreshments. Zhang Yi was among them, and upon seeing Longfian enter, she quickly set aside the candied fruit she was about to eat and hurried over. Sister Long, I knew you could do it. What else is there to say? Longfian's lips curled into a proud smile. Meanwhile, the first round of testing continued on the platform. As time ticked away, more and more individuals entered the pavilion behind the platform. Some familiar to Zhang Yi, while others were complete strangers such as Pang Yuxuan. Upon spotting Pang Yuxuan enter the pavilion, Zhang Yi's eyes flickered, and she promptly lowered her head, sliding a couple of steps behind Longfian. Noticing Zhang Yi's subtle movement, Longfian cast a glance at Pang Yuxuan, her expression filled with disdain. Yi, do not fear, today is Eldershire's time to recruit disciples for the Feishing sect. He won't dare to act recklessly. Thank you, Sister Long. Zhang Yi nodded, offering a faint smile of gratitude towards Longfian. Longfian did not conceal her voice. It was evident that she intended for Pang Yuxuan to hear her. Upon hearing her words, Pang Yuxuan's beady little eyes darted towards Longfian and Zhang Yi. Rest assured, young master is only interested in people. What do you mean by that? Longfian's expression shifted slightly as she glared fiercely at Pang Yuxuan. Did you not understand? To put it more bluntly, you are snakes and rats, all in one nest. Do you comprehend? Pang Yuxuan pointed at the two, enunciating each word with clarity. You, how dare you insult me as less than human? Provoked by Pang Yuxuan, Longfian immediately approached him, raising her palm with force. Bang! The moment Longfian brought her hand down, an invisible surge of spiritual energy suddenly whipped in from the doorway, its formidable force causing her to stagger back several steps. The onlookers turned their gazes towards the entrance. Zhang Wanwan, Longfian, Zhang Yi, and Pang Yuxuan spoke almost in unison, yet their tones were entirely different. Zhang Wanwan raised her eyebrows and looked at the trio. Upon sighting Zhang Wanwan, Pang Yuxuan hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, Zhang Wanwan, I knew you would pass the test. Longfian shot a furious glare at Zhang Wanwan and Pang Yuxuan, her eyes ablaze with anger. Even if you have passed the first barrier, what of it? There remains a second barrier, and should you fail, you shall not enter the Flying Star Gate. Zhang Wanwan paid no heed to Longfian's words. Turning to Pang Yuxuan instead, what did you just say about them? Snakes and rats, all in one nest. Pang Yuxuan replied without hesitation, his expression filled with disdain as he glanced at Longfian and Zhang Yi. Zhang Wanwan's lips curved into a slight smile, a faint expression of amusement crossing her face. Well said, but please do not insult the snakes and rats. Pang Yuxuan looked at Zhang Wanwan in confusion. They are unworthy. Zhang Wanwan slowly articulated the four words. Wow. Pang Yuxuan in admiration gave Zhang Wanwan a thumbs up, immediately nodding in agreement. You are right, I shall change my insults next time to foolish as a pig. Pigs are quite adorable, Zhang Wanwan countered. Then cunning as a fox, Pang Yuxuan inquired uncertainly, glancing at Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan lifted her gaze to meet his, her smile deepening, her voice exceedingly gentle. Do not speak carelessly. Foxes are clever. At this moment, Pang Yuxuan felt utterly incompetent at insults. Longfian and Zhang Yi, hearing the two insult them as though they were invisible, wore expressions that fluctuated between green and purple. A spectacle to behold. You seek death. Longfian, having a fiery temper, was intolerant of such humiliation. She immediately drew her soft sword from her waist and lunged towards Zhang Wanwan without hesitation. Watch out. Pang Yuxuan, noticing Longfian's movement, felt a surge of alarm and instinctively moved to shield Zhang Wanwan. However, Zhang Wanwan swiftly sidestepped Pang Yuxuan, confronting Longfian's soft sword head-on. Clang! A rusted giant axe materialized in Zhang Wanwan's grasp, which she used as a shield, placing it before her. The soft sword struck the axe's surface, producing a sharp clashing sound, with faint sparks flickering. A powerful and invisible spiritual force emanated from the giant axe. Surging towards Longfian, caught off guard, Longfian stumbled back several steps, barely managing to regain her footing. 6-star mystic spiritual master. Longfian gazed at Zhang Wanwan in disbelief. How is this possible? Just half a month ago, Zhang Wanwan was merely a 2-star. Is it a surprise? Zhang Wanwan smiled sweetly at Longfian. Longfian's expression shifted, a look of profound discomfort crossing her face. At 18, she had dedicated herself to the path of the spiritual master since the age of 10. Rigorously training for 4 to 5 hours daily, until now, she had achieved a breakthrough to the 3-star mystic spiritual master. She believed her talent was exceptional among her peers, only to discover that Zhang Wanwan had surpassed her by 3 whole stars. Most importantly, Jiang Wanwan had just reached the age of maturity. This clearly indicated that Jiang Wanwan's talent eclipsed her own, a truth that Long Fian, already somewhat arrogant, found utterly intolerable. Chapter 94, Little Sister. You have finally forgiven me. Impossible. You must have taken pills to forcibly enhance your cultivation, right? Do not blame me for not warning you. Relying on pills for a forced enhancement leads to a shaky foundation, and your future cultivation will be essentially ruined. Long Fian's face betrayed her disdain as she mocked Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan looked at Long Fian with surprise, not expecting such a seemingly well-meaning reminder from her. Despite the heavy sarcasm lacing it, sixth brother Wanwan, you are here too? Jiang Yi, noticing Jiang Zihang beside Jiang Wanwan, managed a strained smile as she stepped closer to them. Jiang Wanwan smiled faintly. But if you can come. Why can't I? Did not mean it that way. Jiang Yi appeared flustered, lowering her head in embarrassment. Jiang Wanwan had grown weary of Jiang Yi's pretentious demeanor, choosing to ignore her entirely as she turned to find a quiet corner to rest. However, trouble does not simply vanish when one avoids it, thinking to provoke and then flee. Not a chance. Long Fian gripped her soft sword tightly, her voice icy as she charged directly at Jiang Wanwan. Danger loomed from behind. Without looking back, Jiang Wanwan casually waved her hand, summoning a crimson flame that transformed into a silky ribbon of fire, precisely intercepting the incoming soft sword. Hiss, the red flames, akin to a soft satin ribbon, effortlessly deflected the sharp tip of the soft sword, appearing almost weightless as it halted the sword's advance. Subsequently, the fiery ribbon rapidly coiled up the blade of the sword, heading straight for Long Fian's arm. Sensing the terrifying heat of the flames, Long Fian gasped, instinctively releasing her grip and retreating hastily. Clang! The silver soft sword clattered to the ground, and the flames dissipated simultaneously. Jiang Wanwan, as if nothing had transpired, seated herself in an empty spot in the corner. Long Fian glared at Jiang Wanwan's unflappable demeanor, her face contorted with rage, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes glinting with a cold murderous intent. The spiritual energy within her seemed to resonate with her intense emotions, swirling around her body involuntarily within the not particularly large pavilion. Those who had already passed the first test sensed the fluctuations of energy surrounding Long Fian and instinctively retreated. Fearing they might be caught in the crossfire, Long Fian's gaze was fixed on Jiang Wanwan, her expression growing increasingly sinister. Jiang Zihang and Pang Yuxuan sensed the impending danger and immediately positioned themselves in front of Jiang Wanwan, warily scrutinizing Long Fian. Long Fian, you had better recognize where you are. Jiang Zihang's cold gaze bore into Long Fian as he spoke softly. However, in her fury, Long Fian had lost all semblance of reason. Disregarding the identity of those before her, anyone who stood in her way must perish. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Rainbow, Long Fian flipped her palm, directing her hand towards the soft sword lying on the ground. Issuing a low command, instantly, the soft sword began to tremble violently, emitting a series of metallic clangs, and the next moment, it flew back into her grasp. Long Fian clutched the soft sword tightly, frantically channeling her internal spiritual energy. Her inky hair and dress billowing as if caught in a windless storm, sword energy surged like a rainbow. As Long Fian's spiritual energy peaked, she swiftly danced with her sword, concentrating the energy into the blade in her hand. In an instant, she darted past Jiang Zihang and Pang Yuxuan at an uncanny angle, launching a direct assault on Jiang Yi. Little sister. Jiang Zihang had been vigilant towards Long Fian, but he did not expect her to be so cunning. Utilizing her agility to avoid direct confrontation, causing his face to pale in horror. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan held a piece of lotus cake in her hand, its sweet fragrance wafting through the air. And before she could take a bite, she lifted her gaze to see the formidable sword energy rushing towards her. Boom! Suddenly, the sword energy struck the air just half a meter in front of Jiang Wanwan. Erupting with chaotic energy, indeed, it exploded in the air. Everyone watched in disbelief at this scene. It is a barrier. Meanwhile, Mobai and the others sensed the fluctuations within the pavilion and approached with concern, coincidentally witnessing the explosion of energy. At the moment Long Fian brought her overwhelming sword energy forward, Jiang Wanwan swiftly formed a hand seal, erecting an invisible barrier before herself. Following the explosion of sword energy, the residual waves of energy spread outward, affecting Long Fian, forcing her to retreat several steps, her complexion ashen, blood surging within her, nearly causing her to vomit. Long Fian struggled to contain the turmoil within her, silently swallowing the metallic taste in her throat. In stark contrast, Jiang Wanwan maintained a calm demeanor throughout, not even furrowing her brow. The piece of cake in her right hand remained intact. In front of everyone, Jiang Wanwan leisurely placed the last morsel of cake into her mouth, savoring each bite before brushing off the crumbs on her hands and tilting her head to gaze towards the entrance of the pavilion. Eldersher, do you intend to offer an additional corpse as a sacrifice during this recruitment assessment? Jiang Wanwan wore an innocently harmless smile, yet her words conveyed a different sentiment. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's remark, everyone present instinctively cast their gazes towards the entrance of the pavilion. Within mere breaths, Eldersher, clad in a grey python robe, gradually materialized before them, the moment she beheld Eldersher's actual arrival. Long Fian's expression shifted instantaneously, her demeanor turning tense. Without a hint of emotion, Eldersher stepped into the pavilion, her cold gaze sweeping over the surroundings before she spoke in a low voice. Should there be any further disturbances? Leave immediately. A Fashing sect has no need for disciples who only know how to boast of their strength and engage in brawls. With that, Eldersher flicked her sleeve and departed. Long Fian's countenance darkened considerably, her hands tightly gripping the neon sword, as if the sword itself were Jiang Wanwan, wishing fervently to strangle her. Sister, your heart is rather audacious. How could you not even attempt to evade? What if? Jiang Zihang approached Jiang Wanwan and took a seat beside her, his voice tinged with lingering trepidation. Would you like to try the Jade Dew Lotus cake from Zuexian Lu, sixth brother? Before Jiang Zihang could finish his sentence, Jiang Wanwan produced a plate of cake, as white as jade, and presented it to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zihang paused momentarily, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Jiang Wanwan. What did you just call me, a sixth brother? Jiang Wanwan smiled slightly, gesturing again towards the delicacy in her hand. A sister, you have finally forgiven me. Jiang Zihang felt deeply moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Nearly on the verge of sobbing openly before Jiang Wanwan, observing Jiang Zihang's emotional state, Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes, took a bite of the cake, and subtly raised the corners of her mouth. If she had not forgiven Jiang Zihang, she would not have allowed him to accompany her to the black market in the first place. Thus, she mused, her sixth brother, while somewhat lacking in intellect, was commendable in other respects. Chapter 95, short-lived fatty. On Jiang Yi's side, after engaging in numerous foolish actions over the past 2 months, both Jiang Zihang and Jiang Songrong had come to a complete disappointment in her. However, now a fourth brother had suddenly appeared, which seemed to pose some trouble. Regardless of her past life or this one, she knew very little about this fourth brother, leaving her at a loss as to how to respond. Oh well, I shall let nature take its course. Jiang Wanwan, nibbling on her cake, noticed Imobai still standing at the pavilion's entrance and walked over to him. Senior brother, do you need something from me? As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan discreetly cast a glance behind Imobai. Dressed in grey-blue robes, Imobai carried a black sword that was taller than himself on his back when not in use. The sword was always wrapped in a piece of cloth, appearing just like an ordinary weapon, yet Jiang Wanwan could sense the fate aura emanating from it. This was a spiritual weapon, and of no low grade. Master is concerned you may struggle, so he sent me to inquire if you require assistance. Imobai calmly conveyed Elder Fu's message to Jiang Wanwan. A slight smile graced Jiang Wanwan's lips as she continued to nibble on her cake, responding, no need, sixth brother is here, and having too many people complicates matters. Very well, take care of yourself, and remember to speak up if you need anything. Imobai was not one to engage in idle chatter, and his willingness to converse with Jiang Wanwan already demonstrated sufficient concern. Jiang Wanwan understood this and smiled at Imobai, assuring him, rest assured, I am well aware. While she was uncertain of the character of the other members of Tianyi sect, she was quite pleased with the senior brothers and sisters she had interacted with. Thus it was precisely for this reason that when Imobai and Qing Xian detected something amiss with Eldersher, she had proactively suggested playing the role of an undercover agent. Of course, it wasn't solely for the sake of her fellow disciples. Jiang Yi had always prided herself on her talents and abilities, finding amusement in defeating her enemies in their strongest realms. Upon returning to her seat, Jiang Wanwan noticed Jiang Zihang still grinning foolishly, rolling her eyes internally while her mood remained buoyant. She raised her lips in a smile, plucking another piece of cake from the plate and bringing it to her mouth for a bite. Pang Yuxuan, observing Jiang Wanwan's blissful demeanor, curiously leaned into Sister Wan. Do share what brings you joy, so I too may partake in your happiness. Jiang Wanwan glanced at Pang Yuxuan, her smile unwavering. This cake is from Zuexian Lua, I see. Pang Yuxuan nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at Jiang Wanwan. And then, you cannot have any, Jiang Wanwan replied leisurely. Upon hearing this, Pang Yuxuan's expression froze, his gaze landing on the remaining piece of cake. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Wanwan was distracted, he swiftly reached out his hand. In the next moment, another hand was even quicker, snatching the plate away entirely. Pang Yuxuan looked up, following the hand to meet a pair of fierce eyes. Jiang Zihang placed the cake plate before Jiang Wanwan, his gaze softening immediately. Sister, if you enjoy it, eat more. I will get you some more later. Thank you, sixth brother. Jiang Wanwan held the last piece of cake in her hand, a smile adorning her face as she glanced at Pang Yuxuan, her eyes narrowing in amusement. In front of him, she promptly placed the final piece into her mouth. Pang Yuxuan's expression turned envious. Pang Xiaodie, you ought to consider a diet, Jiang Zihang calmly remarked, noticing the resentful gaze from the 200-pound figure beside him. Pang Yuxuan's expression of resentment stiffened, quickly morphing into one of indignation. I shall report you for personal attacks. What of my weight? Have I eaten your family's rations, drunk your water? Watching Pang Yuxuan's adorable antics, Jiang Wanwan felt her spirits lift, and kindly reminded him, young Master Pang, I wonder if you've ever heard a saying, humph. Pang Yuxuan huffed, turning his head away, indicating his disinterest in engaging with Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan remained unfazed, continuing her response unhurriedly. Fat people have short lives, Pang Yuxuan, is that true? Jiang Wanwan earnestly attempted to decipher the skepticism in Pang Yuxuan's eyes, quickly brushing off the crumbs from her cake. Straightening her posture and adopting a serious expression, this is absolutely true. Pang Yuxuan, somewhat frightened, recoiled his non-existent neck. Just as Pang Yuxuan debated whether he should consider a diet, two more individuals entered the pavilion. Shortly thereafter, Eldershire made another appearance. As Eldershire reappeared, all eyes turned towards her. The first round of testing has concluded. All of you may step forward. With that, Eldershire turned and departed. The individuals within the pavilion rose and began to exit. Jiang Wanwan briefly surveyed the number of people leaving the pavilion, totaling 12. Out of the thousands tested, only 12 possessed the aptitude for cultivation, illustrating just how arduous it was to become a spiritual master. However, such matters were of little concern to Jiang Wanwan. Standing together with Zhang Zihang and Pang Yuxuan, the three formed a line alongside the 12 individuals, with Eldershire positioned at the forefront. At that moment, the original measuring stone had vanished from the elevated platform, and Eldershire, before everyone's eyes, retrieved a mirror-like object from her spatial ring. It was a jade mirror, yet its surface was opaque. Failing to reflect any images, observing Eldershire's actions, the onlookers were filled with quiet curiosity, none daring to voice their thoughts. Eldershire carefully took out the jade mirror, and with a surge of spiritual energy, the seemingly unremarkable mirror emitted a dazzling white light, levitating effortlessly in midair. Supporting the mirror with one hand, Eldershire flicked her wrist, causing the mirror to radiate an even brighter glow before sending it soaring to the side. With a hum, a faint sound echoed as the originally palm-sized jade mirror expanded exponentially to eye. In the blink of an eye, it grew more than tenfold in size, its diameter exceeding 3 meters. All those present in the square gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, while the 12 individuals on the platform observed even more clearly. A swirling gray mist enveloped the surface of the mirror, with white spiritual energy flickering along its edges. If one looked closely at the center, amidst the clouds, one could vaguely discern the outlines of mountains and forests. This is the Spirit Communication Treasure Mirror, which contains a world of its own. You may understand it as a small secret realm, Eldershire explained, observing the astonished expressions of the crowd. Incredible. Upon hearing Eldershire's explanation, someone could not help but voice their admiration softly. Even Jiang Wanwan found her curiosity piqued. The Spirit Communication Treasure Mirror contained an entire world, reminiscent of the mountain and river pearl. This was Jiang Wanwan's first encounter with a spatial spiritual artifact similar to the mountain and river pearl. Eldershire, witnessing the awe in their gazes, subtly smiled as she continued addressing the 12 individuals before her. Within the Spirit Communication Treasure Mirror, I have concealed 3 teleportation jade slips. The second round of the assessment will involve entering the Spirit Communication Treasure Mirror, locating the 3 jade slips, and shattering them to exit the mirror. Successfully doing so will count as passing my assessment, allowing you to join the Feishing sect. Following Eldershire's words, apart from Jiang Wanwan and Zhang Zihang, who remained relatively calm, the eyes of the others sparkled with excitement. Chapter 96. Even little mice can be quite adorable. Will there be any dangers inside? At last, after the initial excitement, someone regained their composure and anxiously gazed at the towering 3-meter Spirit Communication Treasure Mirror, murmuring softly. Although the voice was not particularly loud, the platform was not expansive, and nearly everyone heard the remark. Eldershire cast a glance at the speaker, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, avoiding eye contact and unable to meet Eldershire's gaze. The elder then swept his eyes over the 12 individuals once more and spoke again. The Spirit Communicating Mirror harbors certain dangers, however, you need not worry. I will keep a vigilant watch over each of you. Should you encounter peril, simply shout "give up," and I shall promptly extricate you from the mirror. Of course, this will also signify your failure in the assessment, rendering you ineligible for the Celestial Gate. Upon hearing this, many felt a quiet sense of relief. After all, while everyone aspired to enter the Celestial Gate and become exceptional spirit masters, none wished to jeopardize their lives. Are there any further inquiries? Eldershire asked once more. The 12 remained silent, some shaking their heads. Eldershire nodded at them. Then let us proceed. Yet, as Eldershire's words fell, not a single person dared to step forward before him. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that moment. And noticing this, Eldershire subtly furrowed his brow. Just as Jiang Wanwan was about to step forward, Zhang Yi suddenly advanced a couple of steps. Allow me to take the lead. Zhang Yi smiled faintly at Eldershire and resolutely approached the Spirit Communicating Mirror. Observing Zhang Yi's actions, Jiang Wanwan's lips curled into a gentle smile, calmly retracting her foot. As Zhang Yi neared the center of the mirror, the swirling mist appeared to sense her presence, gradually dispersing towards the edges, revealing more of the picturesque landscape within. Seeing this, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and slowly approached the mirror's surface. When her toes made contact, as if in a trance, she stepped through without any hindrance. The onlookers watched in awe as Zhang Yi's figure vanished into the Spirit Communicating Mirror. Next, Eldershire stated expressionlessly. One individual hesitated momentarily before boldly stepping forward. I shall go. This was a man adorned with a pair of meteor hammers at his waist. Bare-chested, his dark skin suggested he was a blacksmith. Compared to Zhang Yi's cautiousness, this man exuded confidence. Stepping into the mirror without a moment's pause, after the second person entered, the remaining 10 seemed to find their courage. Stepping forward one after the other, when it was Jiang Wanwan's turn, she approached the mirror leisurely just as Jiang Zihang suddenly stepped forward and grasped her arm. "I will accompany you," without waiting for Jiang Wanwan's confusion. Jiang Zihang spoke first. Jiang Wanwan smiled faintly, saying nothing as she let him take her wrist, stepping into the spirit communicating mirror together. In no time, all 12 individuals had entered the mirror. A fleeting glimmer flickered in Eldershir's eyes before vanishing. The scenes within the spirit communicating mirror would be displayed simultaneously for all to witness. Eldershir spoke loudly to the thousands gathered in the square, his voice imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. Ensuring that everyone heard his words clearly, this simple statement ignited excitement among the crowd, their gazes fervently fixed on the high platform. Even Ouyang Jin, standing beside Eldershir, exhibited a slight emotional shift upon hearing the elder's words. With swift hand gestures, Eldershir formed seals, channeling red spiritual energy into the vast surface of the spirit communicating mirror. Within 3 seconds, the fog covering the mirror dissipated, revealing a semi-transparent aquamarine surface resembling a rippling lake. This beautiful lake swiftly divided into 12 equally sized sections, each displaying an individual, precisely those who had passed the initial test. Among the 12 images, 2 stood out as identical, depicting a young boy tightly grasping a girl's wrist. Surrounded by dense forest, when Jiang Wanwan was pulled into the spirit communicating mirror by Jiang Zihang, she felt an enigmatic wave of energy sweep over her, and darkness enveloped her vision momentarily. However, in the blink of an eye, this strange energy dissipated, and the scene before her returned. "Wanwan, stay close to me, we know not what dangers may lurk here," Jiang Zihang urged, his expression vigilant and serious. Observing Jiang Zihang's earnest demeanor, Jiang Wanwan helplessly smiled. "Sixth brother, there is no immediate danger nearby." "How do you know there is no danger?" Jiang Zihang replied sternly. "Sister, in an unfamiliar environment, one must remain ever watchful. Otherwise, you won't even realize how you met your demise." Jiang Wanwan had no retort. If danger were nearby, the red tattoo on her arm would warm as a warning. Jiang Zihang held her wrist firmly. Surveying their surroundings before casually selecting a direction to proceed. "His sister, just how vast do you think this spirit communicating mirror is? Where could the jade slip be hidden?" he mused as they walked. "I have no idea," Jiang Wanwan shrugged. "Well, let us wander and see where it leads us." Jiang Zihang waved his hand, not dwelling on the question and following him. Jiang Wanwan's left hand hung low, concealed by the wide sleeve, preventing anyone from noticing her actions. In the next moment, a shadowy creature darted from her sleeve, vanishing into the dense forest ahead in the blink of an eye. Jiang Zihang was startled by the sudden movement. Unable to discern what had just occurred, what was that? He glanced back at Jiang Wanwan, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Jiang Wanwan smiled. "Just a little mouse." A mouse? Jiang Zihang's expression turned incredulous. Jiang Wanwan maintained a gentle smile. Meeting Jiang Zihang's astonished gaze, "Is there a problem?" Jiang Zihang opened his mouth, about to speak, but ultimately shook his head in understanding. "No problem, little mouse. Is rather cute. It's quite unusual for a girl to keep a mouse." Chapter 97, The Green-Eyed Ghost Night Python. Jiang Wanwan understood Jiang Zihang's unspoken thoughts but chose not to elaborate. He would soon witness the mouse's capabilities for himself. As Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Zihang ambled leisurely through the forest. Resembling a carefree spring outing, Zhang Yi's luck seemed far less favorable. The moment she stepped into the spirit communicating mirror, before she could ascertain her surroundings, the ground beneath her gave way, and she plummeted into a pitch-black abyss. Zhang Yi landed awkwardly but fortunately onto a bed of soft straw, sustaining no serious injuries. However, the fall left her disheveled, her hair in disarray, and her dress stained with bits of hay, rising unsteadily. She cursed her misfortune under her breath, took a deep breath, and quickly composed herself, retrieving a kerosene lamp from her storage bag and igniting it. As the light flickered into existence, the environment gradually revealed itself to Zhang Yi. It appeared to be a cave. She pursed her lips, striving to maintain her composure, and cautiously advanced. Meanwhile, the crowd in the square noticed Zhang Yi's predicament, and upon witnessing her immediate misfortune, murmurs of concern rippled through the audience. Some timid girls gasped in fear, their eyes anxiously fixed on Zhang Yi's image. Fidgeting nervously, Zhang Yi, lamp in hand, treaded carefully forward when she suddenly heard a faint yet eerily familiar sound. A snake? The thought sent chills down her spine. Though she outwardly feigned calm, she understood that every move she made within the spirit communicating mirror would be observed by Eldershir and possibly Ouyang Jin. Thus she could not afford to let her guard down or appear foolish. "You can do this, Zhang Yi," she encouraged herself, her resolve strengthening as she pressed onward, her unoccupied hand discreetly forming seals. Gathering a modicum of spiritual energy poised for any potential attack. "Goodness, Miss E is so brave, she shows no fear at all. Indeed, watching her makes me anxious. Is this a snake pit? I think I just heard a snake's hiss." Among the throngs of thousands in the square, nearly half were glued to Zhang Yi's scene, quietly exchanging remarks. Zhang Yi, although aware that Eldershir and Ouyang Jin might be observing her performance, was unprepared for the realization that the entire crowd could witness her every action. As the hissing grew louder, it signified that she was drawing nearer to the snake's location. The illumination range of the kerosene lamp is quite limited. Even though Zhang Yi was aware that there might be potential dangers ahead, she found herself unable to ascertain the exact nature of the serpentine beast that might emerge. Just as these thoughts flitted through Zhang Yi's mind, a colossal shadow lunged swiftly towards her. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhang Yi reacted with remarkable speed, raising her hand to unleash a powerful strike while her surrounding spiritual energies surged, propelling her to retreat at once. Fire spirit, Zhang Yi shouted. In the next moment, within the dark confines of the cave, a radiant white array of energy manifested, and amidst the blinding brilliance that nearly enveloped the entire image displayed by the spirit communication mirror, a gaunt, pitch-black canine beast materialized. The suddenly appearing fire spirit had limbs as slender and elongated as bamboo poles, and its frail form seemed to be on the brink of starvation. Nevertheless, this entirely dark fire spirit was surrounded by swirling crimson flames, which enveloped its emaciated body, instantly rendering it far more formidable in appearance. With a low growl, the fire spirit positioned itself before Zhang Yi, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the foe ahead. Its spindly limbs slightly splayed, and its seemingly frail body arched in a menacing posture, baring its teeth at the threat. Before the fire spirit stood a ferocious giant python, stretching several dozen meters in length and boasting a girth exceeding half a meter. Its own green, slit-like eyes fixated hungrily and bloodthirstily upon the fire spirit. The python's mouth was slightly ajar, revealing a pair of sharp fangs that glimmered ominously in the dim light. Heavens, it's a green-eyed night python! A voice from the crowd recognized the fearsome creature, exclaiming in shock. However, despite the revelation, many others wore expressions of bewilderment. This was a beast that thrived in darkness, known for its ferocity, capable of devouring creatures 5 times its size. And its strength remained uncertain. The individual who had first identified the python, observing the confusion of the crowd, solemnly reiterated the explanation. Only then did the others nod in understanding. However, the uncertainty of its strength lingered. Could Miss Yi manage to contend with it? Do spirit masters confront such terrifying beasts daily? This is utterly horrifying. I suddenly feel that tending to the fields at home would be quite pleasant. What exactly has Miss Yi summoned? Can it compete with this green-eyed night python? The murmurs of various discussions continued unabated. Ouyang Jin stood beside Eldersher, his eyes betraying a hint of concern for Zhang Yi's current predicament. In contrast, Eldersher remained fixated on the image presented by the spirit communication mirror, his expression unchanged, as if it were expected that any of the 12 individuals could encounter perilous situations. His Majesty has arrived. Just as everyone's attention was riveted on the unfolding events within the spirit communication mirror, a sharp, piercing voice suddenly pierced the air, shattering the plaza's commotion. The square fell silent almost instantaneously as all gazes turned toward the source of the voice. Upon catching sight of a striking bright yellow figure, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, and they instinctively knelt in unison upon the elevated platform. Eldersher and Ouyang Jin were among the first to spot Ouyang Hong, who arrived in a grand palanquin. Eldersher exhibited no particular reaction, but Ouyang Jin felt compelled to step forward in greeting. Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Ouyang Jin knelt respectfully before Ouyang Hong. Bowing his head, Ouyang Hong descended from the palanquin with deliberate grace, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling citizens and the armored guards before finally settling on Ouyang Jin. Rise, he commanded. Thank you, father, Ouyang Jin replied respectfully as he slowly stood. Thank you, your majesty, long live the emperor. The throng echoed in unison, their voices resonating powerfully through the plaza. Father, what brings you here? Ouyang Jin inquired, lifting his gaze to Ouyang Hong. Ouyang Hong smiled as he turned his attention toward Eldersher, his previously stern visage softening into one of respect. It seems I am also a disciple of the Feishing sect. Since they are recruiting apprentices, it is only natural that I should come to observe. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jin nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Ouyang Hong approached Eldersher, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. Eldersher, have you identified any promising disciples? Eldersher gazed into the spirit communication mirror and replied slowly. So far, Jiang Wanwan and Pang Fian have performed quite well. As for the others, their potential is yet to be determined. However, anyone who can locate the 3 teleportation jade slips hidden within the spirit communication mirror and safely emerge shall be considered a disciple of the Feishing sect. Listening to Eldersher's words, Ouyang Hong nodded in understanding and turned his gaze toward the spirit communication mirror, quickly noticing Zhang Yi engaged in a fierce struggle with a giant python. In the image, Zhang Yi fought valiantly alongside a fire spirit, which drew the primary firepower, while Zhang Yi wielded a long whip, agilely darting about and attempting to strike at the python's vulnerable points. What is this? Ouyang Hong inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Zhang Yi. Upon hearing his words, Ouyang Jin promptly responded, Father, this is Zhang Yi, the young lady raised by the general's household for 15 years. At this, Ouyang Hong discreetly raised an eyebrow, then nodded thoughtfully. So it is her. Father, your timing is somewhat unfortunate. These individuals have only just entered the spirit communication mirror. It may take some time before we see results. Perhaps it would be best to sit and rest for a while, Ouyang Jin suggested to Ouyang Hong. That sounds agreeable. Ouyang Hong nodded and then glanced toward Eldersher, why not join us? It will not interfere with observing the events within the spirit communication mirror. Very well, Eldersher nodded and turned to take his seat at the main position on the elevated platform. While Ouyang Hong settled into the empty seat beside him, this illustrates the status of spirit masters in the realm of mortals. Ouyang Hong, as the emperor of the mortal realm, was but a mere mortal in the eyes of the spirit masters. The 5 continents were, after all, a land where strength reigned supreme. After Eldersher and Ouyang Hong took their respective seats, Ouyang Jin occupied his own place, raising his gaze toward the spirit communication mirror. More specifically, watching Jiang Yi's movements. Boom! Within the dark and narrow confines of the cave, a thunderous explosion reverberated, engulfing the scene before them in an overwhelming blaze of crimson flames, rendering any trace of human presence invisible. Witnessing this spectacle, Ouyang Hong narrowed his eyes, a faint glimmer of intrigue flashing within. To his surprise, the general's adopted daughter proved to possess considerable strength. In stark contrast to the fierce battle Jiang Yi was embroiled in. The scenes featuring Jiang Wanwan and Jiang Zihong remained serene and picturesque amidst the dense forest. Jiang Wanwan clutched a succulent fruit, savoring its crispness as she ambled leisurely about. At one moment, she stumbled upon a rare spiritual herb. Directing Jiang Zihong to harvest it, at another, she encountered a spiritual mushroom, instructing him on the proper method of collection. In less than the span of a single incense stick, Jiang Zihong had gathered a significant amount of spiritual herbs under Jiang Wanwan's guidance. Quickly absorbing a portion of knowledge regarding their collection. For instance, when harvesting the green flame mushroom, one must not use metallic tools for cutting, nor should it be pulled directly from the ground. Instead, a wooden knife should be utilized, delicately slicing it an inch from the root, and the mushroom must be placed in a wooden container, avoiding any contact with metal, lest the mushroom's medicinal properties be compromised, significantly diminishing its value. Moreover, the wild vine orchid must not be picked directly by hand. Instead, it should be carefully cut with a jade instrument, removing a third of the flower stem while leaving the vine leaves intact. As only these portions are medicinal, the flower must be handled with utmost caution due to its toxic petals and stamens. Even the slightest contact can induce a burning sensation on the skin, leading to reddening, ulceration, and a gruesome appearance akin to being scorched by fire. In such cases, if the affected flesh is not promptly excised, the spreading toxins could result in dire consequences. Little sister, do you think Eldersher will be displeased with us for collecting so many spiritual herbs? Jiang Zihong asked, gingerly placing the vine leaves of the wild vine orchid into his storage space, a hint of concern in his voice. Jiang Wanwan leaned against the trunk of a tree, one arm folded across her chest while the other nibbled on a fruit, her expression cheerful. Why would he be? As long as we find the jade slips, we will become members of the Feishing sect. Perhaps Eldersher will even become our master, and then we will all be on the same side. Jiang Zihong pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. You make a good point. Thus, he continued to gather spiritual herbs with renewed enthusiasm. Meanwhile, as the two strolled leisurely, Jiang Zihong remained blissfully unaware of a small mouse hidden high in the foliage guiding Jiang Wanwan along the way. Despite her seemingly aimless wandering, she was, in truth, being diligently led by the mouse. The little creature, concealed in a lush patch of grass nearby, glimmered with excitement in its bright eyes. This place is brimming with treasures. So many items infused with spiritual energy. The mouse adored this location. Jiang Wanwan sensed the fervent emotion stirring within Shushu, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Together with Jiang Ziheng, they appeared as if on a leisurely outing in the spirit mirror, blissfully unaware that Eldersher was observing them with a progressively chilling gaze. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, his expression would likely have darkened considerably by now. It seemed that Jiang Wanwan was either extraordinarily fortunate or simply oblivious to the fact that they were navigating the perilous misty forest. Remarkably, during their extended time there, the duo had encountered not a single magical beast, instead methodically harvesting the precious herbs cultivated within the mirror space. Cursed be it, Eldersher, already simmering with ire, began to plot how he would make Jiang Wanwan pay once she emerged, yet, unexpectedly, she uttered a statement that placed a lofty crown upon his head in front of the gathered crowd, effectively thwarting any possibility of him acting against her. At least on the surface, he could not lay a finger on either Jiang Wanwan or Jiang Ziheng. My goodness, what were the 6th young master and 7th young miss of the general's mansion up to? Did they believe they could simply slip into the Feishing sect because they felt they had no chance of joining the esteemed general's mansion? Surely not. Some expressed disbelief, casting doubt however among the throngs of thousands present in the square. It was not long before Jiang Wanwan's background was revealed. Upon learning that she had been raised in the remote wilderness, disdainful expressions surfaced among the crowd. On the high platform, Qing Xian and her companions were incensed to hear such audacious remarks about Jiang Wanwan. How dare these individuals speak so contemptuously of her? Their little junior sister was of the genuine bloodline of the general's family. Was her upbringing in the countryside truly her choice? Why was no one blaming those parents who had swapped their child? Luo Yuan's voice rose in anger as he clenched his fists, ready to charge at the offenders. Not only Luo Yuan, but Su Bai, Xiaoyu, Mo Bai, and Qing Xian all bore expressions of indignation. Chapter 99, Master Sister, It's a Great Tiger. Ignorant fools. Mo Bai's eyes turned icy as he cast a disdainful glance over the crowd, voicing his contempt. This was precisely the reason they could not become spirit masters. Qing Xian nodded in agreement, her voice serene yet firm. Zhang Songrong sat calmly in her chair, though a smile lingered on her lips, an icy glint shone in her eyes as she surveyed the crowd. Her gaze piercingly sharp, slowly closing the folding fan in her hand. Zhang Songrong lightly tapped her other palm with the fan, rhythmically and methodically. Mina, standing beside her, noticed the subtlety of her actions and immediately comprehended that her master was furious. Normally amiable, Zhang Songrong maintained a smile regardless of circumstances. Even when provoked, she would typically respond with a gentle laugh. However, if she were genuinely enraged, Mina leaned closer to Zhang Songrong's ear. Go. Zhang Songrong coldly uttered 2 words. Upon hearing this, Mina nodded and quietly turned to leave. The chatter among the crowd intensified, swiftly devolving into a tide of ridicule directed at Zhang Wanwan. A few who attempted to defend her were quickly silenced by the surrounding voices. Before long, the dissenters' voices faded away, yet amidst this sea of vitriol, a group stealthily infiltrated the crowd, precisely targeting those who would spread the malicious rumors, swiftly dealing with them. As these instigators vanished one by one, the voices advocating for Zhang Wanwan began to rise in volume. Hey, the 7th young miss grew up in the wilderness. Was that her choice? Exactly. Let us not forget, 2 months ago, it was a contingent from the Jiang family army that brought her back to the general's mansion. Ha, a bunch of waste, unable to cultivate spiritual energy, dares to mock someone qualified to enter the spirit mirror. How ridiculous. Shouldn't you admire the 7th young miss, despite her upbringing in the wild? She still became a spirit master and gained entry to the spirit mirror for assessments. Even if she ultimately fails to join the Feishing sect, that is still quite impressive, in the brief span of a mere half an incense stick's time. Zhang Wanwan transitioned from the subject of scorn to one of support, even inspiring those around her, and throughout this upheaval, she remained blissfully unaware, meandering through the spirit mirror. At that moment, Zhang Wanwan abruptly halted, her gaze sharpening as she focused intently ahead. 6th brother, she warned Zhang Ziheng in a low voice. He quickly reacted, rushing back to her side, concentrating his energy into his palm. Rustling, the dense thicket ahead stirred without wind, producing a series of ominous sounds. Zhang Wanwan flipped her palm, conjuring a rusted bronze axe out of thin air, her spiritual power circulating silently within her. Simultaneously, the red serpent tattoo on her left arm began to heat up. Seemingly aware of the perilous situation she faced, whoosh, a dark shadow flitted through the air, landing on Zhang Wanwan's shoulder. Shushu nestled close to her ear, cautiously whispering, Master Sister, it's a great tiger. Roar! Just as Shushua's fearful voice echoed in Zhang Wanwan's mind, a deep, penetrating roar resonated through the air. In the next instant, a massive creature erupted from the dense foliage, lunging towards Zhang Wanwan and Zhang Ziheng. Zhang Ziheng's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he seized Zhang Wanwan and retreated rapidly. A run, gripping her wrist, he turned and fled. Zhang Wanwan was forced to sprint alongside him through the forest, glancing back intermittently. It was a magnificent and ferocious amethyst flame-patterned white tiger. Clearly possessing the strength of a celestial beast, this tiger bore a tuft of flame-like purple fur on its forehead, its golden eyes fierce and savage, powerful limbs thundering against the ground as it leaped through the dense woods. The violet aura drew closer relentlessly, and Zhang Ziheng dared not pause, his complexion paling as beads of sweat began to dot his forehead. Zhang Wanwan sensed his rising panic. Biting her lip, she quietly began to gather spiritual energy in her grip on the axe. In a shocking turn of events, she raised the massive weapon and swung it fiercely at Zhang Ziheng. Bang! The dull sound of impact reverberated as Zhang Ziheng, caught completely off guard, was sent flying by her blow. His figure traced a graceful arc through the air, his astonished voice fading into the distance. Little sister, Zhang Wanwan watched Zhang Ziheng vanish from sight, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Before her amusement could fully surface, an overwhelming wave of dangerous energy surged toward her. Without time to deliberate, a torrent of powerful spiritual energy erupted from her being, and she positioned the axe defensively before her. Boom! Zhang Wanwan was struck by a violent wave of energy, propelled backward for dozens of meters. She spun midair several times before barely managing to regain her footing. However, Zhang Wanwan glanced at the ground nearby, her brow furrowing slightly. The once majestic axe lay shattered in two beneath the fierce strike of the amethyst flame-patterned white tiger. Could it be that this axe was merely an ordinary spiritual tool? Reluctantly she grappled with the reality, for she had gone to great lengths to acquire it. Roar! Time was not on her side to ponder. The amethyst flame-patterned white tiger, enraged that its powerful strike had not felled the feeble human, let out a furious roar. And the next moment, the massive beast propelled itself with its powerful hind legs, soaring to an impressive height of several dozen meters. Zhang Wanwan looked up, her expression changing as she beheld the celestial beast, now enveloped in a swirl of blazing purple flames, radiating an aura of chaos and terror. Roar! the amethyst flame-patterned white tiger descended upon Jiang Wanwan, unleashing a torrent of purple flames from its gaping maw. The violet fire surged toward Jiang Wanwan in an instant, and her face paled as the specter of death loomed over her. Just as the flames were about to engulf her, a brilliant red light erupted from her heated left arm. Chapter 100, We Must Protect Our Little Junior Sister. It was a cluster of crimson flames imbued with a ferocity surpassing that of the purple flames, enveloping Jiang Wanwan entirely encased in the scarlet blaze. Jiang Wanwan felt no pain from the impending attack. Instead, she was enveloped in warmth, her spirits lifted significantly. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the crimson flames that shielded her, realizing that it was Emperor Yunzhou protecting her. A subtle smile gracing her lips. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from beneath her feet. To the astonishment of onlookers, amidst a scene enveloped in violet flames, a dazzling streak of red suddenly burst forth. Was that not Jiang Wanwan encased within the fiery red radiance? Once she escaped the burning range of the purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger, she swiftly aimed to retrieve the colossal axe that had fallen onto the ground. Although the axe bore cracks, it remained functional. The shimmering satin of light could not be wielded without revealing her presence, leaving her with no option but to grasp the rusted giant axe at her side. Suddenly, as she lost concentration, a fierce surge of malevolence from the purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger struck her from behind, causing her to stumble forward, a mouthful of blood erupting from her lips and splattering onto the cracked surface of the giant axe. In this dire moment, Jiang Wanwan had no time to dwell on her injuries. She seized the axe from the ground, spun around, and with all her might, hurled it towards the direction of the purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger. With a hissing sound, the giant axe, enveloped in searing crimson flames, soared like a meteor towards the beast. The flaming axe struck the purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger with pinpoint accuracy, plunging directly into one of its left eyes. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded as the violet and red flames erupted simultaneously, clashing and consuming each other. The temperature of the surrounding air soared as the two flames faced off. Jiang Wanwan gasped for breath. Faintly hearing the anguished roar of the purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger amidst the resounding explosion, It was injured. Her gaze turned icy. Seizing the opportunity, her delicate features were etched with ferocity as she dashed towards the wounded beast. As she approached within 10 meters of the purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger, she sprang into the air, soaring above its towering form, simultaneously materializing a pale red energy long knife in her grasp. With both hands firmly gripping the blade, she plummeted downwards, the knife's tip aimed directly at the creature's other eye, just as the long knife was about to pierce the right eye of the purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger. Its massive body suddenly twisted. Jiang Wanwan's pale red energy knife veered off, gliding down the side of the beast's neck. A furious roar erupted from the tiger, although Jiang Wanwan's strike did not reach its eye. It nonetheless inflicted a deep gash upon its neck. A long crimson line appeared, blood gushing forth from the wound, staining the ground with its vivid hue. Due to her proximity, she too was inevitably splattered with the blood. Her once pale yellow dress now marred by splotches of red, a sight both harrowing and captivating. On the platform, eldest observed the unfolding battle between Jiang Wanwan and the purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger. A subtle frown creasing his brow. At that moment, as Jiang Wanwan landed, a faint glimmer flickered in her embrace, though the movement was swift. Eldest, ever attentive to any change within the spiritual treasure mirror, discerned it clearly. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Wanwan, soon realizing that the rusted giant axe she had previously wielded had vanished. It was that axe. A flash of insight crossed Eldest's eyes as he discreetly stroked his beard. Master brother, I can't shake the feeling that Eldest has been fixated on Sister Jiang, Xiaoyu remarked, sensitive to Eldest's unusual gaze. In response, Immobile glanced towards Eldest, yet the elder had masked his intent so well that by the time Immobile looked, Eldest had already returned to his composed demeanor, leaving Immobile utterly unaware. I didn't observe anything at all, Xiao Shidi, perhaps you were mistaken, Luo Yuan stated after Xiaoyu's words, casting a glance at Eldest. Only to find nothing amiss, just as Immobile had, though I didn't perceive anything either. I trust Xiao Shidi's instincts, they are often quite accurate, Su Bai feigned profundity as he stroked his chin. Qing Xian turned to Xiaoyu, speaking softly. Eldest himself has certain issues. Regardless, in our master's absence, we must safeguard our junior sister. Sister Qing Xian is right, Luo Yuan concurred with a nod thanks to Xiaoyu's remark. The senior disciples of Tianyi sect grew increasingly wary of Elder Shi. In truth, Jiang Wanwan had not intended to continue participating in the Fixingman assessment, but due to the unsettling aura surrounding Eldest, both Immobile and Qing Xian encouraged her to step forward. Their motives were twofold: to uncover Eldest's true intentions and to satisfy Jiang Wanwan's own desires, for she could not bear to see Jiang Yi living so lavishly while she herself remained unsatisfied. Within the spiritual treasure mirror, as Jiang Wanwan sensed the giant axe transforming due to her blood's influence, she hastily stored it within the mountain river pearl. She understood that every move she made was under Eldest's scrutiny. A tall tree invites the wind. Without ensuring her and her family's safety, she had to tread carefully. Rising from the ground, she wiped the blood from her lips, her dress now tainted with blood and dirt, a sight that should have seemed disheveled. Yet, in contrast to her resolute gaze, it imparted an unusual allure. As all gazes fell upon Jiang Wanwan, she resembled a formidable warrior emerging from a mire of blood, radiating an aura of unyielding grace. Sister Master Blood, use the blood, the anxious voice of Shu Shu echoed in her mind. Jiang Wanwan's unwavering gaze fixated on the imposing purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger before her, and upon hearing Shu Shu's words, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. Roar. At that moment, the wounded purple crystal flame-patterned white tiger unleashed another furious roar. Its powerful hind legs, enveloped in violet flames, propelled its massive form once more towards Jiang Wanwan.